a reserved spot at a top-tier institution. You fought fiercely in the sea beast battle, damaging your martial arts foundation, and slaying a large number of sea beasts. However, on the day the results were announced, the principal not only switched your ranking with his nephews but also falsely accused you of cheating in the battle, leading to your expulsion from the academy. Just as you were filled with anger, a golden finger that was 18 years late arrived. By following the path guidance provided by the system, you can find a treasure chest containing various treasures. Following the arrow, you quickly arrive at your destination and discover a treasure chest emitting colorful mysterious light quietly placed on the ground. This is a public area, with people passing by from time to time. One passerby even steps directly on the chest, but shows no reaction and walks away. From this, it can be inferred that only you can see the chest. You run over, and as your foot touches the chest, it automatically opens, revealing a mysterious energy in front of you. At the same time, a system prompt sounds in your mind, and as you open the colorful chest, you burst with luck and obtain the SSS-grade body constitution martial saint body. Upon hearing this, your breathing became rapid. Looking around and seeing no one, you immediately began to merge without a word. Suddenly, a huge surge of energy entered your body, transforming every part of it. After transforming into a martial saint body, not only did your damaged foundation fully recover, but your strength also broke through from the peak of martial disciple to the early stage of martial master. In this world, the realm is divided from martial disciple to martial god, totaling 9 major realms, each of which is further subdivided into 4 small stages. The strength of the exotic beasts is also divided into 9 major realms, from soldier level to god level. The one that previously damaged your martial foundation was an injured soldier level sea beast. However, with your current strength, if you were to fight again, you would definitely be able to easily kill it. Feeling the recovery of your body and the increase in your strength, you look towards the direction of He Ziling, a cold light flashing in your eyes. Zhao Ming, Zhao Donghai, you both wait for me. I will soon come to settle the score with you. At that moment, you suddenly smell a stinky tofu smell, and when you look down, you realize there is a layer of black dirt on your skin, as if you haven't bathed for a year. Unable to bear it, you quickly run home to take a refreshing cold shower and then lie comfortably on the sofa. Just then, the system notification sound suddenly rings. Treasure chest clue 1, a white treasure chest appears on the 7th road of the Blue Stone Road. Please go and open it. Treasure chest clue 2, a yellow treasure chest appears at the Huimin grocery store. Please go and open it. Both of these treasure chest locations are very familiar to you. To get to the Huimin grocery store, you need to pass through the Blue Stone Road, so you can conveniently open both treasure chests. It is worth mentioning that the Huimin grocery store is where you usually work part-time. Following the arrow guide, you successfully arrive at the intersection of the 7th road of the Blue Stone Road, where a white treasure chest is quietly placed. After opening the white treasure chest, you find a lump of red energy with 200 health points. The red energy merges into your body, and you clearly feel a sudden rise in your internal energy and blood, as if it had been accumulated through your continuous cultivation. You continue forward and soon arrive at Huimin grocery store. You walk into the store and shout to the shopkeeper sitting there, Uncle He. The shopkeeper's full name is He Wang, over 50 years old, and years of hard work have added a few strands of gray to his temples, making him appear older than his actual age. Seeing you approach, He Wang points to a stack of daily necessities nearby and says with a smile, Xiaofeng, you've come at the right time. This batch of goods was ordered by Old Li, so please help me deliver it when you have time. Alright, I'll deliver it later. As you talk, you walk inside, and He Wang is busy counting the documents in his hand. You have been working here for a long time, and he no longer treats you as an outsider. Following the arrow, you enter the restroom, where you see a yellow treasure chest placed in the center. You walk over and open the treasure chest, inside of which is the complete realm of the 2nd level wind blade technique, which is exactly what you urgently need at the moment. You can't wait to integrate the insights, and suddenly, countless insights about the wind blade technique merge into your mind. Martial arts techniques are also divided into levels, from the 1st to the 9th level, with higher levels being more difficult to cultivate. Based on proficiency, they are classified as introductory, intermediate, advanced, and complete. Taking the 2nd level as an example, it is a martial artist's technique, which is perfect for you at the moment. You bring your 2 fingers together to represent a blade, casually making a few gestures, and the wind element swirls at your fingertips, appearing extremely sharp. Just then, the system prompt sounds again. Clue from the treasure chest, a yellow treasure chest has appeared at Linhai City's 10th high school. Please go there and open it. 2 sudden prompts interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. A new treasure chest has appeared and there are still 2 of them. One white, one yellow. Yifeng did not have any surprises. The first to be able to appear colorful treasure chests is considered to be a great gift for newbies, giving a top level. Now it will return to normal. according to the probability. The higher the level of the treasure chest, the lower the probability of appearing. Now pick up the low-level treasure chest. It is also reasonable, but surely better treasure chests will be given later as they develop. It would be really cool to pick up colored treasure chests all over the place one day. Yi Feng looked carefully at the locations of these two treasure chests. 7th intersection of Castle Rock Road and Whitman's Grocery. All places that you know very well. To get to the Whitman grocery store, you need to go through Greenstone Road, just in time to open the treasure chest altogether. It was worth mentioning that this Huiman grocery store was also the place where Yi Feng usually did odd jobs. Departure. Open the treasure chest. Again, there are arrows to guide you. Just follow. With two treasure chests, there are then two lines of cursors. One white, guiding to the white treasure chest, and the other yellow, guiding to the yellow treasure chest. Follow the arrows and smoothly arrive at the 7th intersection of Lime Rock Road, where a white treasure chest, quietly placed there. The old rule is that anytime a body touches a treasure chest, no matter what part of the body touches it, the hint will be triggered. Do you open the treasure chest? Chapter 3 Rounding off the sense of realization, all without cultivation. Snap. After the white treasure chest was opened, the thing that was opened was a ball of red energy. You have opened a white treasure chest. Congratulations, you have gained 200 cards of Qi blood. The red energy sword infused into Yi Feng's torso. Yi Feng clearly perceived that the Qi and blood in his body rose violently by a fraction. It's the same as if it was something you've accumulated through cultivation, over and over again. As I said before, martial artists cultivate Qi and blood. The thicker the Qi and blood, the stronger the strength. Prana is measured in cards. According to normal cultivation, these 200 cards of Qi and blood would require a long period of cultivation. And now, simply opening a treasure chest, or the lowest level white treasure chest, without any hindrance, picking up 200 cards of Qi blood for nothing. Just now, when he broke through the early stage of Martial Master, his Qi and blood was exactly 3,000 cards, and now with the addition of these 200 cards, it became 3,200 cards. It only needed to increase by another 800 to reach 4,000 calories of Qi blood to be promoted to mid-Martial Master, which didn't feel too difficult to achieve. It was also worth mentioning that Yi Feng himself had a talent called Wind Whisperer that came with him by nature. Wind Whisperer was an A-rank talent that allowed Yi Feng to be more sensitive to the wind element. Perception. If he practiced wind martial arts, he would have an even greater advantage. But unfortunately, elemental martial arts were relatively rare, and Yi Feng was not able to obtain them for the time being. It was because of his A-grade talent, coupled with his hard work, that he was able to make it to the school, where his strength was at the top of the list. I hope that next, I'll have a chance to obtain a good martial art. The martial art that Yi Feng was learning at this time was the one taught by the school, the first-ranked cracking blade technique. It belongs to the more popular goods. Moderate. It is okay to use it when you are a martial arts apprentice, but when you are in the martial arts master realm, it is definitely almost interesting. There's also a yellow treasure chest, so hopefully it'll open something good. Yi Feng continued to advance. He didn't even have to look at the yellow arrows to know how to get there. After all, it was a place he frequented. It's not far to travel and you'll soon be at the whimsical grocery store. Uncle Ho. Yi Feng walked into the store and shouted at the shopkeeper sitting there. The store owner's full name was He Wang, and his age was in his 50s. If he was a martial artist, this age would still belong to the time when he was strong and powerful. But not everyone has martial arts qualifications, like He Wang does not. Coupled with the poverty of his family when he was a child, he could not learn martial arts at all, and has always been an ordinary person, running this grocery store, selling daily groceries to make a living. Once on the way to the goods, but also fell and hurt his leg. Fell leg disease. The right leg has little strength, walking a limp. Years of hard work had also caused him to turn a few shades of gray at his temples, making him look older than he actually was. Yi Feng would come over here to work part-time in his spare time to earn some living expenses, like goods delivery. What? Mainly as Yi Feng is helping. Otherwise He Wang legs and feet inconvenience. Do this thing is very difficult, is also the reason why he will hire Yi Feng. Little Feng, you're just in time. This batch of goods was ordered by Oldly, so if you're free, you can deliver them for me. He Wang pointed to a pile of household items on the side and said to Yi Feng with a smile. Great, I'll deliver it later. Yi Feng said and walked inside. He Wang also did not care, busy counting the bills on hand. Yi Feng has been here for a long time, not an outsider. Gee, the location of the yellow treasure chest. It's in the restroom. Yi Feng followed the arrow as if he was going to the toilet and walked into the middle of the toilet. Sure enough, there was a yellow treasure chest right in the center. Yi Feng walked over and opened the treasure chest. You have opened a yellow treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining a second-order wind martial art. Wind cutting blade technique, perfect sense. Ha! It's really whatever you want it to be. I was just thinking that the cracking blade technique was too bad and wanted a better martial art. There was also the fact that he had the wind whisperer talent, and practicing wind martial arts would be a huge advantage. Unexpectedly, he had given himself, right now, a wind martial skill, and it was of the second rank. The point is, it's not the secret sauce. If it's a secret book, you still need to learn it a little bit by practicing on your own. Cultivating a second-rank wind martial skill could not be simple, and the time required was not short. What is now open is the sense of martial arts, directly consummated. Fusion. Yi Feng couldn't wait, so he fused the sensations. Boom! Countless insights about the wind-slashing blade technique fused into Yi Feng's mind, as if they were insights that he had gained after practicing the wind-slashing blade technique over and over again over the course of days and months. Until all the fusions were completed, Yi Feng had directly mastered the consummate wind-slashing blade technique. Feats and martial arts. There are grades, 1st rank to 9th rank. The higher the rank, the more difficult it was to cultivate, requiring greater strength to learn. Take the 2nd rank. It was a martial skill of a martial master, which was just right for the current Yi Feng. According to the degree of mastery proficiency, it is divided into introductory, minor success, major success, and consummation. Yi Feng put his 2 fingers together and used his finger as a sword, making a few casual gestures. The wind element was gulping at the fingertips, appearing sharp and incomparable, and the movements were flowing. In this moment, the fingers seemed to have become sharp blades. If it was cast with a treasured sword, it would be able to utilize extreme battle power. Nice. Not bad. Yi Feng was very satisfied with this wind-slashing blade technique. Treasure chest clue. In the 10th high school in Linhai City, a yellow treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Yi Feng smiled. This treasure chest is really endless. Just open this one and here comes another one. Moreover, it was a yellow treasure chest, and the things that could be opened inside were very useful to the current Yi Feng. For example, the one opened just now, the perfect sense of the wind-slashing blade technique, was very good. 10th high school. Isn't that He Ziling school? Right on cue. Dad, I'm home. A clear female voice came faintly from outside. Yi Feng was familiar with this voice. It was the only daughter of He Wang's oldest son, He Ziling. Yi Feng walked out. Just outside, he saw that there was a slender, wonderful young girl of 17 or 18 years of age standing on her side, with long black waterfall hair, tied up high with a hair rope, and a battle-light armor. The whole person looked fresh and competent. The exquisite side face, anyone who looks at it, will marvel at the beauty. Hearing the commotion, He Ziling turned her head to look at Yi Feng. The other half of her face was then exposed to Yi Feng's sight, and a one-finger-long scar became the sole focus of the right side of her face. If you are not familiar with it, you will secretly add a pity comment. When he first met He Ziling, Yi Feng's mental journey was like this. Yi Feng once thought that perhaps the sky is jealous of the red face, so that she has a face that is beautiful, and add a scar to her. Later familiar, He Ziling talked about the scar and realized the past. It was, actually her initiative to cut herself with a dagger. There was once a playboy who coveted He Ziling's beauty and harassed her frequently, forcing He Ziling to obey him. He Ziling didn't want to give in. But the other party was not small, and was very well built. On the contrary, He Ziling has no strength, no background, and has an old father at home who has difficulty with his legs. At one point, he was a great threat to himself, his family, and his family. When things are about to get out of hand, He Ziling makes a shocking move, even holding a dagger, in front of the dude. The right side of his face, cut out a long wound, and as a result, it leaves such a scar. What courage and determination it must be to disfigure yourself with your own hands, especially when you are a beautiful woman yourself. And side note, she really is desperate. The dude really hasn't been around since then, probably off scouting for the next pretty girl. He Ziling, however, was left with a permanent scar. But, who cares? Chapter 4. What you eat, you must spit out. Yi Feng, you're here too? He Ziling smiled at Yi Feng. If not for that hideous scar, it would be like 100 flowers blooming. It's hard to imagine that after something like this, her personality could remain cheerful. Perhaps she was tough by nature, or perhaps, she knew that it was useless to feel sorry for herself. Yeah, I just got here too. Yi Feng smiled back. The college entrance exam is in 3 days, so maybe, we'll run into each other on the exam room. At that time, I won't let go of the water. He Ziling half-joked. As he spoke, he habitually lifted the loose tresses on the right side of his face and pinned them behind his ear. Not shying away from doing so in the slightest makes the scars more visible. It was a trauma for her, and a get-out-of-jail-free card for her at that time, when she was weak. Even now, it would save her from too much harassment and allow her to focus more on practicing martial arts. Strength is the root of everything? Despite being in the 10th martial arts high school, a school that ranked at the bottom of the list to further her education, and despite the fact that she didn't have any talent to add to it, she cultivated to the peak of martial arts apprenticeship by virtue of her hard work. It is no less powerful than those key high schools. The heart and soul that went into this is something that only she knows. Yi Feng was momentarily speechless. Did something happen? He Ziling inquired. Aha! Yi Feng nodded his head, and had no intention of hiding it. I was expelled. Yi Feng briefly told He Ziling the ins and outs of the matter. Didn't mention the matter of the damaged martial arts foundation, otherwise it would be a bit implausible if it suddenly got better again, and only focused on the matter of the dropped grades. He Ziling didn't have much of a reaction yet, but it was He Wang on the side who became angry. Outrageous! How can they be like this? At least it's Linhai No. 1 high school, a prestigious key high school, but they did this kind of thing. Uncle He, don't be angry. This isn't over. I'll settle the score with them. Yi Feng calmed He Wang's emotions. So what are you going to do next? How about joining our school? Anyway, with your strength, you'll shine wherever you go. Sort of have a student status as a springboard to qualify you for the entrance exams. He Ziling didn't show anger, and made the suggestion calmly. Those past experiences had taught her one thing: anger was useless. Fists were useful. Injustice? Okay, then count it back with your fists. But, you know the reason for my expulsion. We know it's a slur. But your school, they don't think so. They won't take me, do they? Yi Feng frowned. There are two benefits to joining the 10th Budo High School. For one, with a student status, one can walk freely within the academy and find the yellow treasure chest that was just hinted at. Otherwise, outsiders would feel free to intrude, and once they were discovered, the consequences would be severe. And if they were slapped with the charge of intending to steal martial arts resources, there would really be no defense. Secondly, Yi Feng still really wanted to take the college entrance exam, even if it's not for anything else, just to stir up trouble for the first high school and mess with those who didn't deal with it before. It's enough to make the first high school rankings drop by a large margin. School ranking, which represents fame, determines how much resources can be subsidized and how many commercial sponsorships can be pulled in. All in all, it has a big impact, and no one cares more about the ranking of a school than the head of a school. As long as there is a chance to mess with Zhao Donghai, Yi Feng is very happy to collect some interest first. Secondly, it was also for the opportunity to advance to Dragon University. After the results were dropped, Zhao Ming got the guaranteed spot that should have belonged to Yi Feng. After the guarantee, Zhao Ming did not need to take this college entrance exam to enter Dragon University. Yi Feng's grades are not that easy to take. As much as you eat in, you have to spit it all out. Entering Dragon University meant screwing Zhao Ming, otherwise it would be too cheap for him. For various reasons, it was indeed necessary for Yi Feng to join the 10th Martial Arts High School. Leave this to me. You wait for my news tomorrow. He Ziling said so after pondering for a while. Yi Feng nodded. Then I'll trouble you. A small thing. He Ziling waved her hand, not caring. Day 2. He Ziling came to the 10th high school and went straight to the principal. Enrollment matters, usually to find the admissions office on the line, but they certainly do not dare to make the decision, and ultimately have to ask the principal. So, simply come and talk to the principal directly. Classmate He Ziling, are you looking for me for something? For this student who practiced hard and had top grades, the principal of the 10th middle school, Lu Tai, was impressed and loved such a student. Schools like theirs at the bottom of the rankings have fewer honor roll students, and sometimes the good ones don't make it out, but they still transfer to one of those major high schools. There is, perhaps, a man on a pedestal mentality, or, perhaps, another school, secretly promising some favor, coming over to poach. But this kind of thing, I guess, you can't say anything if you can't catch it. You can't forcibly bind students to keep them from leaving, and if word gets out, even more people will not dare to enroll. Headmaster, I do have a favor to ask. Here it is. He Ziling spilled the beans. The reason for the dismissal is also stated directly and explicitly. This is the kind of thing that they can and will find out, and if they hide it, it will be counterproductive. Lu Tai's brows furrowed slightly, not responding immediately, pondering the pros and cons. It took a moment before speaking out. Normally, I wouldn't take the risk of taking on a problem student, but I can believe you for a second if you pack your bags and say that this friend of yours is, in actuality, wrongly accused. Only, outsiders won't see it that way. They'll just think that my 10th high school is really trashy, taking in anyone and everything, and tarnishing its reputation that way. Headmaster, He Ziling tried to speak, fighting as hard as she could, but he was interrupted by Lu Tai waving his hand, sighed and mocked himself. That's fine. Anyway, year after year at the bottom of the list, there's not much of a good reputation left. Others love to talk about it how they like. Just let them be. Principal means. It's agreed? He Ziling said joyfully. It was smoother than she had imagined. Well, you contact him and come over for enrollment procedures. Lu Tai smiled lightly. It was for He Ziling's sake that he agreed so easily. With any other student, he wouldn't necessarily say yes. Thanks, Principal. I'll definitely work extra hard to bring honor to the school this college entrance exam. He Ziling replied in thanks. Ha ha, that's naturally better. But just do your best and don't put too much pressure. Lu Tai laughed. In his opinion, it would be very good indeed if He Ziling could get bright grades. And if you fail, there's nothing hard to accept. A handful of people alone won't change anything anyway, and you're bound to remain at the bottom of the rankings. He, for one, is used to it. He Ziling said goodbye and left the principal's office. Immediately pressed the tactical watch on his wrist, which had multiple functions and was equivalent to a miniature computer, able to access all kinds of information at any time. If a fight occurs, you can also record video of the fight, and it has a nifty camera that locks onto the front view even when the arm is moving, keeping the video able to be recorded steadily. And communication, naturally, is one of the functions. As He Ziling operated it, a small light screen emerged from above the tactical watch, displaying the communication list. Find the line for Yifeng and click on dial. On Yifeng's side, it was almost a second to connect, and Yifeng's handsome face appeared on the light screen. Chapter 5, Who gave you the courage to do it? It's already done. So you can come over and go through the enrollment procedures, He Ziling said, fixing her eyes on the light screen. Ha, you're already outside the school? The scenery behind Yifeng was clearly outside the school she was familiar with. Well, I came over early, Yifeng said. So convinced I can do it? He Ziling raised her willow eyebrows. That's a must. There's nothing you can't do. Yifeng laughed. It's not like she's kissing ass. This girl has a strong tenacity. As long as she wants to do something, she won't stop until she achieves her goal. Well, that's something I love to hear. He Ziling raised her condescending head. The two chatted as they walked and soon met at the school entrance. Hanging up the communication, the enrollment formalities were done smoothly under the leadership of He Ziling. The necessary process still needs to be followed. You should report to your class first. After that it's up to you how you want to freely move around again, He Ziling said. Okay, Yifeng nodded and parted with He Ziling. Looking at the ground, the yellow arrow visible only to himself. Check in first, then go open the treasure chest, which only you can open, and you are not afraid of being robbed. Walking towards senior class 15. This was the class Yifeng was assigned to. Before even getting close to the classroom, it was like being in a food market. Unbelievably noisy. Martial arts teacher Duan Chuan, on the podium, explaining the efficient use of qi and blood. Hearing this subject, Yifeng was slightly stunned. The entrance exam is in 2 days and you're still lecturing on this? This part of the content, which was from the second unit, Yifeng had learned it early. It wasn't until I walked into the classroom that I realized why. Students play each other. There are not many listening carefully. The teacher, also self-concerned about the explanation, seems to have long been accustomed to no one listening to the situation. It's a wonder the curriculum is ever taught in such a situation. Teacher, I'm a freshman who just enrolled in school and I'm here to report, Yifeng said to Duan Chuan. Well, feel free to take a seat. Duan Chuan did not have much expression on his face, and after finishing, he also muttered in a low voice. Sure enough, the poor students are all stuffing into me. He had received a notice long ago and knew exactly where Yifeng came from, and he teaches class 15, the worst class in the 10th grade. According to the school's thinking, it's better to cram them all into one class rather than spreading out the trash students and affecting everyone else. The school's requirements for Duanchuan are also not high. There is no performance requirements at all. Just need to manage this group of rotten children. Do not make too big a mess. Given Yifeng's reason for dropping out, it was completely expected that he would be assigned here. Teacher, can I move freely? Yifeng inquired. This lesson he finished long ago. There is no point in listening to it again, and he can't wait to open the treasure chest. Whatever, Duanchuan said indifferently. Getting the consent, Yifeng turned around and left the classroom. It's true that they're poor students. They don't even listen to the lessons and don't even want to stay in the classroom. Duanchuan's head shook like a rattle. A certain number of the taller, stronger students below shot glances at each other. Without even saying hello, he too got up and left the classroom. Duanchuan ignored it, but his head shook faster. A few tall, strong students, after leaving the classroom, looked around. There it is. Quick, go after them. A few people's footsteps accelerated, and after a while, they caught up with Yifeng who was in front of them, and in an encircling situation, they surrounded Yifeng in the center. Transferring here at this time of year. You were dropped out of school, weren't you? What school did you come from? And for what reason? Several people voiced several questions in a row. Yifeng raised his eyebrows, looked around at several people and said blandly, "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you guys, right? It doesn't matter if it's relevant or not. We asked. You have to tell. Understand? That's the rule. And, newbie, you'll have to treat us to a nice meal. Like the fey meat is pretty good, and I haven't had it in a while." The dark youth at the head of the group, with his chin slightly raised, said in a commanding tone, "I'm only going to say this once, leave me alone. Now get the hell out of here." Yifeng's voice was not loud, but it contained an unquestionable, sharp eye, like a ferocious foreign beast. There used to be quite a few rivals when he was in the first form. After all, the school had limited resources and could not take care of every student. Oftentimes, it's necessary to compete with your fists to get a share of the resources. Usually fighting, but also often happen. As long as it is not too serious, the school not only will not stop, but also very encouraging. Practice martial arts is not a greenhouse flower. The future to face is the ferocious tyrannical beasts. A little inattention, the body cannot be recovered. Usually this point of the fight, it is nothing. Now this bit of scene, to Yifeng, it was just like playing house. Moreover, these few people across the street were only in the middle stage of martial apprentice. On the contrary, Yifeng, in the early stage of martial master, could be their teacher. "Humph, kid, it looks like you'll have to suffer a bit before you know what to do." As soon as the words fell, several people immediately took action. Several fists, smashing towards Yifeng's body. "Ha, that's what you're asking for." The corner of Yifeng's mouth lifted a sneering arc. Boom! Huge chi and blood, mobilized and running in the body. Both fists came out, and several punches were thrown in an instant. The speed was extremely fast, but the force wasn't bad yet. Each punch was like a cannonball coming out of a cannon, accurately colliding with the fist smashed by those few people. Boom 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 boom. Several dull crashes were interspersed with the clearly audible sound of bones breaking. Aha! A few miserable screams joined together, and several figures flew backwards in their respective directions as if they were kites with broken strings, eventually smashing to the ground. They were in the same position, all covering their right hands, their expressions of pain, their bodies curled up like a shrimp. Without having to check, they all knew that the collision just now had caused the bones in their right hand to break in several places, causing them to experience excruciating pain. Only after they had slowed down a little did they struggle to get up from the ground. There was no longer any figure of Yifeng around. Their expressions were in shock and doubt. This new student, why is he so strong? They still didn't even know that Yifeng had already withdrawn his force. Otherwise, it would be more than just cracking bones. "Let's go to the infirmary and get treated first." Several people were sweating profusely, covering their right hands, and heading in the direction of the infirmary. "Yo, it's only been a little while since we've been out. Why are you all like this?" It just so happened that class had already ended, and the students of class 15, seeing the miserable state of a few people, all bloated and laughed. A few people did not say a word, and their footsteps increased in urgency, and they were soon far away. They don't dare to say so. If they can't beat one person, how can they show their faces? It couldn't have been that freshman who hit him, could it? Someone offered a guess. It's possible that a couple of guys, who obviously followed that freshman there, are now suddenly like this. It's just a coincidence. If you're assigned to our class 15, how strong can you be? Do you think everyone is He Ziling? That's true. I guess I messed with the master of the key class and got beaten up. Groups of students, in 3s and 5s, gathered together to discuss the situation. Yifeng had just finished beating up people and left there. Follow the yellow arrows all the way to the west side of the school. A tall building. The top plaque reads in 3 large letters, Measurement and Learning Building. Such places, which are used to test the strength of students, are found in every school. Yifeng followed the yellow arrow and walked into the middle of the building. There were some students inside, either in pairs or alone. Yifeng's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. They are all busy testing themselves to have a clear idea of their strengths and how they should play in the exam room. In front of Yifeng, there was a door, and in the middle of the door, there was a digital display screen. The yellow arrows lead to door number 3. The treasure chest is inside. Only the digital display screen on the door of the room, at this point, had data being displayed. Strength, 1,950 pounds. Speed? The speed one. It doesn't show up yet. It's probably being tested. Just thought that and the speed showed up. Speed, 52 meters per second. Soon the door opened, and a student with a black mole at the corner of his mouth, a late-stage martial apprentice, walked out from inside. It seems that a well-practiced martial skill can increase a great deal of power. Originally, if I only had 600 chi and blood, I would only be able to hit a base power of 1. 600 pounds, but performing a martial skill has allowed me to hit more than 900, which isn't that far off from the base power of a peak martial apprentice. His mouth was broken, and he had an excited look on his face. He didn't care too much about Yifeng waiting outside. Sometimes there were many people testing and not enough testing points. Waiting for the Black Mole student to walk away, Yifeng quickly stepped inside. The door to the room closes automatically. Chapter 6, Body Technique Increase, Speed Skyrocket. The first thing that comes into view is a modest interior. The furnishings are relatively simple. Placing a machine, and there is a weapon rack on the side. Each of the 18 kinds of weapons. 4 people to use when testing and performing martial arts. Let's start with the machine, which has a punch target right in the center and a display above it. This kind of machine, which is made with special materials and is very sturdy, is used to test the strength of martial artists. However, this kind was more elementary and could test up to the peak of martial master. If it was any stronger, it would have broken the machine. Inside a high school, it's enough. Underneath the machine, there is also a thoughtful description of the rules. The attack fist target tests strength, and when it's over, it will open the next door to the portal that tests speed. In that case, let's measure it. Yifeng jumped at the chance. He also wanted to know how much power he could strike with his current strength and the wind-slashing blade technique. Yifeng went to the nearby weapon rack and took a long knife. An ordinary alloy battle knife without an open blade. Come to the front of the boxing target, adjust your breathing, sink your legs slightly, recover your right hand, and assume the stance. At once, the corners of the coat were windless. The surrounding air currents were clearly perceived by Yifeng. Drink! Qi and blood were mobilized and gathered in the right hand, and force was injected into the long right hand blade. The perfect wind-slashing blade technique was executed. The wind element wrapped around the blade, and a sharp and swift blade was slashed out, accurately hitting the fist target in front of him. Boo! The special material fist target, violently and deeply sunk. Above the digital display screen value crazy jumping. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. The value didn't stabilize until the punch target rebounded and was finally set at 510 pounds. This value had far exceeded Yifeng's expectations. Converted based on 1 card of chakra that can be hit with 1 pound of force. Right now, the Qi and blood is 3,200 cards, and the base strength is 3,200 pounds. And if the Qi blood reaches 4,000 cards or more, it is the middle stage of the martial master, and the base strength is 4,000 pounds. In this way, after executing the wind-slashing blade technique, the force had already exceeded the minimum base strength of a mid-martial master by a great deal. After measuring the power, a door did open automatically in front of them, and it was a long walkway. At the end of the walkway, a yellow treasure chest, quietly placed there. Finally, this walkway is used for speed measurement, and on both sides of the wall, many testing instruments are placed. When a martial artist swept through the passageway, his or her movement speed would be detected. Yifeng stood at the entrance and made a slight adjustment as if he was a cheetah about to explode. Swish! The foot stomped hard. The entire body pulled out residual shadows and rushed 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The entire walkway, which is only 200 meters, the first 100 meters, as a speed detection, and the next 100 meters, as a buffer zone to slow down and stop. At such a speed, normally, it would take a few dozen meters of cushioning to stop completely without injuring the body. Emergencies can certainly be stopped quickly, but will be very injurious. And the quicker you stop, the more damage you will do. Yifeng, however, only buffered about 5 meters before coming to a complete stop. And that's taking into account not hurting your body. If you improve your health in the future, you may even be able to go straight to sudden stop. This was the martial Dao Saint body. The powerful benefits that came with it. A very strong control over the body. An excellent unloading and endurance to be able to do so. There is a digital display screen in the front that shows the results. 96 meters per second. The passing line for the early stage of martial master was a base speed of 90 meters per second. Yifeng exceeded it by some. When I cultivate the body technique in the future and my speed is increased, it will be even faster. Yifeng thought in anticipation. A flash followed and arrived at the location of the yellow treasure chest. Snap! You open a yellow treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining second level stance technique, swift shadow step, perfect enlightenment. Yifeng smiled. He was missing a body technique, and now he just happened to open one. Immediate fusion. Boom! The consummate sense of the swift shadow steps continued to fill into Yifeng's mind until it was completely mastered. When performing a stance, whether it was extreme speed or prancing around, there would be a certain amount of increase. The magnitude of the increase depended on the grade of the stance, as well as the proficiency of the mastery. The second order stance, for Yifeng of the martial master realm, happened to be very suitable. Yifeng executed the swift shadow steps and could clearly perceive that his body had become lighter and more flexible. When fighting in this state, it is more difficult for the enemy to grasp the trajectory of their own movements, and the gap of superiority will be widened. Just now, without the body technique enhancement, the limit speed was 96 meters per second. I'll measure it again now and see how much it can be increased. Yifeng immediately rejoined the starting point of the speed measurement, took a deep breath, and ran swift shadow steps at full speed. Swish! The body transformed into a residual shadow, passing through the front 100 meters in an instant. Feeling much faster than just now, the digital display jumps and the results show up. 140 meters per second. It actually increased by so much. The base speed of a late martial master was only 150 per second, which was close. With the stance, it's such a huge boost. With a pleasant mood, Yifeng walked towards the outside. I had thought that I would attract a lot of students when I tested such data. Got out and realized that no one had found out yet. Come to think of it, it was only a matter of going in to test 2 stats and open a treasure chest. And with the delay, it took a total of about half a minute. And it was just normal for no one to pay attention to this side. Whether or not anyone found out was fine. Yifeng didn't care and directly left. Shortly after Yifeng left, the 2 students talked as they approached over. If you still don't believe me, I'll test it for you now. Just now in this third room as well. If Yifeng was here, he would have recognized that the person who spoke was the student with a black mole at the corner of his mouth who had just tested in front of him. He had just left after the test and bragged to one of his classmates about how much his strength had increased after diligently practicing martial arts. Unexpectedly, his classmate, after inquiring about the data, actually didn't believe him and thought it was impossible to increase by that much. The youthful ones will argue everything to the end. So, the black mole student brought his classmates to test him in person, still choosing room number 3. Humph, let's see what you have to say later, the black mole student said as he was about to enter. Wait, but he was called back by his classmate, sounding a little surprised. What's the matter? It's not because you're afraid of being punched in the face, is it? The black mole student snorted. No, look, see what? Watch the door to the room. Hiss. At this look, the mole student sucked in a breath of cold air. Above the door of the room, there were 2 amazing accomplishments written. Strength, 4,510 pounds. Speed, 140 meters per second. Who the hell measured this? Both were shocked. Such figures were clearly possessed only by strong martial masters. Martial artist, that's the rank of a school teacher. Did a teacher just come over to test? But it didn't seem right. There was a special place for teachers to practice, and there were testing instruments right there that were even more advanced than the ones over here. What teacher has nothing better to do than to come over here and take test points from the students? Could it be him? The black mole student looked shocked. Who is it? What do you know? The classmate pursued. I'm not sure. It's just now. I came out from inside and there was a person waiting outside. He should be testing as well. And I doubt very much that he's the one who messed up this data. The black mole student said. Who the hell is that? His classmate followed up by asking if there must be a martial artist who could measure such scores, and he was curious as to who it was. It felt as if it was a student as well, and I didn't take a closer look, and at the time, my mind was all on my grades, so in retrospect, I can't even recall the other party's appearance. The black mole student was somewhat chagrined. Students? Ha ha ha, his classmate laughed out loud. How can that be? Which student has that kind of strength? Even if you go to the first middle school, you won't be able to find this kind of student, not to mention that this is the 10th middle school. The laughter drew other students nearby. When asked about the situation, they all burst out laughing as well. Laugh your ass off. You guys have been here all this time and you haven't seen who went in? The black mole student was a bit annoyed by the laughter and asked back, who has nothing to look at? I did see, out of the corner of my eye, one person come out of it, but didn't bother to notice who it was. Don't even guess. It definitely won't be a student, that's all. Maybe it's some teacher, coming over to find a certain student, on a whim. Just test it. It won't take too much time anyway. Indeed, this is most likely. Yifeng was completely unaware that the scores he tested out in passing in order to open the treasure chest would cause so much attention. Yifeng, who had left the measurement and learning building, was walking on the road, thinking about the next thing. Suddenly, just another treasure chest clue hint appears. And, this time it was much different. Chapter 7 Green Treasure Chest Clue. Treasure chest clue, in the Hall of Honor of the 10th High School. A green treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Green treasure chest. That was a treasure chest of a higher level than yellow. And the treasures opened were better than the yellow treasure chest. I didn't expect to provide a clue to the green treasure chest so soon. However, this location, if Yifeng hadn't guessed wrongly, the location of the green treasure chest was probably not that good to enter. Let's go over there first. Yifeng followed the green arrow on the ground all the way to the middle of the school, a tall building. In front of the building, a tall stone monument was also erected, inscribed with 4 big words, Hall of Honor. In addition to the 4 large characters, in the rest of the place, there are many mosquito flies engraved with small characters. Each name, corresponding to a pile of introductions, is among the former students and faculty members who have made great contributions to the school. In the mouths of students, this is called the honor roll. Anyone who can get good grades on the test can be on this honor roll. Before going on the honor roll, there will also be a recognition event, which is held in the Hall of Honor. Looking over there, at the Hall of Honor with the door locked, Yifeng understood that if he wanted to enter the Hall of Honor and successfully open the treasure chest, he would need to make a contribution to the school in order to have a chance to enter it. So there's no other way to get in but to wait a few more days and get a good score on the entrance exam. Time rushed by and 2 days passed. Today is the day of the entrance exam. The college entrance exams are divided into 2 major categories, the civil and the military exams. The literature exam tests paper knowledge, such as how to utilize chi and blood, which secret realm does a certain beast come from, and what are its strengths and weaknesses. The martial arts exam, on the other hand, tests practical combat experience. The process is to take the arts and then the martial arts. Early in the morning, students from one school after another, in one bus, headed to the liberal arts test center in the city center. The large building was like a giant beast creeping here, swallowing a candidate. All stay put and listen to your teachers. The students of the 10th middle school, thousands of them, gathered in the square outside the examination room, and the principal, Lu Tai, began to lecture. Do you hear me, class of 15? Lu Tai looked at the students of class 15 without a good look, and the scene of exchanging words was then quieted down. Hear me clearly, the students responded in a loud voice. Yifeng was the one who was located in the crowd of class 15 and looked around. Seeing a few guys with casts on their right hands, they were the ones who came to pick a fight 2 days ago and were injured by Yifeng. The right hand is injured. There is a left hand can be used. Cannot give up the college entrance examination, to see if there is a pheasant university willing to accept, and then trash also mixed to graduation, and then become a security guard to mix life. In today's society, security guards also have a certain threshold, and they have to be somewhat forceful, so ordinary people simply cannot become them. A few people realized that Yifeng was looking over, and their bodies stiffened, their eyes dodging, not daring to meet Yifeng's gaze. Wang Hu, why are you guys so nervous all of a sudden? The classmate on the side inquired. No, who's nervous? We're the ones who aren't nervous. Wang Hu. Several people trembled and retorted. Out of the corner of their eyes, they realized that Yifeng was no longer looking at them, and only then did they relax again. Class 1, follow me into the exam room. Over there came the voice of the teacher of class 1, and under his leadership, nearly 100 top students walked towards the examination room. Before leaving, He Ziling turned back to search the crowd and finally settled on Yifeng. She gave a thumbs up, and with her mouth, Yifeng knew she was saying go for it. Yifeng smiled and returned the same thumbs up. However, as He Ziling turned back around again, her body stuttered unnaturally, and her willow brows frowned slightly. What's wrong? Yifeng asked with his mouthpiece. He Ziling quickly returned to normal and shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Looking at He Ziling's faraway back, Yifeng pondered. A sudden prompt interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. Clue to the treasure chest, in the first examination area of the Liberal Arts Examination Center. A yellow treasure chest, a fine product, has appeared. Please go and open it. Ha? There's a treasure chest in the exam room too? Yifeng was a bit surprised. Mainly, the green treasure chest that existed in the Hall of Honor of the 10th grade school, which I got a clue about 2 days ago, hadn't had a chance to open yet. Originally, I thought that I needed to open that treasure chest to get new treasure chest clues, but it turned out not to be the case, and I can still get new treasure chest clues. So it would be nice to not be afraid that some of the treasure chests would be harder to open later and would get stuck because of it. The treasure chest hinted at this time is only yellow, but with the fine suffix added to it. In other words, a fine product inside a yellow treasure chest. Since it was a fine product, the things that were opened out would definitely be better than an unusual yellow treasure chest. Class 15 candidates, follow me into the examination room. Duanquan spoke out, leading the way at the front. The students rushed to keep up. Yifeng followed suit, entering the examination room first before finding a chance to open the treasure chest. The so-called examination hall was an immense hall, divided into test areas, from the 1st to the 10th test area. The 10 high schools in Linhai City corresponded to these 10 examination districts. Candidates of the 10th middle school were located in the 10th examination area, which was also subdivided into rows and rows of areas depending on the class. Each exam position, like a phone booth, exists independently and is monitored in real time with no dead angles in 360 degrees, ensuring that cheating is impossible. The students find their respective test seats, and when the time comes, they can swipe their passes and enter among the seats. Yifeng's position. In the 10th examination area, the 15th row, the very last examination position. There were still 10 minutes left on the clock, and theoretically, there should be enough time to move freely now and head to the first examination area to get the treasure chest opened. The only thing that Yifeng was worried about was that if the treasure chest was located inside one of the student exam positions, then it would be difficult and there would be no chance to open it. You can't say, "Dude, when you get into the exam position, let me hang out in there too?" Then it is estimated that the invigilator, on the spot, for violating the regulations of the college entrance examination, directly expelled from the examination room. Go over there first. It's no use thinking about it any more than actually seeing it. In the meantime, in the middle of the other hall, the principals and teachers of the colleges came here one after another to be able to watch the candidates take their exams. And they are not afraid of secretly contacting the candidates and providing them with answers to cheat during the examination process. Every candidate entering the examination room needs to be checked and cannot bring any communication or internet equipment. And when they enter the examination space, they will be completely cut off from the outside world. If I remember correctly, that student named Yifeng is from your first middle school, right? The principal of the second middle school looked at the middle of the hall, the huge projection screen, which was a god's perspective, the monitoring of the entire examination room, and could see as many candidates as ants, walking back and forth there. He unintentionally happened to see the 10th examination area, Yifeng's figure. School to school, the competition is particularly fierce, especially between the first and second schools, with similar rankings, is closely watched. As for what top students there were in the first middle school, the principal of the second middle school had investigated long ago and naturally knew very well that there was such a top student as Yifeng. However, the expulsion of Yifeng from the first middle school was just a matter of these few days, and even if he was concerned again, he was not able to learn about it so quickly. Now that he actually saw, in the area of the candidates of the 10th middle school, the presence of Yifeng's figure, the principal of the second middle school felt curious. Could it be that this candidate has gone to the wrong place? Chapter 8. All wait, there's plenty of time to settle scores. As soon as the principal of the second middle school said this, the many principals and teachers present all cast their puzzled gazes towards Zhao Donghai, the principal of the first middle school, to see if he had anything to say. Zhao Donghai's face stiffened. This mud leg actually run 10 middle school, and this 10 middle school also really have enough no principal. I give that kind of withdrawal reason. 10 middle school even still accept. In his heart, Zhao Donghai cursed without a good mood. Originally, with the 10th grade, not constitute a competitive relationship. The two schools do not need to face each other. But now, the student he designed to drive away so that he or she couldn't even go to school. The 10th grade school didn't have the decency to take it in without half an eye roll. It made Zhao Donghai feel that he had been viciously backstabbed by 10 centers. The perception of the 10th grade school has also become disgusting. In that case, don't blame yourself for being unforgiving. Ugh, let's make everyone look funny. Zhao Donghai first put on a helpless, pained expression. Emotions brewed in place. Then said, I had thought that this student called Yifeng is a superior student with excellent grades. I did not expect all his past grades are by cheating. Even the Sea Beast battle, also impersonate others' battle results, almost got him once again. Really my first high school shame. It's a good thing that I eventually recognized and investigated this person's past cheating behaviors. And that's how I knew that it turned out to be a lousy student who relied on cheating. What I didn't expect was that after such a lousy student was expelled by me, there was actually a school willing to accept him. It's really a big world. Speaking here, his eyes looked towards Lu Tai, the meaning of which was self-evident. Swish swish swish. The principals and teachers of the surrounding major schools, their gazes swept towards Lu Tai. The teachers of the 10th middle school, feeling that they had no face, turned their heads to the side. They actually can't figure out why Principal Lu Tai would want to accept such a problematic student, unable to bring any benefits to the school, but also let people look at the joke. The 10th grade is trash. It's at the bottom of the rankings, but it doesn't take just any student. Cheating? To be able to cheat all the way to honors and still not get caught, shows how perfunctory your first middle school daily mock exams are. Is it useful to blame a candidate without looking at yourself? Furthermore, who knows if you really cheated, just by your mouth saying he cheated? He cheated? Lu Tai responded with a cold smile, not giving Zhao Donghai the slightest bit of face. You, Zhao Donghai was enraged. According to you, I can still wrong him? The mouth is tough, but the heart is still rather weak. Snort. you know it in your heart. Lu Tai snorted. Lu Tai, watch your words. Zhao Donghai slammed the table and stood up violently. Lu Tai was about to respond. A slightly vicissitudes of the voice from the door rang. Okay, all let's say a word. Are the principal in this fuss? How behavior? The three men walked in from outside. The man at the head of the group, with a head full of silver and white and a pair of eyeglasses, had the look of an elderly scholar, although the age looked big, but unintentionally overflow scattered breath. But let the crowd present do not dare to have half a trace of disobedience. Martial King. This old man has definitely reached the Martial King level. In front of such strong men, the principals at the level of martial generals had to be honestly disciplined. The three are the invigilators of this liberal arts examination, all of them civil and military. In particular, the old man at the head was a famous professor named Guan Changzhou. In this examination paper, the final finale question was given by him. He also has a nickname, the Full Score Killer. There will be this number because, however, all the papers with his questions are extremely difficult. He is very fond of coming up with cold extracurricular knowledge, which tests the candidates' extracurricular knowledge and often drives them crazy. According to statistics, whenever there is a high school entrance exam with his questions, there is no case of getting a perfect score. The wrong questions for which points are deducted are often the ones he made. Professor Quan. The principals and teachers present all saluted and greeted Guan Changzhou. Aha! Guan Changzhou nodded, and with the other two invigilators, they took their respective seats. Zhao Donghai glared viciously at Lu Tai and sat back down. When his eyes returned to the surveillance screen, he happened to see that Yi Feng had left the 10th examination area, not knowing where he was going. This image, too, was seen by others. Lu Tai is also very puzzled. Close to the exam, how to still leave the exam position. Professor Guan, the reason we would get into an argument just now is because of that candidate named Yi Feng, who was originally a student of my first high school but was expelled from our school because of cheating. Zhao Donghai seized the opportunity and immediately reported to Guan Changzhou, telling him the causes and consequences. When he was almost done talking, he just happened to see that Yi Feng had arrived at the first examination area. You see, now this student, I guess he is looking for cheating opportunities again. His own test position does not stay properly. Ran to my first middle school test area for what? I'm afraid that he doesn't still think that he's from my first middle school. I suggest that this kind of student be expelled from the examination center, Zhao Donghai said. Guan Changzhou glanced at Zhao Donghai and his eyes went back to the surveillance screen, locking Yi Feng for a few moments. He's not suspected of any cheating for the time being, and walking around before the exam is in line with the rules, and it's our invigilator's duty to monitor the candidate's situation. So just be quiet and watch. The implication of Guan Changzhou's words was to shut Zhao Donghai up, but it did also put more attention on Yi Feng. First examination area. Seeing Yi Feng arrive, many students froze. One of the students, named Wang Xing, was the first to speak out. Weren't you expelled? How can you still come to the examination center? Yi Feng lazily ignored him and didn't answer at all. This guy wasn't caring, he simply felt puzzled. He was in the same faction as Zhao Ming, and he hadn't dealt with himself before. I just saw that he entered the examination center with the people from the 10th middle school. He should have joined the 10th middle school, a nearby student said. TSK, 10th middle school. Sure enough, a trashy school takes trashy students. What a perfect match. Wang Xing laughed out loud. I say brother Feng, you're not confused, are you? Still think you're a first middle school student? This is the first middle school, not your 10th middle school. Ha ha ha. There was a student who said in a conspiratorial manner. Those who were speaking now were all those who had not dealt with Yi Feng in the past. It wasn't that Yi Feng's popularity was really that bad, but when he was in the first middle school, he inevitably needed to compete for resources and had defeated quite a few people, causing them to be upset. If Yi Feng was still in the first middle school, they wouldn't dare to show it too much. But now, the school have expelled Yi Feng, the wall fell down, and all the dissatisfaction that used to be there, are shown at this time with impunity. However, Yi Feng didn't show half a sign of anger, and even smiled and said to the crowd, does anyone else want to say something? Feel free to say as much as you want, I'll take note of it all. What can you do if you write it down? Still want to hit someone? Wang Xing sneered. Not bad, there's a chance to fight. Yi Feng was still smiling. Oh, before we'll be afraid of you, because think you are very strong. Now realize that you turned out to be just a cheater. A lot of superior grades are cheating out. Think we'll still be afraid of you? You don't want me to run into you at the martial arts exam, or I'll have your ass. Not bad. In the past, by cheating and robbing us of our resources, old scores will be settled together. Many people had exited, one by one, full of disdain. Of course, there were a few people who still had a good relationship with Yifeng, tried to discourage a few sentences, but attracted a furious look from their classmates, and almost became the object of siege. So a few people had no choice but to shut up. There's a chance, Yifeng said with intent. It may seem like you're moving your feet a bit without thinking, but you're actually trying to touch a nearby yellow treasure chest. Chapter 9, The Sun is definitely not human. Snap. You open a yellow, boutique, treasure chest and congratulate yourself on obtaining 1. Essentials of high school full course knowledge, and 2. Essentials of cold extracurricular knowledge. The treasure chest of the boutique, it turns out, will contain 2 items. The things opened are also very localized, and the treasure chests opened in this liberal arts exam room are all in the category of liberal arts knowledge. It was still very useful for Yifeng. Even though he used to have good grades in liberal arts, Yifeng didn't dare to say that he understood the whole high school knowledge. Not to mention the cold extracurricular knowledge. It takes a lot of effort to accumulate this knowledge, and it's not even possible to accumulate it all. If you suddenly come up with a question you don't know, which is often still a high-stakes question, you're going to get docked a lot of points. Now, well, with these 2 kinds of knowledge, getting a perfect score on the exam was completely easy for Yifeng. 2 streams of knowledge information quickly filled into Yifeng's mind, and there were really a lot of them that Yifeng didn't know originally. It covers a wide range of types. Herbs, exotic animals, weapons, all kinds of knowledge are not only useful in the examination room, but also in the future when you go out of the society. Since he had opened the treasure chest and the purpose of this trip over had been accomplished, Yifeng walked towards his exam position. It's good to know you're scared. Sure enough, Paper Tiger, Tough as Nails, Wang Xing and the others thought that Yifeng was scared by what they said, so they chose to hurry up and leave. When Yifeng returned to the 10th examination area, near his own examination seat, the time was just right. Floods of announcements rang out from all parts of the examination room. Now, all candidates, please, use your passes to verify your identity and enter your respective seats to prepare for the liberal arts exam. Yifeng did as he was told, and at the front of the examination seat, he swiped his card-type pass. In the card slot, the door of the room, which was tightly closed, opened automatically. Yifeng entered among the examination seats and sat down in the center seat. The door automatically recloses and this door will not open until the exam is over, except in unexpected circumstances. In the midst of the exam spaces, the isolation is excellent and incredibly quiet, allowing candidates to work on their questions in peace. In front of Yifeng, a curtain of light appeared. The liberal arts exam will now begin. First question. What is the adult level of the sawtooth platypus? What secret realm does it come from? The questions at the beginning were considered relatively simple, and Yifeng immediately answered them. Adults can reach the pinnacle of the sure rank, from the secret realm of He Ziling. Then came the second question, and the third. Yifeng answered the questions fluently, not having to think at all, and the exam questions took off with a whoosh. Invigilator's office. Due to Zhao Donghai's words earlier, the 3 examiners, Guan Changzhou, were more concerned about Yifeng's movements. What a fast answer speed, Guan Changzhou uttered in astonishment. He didn't have the slightest suspicion that Yifeng had cheated. After so many years, there had never been any cheating in the college entrance exam. Inside the examination position, so many monitoring and detecting instruments are not just for show. If there is cheating, it will be detected immediately, and there is no need for the invigilator to observe it with the naked eye. Zhao Donghai's face didn't look too good. He clearly knew that Yifeng's superior grades were genuine. However, Yifeng's ability to answer the questions so quickly was also unexpected. Lu Tai, on the other hand, brightened up. This time is to pick up the treasure? At that time, he agreed to accept Yifeng only because He Ziling requested it, and he didn't dare to hold too high expectations for Yifeng at all. But now, it seems to be expected? When the time for the exam is only a fifth of the way through, Yifeng then made it to the final finale question. On the contrary, the other students hadn't done many questions yet. Historically, in the college entrance examination, the record of the fastest turn-in of the candidates, is it going to be broken? Even Guan Changzhou felt a bit surprised. The point was, from Yifeng's answers, none of the questions had been wrong until now. Brother Guan, it looks like your title as a full-score killer is about to be broken. The younger invigilator on his left snickered at Guan Changzhou. Regarding the nickname Guan Changzhou, it had been known for a long time. That's not necessarily true. This finale question of mine is incredibly cold and out of the way. Even some teachers may not be able to answer it correctly. Guan Changzhou, however, looked confident and felt that Yifeng should not be able to answer. As soon as these words came out, the other 2 invigilators present, as well as the teacher and the principal, all focused their attention, all of them, on Yifeng's picture. Yifeng looked at the finale question. When was the first discovery of crested butternut wood made? Where was it found? And what did it lead to? The people in the invigilation hall can also see the title. A seemingly commonplace question had the principal and the teachers looking at each other. If they were to answer this question, it was amazing that none of them could answer it, because for the name crowning wood, they actually all felt quite unfamiliar. Zhao Donghai looked nearby, a square-faced middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the academy's botanical department teacher, who was quite knowledgeable about all kinds of plants, so he should know about it. However, this teacher shook his head slightly, indicating that he was not sure. Even the teachers are not clear, let alone the students. No wonder they all say that Guan Changzhou is a full-score killer. The questions that are asked, the difficulty is so high, it really deserves this nickname. It seems that this question can't be answered either. All the people thought so. However, Yi Feng, who was seen on the screen, actually started to answer. If it was before, Yi Feng wouldn't have been able to answer. But opening the yellow boutique treasure chest gives you the cold knowledge essentials, which just so happens to, well, contain this part of knowledge. A. In the year 205 of the High Martial Age, in the Autumn Haze Forest in the Green Mysteries, a rat was discovered, to which the name Autumn Haze Rat was given. Seeing this, Zhao Donghai secretly snickered. The title asked the crown tripod wood, what you pull the Autumn Xia Rat? Simply not the right topic. What he didn't realize was that Guan Changzhou had already begun to secretly nod his head. Yi Feng's answer continues. It was later discovered that some of the fallow rats had a woody plant growing from the top of their heads. After research, this woody plant, which is parasitized on the top of the head of the Qiuxia mouse, took the name crown tripod wood, which means the grass that grows with the head as a cauldron. The crown tripod wood has medicinal value and is one of the raw materials for the first generation of the creation and harmony pill, and people want to acquire it on a large scale. However, just by capturing wild autumn xia rats, the efficiency is extremely low, and frequenting the green mysteries is also very dangerous. So people move to breed autumn xia rats artificially. They capture autumn haze rats, take them away from the green mystery realm, and return to the city to engage in breeding and study how to parasitize crown dinwood on a large scale. But the autumn haze mouse left the autumn haze forest kind of environment. The crown tripod wood will not be able to parasitize successfully. Several years of research down, are not fruitful, and ultimately had to give up. Eventually, in the 210th year of the High Martial Age, a better substitute than crown dinwood was found, which was much less difficult to obtain, and the Genesis Harmony pill was upgraded to the second generation as a result. Up to this point, after only a few years before and after, the crowning wood was no longer in the spotlight. Yi Feng finished writing the answer with hardly any pause. It directly dumbfounded the teachers and principals in the room. It's 350 years into the Gomu era, which turns out to be over 100 years ago. The crown dingwood had also only been in the spotlight for a few years, and the creation harmony pill wasn't exactly a well-known elixir, and hadn't triggered any big events. It's hard to make much of a dent in the canon for something like this. Only a few ancient books can be found with only a few words from that time. This type of knowledge is, indeed, so cold that even numerous principals and teachers, not to mention high school students, have been dumbfounded. However, it was unbelievable that Yi Feng, who was a high school student, was able to answer correctly. Not bad, not bad. This son is definitely not human. Guan Changzhou stroked his goatee, as if he had seen a fine piece of beautiful jade, and there was an undisguised appreciation in his eyes. It was very rare to receive a word of praise from Guan Changzhou. For Yi Feng's performance, Lu Tai was also extremely surprised and pleasantly surprised. Originally only for the sake of He Ziling, only agreed to Yi Feng enrollment, did not expect to pick up a piece of treasure. Principal Zhao, didn't you say that Yi Feng's excellent grades were all cheated out before he was expelled from school? Now it doesn't seem like that. Lu Tai seized the opportunity and said in a conspiratorial manner to Zhao Donghai. The others around them also cast their gazes, in unison, towards Zhao Donghai. Yeah, didn't they say Yi Feng was cheating and didn't have any real material? What's going on now? A student who relied on cheating with no such cold knowledge could receive praise from Guan Changzhou? Zhao Donghai only felt his face burning. How much he had smeared Yi Feng before, how much he had slapped his face now. What I said was that he cheated on his martial arts grades and didn't say anything about liberal arts, which he has indeed always been able to do. Zhao Donghai is still a dead duck. After saying this, I added in my heart, this kid's martial arts foundation is damaged. There is definitely no way to recover. His strength can't be utilized by a few %, and he will definitely fail the martial arts exam. So he definitely won't be punched in the face this time. When he smashes the test, his strength doesn't match his previous results. There's no need for me to say much at all. They'll all suspect him of cheating in the past. Zhao Donghai glared fiercely at Lu Tai. Humph, there will be a time when you lose face. Yi Feng, who was in the examination room, finished answering the questions and sat quietly inside. Generally, there is still time left to check a few more times, but Yi Feng felt that there was no need to open the treasure chest to get 2 knowledge points. This exam paper, simply do not be too simple. Have confidence in full marks. At that moment, a treasure chest alert popped up. Chapter 10 The Only Perfect Score. Treasure chest clue, at the Martial Arts Examination Center. A yellow, fine, treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Yi Feng, who was sitting idly in the middle of the exam position, then received this prompt. Another yellow gem. The treasure chest in the arts exam room helps you get full marks in arts. So what can you open in the treasure chest in the martial arts exam room? Yi Feng had some expectations. Time passed while waiting. Attention candidates, only 1 minute left on liberal arts exam. Unemotional electronic beeps sounded in every exam room. It's over. It's over. I still have several questions left to answer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What asshole came up with this finale question? And what the hell is crowning wood? The exam room wailed. A minute passed quickly. At the end of the arts exam, the paper is automatically turned in, whether or not you have finished. Exam papers under review. This is the case now with the liberal arts exam. There is no need to manually review the papers. The computer will review the papers immediately after the exam is over and the scores will be available soon. In about 2 minutes, all the candidates, then, got their scores. Ugh, failed the test again. This pest of a finale got me so many points. Well, that's an okay score. More than I mentally expected. Some are happy and some are sad. Yi Feng looked at his score. 100 points. Full marks. Totally expected. For all exam positions, the doors of the rooms are uniformly open. Numerous candidates, coming out from among the examination rooms, all looked left and right, wanting to see the big screen on the wall. The score ranking. They want to know who came in first place, whether anyone got the finale question right, and whether anyone got full marks. At this point the big screen, which hadn't yet shown the data, had a line hanging on it. Data are being statistically ranked. I don't need to see it to know that the top of the list is definitely the first schools, and for the top spots, they're probably going to take up several places. It's good. All the high school entrance exams, the first high school results are very good. The old tradition. Which schoolboy from the first school do you think will be at the top of the list? I'm guessing it's Fang Yuqing? It could also be Lu Hao. Wake up. These 2 people you're talking about, plus one named Zhao Ming. These 3 bailed out of the Dragon Academy and didn't take the college entrance exam. Numerous candidates discussed among themselves. Look, the list data is out. All the candidates, all of them, looked at the big screen. Number 1, Yi Feng. 100 points. In 23 minutes, 41 seconds. From 10th high school. Second place, Ziling He. 90 points. 120 minutes. From the 10th high school. Number 3, Wang Xing. 89 points in 120 minutes. From number 1 high school. 4th place. When the list came out, there was an uproar, shocking everyone severely. They all thought that the top spot would definitely go to the first high school, but they didn't realize that it would be the 10th high school, and the second place, also from the 10th high school. What's more shocking is that Ji Feng's score, which reached a perfect score and the only perfect score, took only 23 minutes to hand in the paper directly on his own initiative, which has broken the fastest handing in speed of all time. The old record was 55 minutes, a full 32 minutes shorter. The point is, with such a short answer time, it was surprising to get the only perfect score. People also noticed a phenomenon that He Ziling, the second place winner, dropped right down to 90 points, combined with the finale question, which just happens to be 10 points. It is not difficult to guess that He Ziling was deducted points for the finale question, and so it was. She couldn't come up with an answer until the end of the exam time. In the entire exam room, only Yi Feng answered the finale question correctly, so it was obvious how cold the question was. What's going on? That guy, how could he get a perfect score? The crowd in the first center. Wang Xing gritted his teeth and really could not believe his eyes. This time, several people, Fang Yuqing, were guaranteed to be sent to the Dragon Academy, and with a few less strong rivals, he had high hopes of competing for first place. Who knew that the finale was extremely difficult this time? But on second thought, if you can't do it yourself, surely no one else can either. In that case, he still has hopes for first place, but when the list came out, he was dumbfounded. The one that made him hate Ji Feng so much that he itched his teeth, actually came out with a perfect score, and ruthlessly pressed him head to head to get the first place. There was even another student from the 10th grade who occupied the second place. He was squeezed right into third place. At this point, Zhao Donghai's face was a bit ugly. Of the top 10 positions, He only accounted for 3 in his first middle school. By his estimation, it would be better to take up less than half, and the top 3, all from his first school. But now, it's all for the 10th grade to shine. Principal Lu, congratulations, your 10th high school. You've really opened our eyes this time. Apart from Zhao Donghai, the principals of the rest of the schools, who all pretended to be happy, had a bad taste in their hearts. Ha ha, fluke fluke. Lu Tai was full of redness and responded humbly. Only the upturned corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed in any way. Principal Zhao, I still have to thank you for cutting me off and letting me have such a good student like Yi Feng, or else the top crown this time would still be yours. First middle schools. Lu Tai didn't forget to fill Zhao Donghai's shoes. Zhao Donghai's face turned green with anger. Humph, there will be a time for you to lose face. Zhao Donghai snorted coldly and left with a big flutter of his sleeves. Yi Feng sighed. He Ziling looked for it. You're awesome. You got all the finale questions right. What the hell is the answer? Her tone was admiring. She had been chagrined that she couldn't answer, but now that she learned that she was second, it didn't matter. A high ranking is good, with or without a correct answer. The answer, Yi Feng said to He Ziling. It's too awesome. So cold knowledge. You know it all. He Ziling marveled. Fortunately, happened to know. Yi Feng laughed. I lost to you in arts. I'm going to get back in martial arts, and my ranking must be higher than yours. He Ziling waved her fists, full of confidence. Then cheer up. Yi Feng was really embarrassed to dampen her fighting spirit. At this time, Lu Tai, along with many teachers, looked over. Yi Feng, you can win honor for the school. I didn't expect that you would be able to get that kind of score on the exam. And He Ziling, you got second place on the exam and did the school proud. They smiled like daisies and were as enthusiastic as they needed to be. Tomorrow will be the martial arts exam. Let's go back now, have a good rest, and if you have any needs, you can mention them as much as you want, and strive to get good grades in the exam tomorrow. As long as you get good grades in place, the school will give you a large bursary, as well as some other cultivation resources. Lu Tai said with a smirk. That is why it is necessary to be strong at all times and wherever you are located in order to gain the warmth and respect of others. Like when he first enrolled in school, this principal hadn't even said a word to himself, and now he was so enthusiastic, coming over to say this to himself. We'll do our best. Yi Feng and He Ziling both replied. The crowd went back to rest. Tomorrow there will be special vehicles that will come and transport the candidates to the particular test center. In other words, no one knew, until now, where the martial arts examination centers were, mainly to prevent cheating. Of course, Yi Feng could find the past if he wanted to now, because a treasure chest appeared over there, guided by an arrow, and if you followed the arrow, you would eventually arrive at the examination center. However, Yi Feng didn't have the need to do so. That side must be tightly guarded now. There's no way to go in privately, and you won't be able to open the treasure chest if you go there, in case they are discovered. Find out their identity, and think that they are going to come and deploy in advance, so that the martial arts examination will have the opportunity to cheat, then it will not be worth it. Chapter 11, How can I open this treasure chest? Day 2, Candidate after candidate, transported in vehicles, headed out of town. What a high wall! While passing by the border of Linhai City, Yi Feng saw a thick city wall standing there, hundreds of meters high. Underneath the city wall, a huge gate opened. On each side of the city gates, a team of martial artists stood, their gazes like electricity, watching the people entering and leaving the city gates. Such a city wall, isolating the city from the wild, in case there is a beast attacking the city, can play the first line of defense, so that the city's experts have enough time to come to support. As for the flying beasts, they would have to rely on other means of defense. Time flies. I remember last year was like this. The students of the martial arts exam passed in front of me. I didn't realize that a year had passed. Yes, it is precisely because of the constant stream of students embarking on the martial arts path and the birth of many strong men that we humans can resist the foreign beasts and defend our homeland. Eyeing the passing candidates, the city guards talked in whispers. Yi Feng looked out of the car window. This was the first time he had left the city. When you are in the city, there are various buildings and pedestrians, and out of the city, there are plants, sand and gravel everywhere. It took a long time to see people, either traveling alone or in groups, all martial artists, with both high and low strengths, and ordinary people didn't dare to go out of the city at all. When martial artists left the city, they often came to venture out in search of various martial resources. The vehicle was traveling toward the north. Eventually, it came near a mountain range. The name of this place is He Ziling. Even if you haven't studied geography, you basically know this place. The Great Zephyr Ridge was famous, at least on this side of Linhai City. Almost everyone knew about it, because of the depths of the Great Zay Ridge. there existed an entrance to a secret realm, and people called it the Great Zay Ridge Secret Realm. Yi Feng remembered that yesterday's liberal arts exam, the first question involved the secret realm of He Ziling. Previously, only in books, can see the relevant introduction, now finally come to the place in person. Including Yi Feng, many candidates got out of the car and gazed towards the depths of the Great Zephyr Ridge. It was seen that in the distant skyline, there was half of what looked like a shattered mirror, with countless cracks snaking all over that area. Seeing only half of the side does not mean that it is only half of the side. There is also half of it underneath, which cannot be seen in its entirety due to the distance and being hidden by obstacles such as ancient trees and hills located here. Yi Feng, who had already seen it countless times in textbooks and videos, had already made up the second half of the picture in his mind. At the center of that crack, there would be a spatial passageway, and as long as it was close enough, it would be able to travel to the middle of the secret realm. It wasn't just people who could go in. The foreign beasts inside the secret realm would also run outside here from time to time. It was because, more than 300 years ago, space shook, forming a secret realm and running out many foreign beasts, that the High Martial Era was opened. From the first secret place to appear, to 1,000. Nowadays, in all parts of the world, the number of secret places is as many as there are, and it continues to increase. Every time a new secret realm was formed, it was a big piece of news, perhaps an opportunity to find new resources, or perhaps a disaster that would result in the deaths of countless martial artists who ventured into it. The secret realm is divided into levels 1 through 9, depending on the level of danger. The He Ziling Ridge Secret Realm, the danger level is level 2. To enter it, it was recommended to reach Martial Master Realm Strength. Can a martial artist get in? Sure, it's just more life-affirming. Here in He Ziling Ridge, there are many beasts coiled up. Basically all of them ran out from the secret realm, snailed here and prospered. Strengths range from soldier ranked to soldier ranked, and there are even rumors of a few general ranked Fey beasts. This year's Martial Arts Examination Center is here in He Ziling. Already sent out experts beforehand to circle the range of the examination center, and the foreign beasts within the range were all screened. Those that were beyond the candidate's ability to deal with had been cleared out, leaving only alien beasts of soldier-level strength, just enough for students to deal with. The examiner is here. Out of nowhere came this voice, and the candidates quieted down with it. 3 figures with majestic chi and blood came to the forefront of the many candidates. There are examiners for the liberal arts, and there are examiners for the martial arts, and these 3 examiners for the martial arts are not the 3 from Guangchangzhou yesterday. The eyes of the crowd looked away. The one who attracted the most attention was the woman in the center with a hot body. She was wearing a fiery red battle light armor that fit her delicate body, and her graceful curves were undoubtedly on display, just like a burning flame, looking very young and pretty, exuding a fiery flirtation in every move. Many of the males present couldn't help but turn their gaze towards this female examiner. Of course, one couldn't look too unbridled. This woman looked young, but she gave off an incomparably terrifying feeling. Her strength was definitely very strong. It's her, Su Keni. The principal's spirits were lifted. This one came from quite a long line of people, having once graduated from the Dragon Academy with the first place in every category. Currently at the age of 26, he was at the Dragon Academy, serving as a senior tutor. At the same time, he was crowned as the youngest female martial king in Lingnan province. The 2 examiners she was traveling with, who were also excellent, paled in comparison to her. I am the chief examiner of this martial arts examination, Su Keni. Su Keni made a brief introduction, and then went straight to the point. Each of you candidates, each receive a set of equipment and enter the examination center. Within 8 hours, try to hunt and kill as many foreign beasts as possible, and come out at the end of the time. And according to the number of foreign beasts killed and their strength, the points ranking will be calculated. The top 100 in the combined rankings of both arts and martial arts will be able to get admission to the Dragon Academy. And if it's over 100, then other universities will be admitted. All work harder. Maybe the next time we meet, it'll be at the Dragon Academy. Su Keni announced the rules and ended with a word of encouragement. Powerful strength, beautiful appearance, hot body, love love love. I must get into the Dragon Academy, and then apply, and become a student of this beautiful tutor. I can't even dare to imagine how happy I'll be. Wang Xing of the first high school, his fists clenched white, secretly vowed to enter the Dragon Academy. He was ranked 3rd in the arts, and as long as he played normally in the martial arts, or even if he played poorly, as long as he wasn't too out of sorts, he would have a solid chance of entering the Dragon Academy. He was already fantasizing about that wonderful college career under the tutelage of a beautiful tutor. There were a lot of people who had the same idea as him, but all those who felt that they were somewhat possible were secretly pumped up to enter the Dragon Academy. Those who know that they are really too slag, do not dare to think. This is already in the repentance. I knew that the Dragon Academy has such a beautiful tutor. Say anything to learn to cultivate what's going on? Right at this moment, Yifeng was shocked to discover that there was a blue light emerging from Su Keni's lower abdomen. Blurry eyes? Rubbing his eyes vigorously, the blue light remained. A second look at the other students revealed that they were not in any way different. In other words, this blue light is visible only to you. Could it be? An outrageous guess surfaced in Yifeng's heart. Clue to the treasure chest. A blue treasure chest has appeared at the location of Su Keni's lower abdomen. Please go and open it. Asterisk. It's still true. If it wasn't for the many people on the scene, Yifeng would have shouted out. It really was just as he had guessed. The appearance of the blue light represented the appearance of a blue treasure chest there. After the treasure chest clue popped up, a blue arrow had appeared, guiding it all the way to Su Keni. What's even more outrageous is that the treasure chests opened before were all in a certain location, not moving at all. And now, the treasure chest on Su Keni's body was actually moving along with her as she walked. It was as if the treasure chest was hidden in the middle of Su Keni's lower abdomen. How do I open this treasure chest? Chapter 12 2 Experiences to become an old bird immediately. It's outrageous. It's amazing that treasure chests can exist within the human body. Is there really no consideration at all? What to drive? The system is such that Yifeng only needs to look for the treasure chest and think of ways to open it. The system needs to consider a lot of things. Although Yifeng still couldn't figure out how to open this treasure chest, at least, he knew that it was a blue treasure chest. That was a 4th level treasure chest, and it was definitely capable of opening good things. That would be enough, as long as the treasure chest was good enough. Then, the location of the existence was even more tricky and the difficulty of opening it was even greater. Yifeng would have to find a way to open it. Now please, all candidates, go over there and collect your equipment. While following the rules, enter the examination room. After Su Keni said this, she left the spot with a flash. The other 2 invigilators, likewise, left. A large shed was temporarily built nearby, which had many monitoring devices, and the invigilator would go inside and check the movements through the monitoring devices. Yifeng secretly shook his head. It seemed that for the time being, there was no chance to get in touch with Su Keni. In fact, even if Su Keni was here at this moment, Yifeng had no reason whatsoever that he could get close to her. Even if you get close, how are you going to open the treasure chest? Yifeng felt a bit of a headache. Student Yifeng, don't feel too much pressure. Just play normally. Principal Lu Tai saw Yifeng in that secretly shaking his head. Thought it was Yifeng on the martial arts examination. Too much pressure. Not much confidence, so he spoke out to Yifeng comfort. Well, I'll do my best. Yifeng nodded without explaining too much. Snort. Of course he's under pressure. During the martial arts exam, there are monitoring devices tracking the whole process, in full view of the public. To be discovered to be extremely poor in strength, completely mismatched with his previous achievements. That can't be explained. A sneering voice came from nearby. Just listening to the voice, Yifeng knew who it was. Naturally it was Zhao Donghai, the principal of the first middle school. Zhao Donghai, I won't allow you to talk about my students like that. Lu Tai glared at Zhao Donghai. It's just a fact, and you're not allowed to say it? Zhao Donghai was unimpressed. Just as Lu Tai was about to say something, he was snatched by Yifeng. Zhao Donghai, you should cherish the fact that you are still the principal of the first high school, Yifeng said in calm words. What do you mean? Zhao Donghai frowned. Can't understand? It doesn't matter. After today, you'll understand. Yifeng laughed. Humph. Bluff. Zhao Donghai coldly snorted, not bothering to be poor with Yifeng. In his opinion, saying such cloudy words was precisely a sign of Yifeng's weakness. Candidates, please line up and come over here to collect your equipment. There were a number of staff members that started scheduling candidates. Candidates arranged themselves into a line and went to a specific location to receive a kit. This includes 1 tactical backpack, 1 of your usual weapons, 1 set of well-fitting defensive battle armor, and 1 aerial camera. Yifeng received the equipment. The weapon was chosen to be a sword, as the martial arts skills that he now knew were all of the sword class. Both the weapons and the armor were the lowest level of equipment, but it was enough for the candidates. Yifeng, let's compare who killed more. He Ziling said to Yifeng after receiving the equipment. The weapon she chose was a silver-white longsword, and it seemed that what she usually practiced was sword martial arts. Good, but you have to be mentally prepared. Don't be hit too hard by me when the time comes, Yifeng said honestly. Humph, you don't look down on people. He Ziling gave Yifeng a blank look. Just at this time, He Ziling's face suddenly changed. Almost no blood color. Hot day. The body also a shiver. The good thing was that it was soon back to normal. as if the dissimilarity that had just occurred had never happened. "What's the matter with you? Not feeling well?" Yi Feng inquired. I remembered that yesterday, before the arts exam, when she was about to enter the examination room, He Ziling was also like this. Her body appeared to be different for a moment. At that time, Yi Feng asked what's wrong with his mouth from a distance. He Ziling said nothing, and the crowd entered inside the examination room. "It's old. It's been there since I was a kid. It's just a sudden rush of cold running through my body. When I was a child it wasn't severe, merely feeling only slightly colder, and the attacks, too, occurred only once in a very long time. It's getting more frequent and colder now. Just now it seems like I'm suddenly in an ice cave. It almost didn't make me freeze. It's okay, just get through it and everything will be back to normal." He Ziling waved her hand in a tone of indifference. Like this strange thing, Yi Feng was not sure of the reason, so he could only nod his head. "All candidates, please enter the examination room in an orderly manner." As the announcement was made, the aerial camera, which each person received, lifted off in automatic flight. Each aerial camera, a flight path is set up in advance. When the automatic flight, the candidates follow the aerial camera walking can, and finally arrived at a location in the examination room. The reason for such a rule is to make all the candidates spread out in various places inside the examination room. Instead of forming teams freely, candidates will only be free to move around once they reach their destination, and an aerial camera will follow them, capturing footage in real time. At that time, when you meet others on the way, you will be free to decide whether to be hostile or cooperative. In this way, the simulation of the process of field operations will appear a variety of uncertainties, a very test of the candidates' resilience, reflecting the overall strength of the candidates. Yi Feng followed the aerial camera and headed inside the examination room. Not far away, Wang Xing and the others from the first middle school saw Yi Feng and gestured a wiping knife pose with their palms, displaying a strong sense of hostility. Yi Feng glanced faintly without any indication. This kind of little caramels. Yi Feng didn't even bother to take a second look. They'd better pray that they don't come across themselves in there, or else they'll be sure to let them enjoy an early exit. Yi Feng paid more attention to the yellow arrow on the ground. Early on in the liberal arts exam room, I was alerted to the existence of a yellow, fine, treasure chest over here. I hope the location of the treasure chest is not too tricky. Originally there was no such worry. But what just happened? The human body within the hidden treasure chest. Yi Feng is really a little worried. The location of this treasure chest is also tricky. Well, this time, the system wasn't kidding. There, when Yi Feng walked into the examination room, right at the entrance, a yellow treasure chest, quietly placed there. It just happens to be the place that we'll be passing through, so you can drive by. Otherwise, you will need to follow the aerial camera, arrive at your destination, and head out to find the treasure chest when you're free to go, which will take a lot of time, because, if you don't follow the aerial camera, you'll forfeit the Wukong by default. At this point, being filmed by an aerial camera and surrounded by a number of students who were also entering the exam room in full view, but it didn't matter. They couldn't see the treasure chest and wouldn't know that Yi Feng had opened it. As he passed by the location of the treasure chest, Yi Feng touched it with his foot. Snap! You open a yellow, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1. 10 years of wilderness survival experience, 2. 1000 games of life and death combat experience. Invigilation shed. Ha, look at these candidates. Almost all of them are fledglings when it comes to practical combat experience, and a good number of them were intimidated when they first entered the examination center. Who says it's not? I guess it's only those family descendants who have more opportunities for wilderness training, who are a bit more subdued. Most of them, I guess it's still their first time. Chapter 13. A single blow kills. You say I'm in danger? In the middle of the invigilation shed, a huge projection light screen, split into pieces, displayed the situation of each candidate. There were not only invigilators, principals and teachers from various schools, but also a number of other guest invitees, guests from various powers, families, companies, media. At the site of the martial arts examination, one could get first-hand information, and if one found any amazingly talented martial arts seedlings, one could also pull them together in advance. The crowd just looked at the screen like that and talked about it comfortably. Thinking about their previous martial arts exams, it was pretty much the same scene, entering the wilderness for the first time, despite knowing that the examination room had already been swept by experts, and there were many experts protecting it in the dark, ready to deal with unexpected situations. But still, he couldn't help but be nervous, fearing that in the middle of the dense forest, a group of foreign beasts would suddenly pop up and partake of himself. Many years have passed, and the nervousness of that time is still incredibly clear. Well, the kid with the screen number 1269, his performance is quite good. and he can't be seen to be too nervous. So I guess he has had experience in practicing. That's the kid from the Wang family on the west side of the city, called Wang Xing. He came third in the arts this time and is also a top student. The Wang family, in the west of the city, is not surprising then, and must have brought him through the experience early. The guest invitees, whispering about it. Hiss, 10086 the boy. Suddenly at this time, the entire invigilator shed, coincidentally resounded with surprise. Even the three invigilators looked at the 10,086 screen in unison. What an old-fashioned way to explore. Su Keni's bright eyes were staring at that image with dead eyes. Among the images, Yifeng held his long sword and made the best position to attack at any time. The body sinks slightly to reduce the chances of exposure of the line. Each step down seems to be measured in advance, and the body will maximize the use of trees, rocks, bushes and other natural obstacles to obscure its movements. Such an old-fashioned way of exploring the wilderness. Is this sure it's a candidate? And not some martial artist who has been in the wilderness, practicing for years? Su Keni was incomparably sure that one could never do such a silky smooth job without a long period of wilderness survival. You see the position of this person, as well as the position of the surrounding foreign beasts, and the change in the direction of the wind. Someone so alerted. Everyone else began to pay attention to the data. Yi Feng's position was visible through the aerial camera, which had already been stated. As for the location of the nearby alien beasts, it was because the alien beasts inside the examination center were all pre-positioned with locator chips, enabling them to view their movements in real time. As for the wind direction, it is also the responsibility of the aerial camera, with data detection functions such as wind direction, climate and temperature. This candidate, no matter how he moves, is actually in the upwind position of the nearest foreign beast. The wind was able to drive odors, and the sense of smell of foreign beasts was, more often than not, very sensitive. Approaching from the upwind direction of the Fae is not easily detected by the Fae through their sense of smell. This is simple and everyone understands it. The problem was that to do that, one needed to know exactly where the nearby Fae were located at that moment. That's what surprised them. From the very beginning, Yifeng seemed to already know the orientation of the nearby beast, so when he approached the past, he had always been in the upwind position of the beast. Is it a coincidence? The people all thought so. If it wasn't a coincidence that they had judged the direction of the foreign beast from a great distance, then this candidate, it was a bit beyond their knowledge. The crowd watched even more attentively, almost focusing most of their attention on Yi Feng's image. It would be interesting to see what kind of performance this candidate can bring. In the exam room, dense forests abound, overgrown with weeds. The dampness was tinged with the scent of plants, and every now and then an animal roar came from the distance. Yifeng was like an old hunter who had gathered a lot of information with a seemingly random sweep of the surroundings. This branch on the ground, the traces of stepping off are very new. It should have just happened not long ago. Judging by the thickness of the branch, this foreign beast is not small, probably around 1,000 pounds. There is another footprint over there. The foreign beast went over there. From the footprints, it looks like a pig's hoof. A pig's hoof of this size, a soldier-level foreign beast, and from the He Ziling, rock-armored stone pigs. Synthesizing all the information, Yifeng directly deduced which kind of foreign beast it was. Thoughts can be so resourceful thanks to the treasure chest that was just opened. 1. 10 years of wilderness survival experience. 2. 1,000 life and death combat experiences. All good stuff, bringing extremely high utility for survival in the wild. 4. Life and death combat. At this moment, Yifeng was no longer just a candidate with no experience in wilderness training, but an old martial artist with 10 years of experience in wilderness survival and 1,000 fights between life and death. To be able to have those performances just now is simply base manipulation. Yifeng immediately departed. The people in the invigilator shed then saw that the direction Yifeng was heading to was the rock-armored stone pig. Rock-armored stone hogs could not be dealt with well, with extremely high defense and hard-to-break armor. They were curious as to what kind of fight Yifeng would get into when he met up with the rock-armored stone pig. Between the floating thoughts, Yifeng really did meet up with the rock-armored stone pig. Puffing, the rock-armored stone pig also discovered Yifeng and let out a beastly roar. This big guy, his body surface seemed to be covered with a layer of rock. It was like a tank, stepping with heavy steps, rushing towards Yifeng. The body size looks bulky, but when it actually runs, the speed is not too slow. It was getting closer and closer, but Yifeng was unmoved. Don't you start dodging yet? It's not supposed to be scared silly, is it? The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Danger! Hurry and get out of the way. Sector 69 guards, you are to proceed to this location immediately. Candidate 10086 is in danger. As an invigilator, In addition to monitoring candidates for cheating, you also have to watch out for them being in danger. Throughout the examination room, 100 areas were divided, and 100 guards were placed in each of them. As soon as danger is detected, the guards in the corresponding area will be notified and go to rescue them immediately. Su Keni saw Yifeng not moving at all and thought that he was scared silly. It happens from time to time that a candidate, faced with a foreign beast for the first time, is so frightened that his head goes blank and he is dumbfounded and doesn't react. Su Keni didn't understand why Yifeng, who had performed brilliantly just now, was like this now. Being charged by such a big guy, one would lose half of his life without dying. There was no time to think. It would take time for the guards to get there, and she immediately informed them to free her. Only, the words weren't finished. Yifeng moved. When the rock-armored stone pig was about to hit Yifeng, Yifeng shifted his feet horizontally, and with a very light step, he sidestepped and dodged the attack. The hand movements followed. The long knife that had long been poised for a seemingly random slash. Rip it! At the moment of staggering, the sharp blade viciously cut the rock-armored stone pig's neck aorta, and blood fountained out wildly. The rock-armored stone pig let out a shocking miserable howl and dashed forward madly, knocking down a large tree before collapsing helplessly, convulsing a few more times, and eventually ceasing to move. Yifeng shook off the blood from his blade and stood with his blade closed. High defense. Hard to break armor? Sorry, that's for the same class. Having the strength to crush and break armor is a breeze. Examiner Su, why don't you say anything? District 69 guards, puzzled, asked Su Keni. Danger is lifted. Su Keni's tone stiffened. Was it rescued by the others? The guard inquired. In his opinion, Su Keni could definitely see whether there was danger or not. Since I said there was danger, there must have been, except that someone else is now administering it. Was my misunderstanding? There's really no danger. Su Keni's reply made the Area 69 guards freeze for a long time. The entire invigilation shed was also silent at this time. It was hard to imagine that there would be a candidate that could break the armor of a rock-armored stone pig with a single slash, hitting the vitals and killing it with a single slash. This candidate, he's too strong too. Quickly, find out about this candidate. Yifeng, from the 10th grade. So it's him. Yesterday in arts, the first place was him. I didn't realize that martial arts is also so strong. There are still such students in the 10th grade? I heard that he was originally from the first middle school. Then he was expelled by the principal of the first middle school before he ran away to enroll in the 10th middle school. Crazy. Expelling students like this? Who knows? This will probably be a gut punch. The various forces were discussing exceptionally intensely, and all of them were planning in their hearts that after the martial arts examination was over, they must pull the wool over Yifeng's eyes. This situation made Zhao Donghai, who already had an ugly face, so angry that he was about to vomit blood even more. Obviously the martial arts foundation is damaged. With this mud-legged man's background, it's impossible to be able to recover in just a few days and days. Then why, now with nothing, still acting so strong? Zhao Donghai's face was cloudy. He really couldn't figure it out. On the contrary, Lu Tai's mouth was crooked with laughter. His 10th high school, he really picked up the slack this time. In the next few moments, Yifeng searched for foreign beasts everywhere. Anyone who touches it is killed by a knife. After finishing off the Fae, dig out the locator chip in its body, which contains information about the Fae and is used to calculate points after the exam. As Yifeng killed the 30th alien beast, he took out the locator chip and put it into his tactical backpack. The sound of fine footsteps came from nearby, and 5 figures soon appeared. Seeing Yifeng, the 5 people froze. With that, a sardonic smile surfaced on his face. Chapter 14, Killing Technique. Comprehended between life and death combat. Yo, who did I say it was? So it's the college bully, student Yifeng. A strange voice came out from the mouth of that long-faced youth. This person's name was Wang Kai, from the first middle school, and he was Wang Xing's younger brother. Wang Xing was not dealing with Yifeng, and naturally, as his own brother, Wang Kai was no better with Yifeng. This person also did well according to the rankings, taking 6th place in arts. In the past, when he was in school, all kinds of mock exams, Wang Kai also often entered the top 10, and was the top student of the first middle school. This time, he was riveted to the top 3 in the martial arts exam. During the action in the examination room, other people were encountered from time to time. If it was from another school, he would have attacked and taken the locator chip, which was equivalent to taking points. The rules of the martial arts exam. There is no prohibition against fighting each other, as long as you don't kill or maim someone. After all, in the future out of society, encounter what people have, and even one moment is a brother, the next moment stabbing knife. It's a lesson to the candidates about the importance of defense. During this period, besides robbing others. Wang Kai made groups if he met a fellow school, which was allowed by the rules. The team has now grown to 5, all from the first school. As long as they didn't encounter a much larger group, they were completely unafraid. There's more power in numbers, and it's easier to rob. Sometimes there was no need to do anything at all. Seeing that they were so outnumbered, the other party directly offered the locator chip of their own accord. Points are gone can be earned again. If resistance to be injured can mean the exit, directly 0 points in the martial arts examination. Pheasant University cannot enter. Security guards cannot be. Look at you guys gawking. What? Are you trying to rob me? Yi Feng laughed coldly without half a worry. 5 martial apprentice realms only. In front of his own martial master realm, they were completely insufficient to fight. Robbery? You're thinking too simply. Wang Kai snorted. According to you, you still want to finish me off? Yi Feng put on a scared expression. No, don't talk nonsense. The invigilators are watching. Of course it's impossible to kill you, but injuring you so that you are incapable of continuing your martial arts exams, that is still allowed and permitted by the rules. How about it? College bully, I'll give you a 0 to try today, Wang Kai said, and several people laughed in an exaggerated manner. Invigilation shed. These few candidates from the first middle school are too shameless to go around robbing other people, aren't they? The rules are such that they merely take advantage of them. That student Yi Feng is so unlucky. With his strength, he will do very well in the martial arts exam, but unfortunately, when he encounters a team of 5, he will definitely not have any chance of winning when he fights 5. The various forces watching this scene were talking to each other. Lu Tai also tensed up and cursed the first middle school candidates for being shameless while hoping that Yi Feng could escape. Yeah, him. Clear him out of the exam room. Zhao Donghai was excited. King Su Wu, what do you think? The invigilator on the side asked Su Keni, wanting to hear her opinion. Su Keni pondered a little and spoke out. If what Yi Feng showed just now was his full strength, then he shouldn't be able to beat a siege of 5 people. Unless what? Unless he possesses realm crushing, or superior combat skills. Hearing this, the other 2 examiners, both pondered. In the exam room, give it to me. Him. Wang Kai gave an order, and with the other 4, they were in an encircling position, leaning towards Yi Feng. The fierce face had full confidence that he would definitely be able to knock Yi Feng down in an instant. Yi Feng, I'll show you my power today. Wang Kai executed the cracking blade technique, which was a uniform blade technique taught to students at the school. Previously, he had only comprehended it to the grand completion, and just now, when he fought with the foreign beasts, this martial skill finally broke through to completion. The blade light flashed, carrying a dominating momentum, and slashed at Yi Feng with the back of the blade. Even though it was only the back of the knife, the power was still not to be underestimated. As long as it hit, he was confident that Yi Feng would instantly lose his combat power. The other 4, similarly executed moves and attacked towards Yi Feng. When the 5 people's attacks were about to hit Yi Feng, the corner of Yi Feng's mouth lifted and he suddenly moved. With a few back and forth steps on his feet, he let their attacks pass by his side and all of them fell short. How? The 5 of them exclaimed in unison, and they couldn't even figure out how exactly Yi Feng did it. The shrieking hadn't stopped. No good. The 5 felt a strong killing intent coming, and fear ran straight from the soles of their feet to their heads. At that moment, they were like falling into an ice cave, feeling like they were all going to die. Boom, 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 boom. The knife in Yi Feng's hand was full of killing intent, and a few dry attacks, also using the back of the knife, landed on the 5 people. Aha! 5 miserable screams rang out at the right time, and the 5 people flew backwards. Pust! All of them fiercely sprayed out a mouthful of reverse blood, and their faces turned pale with a swish. The force of the attack was just right, just wounding them, not killing or maiming them, in line with the rules. The point is that no one will say much about a hit that hurts, not a knockout first and then going over to make up the damage. Instead, they felt that it was their skills that were inferior. 5 people robbed 1 person, and they were even beaten back by Yi Feng. You, how are you so strong? Wang Kai was shocked and angry, and there was also a thick fear deep in his eyes. The Yi Feng he remembered was far from being as powerful as he was at this moment. If it was placed in the past, Yi Feng would definitely lose without any suspense. But now that the 5 of them had joined forces, they couldn't even beat Yi Feng, and were even defeated by a single move. What I just felt was horrible. A few people's eyes dodged, and none of them dared to meet Yi Feng's eyes. They had reason to believe that if it had been a life and death struggle, they would have been 5 corpses by now. Invigilation shed. Too strong. These people in the first middle school are not weak, but in front of Yi Feng, they are defenseless. This candidate Yi Feng has definitely reached the martial master realm. The people from various forces were all astonished. All of them also, intentionally or unintentionally, had their gazes on Zhao Donghai. Zhao Donghai's fists were clenched like a powder keg that was about to explode, but he couldn't get a seizure, making him suffocate so badly. This candidate really isn't simple. Reaching the martial master realm on the college entrance exam, his future achievements are unlimited. The examiner on the left marveled. They weren't there, so they could only go through the battle footage and judge the strength. If one was on the spot, it would be much easier. As long as one was engaged in a battle, one would definitely need to mobilize chi and blood. Then judging the martial artist's realm level through the strength of the chi and blood would be very accurate, without the need to speculate through the battle footage, as was the case now. However, Su Keni's words made all the people present, all silent. He may already be in the martial master realm, but in the battle just now, he should not have used his martial master realm strength, still only utilizing the martial apprentice realm degree. There was a long silence before someone exclaimed in shock. What? Only using martial apprentice realm strength? How is it possible? The same martial apprentice realm. How is it possible to fight 5-on-1? It's still that raw. The crowd found it hard to understand. Because, he used a killing technique. Su Keni's explanation made the crowd even more confused. What killing technique? This is a fighting technique that strives to be fast, accurate and ruthless with every strike. And it takes years of killing and many times straying from the edge of life and death to summarize a similar fighting technique. Su Keni said this. Even she was a bit unconvinced. Her hallowed martial king had been in and out of the major secret realms many times, and she had also experienced all kinds of life and death battles before she could master this technique. But Yi Feng, a candidate. Where did he get so much experience in life and death combat? Am I mistaken? Su Keni preferred to believe that it was just a misunderstanding on her part. Otherwise it would be too unbelievable. Chapter 15. It's full. It's going to overflow. In the exam room, Wang Kai 5 people. Still on the ground moaning in pain. How can not get up? Yi Feng poured out all the chips in their backpacks and loaded them into his own backpack before leaving this place. Shortly after Yi Feng left, a guard in charge of the area came and took the 5 people away from the examination center. The 5 people's hearts were like ashes. With this level of injuries, there was indeed no way to continue the martial arts exam, and it also meant a 0 score on the martial arts exam. My Dragon Academy. Wang Kai's heart was dripping blood. According to normal development, he would definitely be able to be admitted to the Dragon Academy. But now, it's gone. Everything's gone. Yi Feng. They hated Yi Feng with a passion, but there was nothing they could do. Yi Feng sighed. Keep exploring in some direction. When you encounter a foreign beast, you kill it in one smooth blow. And if they met someone from the first high school, then sorry, but anyone who had a conflict with Yi Feng, I'll let them get 0 points. Gradually, and I don't know how, the news spread, and it was said that Yi Feng was targeting the students of the first middle school, beating people to the point of vomiting blood when they moved, and they were directly sent out of the examination room. For a while, the people in the first middle school were furious, and they all yelled that they wanted to settle the score with Yi Feng. But that being said, they were quite weak in their hearts. What if they couldn't beat them? Therefore, they all intentionally began to form teams, and those who originally preferred to travel alone began to look for teammates. 73rd District. 2 people from the first middle school, acting in a piece, suddenly met up with Yi Feng. Yi Feng, the 2 men's faces went white with a swish. Oh, it's Chen Xin. Ha! Yi Feng turned to one of them and gave a friendly greeting. Chen Xin used to be on good terms with Yi Feng, and was one of the few people who spoke up to persuade him when the crowd badmouthed Yi Feng in the arts examination center yesterday. You won't hit me? Chen Xin carefully confirmed. For good reason. Why am I hitting you? Yi Feng said smilingly. Thank you. Chen Xin thanked gratefully. There was another teammate beside Chen Xin, who also opened his mouth, wanting to voice his thanks. Boo! Before the words came out, Yi Feng's swift fist directly smashed into this person's abdomen. Then he spat blood and flew backwards. You? He was incredulous. I thought he said he wasn't going to hit anyone. Oh, I said I wouldn't hit him, but I didn't say I wouldn't hit you. Yi Feng teased. This kid, yesterday, didn't have a lot of bad words. Under Chen Xin's stunned gaze, Yi Feng removed the chip from this person's backpack and left in style. Soon after, this person was also removed from the examination room. 5 minutes later, Yi Feng then encountered another team, which was also quickly resolved. As time went on, the teams that were encountered grew in number, but it was useless. At most, Yi Feng faced a dozen people at the same time and defeated them all. The number of people who have been cleared out of the game, which has topped triple digits, continues to rise. Zhao Donghai's face turned green with anger. Protest! I protest! This Yi Feng, relying on his strength, goes around beating up my first middle school's candidates. making it clear that he's just messing with my first middle school. Zhao Donghai yelled at the invigilator. If we let Yifeng go on like this, how many candidates will be left in his first grade? The protest is invalid. This is in accordance with the rules of the martial arts exam. Su Keni rebuffed directly. Besides, you still have the nerve to protest, being the same candidate, the highest dozen people against one person, all of them being counterattacked by others. The numbers have continued to grow over time. 200, 300. Are you guys just going to watch? When he can't find the candidates from our school, he will definitely find your school. You should understand the reasoning that lips die and teeth get cold. Now we have to unite and protest, expel this Yifeng from the examination center, and return a fair environment to the candidates. Zhao Donghai knew that he could not persuade the invigilator by himself alone, so he had to urge the other principals. Of course, excluding Lu Tai, the principal of the 10th high school. There's no use protesting this, is there? Yeah, it's all allowed by the rules. No use protesting. The other principals swallowed and casually dealt with Zhao Donghai. Wouldn't it be funny to have them protest? They couldn't be happier. The biggest competitor is the first middle school. Now the first middle school masters. Almost cleared by Yifeng. Originally squeezed into the top 100. The opportunity does not come. The martial arts exams are continuing. Somewhere in sector 83. Huffing and puffing. He Ziling held her long sword in a defensive stance, her chest heaving and panting heavily as sweat oozed from the corners of her forehead, sliding down her cheeks and eventually dripping down into the dirt. Vile. He Ziling clenched her silver teeth and looked around angrily as enough 7 people surrounded her. The strength of these 7 people are not weak. All the strength of the first middle school students. The leader of the team. It is the third of the liberal arts Wang Xing. There wasn't much time left until the end of the martial arts exam. Getting mugged at this point is no different than getting a 0 on a test, whether you need to back out or not. But she must enter the Dragon Academy. Not just because there were the highest quality teaching resources there. Also because He Ziling touched the scar on his right cheek. I heard that scum, as early as 2 years ago, had entered the Dragon Tendency Academy by way of a guaranteed admission. You ugly monster. You're really stubborn. If you don't take the initiative to hand over the chip, we'll be rude. If you get hurt at that time, it's none of our business. Wang Xing turned on He Ziling and humiliated him. In fact, with He Ziling's appearance, even if there were scars on her face, she was not considered ugly at all. The main reason was that He Ziling obviously couldn't beat them, but she still had to play hard to get, making them annoyed, so they spoke out to humiliate them. If you want a chip, step over my dead body, He Ziling said in a cold voice, putting on a momentum of fighting to the death. The 7 people who had messed with Wang Xing were all a bit at a loss. Suddenly at this moment, He Ziling's face changed. Why is it at this time of year that you are sick again? At this moment, He Ziling suddenly felt a raging cold in her body, more violent than any other time in the past, and her body couldn't help but shiver. It was so cold that the chill seeped out from the surface of his body, and his eyebrows and hair all formed nice ghostly blue ice crystals. What's wrong with her? The 7 people around them were a bit startled and instinctively took a few steps back. I don't know. All of a sudden it's like this, like it's frozen with cold. We didn't make it anyway. It's none of our business. So what now? Leave her alone. Someone will take care of it. Let's go. The 7 make a decision. Before leaving, Wang Xing also had a bright idea. Anyway, you can't move now. Chips are not for nothing. Wang Xing turned around and was about to tug on He Ziling's backpack. However, just reached out to tug. Phew! A stone, breaking through the air rapidly, accurately hit Wang Xing's palm. The powerful force caused the hard stones to instantly explode and turn into dust and flutter. Along with Wang Xing's pig-killing screams, the bones of his palm were crushed and fractured, drooping down powerlessly. The other 6 people who were about to leave were all stopped in their tracks by this unexpected situation. They looked in the direction from which the stones had flown. In the shadows of the dense forest, a figure with a straight back walked out from it. 7 big men, bullying a woman, and taking advantage of the situation, trying to smooth away the chips when they can't move. How shameless! With the cold voice, Yi Feng's figure appeared in front of the crowd. It's you, Yi Feng, a few people exclaimed. Despicable, and playing sneak attack. Wang Xing covered his right hand, endured the pain, and said angrily, we were looking for you, and we didn't expect you to come forward. The other 6 scowled at each other. Go! The 6 of them rushed towards Yi Feng. Him. Wang Xing can only cheer verbally. He's lost the fight for now. Only, when the 6 people were raging, they rushed to Yi Feng and executed their respective moves, attacking him. However, it was easily dismantled by Yi Feng with a few knife blossoms. The long blade flipped a few more times, and the blade then slapped hard on the 6 men. The 6 figures were directly slapped away and lay on the ground wailing. What sneak attack? Make it sound like if you fight head-on, you'll be able to beat them. Yi Feng snorted. Among the 7 people, Wang Xing was the only one who wasn't lying on the ground, but he was actually the most seriously injured, with a comminuted fracture that required a long time of treatment. According to the rules, the hand is considered to be too heavy. Yi Feng has already thought of a good speech. The situation is urgent. Did not think too much. In the eyes of the 7 people who were shocked and furious, they took their chips and kept them all for themselves. It's full. It's going to overflow. Too many people have been ransacked, and even with the small size of the chip and the large capacity of the backpack, it's about to burst the backpack. Yi Feng put his attention on He Ziling. Weird. At this moment, He Ziling's body surface was actually covered in ice, and the entire person was completely wrapped in cold ice. If it weren't for the fact that her eyes were closed tightly, her brow furrowed slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered from time to time, she would have been mistaken for freezing to death. It's good to be alive, and I don't know what happened, so Yi Feng can only watch. Yi Feng suddenly turned his head and looked somewhere in the dense forest. A moment later, the guards of the area appeared from there. It is assumed that the invigilator saw the situation over here and sent his guards over. This kid, he just spotted me ahead of time? The guard was secretly surprised and looked at Yi Feng a few more times. However, now was not the time to think about this. As he looked towards He Ziling, observing the situation, the miniature contact in his ear, maintaining communication with Su Keni. Don't worry, Examiner Su said that she should be awakening. Some kind of ice system physique. Look at this movement. I guess the level is not low, the guard said to Yi Feng. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. I didn't realize that the few examples that were described in books would be seen in person today. Once upon a time, I had heard that talent, or physique, was innately self-contained and could not be formed later in life, unless, for some reason, it did not manifest early and later. By chance, it awakens. This kind of example, so rare and minimal that it was almost negligible, was not expected to happen to He Ziling. Yi Feng recalled that when he entered the examination room, He Ziling had said that the inexplicable appearance of coldness in the body was an old problem from childhood. It turns out that it's not a strange and persistent disease, but rather a physical condition. There's movement. The cold ice on He Ziling's body surface quickly melted, turning into energy that was absorbed into her body. Her eyes slowly opened, a flash of ghostly blue flickering from her pupils. Your scars. Yi Feng looked at the right side of He Ziling's face in surprise. What happened to the scars? He Ziling was puzzled and subconsciously touched it with her hand. With that, the eyes widened and the scars disappeared. At this point, time for the martial arts exam. Please all candidates, leave the exam room immediately. Chapter 16 is quite bombastic and absolutely unique. All the candidates received the notification that it was time for the martial arts examination, and they all stopped hunting foreign beasts and headed outside the examination center. Yi Feng, thank you just now. He Ziling sincerely thanked Yi Feng. She knew that when she was awakening her physique, it was Yi Feng who appeared in time to stop Wang Xing from snatching her chip. Otherwise, even if awakening the physique was a great joy, it would be a great pity if the chip was gone and the points were 0. So he couldn't enter the Dragon Academy. It's a small thing, a show of hands. Yi Feng waved his hand carelessly, and then proceeded to inquire. By the way, what physique have you awakened? The scar on the right side of her face, indeed disappeared without a trace. The skin of the whole body had become delicate and smooth, so that the already outstanding appearance, more beautiful and moving, invisible emanation of cold breath, so that the beauty of this more than a trace of blasphemy, being stared at so closely by Yi Feng. He Ziling's pretty face blushed. Ahem. She coughed lightly to ease the strangeness of her look. What I have awakened is the Xian ice-cold body, she replied. Xian ice-cold body? Yi Feng was surprised. That was an S-class physique. Among the candidates of this session, excluding hangers-on like Yi Feng, none of the others possessed an S-class physique, with the highest being only A-class. It could be seen that an S-class physique would already be incomparably rare. Congratulations. Yi Feng said congratulations. He Ziling smiled happily. She was also quite surprised. The two came outside and immediately attracted many eyes. Whether it was Yi Feng's battle results within the examination room or He Ziling, whose image and temperament had changed drastically, it was enough to draw attention. Swish! With a flash, Su Keni arrived in front of Yi Feng and the two of them. I didn't expect that this session of the martial examination could produce two of you on good seedlings. Su Keni was like staring at a treasure, scanning back and forth between Yi Feng and He Ziling, both of them. Yi Feng's performance was, needless to say, stunning the entire audience with every strike. As for He Ziling, her performance at the beginning could only be considered excellent. With the awakening of her S-class physique, the situation was different. A proper martial arts genius, very worthy of vigorous cultivation. What an opportunity! Yifeng looked at Su Keni, who was close at hand, whose lower abdomen was located where the blue treasure chest was. If you touch its belly, is it able to open the treasure chest even if you touch it? Just have to try. But the question is, what to try? Is it going to be like this? So examiner, your willow waist is so thin. Let me touch it? If you really do this, men and women are not related. And if you casually touch someone's lower abdomen, you are afraid that you will be killed on the spot by this female martial king. Even if it's a male examiner, casually touching someone's lower abdomen without a valid reason is equally life-threatening. There, Yifeng had a bright idea. Meet Examiner Su. Yifeng clasped his hands together and set them on top of his head, bowed down and gave a great salute. The range of his movements was exaggerated. With such an abrupt salute, everyone did not expect it and all looked at Yifeng in dismay. Those who were more realistic in their thinking thought that it was Yifeng who was flattering Su Keni. Indeed, such a strong person. If one flattered, it would greatly help in cultivation. Su Keni similarly did not expect that Yifeng would pull this stunt. Both sides were very close, and with some movements, Yifeng's clasped hands just touched Su Keni's lower abdomen. With just a slight touch, Su Keni instinctively and immediately retreated and pulled away. Fellow student Yifeng, there is no need to perform this great honor. Su Keni didn't doubt it and just thought that Yifeng was more courteous. Yes, Yifeng rose obediently. Nice touch. Yifeng recalled the contact he had just made. After getting up, he saw the blue light that still existed in Su Keni's abdomen. Can't help but sigh darkly and, it seems that mere contact does not open the treasure chest. How do I open it? It's not like going to slaughter her, is it? A bloody image surfaced in Yifeng's mind. Forget it, there should be other ways. Take your time. Yifeng swept away the cluttered thoughts. Next, the three examiners presided over and the staff began counting chips and figuring out the candidates' points. When the points were announced, there was an uproar. Wang Xing, 0 points. Wang Kai, 0 points. Zhang Shilong, 0 points. A middle school students. Actually more than 500 test 0. Interested people also noted that the test 0 of these, often also in a middle school strength of the front. For example, the two brothers, Wang Xing and Wang Kai, were all in the top 10 ranks. And normally, entering the Dragon Academy was a nail in the coffin. But now, all of them got a big duck egg on the test. Even if you do well in arts and how high your ranking is, but being so averaged by Wukong, you can only get into a pheasant university at best. Until now, the candidates didn't know that Yifeng had knocked so many first middle school candidates out of the examination room. The crowd looked at Yifeng in the distance with different eyes, from anger, to awe, to gratitude. Those who were grateful to Yifeng were usually those who had risen in rank and gotten into their preferred universities. After all, if it wasn't for Yifeng, making so many of the first high school masters score 0 on their exams, they wouldn't have ranked so high and wouldn't have been able to reach the admission lines of those universities. Now, the top 3 results of this martial arts exam are announced. The rankings are tallied out of the top 100, published from low to high, and are now published up to the top 3. Third place, Afterglow, 95 points, from the second high school. Second place, He Ziling, 102 points, from the 10th high school. First place, Yifeng, 32, 700 points, from the 10th high school. As soon as Yifeng's score was announced, the entire room was silent. According to the scores of the previous martial arts exams, even the first place winners hovered around 100%, like He Ziling's score, even if it is in the normal range. But Yifeng, the whole 30,000 plus points. Looking at the previous martial arts exams, this score was also quite explosive and unparalleled in existence. Come to think of it, it's not one person's points at all, it's the sum of hundreds of people combined. Plus Yifeng was strong and had hunted quite a few foreign beasts himself. It was normal that he would have more than 30,000 points. At that moment, countless media, hollering, surrounded Yifeng. Student Yifeng, how do you usually cultivate? It's amazing that you're so much stronger than the other candidates. May I ask how you feel about winning first place? Rumor has it that you used to be a student of the first form before you were expelled and joined the 10th form. Do you have anything to say about that? Regarding your being in the exam room and targeting the first school candidates, is that related to the expulsion? These media people, who are not too big for their own good, ask questions as pointed as they are. Ahem. I usually just practice normally. Nothing special. For winning first place, I have to thank the 10th grade school for their willingness to take me in and give me the opportunity to take the high school entrance exam. It's true that I was expelled from the first middle school. The reason given was that I cheated. But in reality, during the Seed Beast battle, I fought so hard that I was injured before I was able to fight. But the principal, Zhao Donghai, switched the grades and gave them to his nephew, Zhao Ming, and I protested to no avail, and was also expelled from the school for a crime that was compounded by him. As for the behavior in the examination hall, it can only be said that it was a coincidence that it always bumped into the candidates of the first middle school and accidentally clashed. This point is in line with the rules. There is nothing to say. Facing the many media, Yifeng cleared his throat and said a whole lot, poking out Zhao Donghai's little. Chapter 17 Rich Rewards. Opening the green treasure chest. This is a fierce news. The media is like a cat smelling fish. Immediately gathered around Zhao Donghai. May I ask Principal Zhao? What student Yifeng said just now? Is it true? True my ass. Zhao Donghai, who had long been furious, couldn't help but burst out. It was only after saying that he realized that the footage of the interview, which would now be spread everywhere, was not suitable for foul language in his position. But the words were already spoken and there was no way to take them back. He is full of nonsense. Our school expelled him, naturally, because he seriously violated the school rules, but he holds a grudge because of it and is now accusing me falsely like this. Zhao Donghai retorted. It seems reasonable, but when you think about it, it's full of holes. The reason for expelling me at that time was that I was said to be cheating, so let me ask, with my current results in both arts and martial arts, first place, did I need to cheat before? Or do you want to say that the current college entrance examination results are likewise cheated out? Then you are doubting the ability of the invigilator. When Yifeng said this, he directly thinned the veil and made Zhao Donghai red in the face, but he couldn't say a word of rebuttal. But any time he was slow to retort, there was a big problem. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't speak now. Coupled with Yifeng's words, they were reasoned and convincing. Su Keni couldn't even look at it anymore and opened her mouth. Zhao Donghai, I've already reported it to the Education Bureau. This matter will be investigated by them. Just wait at ease. If it's innocent, you will never be wrongly accused. When Zhao Donghai heard this, his face turned into a pig's liver color. If Yifeng reported him upwards, he still had the ability to maneuver around. Because who the whistleblower is determines how seriously the top takes it and what level of investigator is sent. It was Yifeng who reported it, and the people who were sent. The probability is that they can be set right by him. But now, Su Keni intervened and reported the matter. The youngest female martial king in Lingnan province. This title alone was enough to make the higher-ups pay attention. Zhao Donghai suddenly remembered that before entering the examination room, Yifeng had said this to him, to be cherished and still be the principal of the first high school. At the time, he couldn't understand what that meant. Yifeng replied at that time, after today, you will understand. So that's what the kid was playing at, to bring him down. If he really investigates something, he really won't be able to be the principal of the first high school. What to do? What to do? Zhao Donghai panicked and racked his brain for a solution. Seeing this panicked look of his, Yifeng coldly laughed. If he had known this, why did he bother? But it's not over yet. Now it's just a matter of interest. We'll settle the score later. Student Yifeng, I'm from Tianbao Mining Group. Many of its mining sites need martial artists to protect them. I don't know if you're interested in joining our division after graduation. If you have the intention, you can negotiate a contract now. Even if you are in college, and not formally employed, you can still get all kinds of welfare subsidies from our division. It's better to come to my Yuanchuan Bio, civilian and military positions, take your pick, and start with $1 million a year. All kinds of group forces, out of the sound of pulling Yifeng. Can't wait to talk to Yifeng now. Sign the contract in advance. The other top-ranked candidates would be similarly pulled in. Only the conditions offered would be far less generous than Yifeng. No, I have no desire to enter the service at this time. Yifeng thanked them one by one. With the open treasure chest system, one's growth rate was definitely not something they could imagine. It is certainly not possible to be tied to them and work for them all the time for this treatment. What Yifeng wanted was far more than that. The high school exam is considered officially over at this point. The personnel should be dispersed, and Zhao Donghai was also taken away by a team of martial artists, and would be investigated next. Within 3 days, you will receive the acceptance letters from each school, and for those who are lucky enough to be admitted to my Dragon Totem Academy, let's see you at the Dragon Totem Academy at that time. Su Keni said to the many students and also focused on Yifeng. After that, he left. My blue treasure chest. The corner of Yifeng's mouth tugged as he watched Su Keni go far away, and also watched the blue treasure chest go far away. Yifeng, He Ziling, you've done our school proud. Lu Tai walked over, smiling from ear to ear. For each high school entrance exam, schools are ranked according to the students' overall scores. The first high school exists in name only, and the rankings have been moved right to the bottom. After all, hundreds of zeros. all of which could have produced good grades, have been hard dragged down. On the contrary, the 10th high school, because Yi Feng alone, wildly more than 30,000 points, directly to the 10th high school, to the top of the ranking to go. After so many years of being the principal of the 10th middle school, Lu Tai could not imagine that there was still a time when he was ranked first. Go! Get in the car! Let's go back! We'll have a celebration tomorrow and give you an award, Lu Tai said in a spirited manner. The crowd rejoined the vehicles and headed back to the city. Boom! Suddenly at that moment, a vibration came from the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Yi Feng happened to see the situation over there through the car window. In the depths of the Dezhe Ridge, the entrance to the secret passageway, a small dot emerged, and under the setting sun, the small dot was coated with a layer of golden light, as if the ripples on the surface of the lake, spreading and eventually disappearing in the middle of the dense forest of the Dezhe Ridge. Hiss! Quickly look! Fey beasts are gushing out of the Dezhe Ridge secret realm. I only learned about it in textbooks before, but I never thought I'd see it in person now. So shocking! So many foreign beasts. From afar, they look just like ants. They look small, but when they're actually standing in front of you, they're probably all big. The crowd exclaimed in shock and disbelief. Yi Feng quietly watched, as the vehicle gradually moved away. It was good that the Great Zephyr Ridge was only a secondary secret realm, and the foreign beasts that emerged were not too strong. So everyone just exclaimed in shock. If it was one of those advanced secret realms, every time a foreign beast emerged, it would be a disaster. When Yi Feng returned home, the sky was completely dark. Had dinner before I got home, poured a cup of boiling water, sprinkled a small handful of tea leaves and set it on the coffee table. Feel free to turn on the TV. This college entrance examination killed a dark horse. This candidate is named Yi Feng. Whether the principal of the first school broke the law and discipline will be strictly investigated next. The evening news was already broadcasting today's interview, and Yi Feng became the entire focus. The last photo of Yi Feng's parents on the wall was right in front of the TV, and the smiles on their faces seemed to be happy for Yi Feng. There was no talk all night. Day 2. Yi Feng came to the school and there were lights and colors everywhere. The award ceremony, held in the Hall of Honor. The green treasure chest that you've been longing for. You'll finally get a chance to open it. The moment he walked into the Hall of Honor, Yi Feng saw at a glance that on the awarding platform, the green treasure chest was quietly placed there. The awards ceremony has begun. Lu Tai was full of red face and personally went up to the stage to preach. Regardless of arts or martial arts, as long as you get into the top 100, you will get prizes, and the higher the rank, the better the reward. He Ziling, being the second best in both arts and martial arts, was awarded a scholarship of 1,000,000 bottles of blood spirit pills, and 1 set of grade 2 medium equipment. With He Ziling's family conditions, this was definitely considered an incomparably generous reward. As for Yi Feng, the rewards were even more generous. 5 million in prize money, 20 bottles of blood elixir, 1 set of grade 2 extreme equipment. The blood spirit pill could help raise chi and blood, and the equipment included a full set of battle armor, as well as a weapon. And the weapon Yi Feng chose the knife class. I wonder what I can open. Although the prize was good, what Yi Feng cared about the most was this green treasure chest. Snap. Chapter 18 Rare Soul Master. 2 new clues. You open a green treasure chest with a burst of luck. Congratulations. You've gained 9,000 points of soul power. Soul power. A full 9,000 points of soul power. There are a lot of people around right now, and it's not the time to blend. Yi Feng did not fuse for the time being and waited until the award ceremony was over. Say goodbye to the crowd and can't wait to leave. Back home. Fuse at once. Boom. The soul power fused into Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng felt that in the middle of his mind, there was a brand new kind of power, and his spirit was much better with it. In this world, besides martial artists, there was another cultivation system called Soul Masters. Soul Masters cultivate soul power to be able to control soul soldiers and perform soul techniques. Soul Masters have strange methods and high strength. In a battle against the same level, a chi-blooded martial artist was definitely no match for a Soul Master. In today's situation, chi and blood martial artists were the mainstream, while Soul Masters were relatively rare. In order to become a Soul Master, one needed to have talent in this area in order to cultivate soul power. Otherwise, no matter how much one cultivated, one would not be able to become a Soul Master. As for chi-blooded martial artists, the requirements for talent were not too harsh, and most people could become martial artists, only with high or low achievements. I didn't expect that a green treasure chest would open up so much soul power. It was really a stroke of luck. 9,000 points of soul power, directly making me a general level Soul Master. With 9,000 points of soul power, he just happened to be an early general level soul master, and he was still 3,000 points short of the 12,000 points of the middle stage. Yi Feng's realm of Qi and blood martial artist was only at the early stage of martial master. Now the realm of a soul master was, conversely, one major realm higher than a Qi-blooded martial artist, reaching the general level. This was good. It was considered one of Yi Feng's bottom cards. Hopefully, next, one could obtain things like soul soldiers and soul techniques in order to reflect the power of a soul master. I heard that the materials used to create soul soldiers are very special, and after combining with soul power, they can switch between the virtual and the real, and in the virtualized state, they can also be collected into the soul master's mind, and when they make a move, their soul power will control them, and they will attack remotely like a spaced-out imperial object, so that people can't be defended against them. Yi Feng muttered. Thinking about it was good. Trying to mobilize his soul power to control the grade 2 battle sword in his hand. Surely not. This battle sword, which had been rewarded by the school just now, was only suitable for use by Qi-blooded martial artists. It was not a soul soldier, so there was no way for it to be controlled by soul power. Just then, a new treasure chest clue popped up. Treasure chest clue, in the Dragon School. A green treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Treasure chest clue, Dragon School. A green, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. 2 treasure chest clues in a row. All from Dragon Academy. Both green. One of them with the word boutique. If he counted the blue treasure chest on Su Keni's body, there were 3 treasure chests there at the Dragon Academy, waiting for Yi Feng to go over and open them, making him desperately want to start school soon. Anxious as it is, you still have to wait. Having nothing to do, Yi Feng took out the blood spirit Dan and the school gave a whole 20 bottles. It is a cultivation aid elixir that assists in raising Qi and blood. Yi Feng poured one and swallowed it in his stomach, and it instantly turned into a warm current that nourished his body. The speed of boosting was definitely far less than opening treasure chests and getting direct access to Qi and blood, but as much extra boost as you could get. You could eat it as a snack. 2 days later, Yi Feng received the acceptance letter as expected. There were no surprises. It was the Dragon School. Yi Feng has excellent grades and is exempt from all tuition fees. Start date, in 10 days. This isn't the pre-crossing world where there's a long summer vacation after high school. Cultivating martial arts was related to the future of the human race, and there was no time to lose. No way to rest for too long. It would be nice to have 10 days of vacation. Time rushes by. 10 days later. Today is the day school starts. The schools in Linhai City, which were admitted to the Dragon Academy, totaling 100, were transported to the school by a special bus. The vehicle drove out of the city, on the main highway, all the way to the provincial capital. At the head and tail of the student vehicles, there are escort vehicles accompanying the students, which ride on the masters of martial arts. The wilderness is full of crises, and at any time, they may encounter the attack of foreign beasts, and the duty of the accompanying guards is to ensure the safety of the students. The vehicle traveled all the way. During this period, he did encounter the foreign beasts several times, but fortunately, their strength was not high, and they were killed by the guards. In the end, there was no danger and arrived safely at the provincial capital of Lingnan. The provincial capital, the largest city in Lingnan province, was located in the center area and could also be called the main city. Both the economic development and the number of masters are far beyond other cities. The Dragon Academy is located here in the provincial capital. Yi Feng, the buildings here are all much taller than our Linhai city. He Ziling was sitting beside Yi Feng, curiously surveying the surroundings through the car window, with novelty in her eyes. Well, it's the provincial capital after all, so it must be more prosperous. Yi Feng nodded. Not only were the skyscrapers numerous, but even the strength of the passers-by was a level stronger than that of Linhai City. Here, martial artists could be found everywhere. Unlike Linhai City, where the percentage of ordinary people was high, the vehicle traveled and eventually came to its destination. Yi Feng and the others got out of the car. This is the Dragon Academy? In front of Yi Feng's eyes, there was a huge building. Unlike the previous high-rise buildings, the academy as a whole favored the ancient style. The gate of the academy, that high door frame, is composed of 2 dragon stone carvings that soar in the clouds. The mouths of the dragons are opposite to each other, and in the center is a transparent crystal bead, which is like a double dragon playing with pearls. Outside the gate of the academy, there was a huge square that had already been filled with people. Looking at the way they were dressed, they should have been freshmen as well. Within the Lingnan province, there were as many as dozens of cities, and for each city, there were 100 admissions, so there were thousands of new students in this year's Dragon Academy. Those of them who were closer must have arrived long ago. Strangely enough, it was slow to enter the schoolhouse, but instead stopped outside here. Soon, Yifeng knew what was going on. Beneath the gates of the academy, 10 martial artists stood in a line, all veterans of the Dragon Tang Academy. If you want to enter through the gate, you need to pick one of them, fight against it, and win the fight to enter. Even though these old students would suppress their strength to the same level as the new students, but how rich their combat experience was, even with equal strength, the new students were not their opponents at all. Until now, no one had ever beaten them. It wasn't that the older students had made things difficult for themselves, but rather it was an old tradition of the Dragon Academy that the higher-ups in the school had tacitly agreed to. The freshmen who were able to be admitted were all top students in their respective places and were inevitably high-minded. But the Dragon Totem Academy was not a place where they could be arrogant, and this old tradition was an intentional attempt to suppress their sharpness. Look, another new student has arrived. I wonder what city. The arrival of Yifeng and the others caught the attention of the crowd in the square. It's from Linhai City, that handsome-looking guy with a beautiful woman by his side. His name is Yifeng. I've seen his interview on the internet. He's Linhai City's double-subject top student. Yes, it's him indeed. I wonder if he can beat those old students. How can it be that easy? Other cities also have double-subject top students. Not also the same loss. The old students' fighting skills are not at all comparable to our freshmen. The crowd was talking. Within the academy, the two brothers, who looked quite similar, saw Yifeng's arrival through the crowd and their spirits were lifted. Brother, are you all set? Chapter 19 tell you to dodge. You can really dodge. The person who spoke was Zhao Ming, Zhao Donghai's nephew, the biggest beneficiary of Yifeng's grades being switched, obtaining a guaranteed place and having connections in the academy. He was not blocked and simply entered the academy. Beside him was his own brother, named Zhao Xiang. 2 years ago that session, from the first high school in Linhai City, by way of guaranteed admission, entered the Dragon Academy, and is now also a veteran student. He was able to be guaranteed in the first place, but also thanks to the operation of his eldest uncle. Otherwise he was still almost qualified. So to speak, both brothers are almost the same form. It's all been explained. When this Yifeng goes into battle, the goalkeepers will all pretend to miss and injure him severely. Let's give him a lesson first, and then when we enter the Dragon Academy later on, then we'll play with him slowly. I want to let him know that offending our Zhao family is going to cost him dearly. Zhao Xiang said sorrowfully. Right, causing Big Uncle to lose his position as principal. We must teach that kid a hard lesson. Zhao Ming also said viciously. After these days of investigation, although not yet found direct evidence to sit on the matter of grades dropped, but therefore found out a lot of Zhao Donghai's other black information. People like him, who usually do not do a lot of bad things, and leave a lot of traces when they are not careful enough, have now been dismissed from their jobs and are permanently barred from educational positions. Even if he joins other jobs, he will be scrutinized. In short, for Zhao Donghai, this punishment is hard to bear and has a huge impact on him. The impact was not just on Zhao Donghai alone, but on the entire Zhao family, as well. Let's just say the education piece. Whichever Zhao family member had poor grades could be given a chance to go to a good school through Zhao Donghai's underhanded maneuvering. But now, this path was directly cut off. They aimed all the spearheads at Yifeng, without the slightest bit of remorse. It was clearly their own illegal behavior that led to this result now. Brother, there are 10 goalies, and you've accounted for all of them? They all listen to you so well? Zhao Ming inquired curiously. Is this not simple? Benefits open the way. Few people will refuse. Missing a hand and injuring a freshman is just nothing. It's no big deal. So if you can get benefits in return, you're definitely willing to do it. Zhao Xiang said rightfully. The other side. At the top of a tower on the campus, several tutors were gathered in a group, looking at the scene at the entrance of the school from afar. Time flies. Last year we were up here gossiping and watching that group of freshmen get stuck outside the school, and before you know it a year has gone by. Ha ha, you said that last year too. Yes? Definitely. A few of the instructors were talking and laughing. Do you guys think that any of the candidates in this class can beat the gatekeeper veterans? One of the tutors, at least 1.9 meters and a tower of strong men, scanned the freshman outside the school in the distance and said curiously, I've heard that Joseon City's top student in the college entrance examination has a very strange talent that consumes his own energy when he uses it, causing all aspects of his physical quality to skyrocket. So if he's willing to use this talent, he should have a certain chance. A tutor on the side said so, and even looked at Su Keni when he finished. By the way, you're in charge of invigilating the exams in Linhai City, right? I've heard that Linhai City's top student in the college entrance exam is also very good. In Su Keni's mind, Yifeng's figure immediately surfaced and she nodded. Yes, that candidate is indeed outstanding. As far as Yifeng's combat skills displayed during his martial arts exam were concerned, Su Keni still had it fresh in her mind. Look, it's him, Su Keni said. Several of the instructors had amazing eyesight and were able to see the freshman off campus from a great distance. At this moment, Yifeng stepped forward and walked towards the old student guarding the door. You can pick whichever one you want to challenge. The older students voiced out and briefly explained the rules to Yifeng. Both sides put out the peak strength of a martial apprentice and beat the older students in order to enter the school gates. You then, Yifeng casually ordered one. It was all the same to him. As he spoke, his eyes skimmed over the crowd and looked into the school grounds. Not far from the entrance, there was a green treasure chest, quietly placed there. I'm in a hurry to open the treasure chest, so I don't have time to spend with them here. Yes, this person came out of the line. A well-built man with narrower eyes, not to be messed with at first glance. His name was Zhou Yang. His realm had reached the peak of martial master, suppressing a large realm to the peak of martial apprentice, and he didn't feel much pressure when he fought against a new student. Yifeng's looks, Zhao Xiang had already shown them beforehand, so Zhou Yang already knew that the person in front of him was Yifeng. Although we have no grievances, but since you offended Zhao Xiang and I received benefits from him, then we have to make things right. Sorry, Zhou Yang secretly said in his heart. Ready? There. Both sides picked an unopened combat knife and the battle was on. The freshmen present all held their breath and watched with great attention. Before that, many people had already tried on the field, and all of them, without exception, lost to the old students. The one who lasted the longest went 5 moves in the hands of the older student, and the vast majority of the rest lost in 1 move. It was evident that even though equal strength was used, there was a huge difference in the level of combat skills. Watch the move. Zhou Yang's chi and blood stirred, and his battle sword wrapped up the overpowering momentum and chopped fiercely towards Yifeng. So fast, the crowd of freshmen exclaimed. Yifeng also instantly made a move, also extremely fast. The freshman chanted again. When the 2 battle blades were about to collide together, Zhou Yang's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and he suddenly came up with a change of stance. It was so abrupt, the angle was tricky, and the timing was just right. If it were any other freshman, they would not be able to resist. Watch out! Get out of the way! These words were actually shouted by Zhou Yang. His face was anxious at this moment, and he looked as if he was afraid that Yifeng would be injured. The bladeless battle knife in his hand, however, did not have the slightest decrease in momentum and ruthlessly chopped at Yifeng. Everything was in his reckoning. When he injured Yifeng afterward, he was able to excuse himself by saying that he hadn't been able to collect his sword for a while. However, where would Yifeng be fooled by this trick of his? Looking at the other party's blade, it was clear that there was no half-hearted attempt to close the momentum, and it looked like it was intentional. If this was chopped, even if this blade had no peak, it would be injured. In that case, an eye for an eye. He saw Yifeng's figure suddenly change, and really dodged his attack with ease. Zhou Yang was confused. I told you to get out of the way, but you really can. This was not over. Yifeng's battle sword instantly chopped out a strike. The action was flowing in a single motion. Boo! Zhou Yang couldn't react and was viciously cut by Yifeng. His entire body was sent flying several meters and smashed down inside the school, wailing in pain. It's cracked. His chest. There must be bones cracked. Good swordplay. In a short moment, Yifeng showed great resilience and extremely high combat literacy. The few tutors watching the battle from afar couldn't help but praise it. Too strong. Is this the gold content of the Linhai City College entrance examination? With just 1 strike, he injured the old student. The freshman, needless to say, erupted in waves of shouts across the room. In the crowd, a freshman with a chubby body type and a harmless look, paused in his snack eating and curiously surveyed Yifeng. Awesome! He Ziling also looked at Yifeng in surprise. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yifeng walked into the school gate and approached towards the green treasure chest, and none of them dared to block it anymore. How? Observing the situation over here from afar, the 2 brothers, Zhao Xiang and Zhao Ming, had disbelief on their faces. Chapter 20 Soul Soldier Demon Breaking Gun. Yifeng approached the green treasure chest. Snap! You have opened a green treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Level 3 Soul Soldier Demon Breaker Gun. A long spear emanating a blackish purple color, with a total length of 2.8 meters. The tip of the spear flickered with cold aura, appearing quite extraordinary. Great gun. It turned out that this was a soul soldier, a weapon suitable for use by soul masters. Treasure chests can still be opened physically. This is still the first time. The ones that were opened before, all of them were able to be fused into the body, almost making Yifeng think that there was no way to open the physical object. Oops. So many people around watching. Will they see us? Yifeng's heart thumped. If he was seen with the demon breaker gun, he would have to show his soul master status and say that it was his own soul soldier. but he could not reveal the existence of the treasure chest. System tip: the item you opened is a physical object. Is it manifested now? Only after it is manifested will the onlookers see it, and you must also manifest the item in order to use it properly. The system suddenly issued this prompt, causing Yifeng's hanging heart to relax. Then it's not too late to not materialize until we find a place where no one is around. Yifeng walked in the direction of the school. At that moment, two cries of alarm came from behind them in succession. Yifeng stopped walking and turned to look. Behind them, there were two battlefields, each with two freshmen, who were fighting against the older students, fighting back and forth, unusually intense. Even the older students were vaguely no match for them, and gradually fell behind. And this was what the crowd exclaimed. One of them, with an icy cold aura permeating her body, was like an icy holy maiden. Each sword attack brought a bone-chilling coldness, making her opponent a bit unable to hold back. Unless one erupted into martial master strength to deal with it, defeat was assured. But the older students couldn't use their martial master strength either. That would be against the rules. This woman in the confrontation was naturally He Ziling, and ever since she awakened her Xian ice-cold body, her strength had jumped up a big step and was much stronger than before. Seeing Yifeng beat the older students to enter the school, she had to follow suit immediately, so she started fighting. On the other battlefield was a youth. What makes you smile is that this person in the sparring match has an open and eaten packet of snacks around his waist. His moves were exceptionally swift and powerful, his reflexes were extremely fast, and every time he struck, he was fast and accurate, beating the older students back. This guy. Yifeng was a little bit impressed by this person, standing near himself before, chubby, and eating snacks while doing so. Such an image, the only one. Yifeng was a little bit impressed by him, but the amazing thing is that before, when I was so fat that my eyes became thin lines, now I look at it, but not just micro-fat level. If it wasn't for the similarity in looks and the small packet of snacks around his waist, Yifeng would have thought that the front and back were not the same person. A casual fight that consumes so much, it also thins people out. Yifeng felt some novelty. Soon, both of them finished fighting, and the result was the same as Yifeng expected. Both of them won the fight. The room erupted in applause. 3 freshmen in a row took the field and all of them won, so the freshmen naturally felt excited, while the older students were made to lose face and confidence. This year's freshmen are all this strong? Above the tower in the distance, on the faces of several tutors, unexpected looks appeared. It's indeed stronger than last year's, and it's also good to reverse the wave of older students so they don't think too highly of themselves. Ha ha, all that talk makes sense. Mentors talk and laugh. Su Keni suddenly felt a line of sight. The martial king, she was sensitive to all gazes, and quickly found the source of the line of sight. You can spot me from this far away? Su Keni was surprised. What's wrong? The other mentors asked. No, it could just be a coincidence. Su Keni shook her head. Yifeng sighed. Hurriedly, he withdrew his gaze. Worthy of being a martial king, this perception ability is just sensitive. I just casually glanced at it and it was discovered. Yifeng secretly marveled. Just now, on a whim, he followed the blue arrow and followed it all the way to see the top of the tower to go. Then he saw Su Keni, not expecting to be discovered just by looking at it. Yifeng, He Ziling caught up. You won the fight too. Awesome, Yifeng complimented. Don't laugh at me. You won in one move. Crisp and clean. I fought for a while and still only won narrowly. Compared to you, it's nothing. He Ziling shook her head. That's true. Yifeng nodded. He Ziling, that's too straight of an answer. Hello guys, my name is Sun Rong. I'm Chaoxia City's top student in the college entrance exams. The slightly chubby youth behind him caught up, revealing a harmless smile, and was very self-conscious about the introduction. Click, click, click. The bag of snacks, which had been pinned to his waist, had been taken in his hands, and he kept sending it to his mouth, eating so much that his speech was slurred, and many crumbs of snacks were still stuck to his lips. Such an image was a huge contrast to the one who had just fought, the one who had attacked with ferocious moves. Yifeng, from Linhai City. He Ziling, from Linhai City. Stretching their hands, despite not being familiar with this person, both of Yifeng responded. You're all awesome. Sun Rong complimented and handed the snack bag to Yifeng and the two of them. Eat chips? No, thanks. What a weirdo. It's fine to eat potato chips, but it's rather strange to eat them endlessly while a freshman is enrolled in school. The three headed inside. Yifeng suddenly felt a gaze, and immediately turned his head to look. Zhao Ming? Yifeng narrowed his eyes. There were actually two gazes looking over. Zhao Ming, and Zhao Xiang. Zhao Xiang is highly powerful and well hidden. Zhao Ming then failed to hide and was discovered by Yifeng. Upon being discovered, he was only slightly stunned before returning to normal. Zhao Ming used his hand to gesture his neck, making a throat-slitting motion, and the provocation was very obvious. Zhao Xiang, on the other hand, looked on coldly, his face also filled with hostility. Just now, he was still wondering how the old student could make a move to intentionally miss and try to injure himself. Now Yifeng also understood that just these two brothers had messed up. Ha! Zhao Xiang, whose face was indifferent, suddenly fixed his eyes on He Ziling, and then showed a look of surprise. It's a surprise if you don't see it. Isn't this an old acquaintance? But how come the scar on her face is gone? And it's even more beautiful than before. Is it the same person or not? Yifeng realized that He Ziling suddenly had a different appearance. At this moment, He Ziling's body couldn't stop trembling slightly, endless anger burning inside. The killing intent in her eyes was like substance. If it wasn't for the fact that her strength didn't allow her to do so, she would definitely not be able to control herself and immediately rush up to kill Zhao Xiang. This scum! One day, I will kill him with my own hands. He Ziling squeezed out this paragraph from between her teeth. Yifeng also sort of figured it out. The scum who once forced He Ziling to disfigure her face was Zhao Xiang. Chapter 21. This is genius. Without staying in the same place, Yifeng's trio went to register for the enrollment formalities and officially became students of the Dragon Academy. The three came to the dormitory area, located on the west side of the school. It covers an extremely large area, with one building lined up at a glance. The outer perimeter is the freshman dormitory. The inner perimeter is the old students' dormitory. Geez, why should the freshmen only get to live in a single room, while the old students get a small alibi? Su Wenrong grumbled as he ate his snack. He wasn't being rigorous enough with this statement. The admission manual said that when you reach 10,000 credits and become a senior cadet, you will be able to be admitted to the inner dormitory. Only in most cases, it takes a long time to wait for 10,000 credits to be saved up, and then you do become an old student as well. If there was any new student who could gather 10,000 points in just a short period of time, then he or she was also qualified to live inside the inner circle. Yifeng, the three of them, each chose one to stay in. Inside, the facilities are simple and there is a toilet, which is sufficient for daily living. Close the door to the room behind you. Manifestation Demon Breaker. Yifeng whispered. The demon-breaking gun immediately materialized into a hard physical object, and when held in the hand, it was cold to the touch. Trying to mobilize his soul power, he extended it over and wrapped it around the demon breaker gun. Moved. Under the control of the soul force, the demon-breaking gun actually moved, and after Yifeng let go of his hand, it hovered in the void. A thought, phew, sharply shot away. As he was about to stab the wall, he suddenly stopped again, coming to a steady halt in midair. If we don't stop in time, the wall is sure to get a big hole through it. Collect! With Yifeng's mind, the demon-breaking gun vaporized and became a purple and black energy that fused into Yifeng's mind. In the middle of his mind, this purple and black energy formed the appearance of a demon breaker gun. It can be called upon at any time, released from the body, materialized into a gun, and fought to kill the enemy. No wonder soul masters are more powerful than martial artists of the same level. The mere fact that they are able to suddenly change their weapons from nothing can kill the enemy by surprise. Not to mention, soul masters are able to manipulate their weapons through space, making it even more difficult to deal with them. Yifeng felt very satisfied. It was only when darkness fell that the freshmen, who had been blocked from entering, were finally allowed in. After being stuck in traffic all day, the crowd was in a rage. However, thinking that Yifeng's several people were able to beat the older students and come in early, proving that it was just that they were not as skillful as they were. Thinking about it, he just let it go. Day 2, sort of an official school day. The new students were divided into 10 classes of several hundred each led by a junior instructor. The strength of the junior tutors, all of whom had the martial general realm, was considered more than enough to lead this group of freshmen of the highest martial master realm. Yifeng had also wanted to choose under Su Keni's door, because she had a blue treasure chest on her body, and being able to contact her on a daily basis would give him a chance to open the treasure chest. Only now did he realize that Su Keni was a senior tutor, and that in order to be led by her, he needed to become a senior student first. With 10,000 credits, you are an advanced student. I have to be quick and save up the credits to 10,000. At that time, not only would he be able to join Su Keni's door, but he would also be able to live in a small private residence, killing two birds with one stone. The blue treasure chest can't be opened for a while, so let's figure out how to open that remaining green, fine, treasure chest first. The treasure chest clues that I got earlier had two green ones, one of which had the word fine with the suffix and one of which did not. The one that didn't was opened by myself yesterday to get the demon breaker. the one with the boutique. Yifeng had also figured out the location. It's on the south side of the school, on the second floor of the trophy court. Unfortunately, not eligible to go up there for now. The school rules state that only those with 1,000 or more credits are eligible to go up to the second floor. The canonical pavilion was the place where the school stored secret books. It was more important and could not allow people to come and go as they pleased. So there were these additional restrictions. Secondly, the secret books are not given for nothing. You need to use credits to exchange. The secret books on the second floor, the exchange price is relatively high. Each book is big several hundred credits. That's why there is this restriction. You don't have enough credits to go up there and change the secret book. You're just doing a touch and go party. And it's a lot of people and a lot of trouble for the school to manage. I'm your junior tutor Teng Qingfeng. I'll be the one to teach you until you're promoted to senior cadets. And if there's anything you don't know about cultivation, you can come and ask me. Now study with me. The first volume of Dragon's Breath. Adjust your breathing, lock your dantian, and let your qi and blood circulate through your body. Teng Qingfeng was a relatively serious and competent person. Without much nonsense, he got on board and immediately imparted his gongfu. The Dragon's Breath was a cultivation technique unique to the Dragon Academy, said to have been created by observing a dragon's breath. Yifeng remained skeptical of this rumor. The so-called dragons were said to be very high-level creatures, and those who were able to observe a dragon's breathing without being detected were feared to be top-tier powerhouses of the same level. How could such a cultivation method created in such a way be casually passed on to students? Even though it's only the first volume, it's still precious enough to set the bar at least a little bit. No longer thinking much, Yifeng concentrated on following the cultivation. Each breath, frequency, speed, and volume are all required. Normally, he wouldn't breathe like this, and keeping this kind of rhythmic breathing made Yifeng a bit uncomfortable for a moment. So did the other students. Just look at their slightly furrowed brows. However, with the passage of time, Yifeng felt gradually adapted, and slowly, there was a comfortable feeling. It became more and more forgetful and natural, until finally, every breath was actually accompanied by a strange sound. At this moment, Yifeng felt very comfortable. The qi and blood in his body, which was constantly circulating, was increasing in trace amounts. In a short period of time, the effect may not be visible, but if you practice for a long time, the effect will be obvious. Learned so quickly? Teng Qingfeng was shocked, and the always calm and collected man was a bit out of sorts at this point. The sound of breathing is a sign of learning Dragon's Breath. He had already brought up many freshmen, but this was the first time he had seen such a speed of learning. After a whole set of Dragon's Breath was run, Yifeng closed his gong. Being able to learn so quickly was partly due to Yifeng's good comprehension, but more importantly, it was because Yifeng possessed the holy body of the martial way, which was equally helpful in learning feats and martial arts. After all, it's an SSS physique, and it sure brings a lot of benefits. Dragon's Breath was indeed a good cultivation method, and if you had time, you could practice it, and with the opening of treasure chests, your strength would increase even faster. You really learned Dragon Breath? Teng Qingfeng directly asked Yifeng, and despite his inner certainty, he still couldn't believe it. Learned. Yifeng nodded. Truthfully, the corner of Teng Qingfeng's eye twitched, not even knowing what to say. The rest of the students present, all temporarily stopped studying and looked at Yifeng with disbelief. They still didn't even have half a clue, but Yifeng had learned it, so it was really a human comparison. If He Ziling and Sun Rong were here, they would definitely be impressed with Yifeng once again. However, when the classes were divided, they were all randomly shaken, and the three were divided into three different classes. Teng Qingfeng continued the lesson and proceeded to teach. After all, the other students had yet to learn. Yifeng then found a corner and quietly cultivated. Wait until school is out. A large group of students surrounded Yifeng, asking how exactly did he cultivate. Learn it so quickly. Was there any skill? Yifeng, huh? Do you need skills? It's simple. Just follow the teacher and do it once. The crowd was in tears. So maybe that's genius. Yifeng buggered off and went straight to the mission hall. Hurry up and earn it 1,000 credits to open the treasure chest on the second floor of the trophy pavilion. Chapter 22, Outrageous. Is he looking for death? Mission hall. A great place to earn credits. Inside there is a quest. Complete the quest. You will get the appropriate credits. These tasks, which can be divided into two broad categories, in-school and out-of-home execution. Tasks within the school are issued by the school, and can be issued by school executives, instructors, or even students. The types are varied, such as working part-time at such and such a job or tutoring an underclassman. The harder the task is to complete, the higher the credit payout will be. Looking around, though, at the tasks within the school, I didn't see anything suitable, and none of the main credits given were much. What Yifeng wanted was the kind of payoff that was a bit higher, preferably 1,000 points or more, to be able to reach the standard at once. However, this kind of mission, corresponding to the difficulty are higher, need a higher strength requirements. Generally speaking, the new students do not have half of the possibility to complete. It's a good thing that Yifeng is not ordinary. The realm of a chi-blooded martial artist was currently the middle stage of a martial master. Previously, it was in the early stages, but after these 10 days or so, with the blood spirit pills being eaten as snacks, coupled with cultivation, it was promoted to a small realm. Such a speed was considered to be very fast, and it was also due to the martial Dao Saint body. There's a big undercard, general level soul master. By executing the demon breaking gun, one was able to sweep away all chi-blooded martial generals. Yifeng's junior tutor, Tung Qingfeng, would never have dreamed that one of the new students he taught would not even lose his strength anymore. Yifeng proceeded to the large screen, checking the list of tasks. On the left are internal tasks and on the right are outgoing executions. There were no suitable internal missions, so Yifeng looked at going out to perform them. This part of the mission, commissioned by off-campus forces who paid a certain amount of money, entrusted the school with their help, and the school, in the form of rewarding credits, hung it in the mission hall for the students to pick up, to each his own, giving students the opportunity to experience and also enhancing the prestige of the school in the process. This is good. Yifeng saw the payoff of exactly 1,000 credits in the column of missions he went out to perform. Mission, kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. Details, the 3 brothers of the Ma family, who go around burning, killing, looting and pillaging, doing no evil. A month ago, one of the Lin family's properties was ransacked by them, and all of the employees of the property were killed, and they were commissioned by the Lin family to help hunt down and kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. Recommended strength, early military general or above. Remuneration for the assignment, 1,000 credits. Turns out it was a kill mission. Is it illegal to kill someone? Theoretically breaking the law, but because of the existence of the secret realm, a lot of extra legal areas are created. All of them formed a consensus that no one would pursue the matter if they killed someone in the secret realm, or even outside the city. The main thing is that there is no ability to pursue this, and in an age where everyone is practicing martial arts, a large number of people go missing and die every day. Either they were killed by foreign beasts or by humans, and if they really wanted to investigate, they wouldn't even be able to find out. Therefore, the Lin family could only take revenge through this way, an eye for an eye, by hunting down the enemy, instead of solving the problem by reporting to the police, as there was a high probability that the report would not be fruitful. That's it. Yifeng received it directly. With your own student card, you touch this task on the big screen to receive success. Yifeng left the academy. Classes are free, and you can be out of school when you are on assignment. After Yifeng left the mission hall, there were other students inside, and one of them, not far from Yifeng's position just now, pressed his tactical watch to communicate with someone. He took his mission and left. What mission? Kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. What? Say it again. The other person sounded surprised, thinking he had heard wrong. Kill the 3 evils of the Ma family. The man had to repeat himself. The difficulty of this mission is not low. Can he handle it? I don't know. I probably didn't know enough to think that if I had high credits, I'd just collect them. Dormitory area. Inner perimeter. In a certain other house. Zhao Xiang looked at his tactical watch and listened to the words coming from the opposite side, pondering. Still looking for death. If Yifeng was killed by the 3 evils of the Ma family because of this, he would be very happy. But that's not insurance. After hanging up, he immediately dialed another. Yifeng leaves school. Yifeng's side. After leaving the school, it was off to the Pearl Villa area. The head of the Lin family, Lin Tianxiang, lives here. What a grand villa. The whole neighborhood are a block of independent villas? Can buy a villa here in the provincial capital? A rich lord, like the villas in here. Any one of them is sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. When I make some money, I'll come and buy one to live in. Always lived in old houses. Never even lived in a nice house yet. More detailed information, such as the address of the Lin family, was provided after the assignment was picked up. East side of the neighborhood. Villa 108. The metal barred door of the villa was tightly closed and there was a security guard on duty inside. Seeing Yifeng approaching, he inquired about the purpose of his visit. Yifeng clarified his intentions and confirmed his identity. Please follow me, obviously explained in advance. The security guard was very quick to open the door and lead Yifeng in until the meeting hall inside. Family Master. This is a student from the Dragon Tendency Academy, saying that he has received a mission and has come over to consult you about the situation. The security guard reported, and with that, he retreated back to his post outside. Hello, I'm the client of this mission. Lin Tianxiang, you're just in time. We're discussing the mission itinerary. We were about to set off. Now it's good. With a senior student of the Dragon Academy like you joining us, it's much more stable. Lin Tianxiang was all smiles and showed a lot of enthusiasm. Along with his words, Yifeng also noticed that Lin Tianxiang was not the only one in the room. There were 3 other people. These 3, with very similar faces, were presumably also 3 brothers. And you commissioned others? Yifeng frowned slightly. Since he had commissioned the Dragon Academy, why did he need to invite someone else? The 3 evils of the Ma family. He had full certainty to deal with them. But now that there were more outsiders, the more and more people, Yifeng was a bit upset. It's like this. Originally did only intend to entrust your Dragon Academy, but the task was entrusted for a period of time. But there is still a delay of no one to take it. I'm afraid of late changes. After all, the clues of the previous investigation are all time sensitive. Too long an interval of time, there will be a change. There is really no way to continue to wait, and then additionally entrusted the 3 of them. Lin Tianxiang explained, pointing again to the 3 brothers nearby. Come, let me introduce to you. They are the 3 brothers of Dragon, Tiger and Leopard. Ah Lung, Ah Tiger and Ah Leopard. They used to work as bodyguards, but later switched to commissioning business. They have good strength. They all have the peak of martial master. The 3 brothers, the Dragon, Tiger and the Leopard, are somewhat famous within the industry. As for the Ma family's 3 evils, the leader, Boss Ma, was a bit stronger, a peak martial master, while the remaining 2nd and 3rd were all just late martial masters. Lin Tianxiang felt that it was enough to let the Dragon, Tiger, Leopard deal with the 3 evils of the Ma family. However, now that the mission had been claimed by Yifeng, it was not good to cancel it, so the 2 groups could only cooperate, so that the chances of winning were also greater. Please also, little brother, show me your student card, and complete the mission afterward so that I can fill in the missioner's information on my side. This was actually only one aspect. The other was also to verify Yifeng's identity. Yifeng handed his student card to Lin Tianxiang. Yifeng, Junior Cadet, Enrollment Period, June 20th, 350th year of the High Martial Age. Wait, Junior Cadets? Just enrolled yesterday. Isn't that this year's freshman? Chapter 23, Picking up a treasure chest for nothing and rising 2 levels in a row. When he saw this information, Lin Tianxiang felt his head buzzing. According to his conception, the one who would receive this task must be a senior cadet, or even worse, an old student from last year, not a new student this year. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? Freshman nah, how much strength can there be? Most of the new students hadn't even broken through to the martial master realm yet, and even if a few with outstanding talent had broken through, wouldn't they still be at the early stage of martial master? What about the opponents this time? The 3 evils of the Ma family, taking out any one of them, all had at least a late-stage martial master. None of them could be dealt with by a freshman, not to mention one, even a car full of them. They won't be a match. Did you get the wrong assignment? Lin Tianxiang held on to the last shred of expectation and asked Yifeng for confirmation. There's no mistaking it. It's the 3 evil tasks of the horse family. Yifeng answered rightfully. After Lin Tianxiang heard this, his eyes went black and he nearly fell over. What do you mean? You want us to go on such a dangerous mission with a freshman? Isn't that pure drag? The 3 brothers, the Dragon, Tiger and the Leopard, were outspoken. As early as just now, Yifeng heard that there were 3 more of them on this mission, then immediately frowned with a look of disgust. The 3 of them, 4-1, were already getting upset. It was also thought that Yifeng was from the Dragon Academy, and those who were able to enter it were all geniuses. A senior student of the Dragon Tendency Academy did have the strength to be arrogant and to dislike them. But now, good lord, it turns out it's only freshmen. A freshman. What's with the arrogance? Even if you have martial arts qualifications again, but before your strength grows, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? How many amazing and talented people were strangled in the cradle and fell early and were nothing? Genius. That would have to be a growing genius to be useful. Genius without growth is nothing. You guys are quite self-aware. You know that you are a drag. So let's give you a chance to voluntarily withdraw from the mission now, so as not to drag me down. Yifeng said with a smile. We're talking about you dragging your ass. Long Hubao 3 people, angry almost spit blood. This person's ability to understand cannot be a little worse? Don't argue. Don't argue. It's my problem this time, delegating both sides to make these things happen. Lin Tianxiang came out to round up the situation, and let the 2 sides continue to argue, fearing that they would have to fight. Whichever side gets hurt, it's not easy to deal with. Let's do it this way. Since you've both received the mission, you'll work together for once. Just execute it piece by piece, and when the time comes, Each of you will be responsible for your own safety, and no one will have to care about anyone else, Lin Tianxiang suggested. The task was delegated out and neither party wanted to cancel it, so that's the way it had to be. He felt that Yifeng didn't have the ability to do this, but Yifeng had to insist, so he couldn't do anything about it. Good. It's settled like this. Anyway, the three of us are indifferent. We're not afraid of that Ma family's three evils at all. Some people are different. They're likely to lose their lives, and at that time, don't blame us for seeing death. Aaron sneered with intent. Well, definitely see death. Yifeng pulled out his ears and repeated, let's talk about intelligence. According to the information I got, the three evils of the Ma family have recently appeared in the Blackwater Valley. The environment over there is very chaotic. You guys have to be more careful when you go over there, and if you can't make it, just come back first and let's think of another way. Lin Tianxiang said, it's okay, we've been to the most dangerous places. Long Hubal put on an appearance of having seen the world. Yifeng just nodded his head lightly and didn't say anything. The vehicles have been arranged and are ready to go now. Under Lin Tianxiang's farewell, the four of them boarded an off-road vehicle and headed towards the Blackwater Valley. In the car, Yifeng manipulated his tactical watch and inquired about Blackwater Valley, and the information came out quickly. The Blackwater Valley, not within the provincial capital, was located in the wilderness south of the provincial capital, a canyon that was very long in both length and width. A long time ago, some illegal transactions will be carried out here, and gradually formed a black market, buying and selling without asking where they come from, even if they come from killing people and goods, are not afraid to have worries. Then the market got bigger and bigger, and the number of people who came here just increased. As it developed, it gradually became a department of its own, and with all its organs in a small sparrow's nest, it had the feeling of a small city. Only, Blackwater Valley was definitely not a civilized city, and many people who had committed felonies liked to come here. This is a land outside the law, where all fists talk and there is rawness, violence and blood everywhere. It's a haven for the violent and the insane. When the SUV drove into the Blackwater Valley, Yifeng felt this madness head-on. Within sight, there were three places where fights were going on. Swords coming and going, blood splattering in all directions. One of them was cut down, and the perpetrator immediately made up for it. Pust, right in the neck. The round head rolled several times before stopping. The perpetrator cursed viciously and left. All the people around, all of them are not surprised. No one will pay attention to it. Well, regretting it. It's not too late to quit. Don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Ha ha ha. Ah Long turned his head and laughed at Yifeng. The smile was real when he said he wouldn't joke about it. Yifeng glanced at him lightly and directly ignored his words. Leave one man to watch the car, and the rest of you walk around and ask for signs of the three evils of the Ma family. After Yifeng finished speaking, he directly got off the car. It was only after a while that the three brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, reacted. Grass. This brat. When is it his turn to make plans? The three of them cursed angrily and were very upset. Big brother. So what now? Pow. Who was driving? Inquired. Pow. You stay and watch the car. I'll go with Tiger and ask for information. Ah Long said, while the two of them got out of the car. Pow. Who stayed in the car as an afterthought, muttered in retrospect. Isn't the plan of action still the same? Yifeng walked casually, tried to lean toward a crowded area for a better chance of hearing the news. The two of them, Ah Long and Ah Hu, were more or less the same, heading in the other direction. At that moment, the treasure chest clue hint suddenly popped up. Treasure chest clue. A yellow, fine, treasure chest has appeared 1,000 meters ahead. Please go and open it. It's only yellow, but the good thing is that it's a fine one. It's not bad, and it's a profit to open anything. Yifeng followed the yellow arrow and quickly found the treasure chest, which could be opened directly without any difficulty. Snap. You open a yellow, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 1. 200 cards of Chi and Blood, 1. 300 cards of Chi and Blood. The boutique treasure chest could open 2 items, both of which were actually air blood. The values are different, and it seems that even if the treasure chest is of the same level, the things that are opened out go up and down. Fusion. Yifeng's Chi and Blood surged rapidly. Originally, the Chi and Blood had 4,000 cards, and with this 2,500, it immediately skyrocketed to 6,500 cards, above 6,000 cards and within 9,000 cards, even if it is in the category of a peak martial artist. In other words, opening this treasure chest allowed Yifeng to directly rise 2 small realms in a row from mid-martial master to peak martial master. At that moment, 2 men approached with obvious hostility on their faces. TSK, where's the kid from? Look at his age. He's a student, right? Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven. daring to come to Blackwater Valley alone. The two men were full of ferocity as they drank at Yifeng. What do you guys want? Yifeng inquired indifferently. What for? Ha ha ha, look so young and handsome. Not to go to be a duck, how unfortunate. Just this side on someone to collect. Can sell a good price. Behave yourself. Come over here and let us sell you, or we'll just have to let you die. The two men voiced their threats and shook the long knives in their hands. Yes. Yifeng approached the two. Boo! Suddenly striking out. He punched the man on the left straight in the chest. The entire chest instantly dented, and the man's eyes bulged violently. Pust! A large mouthful of blood was sprayed violently, accompanied by broken pieces of internal organs. His eyes were full of shock. His vitality slowly dissipated, and he collapsed unwillingly. Chapter 24, Is hiding your strength useful? A knife decapitates the head. With just one punch, the person was directly killed alive. The first time he killed someone, Yifeng didn't feel any discomfort and felt no different from killing a foreign beast. So strong. The one who was still alive froze for a while and finally reacted. A student-looking kid was so strong. The chi and blood that just erupted out had to be at the peak level of a martial master. Right? What a joke. A brat with peak martial master strength? On the contrary, they themselves were only at the early stage of martial master. This time, it's kind of a kick in the teeth. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. The one who was still alive was horrified beyond belief. He could only beg for mercy as he was killed here and no one would care at all. It's useless to resist, and he can't escape. He only hopes that Yifeng can spare his life. That depends on you. If you can provide useful information, Yifeng coldly said, we'll leave him alive, is to want to inquire about the situation, otherwise just a moment ago and killed. Please ask, and I will tell you all that I know. As if grasping the last straw, he spoke urgently. You often mingle in Blackwater Valley? Yifeng asked. Yes, been in Blackwater Valley for a while now, he replied. Have you ever seen the three evils of the Ma family? Yifeng asked again. I've seen it once recently, 2 days ago, he affirmed. Yifeng came in the spirit. It was good to have seen it, proving that it was still on this side. Yifeng asked him about the details. Unfortunately, there's no other valuable information other than to say you've seen it over there. I have given a full account. Will you spare me? He asked apprehensively. The corner of Yifeng's mouth rose, revealing an inexplicable smile. Boo! A fist blasted out, killing the person in front of the person's incredulous gaze. Spare him? Joke. Yifeng just didn't plan on it. Said I saw it over there, I'm going over to check it out. Yifeng walked back. You will need to pass off-road vehicles on the way. Coincidentally, the two brothers, Ah Long and Ah Hu, also happened to return. I have inquired about the situation. Someone has seen the three evils of the Ma family over there. Get in the car and go over to see them all. The one who spoke was Ah Long, who had inquired about the situation. Similar to Yifeng, the reason why they would come back first was that they just happened to need to pass by here, and the three of them had to be there. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to deal with the three evils of the Ma family. Seeing Yifeng's arrival, he thought it was just a coincidence that he came back and let Yifeng get on the car. You don't have to follow if you're afraid. Ah Long was looking for opportunities to taunt Yifeng at all times. Yifeng once again ignored him, pulled open the car door and sat up. Ah Long snorted coldly, and the two of them, along with Ah Hu, followed in the car. Pow! There's news. Let's go over there, Aaron shouted, but Pow didn't respond. Pow! Go over there. Aaron turned up the volume, and Pow still didn't move. Yifeng, who was sitting in the back row, sensed that something was wrong. The two brothers, Ah Long and Ah Hu, likewise sensed the weird atmosphere. Right at this moment, the front of the Ah Bao, his head tilted, directly planted, his forehead right in the middle. There is a hole. There is no longer any blood oozing out. Pow! Aaron's eyes widened in anger and he let out a cry of sadness. No good. Boom! A violent explosion detonated from the center of the SUV. A huge fireball that completely engulfed the vehicle and black smoke rolled out. After the explosion, the vehicle was in pieces in Pao's body, burning in flames. Yifeng, Ah Long, and Ah Hu, the three of them stabilized their figures a few meters away from the explosion point. At some point, there were three other people around them. It was no one else but the three evils of the Ma family. Perhaps it was when Aaron and the others inquired for information that they had revealed their purpose instead. Otherwise it was unlikely that they would have been actively sought out by them. Anyway, Yifeng had interrogated that person at that time to make sure that there was no one around, so it couldn't have been exposed by Yifeng. TSK, it's true that a mortal object like a bomb is of no use against a martial artist. Boss Ma's tone was flirtatious. If it exploded at close range, the martial artist would indeed be killed as well. But the problem was that the martial artist's reaction was too fast and agile, and after noticing the abnormality, it would be difficult to blow up if they were able to dodge it immediately. You killed my third brother. I want you to die. Ah Long and Ah Hu, with full of anger, drew their swords to kill the three evils of the Ma family. Boom! Boom! It's just that, as fast as it went, it flew back even faster. The two dragons and tigers flew backward at an extremely fast speed, and the blood that spewed out of their mouths trailed a long crimson red in the air, eventually smashing down near Yifeng. Their mouths were still spitting out blood, dismay and disbelief filling their eyes. How is that possible? You, Boss Ma, you actually are in the martial general realm. The one who had just struck out was only Boss Ma, and the strength displayed was actually at the early stage of martial general. It was completely doable for an early stage martial general to seriously injure two peak martial masters in an instant. You guys wouldn't be naive enough to think that I'm really only a peak martial master, right? Boss Ma sneered. Not only did he hide his strength externally, even his two brothers, likewise, hid their strength. The second and third, which outsiders thought were only late martial masters, actually had peak martial masters as well. No wonder it's so emboldened. So it's a good strength. I'm wondering if you're traveling or here to assassinate us, and why did you bring a brat with you? Go on, kill this kid, Boss Ma said to the oldest at his side. Yes, big brother, Ma Lao-san licked his big thick lips. Kid, I'm gonna whack you into a pulp. Ma Lao-san rushed towards Yifeng. His weapon was a sledgehammer, which was incredibly heavy, exceeding hundreds of pounds. This kid is going to die, and I don't know how he offended the three evils of the Ma family. I can even imagine the picture that follows. The commotion over here had spread, and many spectators came from afar, but they didn't dare to get close and only dared to watch from afar. After all, swords have no eyes, and one of the parties is the three evils of the Ma family, so if they are injured by mistake, who can they talk to? Anyway, martial artists had amazing eyesight and could see clearly from afar. Seeing Ma Lao-san charging towards Yifeng, the crowd had only one thought in their minds. Yifeng was going to be hammered into a meat pie. They didn't have the slightest doubt about Ma Lao-san's fighting style and ferocity. When they die at the hands of Ma Lao-san, none of them have a whole body, and all of them need a shovel in order to be shoveled up. Die for me, Ma Lao-san roared. The heavy hammer carried ferocious force, a powerful blow, smashing down on Yifeng's head. Boo! Smashed. Instead, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The crowd saw that the teenager raised one hand and opened his 5 fingers into a palm, steadily catching the heavy hammer. Ma Lao-san held his red face, riveted his strength, and fiercely pressed the road. The sledgehammer, however, did not half downward, motionless, stagnant there. How can that be? The people present were all stunned. Madaka! It was too late. Yifeng's other hand has long been poised to fire, the war knife out of the sheath, cutting through the air. From a face full of shock, Ma Lao-san neck right in the middle. A flash passed. Pus. Blood splattered in all directions. The large head, moving directly from the shoulders, fell to the ground and rolled several times before finally stopping. Wide-eyed, still with raw dismay, he stared straight at Boss Ma over there. Chapter 25. Save them? No, I bet you don't dare to kill. Too strong. This teenager, too strong. In a single glance, he directly killed Ma Lao-san in seconds. The three evils of the Ma family, they've run into an iron plate today. Not necessarily. The strength that Boss Ma displayed just now has already reached the martial general realm, while that kid on the opposite side is only at the peak of martial master. The watchers were talking. In fact, what they couldn't figure out was that, judging from the breath, Yifeng and Ma Lao-san were obviously at the same peak of the martial master. Why was there such a huge difference between the two men's fighting strength? Ma Lao-san was completely powerless to fight and was directly killed in seconds. While they were puzzled, Yifeng himself knew very well. The 1,000 life and death combat experiences that he had gotten before had greatly helped his combat abilities. The second thing was the martial saint body, which allowed Yifeng to have a much stronger conversion rate of qi and blood than others. In layman's terms, it means that when someone else calls on their chakra, it doesn't translate 100% into combat prowess, and will be discounted by a certain amount. The size of the discount depends on how much the person converts chakra. Yifeng, who possessed the saint body of martial Tao, had an extremely strong use of qi and blood, and was able to transform at 100% without any half discounts. Combine all these reasons, and it's easy to see why the combat is better than its counterpart. Awesome! He turned out to be so powerful. The two of them, Ah Long and Ah Hu, were ruthlessly shocked to the point. Even if the two of them joined hands and dealt with only one person, Ma Lao-san, they wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to kill him quickly. Yifeng, however, did it. It was even more unbelievable when he remembered that Yifeng was only a freshman. Dragon Academy. This new student recruited this year. What kind of monster is it? When they thought of looking down on Yifeng before, they felt ashamed of themselves, so they probably looked like clowns to the other party at that time. Lao San, Boss Ma and Elder Ma, both of them roared in unison, carrying full of anger, killing towards Yifeng. I want you to die. Avenge Lao San. The two of them held their respective weapons and rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng was not afraid in the slightest and also met the battle. Seeing this situation, still lying on the ground, has slightly slowed down the two brothers of the dragon and tiger, looked at each other, surprisingly tacit agreement to get up, and then skipped. If you don't leave now, when will you? In their opinion, even if Yifeng was stronger than his peers, he would definitely not be able to beat the martial general realm's boss Ma. The advantage brought about by the crushing of the realm was huge, and Yifeng was bound to lose. Taking advantage of the fact that Yifeng was now dragging the enemy was the best time for them to escape. As for Yifeng's death or life, they couldn't care less. Boom! Boom boom boom! The three of them fought into a ball of swords and fists. Yifeng fought the two men alone without any fear, prancing around with his excellent stance. The Wind Whisperer talent is augmented with a high affinity for the wind system, capturing changes in the surrounding air currents and detecting their trajectory in advance. It allowed Yifeng to deal with the attacks of the two with ease. After the delay in taking Yifeng, the two Ma family members began to sweat. Countless times in my mind I asked myself, why is this kid so strong? No good. Suddenly, the radiant blade light flashed, reflecting in Elder Ma's terrified pupils. He wanted to resist, but realized that Yifeng's attack contained several variations. Blocking the first step, but there was a second step. Blocking the second step, but not the third step. The timing was just right, so that Boss Ma, who was on the sidelines, didn't have a chance to back up. Ma Lauer was desperate and was killed by Yifeng with a knife. That leaves Boss Horse. Even though he had the strength of an early-stage martial general, he was still no match for Yifeng. Originally, Yifeng thought that he would need to use the means of a soul master to kill him, but he did not expect that he would be able to cross the ranks against him by using only a chi and blood martial artist. After a fight, Boss Ma's actual fighting strength, in fact, is not very strong. Fighting skills are very general, but also rely on the realm advantage, to be able to pass a few more moves with Yifeng. No! In the end, with an unwilling hiss, Boss Ma was also killed by Yifeng with a single slash. So far, the three evils of the Ma family have all been killed. All those who saw this scene were too shocked to speak. Just when the crowd thought that the battle was over, there was a newborn change. In the direction where the two Long-Hu people fled from just now, a silhouette approached step by step. The man wore a mask on his face, making it impossible to see his appearance. He was actually carrying one person in one hand, and the person being grabbed struggled hard but could not break free. It was none other than Long and Ahu who had just escaped. By doing so, the hostility was already obvious. The crowd could not help but have doubts. The three evils of the Ma family are the three brothers. This is the consensus of the outside world. It is impossible for a fourth person to exist. Now then, who is this masked fourth person? This is your companion, isn't it? The masked man's voice trailed off. Obviously not a normal voice, but a deliberately pressed pronunciation. Even if he suppressed his voice, this voice, Yifeng, still sounded a bit familiar. Sort of. Why? Yifeng casually responded. Help me. Help us. The two of them, Long and Ahu, struggled while asking Yifeng for help, especially when they saw the ground, where Boss Ma had become a corpse. They were shocked, and at the same time, it was as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yifeng was actually so strong, far beyond their knowledge. The stronger Yifeng was, the better chance they had of being rescued. What's wrong? Oh, if you want to save them, then kneel down for me. Kowtow 100 times first. I might be in a good mood and let these two companions of yours go. The masked man teased. Yeah? Then you might as well just slaughter them. Yifeng said smilingly. Let's not talk about the fact that from the very beginning, he didn't have a good feeling about the three brothers, the dragon, tiger and the leopard. It was also agreed before we left that no one would save anyone. Let's just say that the whole process has been 3 times disgusting with the faces of these three brothers. In the end, he himself took on Boss Ma, and the two of them also took the opportunity to just bolt. For this kind of person, even if he could be saved casually, Yifeng would not care. Yifeng's words made the masked man whole. It took a few moments of freezing to slow down. These are your companions. Are you really not going to save them? Then I'll really have to kill them, the masked man emphasized, and his hands pressed harder, grabbing the two dragons and tigers in a wrenching grip. Save us. The two wailed. Yifeng pulled out his ears and shook his index finger left and right. I bet you don't dare to kill Eren and Tiger? When the two heard this, their faces were ashen. Fruity. Click. The masked man's hands exerted force, and the necks of the two men were crushed directly. Letting go, the two bodies dangled helplessly. You lost the bet, the masked man said in a cold voice. Really? That's a pity, Yi Feng said smilingly. Want to stop betting? What's the bet? I bet you are Zhao Donghai. Yi Feng sneered. Even if the other party suppressed his voice and said more words, it was still heard by Yi Feng. The masked man didn't answer yes or no, but instead took the sword at his waist and pulled it straight out. Glancing over there, the bodies of the three evils of the Ma family. You've grown so fast in a short time, but it's time to end it. It caused me to lose everything. My reputation was ruined, and I was restless. Then, go to hell. Saying these words, it was obvious that he was Zhao Donghai, and the voice line was no longer pressed. It was indeed Zhao Donghai's voice. The long sword broke through the air, carrying the might of a late-stage martial general and stabbing straight at Yi Feng. With this kind of strength, one must use their soul master ability to kill them. However, this place was crowded with people, and if he had a choice, Yi Feng didn't want to reveal his soul master identity here. The reason the undercard is because it's not clear to others. Taking Zhao Donghai as an example, if he had learned beforehand that Yi Feng possessed the identity of a general-level soul master, he would definitely not dare to come to retaliate alone at this time. Such a threat would always exist, and the day it chose to strike, it would definitely be something that even Yi Feng's soul master status could not deal with, and that would be dangerous. Now, however, it's possible to counter a wave and erase the threat. Pretend to run away. Yi Feng immediately turned around. His body technique was exerted to the extreme, and he sped in the direction of the outer Blackwater Valley. Don't think about escaping. Today, you will die for sure. Zhao Donghai also immediately caught up. With a chase and an escape, the two of them went out of the Blackwater Valley. Both sides were far apart, getting closer and closer. Ha ha ha, Yi Feng, you didn't expect it, did you? That you would also have today. Today, I'll let you know that offending me will lead to a miserable death. Die. Zhao Donghai's long sword went straight in and stabbed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng turned back, deliberately showing a look of horror. At the same time, it was seen that Zhao Donghai under the close distance, his entire mask was shaking, and it was evident that the face under the mask was hideous to what extent. A close call. A purple and black energy burst out from Yi Feng's mind, so fast that it was hard to notice. Zhao Donghai suddenly had a cold head, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, alarm bells ringing in his heart, and a premonition of death quickly grew. Suddenly looking up, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and the purple-black tip of the gun was reflected in his pupils. No! Shrieks resounded all around. Chapter 26, This son will become a great man. The demon-breaking gun shot down sharply, accurately hitting Zhao Donghai's forehead, and the mask was instantly split into pieces. With powerful penetration, the lance pierced through, leaving a huge hole. Zhao Donghai didn't move a muscle as his figure slowly fell down, stirring up large clouds of dust. Until death, he couldn't figure out Yi Feng, who was still taking the college entrance exam 10 days ago, and whose performance was just a bit better than the other candidates, but was still far from being a pervert. Today, a dozen days later, at this moment, it actually possessed the ability to kill him in seconds. Even if this second kill was credited to surprise, he didn't have a chance of winning even if he started the fight head-on, because this is a soul master. Soul masters, invincible at the same rank, reasonable at the cross rank. Collect. The demon-breaking gun was turned back into energy and collected into Yi Feng's mind. The first time he used his soul master's ability, the killing power was huge, and Yi Feng himself was pleasantly surprised. Searching Zhao Donghai, he searched his body and found several bank cards. I don't know the code, and I can't get the money out. It's no different than a scrap of paper. Moreover, even if it is obtained, it is better not to take it. Once the money is withdrawn, leaving the surveillance footage from the time of the withdrawal becomes evidence. If Zhao Donghai is found dead later, he won't be able to get away with it. The security services just don't have a lot of energy to investigate all the homicides, but that doesn't mean that the ones that are brought to their doorsteps are going to sit on their asses. This sword is good. It can be thrown to the black market for a good price. Blackwater Valley is the best black market. Yi Feng took the sword and returned to the Blackwater Valley without entering through the previous entrance. The Blackwater Valley was quite large and had several entrances. Going in through the new entrance was a short distance away from where he had just killed the three evils of the Ma family, and no one recognized Yi Feng on this side. After selling the sword, in the black market, for $500,000, he left the Blackwater Valley. There was a car on the way here, but not on the way back. But it didn't matter. With Yi Feng's speed, he could run back even if he ran. In the end, it was a smooth ride back to the provincial capital, Pearl Villa area. Villa 108. Meet Lin Tianxiang, Coming back so soon, is there something unclear? I should have known that if we had left a contact information, we wouldn't have to make a trip for nothing. This point is indeed my negligence. Just met. Yifeng has not yet said anything. Lin Tianxiang is a meal. Right. Where are the three brothers? The dragon, tiger and leopard? Lin Tianxiang realized that the only one who had returned was Yifeng. Oh, I see. You want to cancel the mission and just let the three of you, the dragon, tiger and leopard, go on the mission, right? He said this in a euphemistic way, but in his actual heart, he thought that Yifeng finally realized that his own strength was not enough, so he regretted on the verge of a battle and came back first by himself. The three of them, dead. Yifeng's short sentence directly made Lin Tianxiang jump up in shock. What? Dead? Dead? Taking a deep breath, his emotions eased only slightly, and he pressed on. What the hell is going on? What does dead mean? The three evils of the Ma family have hidden their strength from the outside world. Yifeng said briefly. The three of them, dragon, tiger and leopard, were killed. Yifeng half-truthfully said. Then how were you able to come back safely? Lin Tianxiang was puzzled. Because I killed the three evils of the Ma family, Yifeng said indifferently. Lin Tianxiang was once again down, almost thinking he had heard wrong. Yifeng pressed the tactical watch and released the video that killed the three people. After reading it, Lin Tianxiang was speechless for a long time. Finally, he looked deeply at Yifeng. Freshman? Beat up a military general? These two messages put together are contradictory any way you look at it. But with the video as proof, there was no room for disbelief. So he had to chalk it up to the fact that there were always a few incomprehensible geniuses in the world. Lin Tianxiang operated online in front of Yifeng and submitted the request that the task had been completed by Yifeng. After the audit is approved, the credits will be credited to Yifeng. This mission, successfully concluded. It's time to go back. Lin Tianxiang still wanted to retain Yifeng and stay for a meal. The main reason was that he could see that Yifeng was powerful and had great potential and wanted to flatter and please. But Yifeng refused. He was in a hurry to go back, wait for the credits to arrive, and head to the Pavilion of Treasures to open the treasure chest, so he didn't have time to stay for dinner. Slow down. Lin Tianxiang's face was full of smiles as he sent Yifeng away from the villa area. Looking at Yifeng's back as he left, Lin Tianxiang murmured in a low voice. In the near future, the name Yifeng will surely be a household name, and there will surely be a place for him in the ranks of the greats. Family master. He's so young. Is he as powerful as you say? The nearby security guard, scratching his head, asked. Lin Tianxiang glanced at him lightly. Ask so many questions. Just watch your door. Yes, yes. The security guard nodded his head. Yifeng returned to the Dragon Academy. I just got an alert that the mission is complete and the credits are in. Use your tactical watch to go online and check your personal credits. 1,000 whole. No more. No less. Go open the treasure chest at once. Yifeng walked towards the trophy pavilion. And the news of Yifeng's return was quickly learned by Zhao Xiang. Why are you still coming back? Zhao Xiang couldn't figure it out. Dealing with the three evils of the Ma family would be beyond the limits of Yifeng's ability. Moreover, after Yifeng departed, he immediately contacted his eldest uncle, Zhao Donghai, to inform the intelligence. Zhao Donghai hated Yifeng and had long wanted to retaliate. It was impossible that he would not have made a move. But why? Yifeng was able to come back alive? No. I have to ask for clarification. Zhao Xiang immediately contacted Zhao Donghai. Turns out there's no answer. Continue to dial several more times. All the time. Zhao Xiang frowned. What happens to be the emergency? He had to guess so. But he didn't dare to have the slightest thought that Zhao Donghai had already been killed. What a joke. With his eldest uncle's strength of a late-stage martial general, how could Yifeng kill it? Yifeng was just like a doll that had just learned to walk in front of his eldest uncle. Apart from being abused, he was still being abused. That's when Aishot called him Brother Xiang. In the mission hall, the mission Kill the Three Evils of the Ma Family has been shown to have been completed, and the person who completed the mission is none other than Yifeng. What? Zhao Xiang jumped up in shock. Where did he get this ability? Cheating. It must be cheating. I'm going to sue him at the discipline law office. Yifeng came to the Canonical Collection Pavilion. On the first floor, you can come and go as you please. There are a lot of students, and I saw a familiar face. Yifeng, you're here too. Sun Rong saw Yifeng and greeted him with a smile. He seems to have an endless supply of snacks, and this will still be going on. Well, come and see. Yifeng also smiled in response. He said, heading for the elevator doors on the second floor. That's the second floor elevator. We can't get up there. I tried. You need to swipe your student card and test for 1,000 credits or more before the elevator doors will open. The more Sunrong spoke, the smaller his voice became and the wider his eyes became. What did he see? He saw that Yifeng took out his student card and swiped it. Tick. The elevator doors opened. Yifeng walked in and the elevator door closed again. Su Enrollment. Chapter 27, Soul Technique Blood Lance Shura. Yifeng entered the elevator and smoothly came to the second floor. The second floor was less crowded and quieter. Rows and rows of shelves held a book of secrets, all of which could only be obtained in full by opening the volume and redeeming it using credits. They picked out secret books and were so focused that no one paid attention to Yifeng's arrival. Yifeng looked like he was also picking out secret books, but he was actually following the green arrows on the ground. Come to the fifth row. Near the inside, a green, wobbly treasure chest rested quietly inside. Yifeng sort of discovered that the color of the fine treasure chests was darker than the non-fine ones. With anticipation, touched the treasure chest. Snap! You have opened a green, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Third Order Soul Skilled Blood Lance Shura Consummated Sense, 4,500 cards of Chi and Blood. Fusion. At once, a large amount of sensations filled into Yifeng's mind. At the same time, an image surfaced in Yifeng's mind. A blood-colored lance, emitting demonic crimson, as if it had just been fished out of a pool of blood. The lance swept across the 8 wastelands, and wherever it passed by, a sea of corpses and blood was a scene of Shura. The scene ended at this point, and Yifeng also happened to finish fusing his senses. The image just now is what it looks like when performing the Blood Gun Shura Soul technique. Yifeng was excited. With a soul skill, the combat power was once again elevated by another tier, and after 4,500 cards of Chi and Blood fused into his body, Yifeng's total amount of Chi and Blood reached a staggering 11,000 cards. The realm of a Chi-blooded martial artist then reached the early stage of a martial general. Only another 1,000 calories are needed to advance to the middle stage. Yifeng's upgrading speed was no one's fault. Almost one day at a time. I came to see what's available for redemption here. The fact that credits are redeemed away does not affect future promotion to senior cadet, as long as a total of 10,000 credits have been earned. Whether they have been spent or not, you can apply for promotion to senior cadet. The Falling Flower Sword Technique, second rank, 800 credits. The Autumn Rain Blade Technique, second order, 1,000 credits. After a quick look, Yifeng shook his head straight. The ones placed on the second floor were all second order secrets, and for Yifeng, second order secrets were no longer necessary to learn. After all, already generals well, to learn is also to learn the third order. Then don't redeem it. Keep the credits for now. Yifeng simply went downstairs. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, Sun Rong blocked the door. It was estimated that from just now, he had been guarding this place, to wait for Yifeng to come down. Yifeng, why were you able to go up to the second floor? He also looked around while lowering his voice. Did you find some loophole to escape the credit test? Yifeng was dumbfounded after hearing this and simply swiped his student card again in front of Sun Rong. Tick, Cadet, Yifeng. Credits, 1,000. Seeing the 2 lines of data on the small screen, Sun Rong's eyes, which were significantly smaller due to his obesity, snapped into a glare. 1,000. You've got 1,000 credits. Where did that come from? He sounded incredibly surprised. Of course it's a mission too. Yifeng hadn't finished his words yet, but was interrupted by a team of people who hurriedly came. The one at the head. Of course I came here by cheating. Everyone from the Discipline Law Hall. This man is Yifeng, a freshman who just enrolled yesterday. He received a high pay for a difficult task, yet it only took him half a day to complete it. I seriously suspect that he hired an expert from outside to complete it for him, with the purpose of earning credits quickly. Zhao Xiang added. He had just learned that Yifeng had completed the task, so he suspected that Yifeng had cheated, and thinking that he had caught Yifeng, he immediately went to the Discipline and Law Hall to complain. The Hall of Discipline and Law is where the Dragon Academy handles incidents of violating school rules. The members inside consist of 2 parts, the enforcers and the judges. The enforcers were the team of people who had been called by Zhao Xiang at this time and were preparing to come and take Yifeng away. They are basically staffed by older students, and the requirements are still strict, requiring firstly good strength, and secondly good character. Having been in school for at least 2 years and not having violated any school rules, with them acting as law enforcers, it is less likely that they will clash with students and escalate the incident. The judges, that is, some tutors are acting, also has not low requirements. People should be just and fair on the matter. They are responsible for investigating the authenticity of the incident, to make the final judgment and punishment. Senior Yifeng, please come with us to the Discipline Law Hall and investigate this matter clearly. If you are wrongly accused, you will definitely be given justice. A square-faced enforcer said in a calm tone. He's the one who reported it, right? Yifeng pointed at Zhao Xiang and inquired. Right. The square-faced enforcer nodded. Zhao Xiang revealed a smug smile and a look of now you've fallen. Then if the final result is that I am proved to be wrongly accused, what should be done with this kind of person who casually reports others without evidence and causes a waste of human resources? Yi Feng then inquired. Cut. You're the only one who's still wronged? Zhao Xiang snaps. The enforcer said slowly. If that is the case, the whistleblower will be punished, and it is the duty of the trial mentor to decide exactly how to sentence him. That is something we are not aware of. All right, lead the way. Yi Feng did not panic in the slightest and followed them to the discipline law hall. Kifa Hall is located in the middle of the school, and the building is white in color, which makes it look solemn and dignified. The person in charge of this matter of Yi Feng was a man with a goatee. After listening to both sides, he pulled up Yi Feng's mission record, and the time of collection and the time of completion were only a few hours apart. These few hours, most of which were presumably spent catching up, arguably left little time to carry out the mission. After reading the mission introduction, as well as Yi Feng's identity as a newborn, the two really didn't match. Only a few of the new students who had just joined yesterday had received quests, but the quests that the others had done were in line with their strengths. Yi Feng was the only one who completed a task that was super difficult for him or her. But, here's a video of the battle during the mission, and it was indeed done by him. At that time, Lin Tianxiang had to submit the mission as complete and asked Yi Feng for the battle video as proof that Yi Feng had completed the mission. At this point by the goatee mentor, the video was pulled up for the crowd to see. On the screen, Yi Feng decapitated Ma Lao San with a single slash. His movements were crisp and clean. Another picture of a solo fight against two people. He quickly seized the opportunity to decapitate Ma Lao Er, and his sword technique was so varied that it was hard to defend. Until the end, decapitating Boss Horse without a doubt. End of video playback. So strong. Is this a new student? The enforcers who brought Yi Feng over looked at him in surprise. They thought that it was just an ordinary cheating incident, not that it hadn't happened before. I didn't realize that the freshman actually did it, and it was indeed a task that he accomplished. And this strength displayed is breathtaking. Goatee Tutor is also surprised to look at Yi Feng, and even reconfirm Yi Feng's information. Is really this year's new student? Just now there is no mistake. How is it possible? How is this possible? Zhao Xiang couldn't believe it. How could Yi Feng complete this task and decimate so easily? It would have been hard to determine the exact strength of the character if it hadn't only been through the video and hadn't been able to feel the scent as it had been in the field. Otherwise, if he were to learn that Boss Ma, in fact, was an early-stage martial general, he was afraid that it would be even more difficult to believe. Mentor, now that I've been proven innocent of cheating, what should be done about people like him who maliciously slandered and falsely accused and reported me? Yi Feng wrote on his victory and would definitely not let Zhao Xiang go easily. No, you must have still cheated. I didn't frame you. Before the goatee tutor could say anything, Zhao Xiang grabbed the lead. The video is only the first view, and you did not show your face in it, so the person inside the combat video is not necessarily you. Chapter 28, set me up? Just what I wanted. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the person inside the combat video is not you, but an expert you hired at a high price to complete the mission for you, which is equivalent to the fact that you paid for this video in order to complete the mission. I can even conclude that you left the school just for show as well, and actually skulked around somewhere, and then had an expert hired ahead of time to help you kill the three evil ones of the Ma family, and just transmit the video to you once you're done. What I say, did it really go that well for you to finish so quickly? So it's a hired expert. That must have gone well. The more Zhao Xiang spoke, the more energized he became, feeling that all of this that he had deduced was very reasonable. Do you have proof? Don't you know that whoever suspects gives evidence? You can't make a guilty inference? Yi Feng threw several rhetorical questions in a row. Zhao Xiang was momentarily speechless and was dumbfounded by the question. You must have cheated anyway, unless you can prove it. Really? Zhao Xiang started to mess around. Snort! Why do I need to prove my strength to myself? Yi Feng sneered back. Even if self-evidence is indeed very simple, but if you say self-evidence, I have to self-evidence, you're an asshole. Yi Feng was also almost certain that Zhao Donghai would be so well informed, and that it was Zhao Xiang who had tipped him off when he intercepted himself there in the Blackwater Valley. It was a good thing that he still had his soul master status, otherwise he really would have fallen. This Zhao Xiang was already considered an enemy. Before he had the chance to find trouble with him, he was looking for trouble with himself instead. The inverted Big Dipper belongs to Is. The more you don't dare to testify against yourself, the more problematic you are. I'm at the early stage of martial general. Dare you fight me? As long as you can fight to a draw, it will prove that you are capable of accomplishing your mission. Zhao Xiang was aggressive. Early military general? Yi Feng smiled. Can only fight to a draw? Can't injure you? Yi Feng's eyes teased. Zhao Xiang froze, then laughed loudly. Injure me? Ha ha, You have the ability to do that. So of course you can. We can sign up for a ring battle. No need to be responsible for injuries. And we can even bet credits. The so-called ring battles are offered by the school to encourage students to spar. A martial artist needs to grow in battle. You can't become strong just by practicing. Sign a ring agreement and you can have a legal sparring match without killing or maiming someone. And no one will be held accountable afterward. By not signing the ring agreement and having a private date between the two parties, the school would be considered a brawl and would be in violation of the school's rules. The so-called disabled refers to the kind of injury that cannot be rehabilitated, such as missing arms and legs and so on, is disabled. If it's just a bruise, no matter how long it takes to recover, it's not a disability as long as it can be recovered. Humph. If you dare to agree, I want you to taste what it's like to be bedridden for a month, Zhao Xiang secretly said in his heart. The mention of ring protocol is already him laying down the gauntlet. The latter also suggested that one could place a bet with credits, which was a further way to tempt Yi Feng into a trap with credits. Credits can be exchanged for various secrets, and they are attractive to any student. Okay, I'll sign with you, but I'll be the one to say how many credits to wager. Yi Feng responded, still worried about how to quickly earn enough 10,000 credits. I did not expect that this guy will take the initiative to send to the door. This time to earn him a hard time. You can bet up to 5,000 credits. How much do you want? Zhao Xiang asked. Up to 5,000? Turns out there's a limit. Come to think of it, the school is only there to encourage students to fight. It's not like they're encouraging gambling, so there's bound to be a limit set. But 5,000 credits is quite a lot. 5,000 then. But I only have 1,000 credits right now. Can that bet stand? Yi Feng is afraid. How much to bet? Need to have this number themselves, because the rules need to consider the loss. This person has the ability to make compensation. It can be established, as long as your opponent agrees to it. Then I agree. Anyway, after signing the agreement, you can't renege on the debt, and the 4,000 you owe, you can then slowly earn it to pay me back. The way Zhao Xiang said this, those who didn't know would think that he had already achieved victory. In his mind, it was also true that he never considered losing. Are you kidding? He's an early-stage martial general. He's going to lose? Lose to no one. Not to a freshman who only knows how to cheat. The two go to the official campus website, select the ring agreement, and sign it. The bet is for 5,000 credits, and the fight begins tomorrow at noon, in the hall of competition. All identity verified and signed successfully. At this moment, Zhao Xiang's mouth was crooked with a smile, not expecting Yi Feng to really get into the trap. Tomorrow, not only can I earn 5,000 credits in blood, but I can also teach Yi Feng a hard lesson, killing two birds with one stone. From then on, Yi Feng became his subslave. Every credit earned is automatically transferred over to pay off the debt until the 4,000 owed is paid off. It takes a long time for a freshman to earn a few thousand credits on a normal mission, waiting to pay off the debt, and then accumulating 10,000 credits to advance to senior cadet. It is even more difficult to know how long it will take, and it is ruthlessly delayed. So what if Yi Feng doesn't go to earn credits? It's also fine. Yi Feng would have never been able to graduate and have no future. Either way, he could already foresee Yi Feng's miserable future. At this time, someone entered the official campus website and inadvertently saw the information about the ring battle between Zhao Xiang and Yi Feng, which immediately triggered a hot debate. Did you guys see that? The official campus battle of the ring page. A battle of the ring message at the top. Didn't pay attention. Who's fighting who? Why is it even on top? It's Zhao Xiang and Yi Feng. The fight starts tomorrow at noon, and they placed a bet of 5,000 credits. So it's been put on top. Hiss. 5,000 credits bet? Isn't that the highest? No wonder it's topped. A full bet is a first. There used to be 1,000, and it all felt pretty ho-hum. By the way, who is Yi Feng? What's the origin? Zhao Xiang was a veteran student. They recognized it. But this Yi Feng, they had no impression. Supposedly a freshman. Just enrolled yesterday. What? Freshman? The people who learned of this news were all confused. How strong can a freshman be? I can't believe I'm in a ring fight with an older student. Even a full bet was placed. Are people crazy? Or is the world crazy? Couldn't it be? Zhao Xiang is luring the freshman, right? Lulling the freshman into fighting a ring battle with him. And if they win, they'll be able to lie down and collect credits. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Genius idea. Why didn't I think of that? But it's kind of mean is all. Despicable what? And cannot be forced. Only blame that called Yi Feng. Their own people stupid just, was casually set on the hook. Freshmen so much. How others did not take the bait. In favor of him? Fair enough. The students were hot with discussion. Mentors are also learning the news. Yi Feng's junior tutor, Tung Qingfeng, immediately found Yi Feng after learning the news. How could you agree to fight a ring battle with an old student? And placed a full bet? Looking at him, he looked more anxious than Yi Feng. It was only in the morning that he felt that Yi Feng was amazingly perceptive and was a moldable talent. Who knew that before the day was even over? Yi Feng had this incident. Most geniuses are too sharp and don't know the middle ground, and are often at a disadvantage. But he never expected that Yi Feng would be so blooming that he would lose the sanity that he should have. He offered to fight, so it was agreed. Yi Feng said rightfully, so if he proposes a fight to the death, are you going to agree? Tung Qingfeng looked like he hated it. Ha? There's still this good thing? Yi Feng was filled with anticipation. Deng Qingfeng, the man is hopeless. Chapter 29. Hundreds of punches in an instant. Did you eat a machine gun? Mentor accommodation area. Suchan Yi's yard. The surrounding air, lingering with a scorching aroma. The nearby flowers and plants appeared a little wilted, as if they had just been baked by the high temperature. At this time Su Keni, wearing a practice clothes, 2 round big thunder, like ripe to be picked fruit, want to pop out of the lapel. Hot body, hold up attractive S-curve. Having just finished practicing, she looked even more alluring with a blush on her cheeks. During the break, she overheard the news about the ring battle. He's crazy, isn't he? Su Keni subconsciously said. If you weren't crazy, how could you possibly answer the war? She was still very optimistic about Yi Feng. But now, Yi Feng's approach made her feel that, at least in the peace of heart, Yi Feng still had a long way to go. Just as well, let's consider it a lesson for him, and hopefully he'll grow up as a result. You can't become a strong man without a good heart, Su Keni murmured. And then he continued practicing, and all of a sudden, the courtyard once again rose to high temperatures. Yi Feng walked towards the dormitory. Along the way, it attracted a lot of attention. Because of this matter of the ring battle, many people held curiosity, so they went to learn about Yi Feng, and their looks became known to them. In their opinion at this time, Yi Feng was the dumbest one among the freshmen of this session. If they had known it was so easy to fool, they would have jumped the gun and fooled it first. Now that he was preempted by Zhao Xiang, he could not draw up a second sparring agreement until this battle was over. Otherwise he would have said anything to sign one with Yi Feng as well. Even if you are scolded for being mean, you won't lose a piece of meat. 5,000 credits. Not a small amount anymore. So what if you are scolded? Yi Feng gradually approached the student dormitory area and turned his head to look in a certain direction, the blue arrow extending all the way over. I've heard that over there is where the instructors are housed. Hurry up and earn enough 10,000 credits to become a senior student. Get close to Su Keni, and find a way to open her treasure chest. Yi Feng, returning to the dormitory area, she happened to run into He Ziling, who shouted out, "Did you really sign up for the ring battle tomorrow?" She inquired eagerly. "I signed it." Yi Feng nodded. "Why did you sign this? That scum is an old student, much stronger than you. How could you win?" He Ziling felt incredulous. "You didn't agree to this because, knowing that I was disfigured because of this scumbag, you wanted to teach him a lesson, did you?" He Ziling subconsciously said. "I just finished it, and I'm a little embarrassed myself." It's a little presumptuous to say that. It was true that she and Yi Feng were friends, but to say that, because of this, she lost her mind and signed this unequal sparring agreement, it was not so bad. Fortunately, Yi Feng didn't think much about it and smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out tomorrow." Even if she explained more now, He Ziling wouldn't believe that she could definitely win, so she might as well let her see for herself tomorrow. The next day, noon, after more than 10 hours of fermentation, the whole school, teachers and students, almost all knew about the fight. Even many of those who were not originally in school hurried back just to witness today's sparring match. If it was just a normal sparring match, even with 5,000 credits at stake, it wouldn't generate that much attraction. A key part of this is the huge disparity in strength between the two sides. On one of the sides, it was a veteran student who had been in the school for more than 2 years, with the realm of early martial general. On the other hand, it was only a freshman who had just enrolled 2 days ago. No matter which way you think about it, it feels like a no-holds-barred fight. The hall of competition. The crowd was packed with students and faculty. In the middle of the hall, there was a wide square ring. On one side of the ring, Zhao Xiang held his sword in both hands and stood there with confidence and indifference on his face. "Why haven't you come yet?" The surrounding spectators were slow to wait for Yi Feng to show up. I'm afraid that I don't dare to come." Zhao Xiang sneered inwardly. He's not expected to come. At the time of signing the agreement, the head was in the clouds, and now, with hindsight, I realized that it was given for nothing. So I'm afraid to come. If he doesn't show up after the point, it's considered a forfeit, and it counts as a loss for him as usual. You're going to lose anyway, and you'll get one less beating if you don't come. Zhao Xiang's 5,000 credits. It's damn easy to earn. Sour, sour, sour. Grass. I purposely rushed back from outside and thought I could see a special battle, but I didn't expect this? I've come all this way for nothing. Spectators were near the ring, talking. It's good not to come, lest you hurt anywhere and affect your cultivation later. Yi Feng's mentor, Deng Qingfeng, had also come to watch on purpose, and was relieved at this time. Not only him, but there were also quite a few tutors who came. Among them was Su Keni. Don't even know what this brat, in the end, is thinking. Su Keni shook her head. Just when the crowd thought that Yi Feng would not come, they were all ready to disperse. He's coming. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd turned their gazes, in unison, in the direction of the doorway. The scene were a revelation. He saw Yi Feng, full of tiredness, yawning, a toothpick in his mouth, nearly falling down, walking over in that unimaginative manner. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. How can anyone believe that they can win with this image right now? After approaching, Yi Feng looked around the crowd present and paused slightly when he reached Su Keni. Finally, his eyes settled on Zhao Xiang in the ring. With a light leap, Yi Feng jumped onto the ring and was facing Zhao Xiang from a distance. Oh, thought you wouldn't dare come. Zhao Xiang's head, condescendingly raised upwards, revealing a face full of contemptuous smiles. I finished lunch and was going to take a nap when I remembered there was this sparring match, so I rushed over just in time. Yi Feng picked his teeth and said, "Humph, pretending." Zhao Xiang snorted coldly. "Can we start the fight now? I can go back to sleep after the fight." Yi Feng asked. "You'll have a chance to sleep for the next big chunk of time." Zhao Xiang laughed sardonically, meaning it. Where's your weapon?" Zhao Xiang suddenly realized that Yi Feng was actually empty-handed and didn't have a weapon with him. "Against you." Yi Feng twisted his fingers. "Why need a weapon? Grass. So pretentious." The crowd chanted. "Pretend. You won't be able to pretend after a while." Zhao Xiang sneered. This was where they misunderstood Yi Feng. Against Zhao Xiang, there was really no need for weapons. There is another key reason. Now is not a life and death battle, and cannot be directly cut to death. If you use a knife, you can only use the unopened edge. Cut up, not painful. Ding dong, ding dong. The ring sounds the countdown beep for the start of the battle. 3, 2, 1. Matchmaking begins. The electronic beep sounded. Boom. Zhao Xiang violently raised his chi and blood. His feet snapped, and he rushed towards Yi Feng. With his speed, almost instantly, he rushed from this end of the ring to Yi Feng at the other end of the ring. The stage exclaimed, "Worthy of being a military general? This speed is fast." On the contrary, Yi Feng stood still, presumably not having reacted yet. Also, a freshman, in the presence of a military general, would certainly not be able to react. It's over. The crowd thought so. Only those tutors, who vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Yi Feng, too calm. It's not like it's unresponsive at all. It's more like, boom. Right at this moment, Yi Feng also instantly mobilized his chi and blood, and his majestic breath violently erupted. Military general. Surprisingly, it's a military general too. The crowd was so shocked that their mouths were about to be dislocated. The aura that erupted from Yi Feng's body had actually reached the early stage of martial general. Why are you also? Zhao Xiang's thought had just risen. At close range, Yi Feng's sandbag-sized fist was aimed at his face. Not good. Zhao Xiang's face was twisted, and at the expense of damaging his body, he had to change the trajectory of his figure in an instant. However, Yi Feng's fist, as if it was equipped with automatic tracking, almost at the same time when his figure changed to dodge, the fist also followed. The response was staggeringly fast. Boom! Accurate hits to the face. Zhao Xiang's face, instantly his nose was dented and blood flew. Yi Feng did not stop, and both fists came out. Boom 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 boom, like two machine guns. They continuously blasted hundreds of punches at all parts of Zhao Xiang's body. Zhao Xiang's entire body, hardened, was blasted out of the ring and smashed into the middle of the audience. The whole man was a bloody man, motionless as if dead. The whole room was silent. Chapter 30. No one is allowed to rob. He's the old ladies. Finish the fight and call it a day. Yi Feng clapped his hands and took a toothpick and proceeded to pick his teeth. You win a ring battle and earn 5,000 credits. Yi Feng's tactical watch. A prompt popped up. The credits had been deducted from Zhao Xiang and added to Yi Feng's side. Yi Feng's total credits had reached 6,000. Very nice. It was only then that the scene erupted into a landslide of applause and a cacophony of unmistakable exclamations. Too strong. Only one photo. Just directly sent people flying. This is a freshman? In that instant just now, there were at least hundreds of punches, right? Such a fast punching speed. Even my major in boxing is inferior to myself. One needs to have an extremely high degree of body control to have such explosive power. Both the older students and the newer students were overwhelmed. The older students were shocked that a freshman was so powerful. The freshmen, on the other hand, were shocked with 3 parts pride and 5 parts shame, proud of the fact that there are such strong people in the freshman group. Let's see if these older students still dare to bully them, and ashamed of being the same freshmen. People are already strong to the point of no return, and they? Still struggling to become a martial master. People are so angry with each other. The same high school champion. He's already left me so far behind. Sun Rong was filled with bitterness and felt that the snacks in his mouth didn't even smell good anymore. Yi Feng is so strong, He Ziling murmured softly. She was lucky enough to break through to the martial master realm last night when she was practicing. Originally, he thought that the gap in strength with Yi Feng had closed, but now he realized that there were still several chasms in between. No wonder. Yi Feng was so confident yesterday, and to see that scum Zhao Xiang, really beaten up by Yi Feng, she couldn't mention how happy she was, finally for her out of a vicious anger. The mentors were equally shocked. This kid, unexpectedly so strong? With this strength, I'm afraid he'll surpass me before long. Tong Qingfeng was stunned. No wonder it was so painful to respond to the battle. So it's really something. What he didn't know was that in a real fight, Yi Feng would be no worse than him now. He's growing faster than I was then? Su Keni seemed to have discovered a new continent, her eyes staring at Yi Feng in amazement. And in her amazement, there was also a bit of unconvincing stubbornness. Don't see that she is already a martial king, but she is actually only in her 20s. And young people are always more competitive. It's inevitable to feel frustrated while admiring the sight of someone who is better than you are at the same stage. He ignored the rules of the fight and killed my brother. It's a murderer. As the crowd was immersed in shocking emotions, a discordant voice rang out. When the crowd looked, they saw Zhao Ming, full of hatred, by the side of Zhao Xiang, who was like a blood man, somewhat at a loss for words and unable to make a move. Can't die. I know the measure of my hand. Just hurt him, at most lie for half a year. Can get up and sit in a wheelchair, and then recover a half a year later. It is estimated that it is almost the same. This small injury, why should it be staggering? Yi Feng said in a light tone. Crowd, you know what's appropriate? Lying for 6 months? Another half year in a wheelchair? That's a minor injury? Look at that. Talking like a human being. Zhao Ming was on the verge of exploding with anger, and when he looked at Yi Feng, he was shocked and angry. Tong Qingfeng walked over and checked Zhao Xiang's body. It's a shock not to find out. All over his body, there were as many as hundreds of broken bones, evenly distributed all over his body, and skillfully avoiding the vitals, so as not to kill the person. In terms of internal organs, they were all shocked as well. In short, the internal injuries were very serious, but fortunately, they were all recoverable. It is also the strong physical quality of the martial artist, so that there is a possibility of recovery. Replaced by ordinary people? Is not right, even if it is replaced by a weak strength. This kind of injury is not good to recover. I didn't expect that the seemingly easygoing Yi Feng would be so ruthless. There is nothing wrong with this point. In itself, it is Zhao Xiang who set up the trap first. It is nothing to be ruthless. As a martial artist, too much kindness and softness will often suffer great losses. Not dead yet, just passed out. Contact the infirmary and hurry to send them for treatment, Tong Qingfeng said. Hearing this, what can Zhao Ming say? Of course, is to hurry to send his brother to the treatment, sent late for fear that cannot be saved. After this incident, Yi Feng immediately became the meat and potatoes. The surrounding tutors, especially the senior tutors, all stared at Yi Feng. Their idea, which was obvious to anyone with a clear eye, was to preemptively compete for Yi Feng as a student. With Yi Feng's strength, they knew very well that it wouldn't be long before he could earn enough 10,000 credits to become a senior student, and at that time, he would need to choose a senior tutor. A genius like Yi Feng was hard to find by beating the lanterns, and after he grew up, he would also surely have unlimited achievements, so he would surely have to compete to go over and be a student. No one is allowed to grab it. He's mine. Along with the words, Yi Feng's eyes blossomed with aroma. Su Keni's proud figure appeared in front of Yi Feng. Good play. Just a little wobbly. Tutor Su, many of the previous good seedlings have entered your door. This time, Su Keni directly interrupted. No need to go back this time and that time. I'm the one who went to Linhai City to supervise the exams, and I've long had my eye on Yi Feng, and I won't let you guys have it no matter what I say. Su Keni's attitude was hard, not letting go, and while speaking, the surrounding temperature was even gradually rising. Good. Yours and yours, not to be taken from you. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the rest of the tutors all conceded. If you really want to get serious, this is really dare to move with you. The key is also strong and scary. Lingnan's youngest female martial arts king's name. Not for nothing. That's more like it. Su Keni raised her head, like a proud swan. Yi Feng, when you become a senior cadet, go find me immediately. Got it? Su Keni instructed Yi Feng. This situation was just what Yi Feng wanted, but curiously inquired, do I have the right to choose? As a matter of fact, students also have the right to choose their tutors, and if they really don't want to be under your tutelage, can you force them to do so? The other tutors, who had originally given up on the competition, heard this and their eyes lit up. Yeah, and the student has a choice to decline, too. If they reject Su Keni, won't their chance come? The crowd of senior tutors looked forward, their eyes rejuvenated. You have a choice, but you are not allowed to refuse. Su Keni waved her fist. It's settled. I have something to do first. Remember to look for me after your credits reach 10,000. Waiting for you, yo. After Su Keni finished speaking, she didn't give Yi Feng a chance to speak and disappeared into the hall with a flash. What a bossy twat. Yi Feng spat. Sure enough, the glowing glow of the tutors dimmed anew. However, this was like Su Keni's style, and they were not surprised. In the next few days, Yi Feng found some more quests to do. With Yi Feng's current strength, earning credits was still relatively simple. The credits rose miserably and soon reached 9,000. Pick another one. 000 point task and you'll reach 10,000. Yi Feng picked on the big screen of the mission. This quest, it requires entering a secret realm? Also at that moment, the hint for the treasure chest clue popped up. Treasure chest clue, in the green mysteries, a green, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Chapter 31 Demonized Plants. Green Secret Realm. The green mysterious realm, a place of lush vegetation, was rich in herbs. Many people who needed herbs would think of this secret place at first. This secret realm is equally dangerous, with poisonous creatures and foreign beasts. There is another species that is even more exotic and very much in keeping with the character of this secret realm. Demonized plants. The so-called demonized plant is a plant that moves, and from the outside alone, it looks no different from a normal plant, but it's also like an animal, with its trunk and branches moving as if it's alive. Demonized plants are diverse and come in all shapes and sizes, all of which are dangerous. Perhaps a nearby willow tree, which had been peaceful and quiet, could suddenly fling its willows, binding and strangling people alive in a scene that was once bizarre. The good thing is that the formation of demonized plants, the conditions are relatively harsh. The timing is right. The people are right. You can't have one without the other. At a certain point, the opportunity arrives for the plant to demonize successfully and give birth to a spirit. There was also a very small portion that came through reproduction, such as a certain demonized plant that condensed seeds, which sprouted and grew to form a new demonized plant. However, the reproduction rate of demonized plants is very low and such cases are relatively rare. There are two sides to everything, and as with the Fae, while they can be a threat, they can also bring something beneficial to the table. For example, the blood and flesh of exotic beasts, consumed year-round, was helpful to martial artists in enhancing their chi and blood. The materials on certain foreign beasts were incredibly strong and could also be used to make weapons. The same is true for demonized plants, which have medicinal value in their own right, and after they are killed, the bodies are valuable. Also, if you are lucky enough to get seeds or seedlings of demonized plants, as long as they have the ability to train them up, they will be a great fighting force. Like a battle pet, it can help its master in battle. There were combat types that were extremely aggressive, as well as defensive types that were able to form protective battle armor that fit and covered the entire body, carrying the damage for the person, or other auxiliary types. It was rumored that many years ago, there was a person with average martial arts qualifications named Mubu Fan. He had a limited future in martial arts practice, but he was not willing to be mediocre, so he delved into demonized plants. Later on, he really studied the name, and was extremely knowledgeable about demonized plants. He had managed to cultivate quite a few demonized plants, some of which were extremely strong in combat, much stronger than even he himself. It was said that he, who was only in the martial master realm, had actually relied on a demonized plant to dry out a martial king. The news spread and shocked countless people. At the same time, it also caused a lot of people's eyes to redden. After all, cultivating demonized plants, the relevant information was too little. Even if there was some research, it was definitely hidden and would not be made public. Therefore, even if you are given a demonized plant that is suitable for cultivation, you will not be able to cultivate it successfully due to the lack of relevant knowledge. The piker is not guilty of the crime. When you are carrying a heavy treasure and you are unwilling to offer it up or share it, then there are bound to be people who are desperate enough to take it from you by force through underhanded means. Many forces had set their sights on Mu Bufan, launching various interception and killing actions with the aim of obtaining all of Mu Bufan's research results on demonized plants. A few months later, Mu Bufan disappeared, and no one knew his whereabouts anymore. Some say he's incognito and in hiding. Others say he's dead, stabbed to death. The killer unknown. 20 years have passed since then. The name of Mu Bufan can only be heard in people's mouths, and no one has ever seen this person again. Whether they are in hiding or really dead, no one knows. Speaking back to the present, Yifeng gazed at the task list. Mission, excavate 10 clear windgrasses. Details, commissioned by Oncon Pharmacy to go to Winesound Valley in the Green Secret Realm to excavate 10 clear windgrasses. Suggested strength, Martial General Realm or above. Remuneration for the assignment, 1,000 credits. Deadline, June 30th. The task looks simple, but the actual danger is not small. The Green Secret Realm is a 3-level secret realm. The strength of the martial arts generals to go in is more secure. This mission still had a deadline. Yifeng subconsciously looked at the date. June 30th. Well, doesn't that just happen to be today? This means that the task expires after today. Time was running out, and Yifeng immediately picked up the quest. Departure. Anyway, there were treasure chests inside the Green Secret Realm, so this trip had to be made, or else we could consider switching to other quests. Now go over there, dig up the clearing grass, and then go open the treasure chest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Road. Yifeng took the opportunity to inquire about the information about Winesound Valley. It really checks out quite a bit, so it looks like this place is more popular. Winesound Valley. Every year in June, the valley is wildly windy. The wind whistles. During this period, plants will grow rapidly, among which there are medicinal value, such as qingfeng grass, but also be careful. This period of time, the highest level of danger in the valley, but also attracted a lot of wind-loving beasts entrenched. Yifeng had a basic understanding of Winesound Valley after some understanding. It was also always clear why there were mission deadlines, because after the month of June, when the gales of the Winesound Valley disappeared, the clear windgrass would no longer grow, and it would be impossible to find it at all if it was late. 2 hours later, Yifeng finally arrived at the Green Secret Realm. It's located north of the provincial capital, and there's a plain here called the Green Plains. I don't know if it was because of the secret realm that the plain was called that, or if it was called that originally, and after the secret realm appeared, it was only called the Green Secret Realm in passing. The issue is irrelevant and no one cares. At the center of the plains, the void seemed to have collapsed into a piece, the size of a soccer field to say the least, emitting a green glow, the color matching the surrounding plains. In this plain, there were relatively few foreign beasts, and seeing as it was endless, there weren't many places to hide. The intelligence of the Fey beasts was no match for humans, but they knew that without a hiding spot, they would die faster. At a glance, the foreign beasts were not seen, but quite a few people were seen, traveling in groups of 3 or 5. It wasn't all martial arts generals. As long as inside the team, there existed at least one martial arts general realm. Even if the other team members were martial arts masters, there was usually not much of a problem. I wonder how the wind is blowing today. Over in Winesound Valley. It's the last day. I'm going to get more herds this time when I go into Winesound Valley. So many want to go to Winesound Valley. Looks like there's a lot of competition later. Vaguely, Yifeng heard quite a few teams talking about Winesound Valley. Probably because it's the last day, and if you miss today, you'll have to wait another year. So they're all piling in. Of course there was a significant portion that wasn't going to Winesound Valley. They had their own places to go. Some distance away from Yifeng, there were 3 people there, standing side by side. The man on the left, with a strong body, waist with a long knife, and a sharp gaze, looked very much like a guard. The man on the right, with a vessel in his hand, looked serious, not knowing what he was scrutinizing. The one who attracted the most attention was the man in the center, a flamboyant gentleman with a worldly demeanor in his speech and behavior. Chapter 32, The Might of a Soul Technique. Bloodthirsty Demon. The 3 exchanged a few brief words, keeping their voices low enough not to be heard by outsiders. They quickly approached the entrance to the secret realm, and a powerful suction force acted on them, and the 3 quickly disappeared. So did everyone else. Yifeng similarly approached over. This was the first time Yifeng had entered the secret realm, and he didn't know how the experience would be. Despite having checked out other people's descriptions beforehand, it's always a novelty to actually experience it for yourself. As it got closer, the suction got stronger. Finally, completely unable to resist, it was sucked in violently. Yifeng also disappeared in place. The whole process of teleportation was, well, marvelous. The body no longer seemed to be one's own. It seemed to have been disassembled into countless pieces, and even the soul had been stripped out. The whole thing, with a sense of unreality, was probably a bit similar to a dream, until he regained control of his body and the scene in front of him gradually appeared. As far as the eye could see, there was an abundance of greenery. ranging from weeds that were several meters tall to giant trees that were hundreds of meters tall. The plants in here look a whole lot bigger than the ones outside. And a lot of the varieties, they're not available outside. Some of them are very brightly colored and most of them are highly poisonous, so it's best to stay away. When he came over here, Yi Feng had already done his homework so as not to violate the taboo. At this point, no one else was visible around. When you came in, it was from the same entrance, but you would be randomly transported to various places inside the secret realm. Figure out your bearings first. Yi Feng clicked on his tactical watch and unfolded the map of the green secret realm that he had downloaded beforehand. This secret realm had been born for many years, and excluding a few dangerous places, most of them had been explored, and the map was still relatively comprehensive. Locate. The tactical watch scans the surrounding scenery and then cross-references it with the map to find the location. Soon the positioning was successful and a red dot appeared on the map, representing Yi Feng. Not bad. It's not too far from Windsong Valley. Yi Feng immediately set off in the direction of Windsound Valley. Since there is a time limit, dig up the clearing grass first, and then go forward to the treasure chest. As for how to return to the outside, one would need to come back here again, and the suction would naturally send one back again. In other words, everyone has their own place to return to, and wherever they show up when they come in, they have to return to when they go back. Like those in groups, they come in holding hands so they can be teleported to the same place and not be separated. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng arrived at Windsound Valley. Before he even entered, he could hear from the mouth of the valley the sound of the wind whistling from inside. Yi Feng walked in. Phew! Hoo-hoo! The wind was so strong that it blew sand and smoke, and the sight was not as clear as outside, so it would be more difficult to find herbs. However, this kind of windy place was easy for Yi Feng to cope with. The Wind Whisperer's talent allowed Yi Feng to have a greater affinity for the wind element and a more sensitive perception. Swish! A wind blade suddenly attacked in front of him. With a hazy line of sight, regular people can easily be trapped. Fortunately, Yi Feng did not know how to, and sensed it early in advance. Shifting his body slightly sideways, he dodged away from the wind blade. Gusty winds are the ones that form wind blades, possessing no small amount of attacking power and one of the dangerous factors in Windsong Valley. Yi Feng walked inside, and from time to time, his body flickered and dodged a wind blade, looking idle and very relaxed. On the contrary, the others were walking cautiously, and were still injured from time to time. Even if they managed to escape, they were still in a cold sweat. Some people beat a retreat and left Windsound Valley, while others wandered in place, not daring to continue deeper. This was because the deeper one went, the fiercer the wind became, and the denser and more powerful the wind blades became. As he advanced, Yi Feng also felt the changes. The frequency of the wind blades appearing increased by at least double, and the power was also stronger. Finally, a clear windgrass was seen by Yi Feng. Just as he was about to go fetch it, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. A wind wolf was seen, with an athletic figure, rushing towards that clear windgrass. Seek death! Yi Feng shouted and crossed the distance between the two sides with an arrow step. The wind wolf also noticed Yi Feng rushing towards him. It was raging, showing its teeth, and the wolf mouth that was originally biting at the qingfeng grass turned to bite at Yi Feng. However, the blade was cold. Ouch! Accompanied by a miserable wolf howl, the body of the wind wolf were all split in half by Yi Feng. What did I say? Why is it so hard to find? It turns out that not only other people are searching for it, even has come to get a piece of the action. Yi Feng muttered a sentence and dug up the qingfeng grass and put it away in his backpack. If he was a step late, this clear wind grass would have definitely been eaten by that wind wolf. They eat this, presumably with some benefit. Yi Feng continued to advance. Next, one after another, they found clear wind grass. The fifth plant. Another clear wind grass on the ground was dug up by Yi Feng and collected into his backpack. Suddenly, two people appeared nearby and approached. Kid, that clear wind grass is ours. Both of them were full of crossface meat and said in a bad tone to Yi Feng. Yours? These words made Yi Feng laugh wholeheartedly. Wild stuff. First come, first served. How come it's theirs? It's hard to believe that it can still be planted by you guys? Yi Feng sneered. You don't say. We grew it. The two of them laughed out loud in a eat-you-up manner. Then according to you, what should we do now? Yi Feng said in a cold voice, killing intent gradually brewing. It's simple. Hand over all the herbs you've dug up. Nay, what you have on you. Yes, hand it all over, or this is where you'll be buried. The two men said viciously. For them, there is no guilt in killing. That's the reality. It's human greed. When Yi Feng inquired about information related to the secret realm, he would always see this tip: beware of anyone in the secret realm. Then, try that move with you guys. Yi Feng murmured in a voice that was almost audible only to himself. You don't have to whisper a prayer there. Praying won't help. Don't test our patience by handing over your stuff quickly. The two men rebuked the voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, something felt wrong. Yi Feng's pupils actually turned into a weird red color, as if they were blood beads, looking very scary. A strong and terrifying aura erupted from Yi Feng's body. You, what the hell is wrong with you? Both men panicked. Facing Yi Feng at this moment was like facing a bloodthirsty demon who killed without blinking an eye. Without the slightest hesitation, the two turned around and were about to flee. Swish! A blood-colored lance quickly condensed from in front of Yi Feng. Phew! The blood spear shot off rapidly, and wherever it passed, the void was dyed red, as if it had been dragged through by a bloody corpse. Blood-red gun shadow, back and forth a penetration. The two men's heads burst open in unison, exploded everywhere. Collect! The blood gun flew back, resuming its original purple-black color, turning into energy, and collected into Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng's blood-red pupils also returned to their original black color. This soul skill, worthy of being called Blood Gun Shura. The process of casting it is really a bit bloody and brutal, but the might is indeed a lot stronger than when it wasn't cast. Yi Feng searched from the two of them and searched out quite a few herbs. It was assumed that most of these herbs were looted by them. Variety of 10 or so. There are 5 clear wind grass, plus their own digging 5 plants. A total of just make up 10 plants. Do not need to continue to look for. The task is completed. It's time to go find the treasure chest. Yi Feng took the herbs with him and walked towards the outside of Wind Sound Valley. Leaving Wind Sound Valley, Yi Feng followed the green arrow on the ground and headed over to the treasure chest. I hope the location. It's not too difficult to arrive at. Chapter 33, Terrorist Self-Healing, Demonized Seed. After traveling about 20 minutes away, he had not yet reached his destination. The trees in this area were thicker, and Yi Feng walked more carefully, just in case something suddenly popped out. As if to confirm Yi Feng's thoughts, a pinprick-like sense of crisis surfaced without warning. Without much time to think, Yi Feng's feet snapped and immediately jumped away from where he was standing. Boo! A thick vine-like plant, where Yi Feng had just stood, violently drilled out from the ground, resembling a huge green python. That was close. Yi Feng was afraid afterward. If I had reacted half a beat slower, I would have been attacked by this thing. This is a demonized plant? Looking closely at this object, it was about 10 meters long, as thick as an adult's torso, and the whole thing was greenish-green, with a cloud-like pattern on its skin. Yi Feng could already conclude that this kind of plant that looked like it had life was a demonized plant. Before coming here, I was wondering if I would encounter demonized plants on this trip, but I didn't expect to actually encounter them. While Yi Feng's thoughts were drifting, swish, the green vine launched another attack again, like a long whip, and lashed at Yi Feng fiercely. Luckily, the speed wasn't too fast, and Yi Feng performed his stance and quickly dodged. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Die. Yi Feng drew his sword and chopped. It also wanted to draw back and dodge, but because of its speed, it couldn't be fast enough for Yi Feng's knife. Thumbs up, a slash hit, and green liquid splattered. That's pretty tough. With such a full-strength slash, he thought that he would cut it straight through, but it turned out that he only cut it in half. What was even more surprising was that at the wound, a large amount of green juice oozed out, healing the wound, which was actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was only 10 seconds before and after, and the wound returned as if it had never been injured. What a sick healing speed. It was a good thing that the opponent's attack speed wasn't fast, otherwise paired with such a perverted healing speed, it would all be invincible. Boom! Boom! The earth shook and 2 more of the same green vines burrowed out of the ground. 2 more? Yi Feng's eyes glared. In that case, I'll have no choice but to use my best move. Swish! The demon breaker gun was congealing. Blood Lance Shura. The soul skill was executed, and the blood aura was so intense that the lance was dyed red. Phew! The blood spear shot out, sweeping across the green vines. The power was so great that one of the green vines was directly swept into 2 by one blow. Ha ha, now let's see how you still. Before Yi Feng finished speaking, the broken section, like a gecko's broken tail, jumped madly on the ground a few times. Miraculous scene occurred. 2 broken section actually touched a piece. A large number of juice secretion treatment quickly connected back. Grass. This self-healing ability. It's unbelievable. Yi Feng spat and spat. The attacking action didn't stop. His soul power controlled the demon-breaking gun and attacked the green vine remotely. Qingting's attack speed was relatively slow, and under Yi Feng's frantic attacks, it was becoming more and more difficult to wield. Boo! The lance swept once again, sweeping the 3 green vines, all together. This time, it was never picked up again. So it seems that it is not something that can heal itself endlessly. In the end, under the strangulation of Yi Feng's lance, it was twisted into segments and finally killed. Yifeng walked over and yanked the root position with one hand and violently yanked it upwards. Its rooted head was then ripped out of the ground by Yifeng. I thought that 3 green vines were 3 demonized plants, but it turned out to be a demonized plant that grew 3 green vines. Yifeng said indistinctly. The dead green vine was actually rapidly becoming smaller, shrinking at least 10 times. Demonized plants all had the ability to change size. This Yifeng knew and was not surprised. In normal form, it's this tiny little look, and in combat, when hunting, it gets bigger. Of course, exactly how big they can get depends on what stage of growth they are currently at. Take this green vine. Yifeng has already surfed the internet and finally found out the relevant information. It is called Yunsang vine. When it grows to 3 vines, it has the strength equivalent to the martial general realm, and each root can reach a maximum of 10 meters. The form it just took is its largest form. The characteristic of the rue mulberry vine was that it possessed an incomparably perverse self-healing ability, and as long as it wasn't instantly blasted to pieces, even if it was broken into several sections, it could quickly recover. Or, like Yifeng, using his speed advantage, he kept inflicting damage on it, and could also keep consuming it, waiting for it to be unable to heal itself, and then killing it with a single blow. The slower speed is its weakness. According to the internet, the rue mulberry vine can grow to a maximum of 6 canes, and at that time, its strength is equivalent to the martial zone realm. Its greatest advantage, in fact, is not yet combat, but to be used as a defensive battle armor, allowing the rue mulberry vine to become the right size and wrap around the martial artist's body, forming a tightly knit set of defensive battle armor. This battle armor, with its terrifying self-healing ability, can also be upgraded and grown. Yifeng thought about the information he had just seen and felt that this Yunsang vine was really something good, but in order to achieve this, the prerequisite is that the rue mulberry vine recognizes you as its master. It was impossible for adult demonized plants to recognize their masters. They would rather be killed and self-destruct than recognize their masters. That was why Yifeng did not hesitate to kill the Yunsang tongue. There were only 2 ways to get a demonized plant to recognize its owner, and that was to get a seedling of the demonized plant, or to get a seed. Either way, they are very rare, and even if you get them, you won't be able to get them to grow in the end without the right breeding program. Yifeng tried to look around to see if it was possible to find a rue mulberry vine seedling. If it's possible, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, almost digging into the ground didn't end up yielding half as much as expected. With the extremely low reproduction rate of demonized plants, seedlings were not that easy to come by. Yifeng picked up the corpse of the rue mulberry vine. More accurately, pick off its head. The head contained the essence of grass and wood, making it a good material for alchemy and pharmaceuticals, especially for refining healing elixirs, which was very suitable. Ha! Why is it wilted? Yifeng suddenly noticed that the head of the rue mulberry vine was rapidly wilting. It was as if, having had all the essence sucked out of it, all that was left at the end was a layer of rotten skin. No, does it wither and rot when you kill it? But I didn't hear that the corpse would rot after killing the demonized plant. Yifeng carefully observed and quickly found the end. Inside the rotten skin of the head, it actually contained a green-colored orb, the size of a baby's fist. Seed. It's the seed of the rue mulberry vine. Yifeng exclaimed out, his face full of surprise. Killing 100 demonized plants wouldn't necessarily be able to find one with seeds. The first time I killed it myself, I just happened to run into it, so I can only say that I was really lucky. However, how to cultivate it up next is unknown for now, and will be figured out later. Yifeng took the seeds and left the place, then proceeded to the place of the treasure chest. After advancing for a while longer, he finally approached the place of the treasure chest. What happened? The crowd ahead was noisy, and there seemed to be people fighting. Chapter 34, Ha! A new entrance? Thanks to the treasure chest for leading the way. Here, there was a huge mountain with steep vertical rock walls that loomed large. Below the mountain, there was a cave. At the entrance of the cave, a great battle was taking place. There were quite a few of them, to be precise, attacking this cave. There are even demonized plants here? Yifeng was shocked to find that there were several demonized plants like cannibalistic flowers at the entrance of the cave that were resisting the people's attack. Originally, the situation was a bit of a stalemate, but the next moment there was a sudden change. From inside the cave, suddenly rushed out a bigger cannibal flower. Huge mouthpiece. A mouthful of people in the fight, violently biting. Screams in the chewing resounded. Blood splattered. Soon all swallowed. The scene was bloody and incomparable. Sure enough, there's a stronger one inside. This blood-mouth cannibal flower. Even a peak martial king wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat it. Among the nearby crowd of spectators, a richly dressed young man said with a grave expression on his face, the blood-mouthed cannibalistic flowers in his mouth were talking about those demonized plants in the cave. whose mouthparts were the same color as blood, and became even redder when blood splattered during feeding, thus earning them this name. Young master, what is to be done then? The well-built attendant at his side voiced in inquiry. The more this happens, the more certain it is that this is the burial place of Mubu Fan. So, no matter how difficult it is, it's imperative to make a trip in, and I've already notified the elders of the Jiang clan to send experts to support them. The youth Jiang Mingxian said, looking to the other side, to the man who had been pounding the utensils in his hands, and inquired out loud, is it almost ready? Back to young master. It's almost time. Answering with his mouth, his hands moved without stopping, continuing to feed some pellets to the parasites in the vessel. These three people, long before entering the secret realm, had already encountered them when they were outside, and Yi Feng had a bit of an impression of them, and from the words of the other nearby onlookers, who were talking amongst themselves, Yi Feng keenly captured the words, Mubu Fan. It turned out that the reason they would gather here at this time was because they suspected that this place was Mubu Fan's grave. When looking up information related to demonized plants, there is always one name that you can't get around, and that's Wooden Buffon. Deeds about him have been passed down and have endured. Even after being gone for 20 years, the popularity is still high. The news here, in the end how to spread, this point is not known. Anyway, the crowd present, from different camps, there are family forces, there are individuals scattered cultivators. Strength is also high and low. The demonized plant at the cave entrance was too strong, and all the people present would not be opponents, except for a few reckless ones who would roar to their deaths. Most of them stayed on the sidelines for the time being. Although it is a potential rivalry, the situation is relatively stable for the time being because both are stuck outside. They were all fantasizing, assuming that this place was really Mu Bufon's graveyard. It was very likely that, inside, there would be the results of Mu Bufon's research. As long as these research results can be obtained, it will be a heavenly treasure. Yi Feng watched from the mouth of the cave for a while and quickly concluded that he didn't have the strength to break in either. Just the one he saw just now, the huge blood-mouthed cannibal flower. He couldn't beat it himself. Don't look at the fact that they didn't come out of the cave and think that you can use your soul master's ability to consume them with long-range attacks. In fact, they are mobile and don't stay in place, waiting stupidly to be hit. But whenever Yi Feng dared to move them, he would absolutely be hunted down. Then we'll be doing someone else's work for nothing. Yi Feng is not here to dry consumption. Continue on the road. Follow the arrow guide. First go to the treasure chest to open it. See if things can be turned around. How does it feel? Like it's going around the mountain? Yi Feng realized that the guide of the arrow was to fit on the side of this mountain, causing Yi Feng to keep walking around the mountain. Should be there soon. Yi Feng's spirit was lifted. This is on the backside of the mountain, where the vegetation is thicker, and the whole side of the mountain is covered with thick hanging vines. The arrow arrives here and ends up pointing somewhere in the hanging vine. The treasure chest is under the draping vines? Yi Feng first tentatively attacked, and after realizing that they were all ordinary plants and there was no danger nearby, he lifted the draping vines. A blackened hole appeared right in front of Yi Feng's eyes. The hole was small, just big enough for one person to fit through. Had it not been for the arrows guiding the way, surely one would not have known that such a small cave entrance was hidden beneath the thick draping vines, and the arrow, still stretching inside the hole. If you want to open the treasure chest, you have to drill into it. Just drill. Yi Feng drilled in. For the first few meters, it was all relatively narrow, then the trail gradually widened. Soon, Yi Feng did not need to drill his way forward and could get up and walk. The mountain path was 7 turns and dark, so it was good that the martial artist's eyesight was amazing and he was not blinded with his eyes open. The view ahead widened and Yi Feng realized that he had arrived at a large cave. Inside mountains, there are often cavities where such caverns are formed. In the midst of all the darkness, the green glow in the middle of the cave was dazzling. Treasure chest. Yi Feng walked over and was about to open the treasure chest when his body tightened with a sweep of his afterglow. Someone? Yi Feng almost made a move to attack. After quickly looking at it, he realized that it wasn't a person, but just the bones of a corpse that had been dead for who knows how long. Snap! Let's open the treasure chest first. You have opened a green, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 6,000 points of soul power, 30% of blade intent. Fusion. Yi Feng's soul power surged crazily. From the original 9,000 points, it skyrocketed to 15,000 points, rising 2 small realms in a row. From the original early general level, it was upgraded to late general level. This powerful feeling is so good. Yi Feng vaguely felt that all of them had the ability to cross the ranks and fight with the early stage of Martial King. Unfortunately, even so, the demonized plants on the other side of the cave were still too strong to be dealt with by the current self. In addition to the surge in soul power, Yi Feng also gained 30% of his blade intent. The so-called saber intent is a state of mind. Cultivating the saber technique to a certain degree, having an extremely high insight into the saber, and then comprehending a saber state of mind. Not only did swords have sword intent, but those who practiced other paths also had their own individual intent. For example, a sword has a sword, a gun has a gun, a fist has a fist. The realm of intent was extremely difficult to comprehend, and those who were able to comprehend the realm of intent were few and far between, all geniuses in their respective fields, especially when the realm was relatively low. The ones that possessed the realm of intent were even rarer. It was usually only when one reached martial king or above that one could gradually comprehend the realm of intent. There were a total of 10% of the complete realm of intent, and with each additional percent comprehended, the greater the boost to battle power. Yi Feng was only in the martial general realm at this time, but he possessed a full 30% of the realm of intent, which could be said to be a huge advantage and a huge boost to his strength. It's just not the same with blade intent enhancement. I feel now, holding the knife in my hand, as if it were a section of my extended arm. There's an idiom that says, like an arm in a hand, which should be talking about this realm. How could the battle not be strong when fighting in this state? This corpse? Yi Feng looked at the bones over there. After many years of age, the body was reduced to a skeleton, which was somewhat blackened. Poisoned? Such a phenomenon caused Yi Feng to make a guess about the cause of his death. Ha! There's a book. Yi Feng realized that the corpse, which was lying flat on its back, had a book pillowed underneath its skull. Chapter 35 Jung Clan Compassionist. Sniffing worm. This person couldn't be Mu Bufan. Although it was a question, Yi Feng's tone was incomparably certain. Just now, all of his mind was focused on finding and opening the treasure chest, so he didn't think about it. Now that I think about it carefully, this mountain that came in was actually the same one as the one over there where the demonized plants appeared. Only, unbeknownst to others, there are two entrances, and by mistake, led by the treasure chest arrow, he himself entered through the back of the mountain, a tiny hole, and eventually reached the side of the cave. Then this skeleton should be the Would Not Fan. With those who guessed the same, Would Not Fan has long been killed, buried here. From the cause of death, it should be that after Mu Bufan was poisoned, he knew that there was no solution and would surely die, and he found this place by himself, as a burial place. The demonized plants outside guarding the cave entrance were also arranged by him before he died. After all, it was rumored that during his lifetime, he had cultivated quite a few demonized plants. When you think of it that way, it all makes sense. Then this book under his pillow. Yi Feng was breathing heavily. Immediately, he went over and eased the books out. Open it up and look through it, line by line, page by page. The more Yi Feng looked, the brighter his eyes became. It's him. It's really him. The thick book was full of records related to demonized plants, the very results of Mu Bufan's lifelong research. Inside, there was research on various demonized plants, and everything was written in detail, such as how to cultivate a mature demonized plant from a demonized seed. And every stage of the program was written in a clear and explicit manner. Yi Feng was originally worried about where he had to go to inquire about the cultivation information of demonized plant seeds. Otherwise, the Yunsang vine seeds he got would be equal to a display. Now it's good to get the results of Mu Bufan's research and have a breeding program. However, this is not the time for a closer look. Outside, at some point, an expert might arrive and attack. Yi Feng is very clear about the reasoning behind the crime of harboring a jade ring. The reason why Mu Bufan will die is this reason. Yi Feng doesn't want to become the next Mu Bufan, but he would. Getting the results of your research makes me half a student of yours. Let me take you piece by piece. Go outside and find a plot of land and give you a burial. Otherwise, that crowd out there will come in and probably break you apart. Before Yi Feng left, he said to Mu Bufan's corpse, the above said is just one of the reasons. There is another reason to take away the bones. Even if the people outside come in and don't find the bones, they won't guess that this is the burial place of Mu Bufan, and the matter will be closed. And if the bones are found, but not the results of his research, this group of people, surely, will not rest and will try to find it in every way possible. Although he would not necessarily find Yi Feng in the end, it was never a good thing to be missed and go through the trouble of searching. It's better not to let anyone know. Yi Feng took the skeleton with him and hurriedly left, withdrawing from the original path. At this time, the demonized plant side of the cave. The situation was similar to the previous one, except that the number of people seemed to be a bit larger, and they were the ones who came after them. The people who came after them were also relatively average in strength, unable to defeat the demonized plants, and likewise could only watch. Young master, it's ready. Can we start now? The man with the utensils in his hand said to Jiang Mingxian. Start immediately. Jiang Mingxian affirmed. Yes. The man squatted down. The vessel in his hand tilted towards the ground. from which a few black worms wriggled out, just the size of a finger, similar to earthworms, very inconspicuous. The Jung family has a tradition of raising parasites, which have different functions, including poisonous insects, tracking insects, flying ones, and ground drilling ones. This black parasite, named sniffing insect, belonged to the category of tracking insects. They have a keen sense of smell, and even odors that are intentionally concealed by means, even if they are very faint, will be detected by them and tracked over a long distance. The man was a compulsion master of the Jung family, and the vessel in his hand was called a compulsion disc. After some preliminaries, he had already established a connection with the sniffer bugs, and the information that the sniffer bugs probed later would be known to him in real time. Such means are still more arcane. The sniffing insects on the ground, as if they had been instructed by something, immediately burrowed into the ground. If one was able to see through at this point, one would be surprised to see that the sniffer bugs were burrowing their way through the ground at an extremely fast speed. Another thing they are good at, besides having a good sense of smell, is that they are very fast at burrowing. That said, the ones used for tracking targets must be fast to do so. The compulsive man simply sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, feeling the information that the sniffing insects had come into contact with. The sniffer bugs had gone inside the mountain, and those demonized plants, sure enough, hadn't found them. All the way forward, the sniffer bugs popped up from time to time to gather information about their surroundings before moving on. By the time you get to a certain lot, the compulsive man frowned. What's wrong? Jiang Mingxian asked. The compounder man still had his eyes closed, parting a trace of his mind. His mouth answered, back to young master. Inside the mountain path, a breath of living people was detected, and judging from the residual concentration of the breath, it should have just passed through not long ago. Then there is another stream. Saying this, the compounder man had a puzzled expression and shook his head uncertainly without saying any more. What? Someone's been in there? Jiang Mingxian was shocked. It's also hard to figure out how the hell it got in there. Over here he was early. Everyone couldn't do anything with the demonized plants, and absolutely no one had ever been in there for that matter. Quickly track it. See where the source is. There was no need for Jiang Mingxian to order him. The compounder man knew what to do. This residual aura extended in two separate directions. One end, ironically the entrance, was the direction the man had come from, and the other, the direction the man had traveled to. No matter which end, probe through it. The sniffer bugs that had just been let in numbered more than one, just enough to split the army into two and track it at the same time. Soon, one of the sniffing insects came to a cave, and the sniffer focused on sniffing a certain location. That location was exactly where the bones of the corpse had just been lying. Young master, a cave has been discovered within the mountain, the compounder reported. What's so special? Jiang Mingxian asked. I was just now wondering about the presence of a deadly aura in the mountain path, in addition to a living popularity, and in the cave, somewhere in it, this dead aura was smelled, and that aura of the living has also been here before. You mean? Jiang Mingxian thought about it and just now, the compassionate master said that part, and ended up wanting to say something. Only at that time, Jiang Mingxuan's entire attention was focused on the point of someone had gone in, so he ignored the other information. Not bad. I seriously doubt that there was originally a corpse here, and now it's been moved. Having said that, the situation is very clear. The people who removed the body are the same people who just went in, and by now, the people have probably left. Why did you remove the body? Can it still be necrophilia? And who's the body? A string of questions erupted in Jiang Mingxuan's mind. In the end, it all pointed to one name, Mubu Fan. Chapter 36, The Power of Blade Intent. Unstoppable. After them. Track me now. Jiang Mingxian almost roared out these words. As soon as the words left his mouth, the compounder man immediately replied. I found the exit and am tracking it. The sniffer bug soldiers had split into two earlier, one heading for the cave and the other, just at that moment, tracking the exit. Let's follow, Jiang Mingxian ordered, and the three of them hurriedly went on their way. Led by the compounder man, he first came to the back of the mountain. This is the hole. The compulsive man lifted the thick draping vines to reveal the hole hidden beneath. There would actually be this second entrance, and it's so hidden. How on earth did that person find it? Jiang Mingxian felt unable to understand. If it wasn't for the sniffer bugs, they wouldn't have been able to discover this place anyway. Without stopping here too much, the three of them continued on their way. Yi Feng sighed. After leaving the cave, a place suitable for burying Mu Bufan was found. A pit was dug in the ground and the bones of Mu Bufan were put down, while the soil was reburied. For Mu Bufan, he had spent his entire life studying demonized plants, and the Green Secret Realm was a place he often visited, because this place was a paradise for plants, and there were also quite a few demonized plants present. there were enough samples for him to study. So as he was dying, he ultimately chose to die in the green secret realm. It would be in accordance with his will to bury him in this secret realm. After the burial, Yifeng patted the dust on his body and was about to leave. Suddenly, a slight vibration coming from the ground nearby caught Yifeng's attention. For martial artists, perception was incomparably sensitive, and any wind and grass around them could basically be detected with careful observation. Swish! The long knife in Yifeng's hand stabbed fiercely and nailed straight to the ground, and then with an upward pick, a black worm that had been broken into 2 pieces was picked up by Yifeng. Bugs? The presence of worms in the soil seems to be quite normal, but in that instant just now, Yifeng always felt as if he was being watched by someone. This kind of sixth sense without any reason is between life and death combat, gradually cultivated. Yifeng has 1,000 life and death combat experience. In this aspect of the perception, is considered to be relatively sharp. The probability of error is also relatively low. What exactly was the reason for this? Yifeng was not clear, but there was definitely a problem. And this worm, too, might not be ordinary. The thought had just occurred to me when the answer appeared on its own. Behind them, a line of 3 men approached with a clear purpose. Yifeng recognized these 3 people and had already met them twice before. The first time, it was outside the secret realm, and the second time, it was at the entrance of the cave where the demonized plant existed. Now, it's kind of the third time. Despite not having crossed paths before, both parties have become familiar with each other after several meetings. Yifeng recognized them, and they likewise recognized Yifeng, knowing that they had seen such a person before. I didn't realize that you found the second entrance in just a short time. I'm kind of impressed. How on earth did you do that? Jiang Mingxian sized up Yifeng. His tone was tinged with curiosity, and he also focused on the ground for a few moments. The dirt that had traces of turning. It would be said that Yifeng only used a short time to find the second entrance because he noticed it when Yifeng arrived at the demonized plant cave entrance there, and not a moment later, Yifeng left, and he didn't think much of it, thinking that he was just simply leaving, but he didn't expect that he was heading to the second entrance. Yifeng didn't answer, but asked back, "You will find me because of this black bug? What exactly was the other party?" Yifeng was not sure for the moment, but it was definitely not a good person, and Yifeng was ready to fight at any time. "Do you know how much effort and cost it takes to cultivate a sniffer bug? How dare you kill it?" Seeing the sniffing insects that had been broken into 2, the compounder man's face was cloudy. No wonder one of the sniffing insects, just now, suddenly broke the link with him. So this thing is called a sniffer. Yifeng murmured softly, and was also certain that it was this thing that had tracked him, allowing the 3 of them to track them all the way here. Sure enough, the world is a big place, and tactics like these are still relatively difficult to deal with. Yifeng had already maximized his caution and went out of his way to take away all the corpses, but he was still found to be tracked by this means. For this, Yifeng had no defense. How could he have thought that the other party had such tactics? "I've found you now for one purpose. Hand over the research results of Mubu Fan." Jiang Mingxian stopped talking nonsense and directly opened the door. "I didn't get any research results," Yifeng said. "You think I'll believe it?" Jiang Mingxian said in a cold voice. "Young master, there's no need to talk to him. I'll kill him and we'll get it ourselves." The burly attendant at his side snapped out a loud cry and killed Yifeng with his sword. Jiang Mingxian didn't block and tried Yifeng's depth first. Boom! Yifeng's chi and blood power exploded, and his aura of an early-stage martial general was detected by Jiang Mingxian. TSK, it's only the early stage of the martial general. Jiang Mingxian completely put his heart down, just by having this attendant of his, who had the strength of a late martial general. It was enough to crush Yifeng. However, as the 2 of them closed the distance and were about to face each other, Jiang Mingxuan's face changed in shock. "Look out!" It was seen that Yifeng's long knife carried infinite might and sharpness, and the seemingly ordinary knife contained infinite mysteries. "Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. No!" The attendant screamed in terror as the long knife wiped through his neck, red lines of blood surfacing. He stiffened, his movements stopped, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Yifeng calmly closed his sword and stood, being able to kill the other party with a single strike. Yifeng was not the slightest bit surprised. With 30% of the blade intent added, if he still could not kill the other party with a single strike, that would be unreasonable. Blade intent. The attack surprisingly carries blade intent, and it's less than 30%. How is it possible? How is this possible? Jiang Mingxian was shocked beyond belief. An early-stage martial general had actually comprehended 30% of the blade intent. His own hallowed early-stage martial king, who was also similarly using a sword, had only managed to comprehend 10% of the sword intent. By what reason could an early-stage martial general comprehend 30% of the blade intent? Humph! Even if you have 30% blade intent, Your realm is too low. You still have to die. Jiang Mingxuan's tone was cold. He wasn't wrong about that. The disparity in realms was too great, and the crushing it brought was on all fronts. A martial king, he had much stronger chi and blood than a martial general. The martial skills he performed were of a higher level, more powerful, and he had more combat experience than a martial general. Of course, the piece of being experienced in combat didn't hold true with Yifeng, but the crush of chi and blood was still real. There was no doubt about that. Although there was an advantage in blade intent, with only the early stage of a martial general, it was still weak against a martial king. Die. Jiang Mingxuan's powerful aura of an early-stage martial king was thick and massive, unreservedly released. Chapter 37. You're so fierce? It's a shame about the 3-second man. Yifeng narrowed his eyes as his battle-intent soared in his eyes. Early martial king? Very well. I was looking for a stronger opponent to try out my strength today. Blood Lance Shura. The lance condensed into existence. At this moment, Yifeng's pupils were glowing with a demonic red aura. The black and purple lance was also plated with a blood color. The whole temperament of the person changed suddenly. The last second it was just a normal martial general realm martial artist. The next second it was filled with the aura of blood and death. The killing intent was so strong that it was outrageous. Just like the butcher who came out of the cultivation ground. The kind of indifference that came to the face, as if it was as cold as the cold winter to the bone. Soul Master. You're actually still a Soul Master. Jiang Mingxian was shocked. He, who had seen a lot of things, instantly recognized that the ability Yifeng was exercising at the moment was that of a Soul Master. Between the floating thoughts, the long spear transformed into a blood-colored stream of light and had already killed in front of him. Without being able to think about it, Jiang Mingxian held his sword to fend it off, and even used his sword intent to enhance it. Boo! The huge force came from the tiger's mouth, which was numbed by the shock. Bam! Jiang Mingxian retreated several steps. That wasn't all. Even though the attack was blocked, there was actually an invisible penetrating force that ignored the weapon's block and directly blasted his chest. Jiang Mingxuan's face turned white as a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his face frozen to the extreme. A Soul Master's attack is truly treacherous and unpredictable. Fighting hard against the moves, he actually fell behind. It can't go on like this. He turned his gaze, aiming at Yifeng. Swish! The body technique was executed, and the martial king's speed was incredibly fast as he hurriedly approached Yifeng. It was difficult to deal with a Soul Master's attack, so just slaughter the Soul Master and it would all be over. His thoughts were wonderful, but unfortunately, he had underestimated the flying speed of Yifeng's lance. The long spear, under Yifeng's control, caught up with him almost in the blink of an eye. Feeling the sense of crisis that was like an on his back, Jiang Mingxian had to stop and deal with it. The two sides went against each other, each strike going all out, and the ripples of chi energy from the collision pushed down several giant trees around them. And once the attack was positively affected, it even exploded the entire giant tree, turning it into wood shavings that splattered. And the scene was once filled with flying sand and rocks. So strong. The compounder man was viciously shocked by the scene in front of him. Jiang Mingxian was the son of the head of his Zhang family, and had grown up with outstanding natural talent and extremely high martial arts qualifications. And at a young age, he had cultivated to martial king. Ever since I was a child, I have been through many battles and never lost a battle. Yet it was such a genius who was being pressed and fell into a corner today. Could it be that the only way to use that bottom card? Jiang Mingxian had already tried his best, but he still couldn't be defeated. And if he continued like this, he would definitely die. But that bottom card, the side effects were too great. Once used, it would have an impact on his martial arts foundation, and subsequently, he would even fall into a prolonged period of weakness, requiring a long period of recuperation. Whatever, I'm losing my life. I don't care about the future. Jiang Mingxian put his heart on the line and took out a red elixir, immediately swallowing it in his stomach. Boom! The majestic and furious energy instantly exploded within his body, almost failing to burst him. Jiang Mingxian was like a wild beast with a fierce face, letting out a hiss. The muscles of the body bulged and the meridians were gnarled. One after another exploded as if it were a water hose, and some of them even exploded to the point of breaking open, and the blood soared wildly. His aura had actually skyrocketed to the peak of martial king in a short moment. What kind of elixir is that? So fierce? Yifeng was surprised. Phew! The lance shot over sharply. This time, however, it was cut off by Jiang Mingxian. The moment it was cut off, the demon breaker lance disintegrated into energy before regrouping and forming the lance. Yifeng beckoned the demon breaking gun over and looked at Jiang Mingxian with a grave expression on his face. Although soul soldiers were not afraid of being broken, for soul masters, the soul power was attached to the soul soldier, and every time it was destroyed, it would cause some damage to the soul master. For example, at this moment, Yi Feng's head buzzed and jerked fiercely, transmitting intense pain. Luckily, the injuries weren't too serious and he recovered quickly. Ho ho ho, do you still think you'll be my match? You're the one who forced me to use this last resort. And next, you'll be waiting to bear my wrath. I'll let you know what it means to be worse than dead. Boom! Jiang Mingxuan's feet powered up with a terrifying force, stomping out a huge crater in the ground. His entire person, like a discharged cannonball, rushed towards Yi Feng with unimaginable speed. So fast, Yi Feng's eyes snapped open. With this speed, with this strength, one would not be a match. Can't fight, can't escape. What to do? Between the flashes of thoughts, Jiang Mingxuan's hideous face had appeared in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Die! The long sword carried supreme might and chopped down at Yi Feng. Boom! After a slash, dust and wood shavings flew. The several huge trees that were located behind Yi Feng that were hugging each other were all split in two with neat and smooth cuts. The confident look on Jiang Mingxuan's face suddenly solidified. Snapping his head up, high in the sky, Yi Feng stepped on the demon-breaking gun and looked down on him. Just now, in the nick of time, Yi Feng suddenly thought that he could make the demon-breaking gun fly and then carry himself. Sure enough, it was possible. Dodging Jiang Mingxuan's attack, although the martial king was powerful, he couldn't fly. Boom! Jiang Mingxian bent his legs and leapt violently. The ground once again sunk out of a large pit, and the powerful force caused him to jump dozens of meters high. However, there was still a long distance away from Yi Feng, and he had no choice but to fall back down, thinking of using the tops of the nearby trees as a jumping point, but Yi Feng had already taken it into consideration, so he was flying very high at this time. You get down here! Jiang Mingxian gritted his teeth. Yi Feng pulled out his ears and leisurely looked at him, smiling and not saying anything. After a while, Yi Feng looked like he had eyes behind his back and turned back to slash. A few brightly colored, ghostly sword wasps that came with that sharp tail stinger, ruthlessly stabbing, were then chopped up and dropped by Yi Feng. There was a compounder present on the opposite side, and Yi Feng had prevented it long ago. The compounder man, below, gave a dark cry of pity. Count your life as strong. I'll let you off today. Next time I run into you, you won't be so lucky. Jiang Mingxian put down such a sentence, and took the compounder man with him, hastily about to withdraw. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Heads up, grass. Sure enough, Yi Feng followed him at high altitude. Wherever he went, Yi Feng followed. Don't be ungrateful and give me a face. If you piss me off, I won't leave. Let's see if you can stay high up in the sky all the time. As far as I know, the soul power of a soul master will weaken with consumption, and when your soul power is weak and you can't keep staying aloft, that's when you'll die. Jiang Mingxuan's tone was fierce and threatening. Tell you what, let's compare. Will you weaken faster or will I weaken faster? Yi Feng said with a smirk. Means that could instantly elevate a realm basically had side effects, and the more they elevated, the greater the side effects. Don't look at him so fierce now, but he's really just a 3-second man, and he's going to be weak soon. It is for this reason that they run in the dust. It was the fear of being completely outmatched after being weakened that made it necessary to run now. When Yi Feng's words came out, Jiang Mingxuan's color was unnatural, and he stammered and retorted. What am I weak for? It's not like I'm. Before he could even finish his words, a feeling of weakness struck him, and it was as if his entire body had been drained of its strength. Jiang Mingxuan's face was pale, his body shook, and he didn't even have the strength to stand. He directly sat down. Hurry, take me and run. Jiang Mingxian became anxious and urged the compounder man beside him. Without waiting for any action, Yi Feng had already landed. No, you can't kill me. I am the young master of the Jung family, and my Jung family is a top-tier family. There are so many powerful people. If you kill me, they will never let you go. For the first time, Jiang Mingxian felt that death was so close to him. As early as when he discovered the burial site of Mu Bufan, he had already notified the family for reinforcements, and now he only hoped that the family experts would be able to arrive in time. Say it like you'll let me go if I don't kill you. Yi Feng laughed coldly, and his hand rose and fell. Jiang Mingxian, a term martial king, a famous martial arts genius, was then chopped under Yi Feng's blade. The nearby compatriots were too scared to move. He was good at raising parasites, but the parasites couldn't do anything to Yi Feng. As for martial arts strength, he was only in the martial master realm, and was not Yi Feng's opponent at all. Apart from waiting to die, he was as good as dead. Yi Feng didn't kill him right away, and with his knife on his neck, he said in a cold voice, the next question I ask, you'd better answer honestly. Please ask. As long as I know, I will give an honest account, the compounder said with trepidation. The other side, the presence of demonized plants that cave. A group of several men, coming in a hurry. The person in the lead had an incomparably strong aura, and when facing him, it was like a lofty mountain pressing head-on, making it difficult to breathe. No matter who was present, no matter how arrogant they usually were, they were all dogs with their tails between their legs, not daring to look at this person. This person was, in fact, a strong martial zoner. Chapter 38, Mubu Fan's Research Diary. The Woods. Yi Feng was pondering. He had just given the compounder man a round of interrogation and asked for a lot of information about the Jung family. For example, there were Jung family experts who had already arrived, or perhaps had already arrived, and were led by a strong martial zoner. Stronger experts still existed in the Jung family, such as the martial zone realm. Such a family was completely not something that the current Yi Feng could fight against. Also asked about the compulsion. How long does it take for the odor I left behind to be too long for the sniffing insects to be able to smell it? Yi Feng inquired. At least a day or more, the compulsive man replied. Then if I fly away, can I still be tracked? Yi Feng asked again. How can you fly? Said the compounder man subconsciously. Having the ability to fly, it would have to be a martial emperor or above. That kind of terrifying existence. It was only just after the words came out of his mouth that he remembered. Hadn't Yi Feng flown just now? Though that wasn't really flying. It was done with the help of a soul soldier. This odor can also stay in the air for a short period of time, and will soon be dispersed by air currents, and after that it will be impossible to trace. Getting this affirmative answer, Yi Feng was finally relieved. Otherwise, being chased and bitten by the Jung family would be a bit overwhelming. I've said everything I need to say, please spare me. The compounder man begged for mercy. Spare you? Yi Feng sneered. The blade flashed and blood soared. The compulsive man's eyes widened as he covered his neck and slowly collapsed. As an enemy, how can you be spared? Yi Feng searched all the useful things on the several people. If it was just now, to play it safe, Yi Feng probably wouldn't have done this. But now, knowing that odors are in the air and difficult to stay for long, it would be okay to take things away. If things would be tracked, then Yi Feng himself, likewise, would be tracked. Yi Feng once again stepped on the demon breaker gun with his feet and flew up high. Leaving this place, after all these things, it made Yi Feng feel more and more that the great benefits of a soul master. Demonized plant cave side. A few blood-mouthed cannibal flowers had been killed by the Jung family's team of experts. All of them. Unfortunately, this variety of demonized plants didn't have much value, and they didn't even bother to collect the corpses. Instead, I focused on checking to see if there were any seedlings, or seeds nearby, which would be precious. But unfortunately, again, there were none. Third Elder. When young Master Ming Xian contacted me, he said this was the location here, but he can't be found or contacted anywhere nearby. One of the Zhang family members said to the leading martial zone powerhouse. This strong martial zoner, named Zhang He, was the third elder of the Zhang family and Zhang Mingxuan's uncle. Go into the cave first. Led by Zhang He, the group walked in towards the cave. Eventually, it also came to the cave. What about the promised burial site of Mufan? How it's empty. Nothing. Zhang He's brows locked as he ordered. Release the sniffing insects and scout for me. A Zhang clan compassionist stepped out and released a pre-prepared sniffing insect. Something was soon gained and the lingering scent was found. Tracked all the way outside. Third Elder. There is another exit. Also found outside. The scent of young Master Ming Xian as well as the two people accompanying him. All going in the same direction. The compounder reported. After them, the Zhang family and their group tracked them all the way. After a while, a few corpses ahead of him came into view. Hen. Young Master. Who in the world did this? How dare you kill my good nephew? If you dare to kill my Zhang family, I will definitely not let him go. Keep tracking for me. We must find this murderer. I'll eat him alive and kill him by 1,000 cuts. Zhang He's eyes were glazed over. His eyes were red, almost ready to spit out fire. Don't hurry up and track. Zhang He yelled at the compounder. Third Elder, there's no way to track it. The murderer's aura has disappeared. The compounder said bitterly. Disappear? How did it disappear? Zhang He asked. I don't know. It broke off when we got here. I suspect that the other party may have flown away, so the scent didn't stay for long. The compounder makes a guess. Impossible. A martial artist who can fly is at least a martial emperor. What is a martial emperor powerhouse doing here in the green mysterious realm? Zhang He didn't believe it a million times. Besides, it was impossible for Zhang Mingxian to offend such a powerful person. Wait, could flying be a soul master? Zhang He suddenly thought of this possibility. Soul masters with a certain level of strength and soul power strong enough can take themselves up in flight as well with the help of a soul soldier in flight. This is something that Zhang He is aware of, and it is also one of the major difficulties of soul masters. But these fatal wounds, again, looked like they were inflicted by a martial artist. Both a martial artist and a soul master? Jung He only felt that his brain was in chaos. Record the murderer's scent characteristics for me, Jung He instructed. Yes, the compounder responded. Quickly, all follow me back to the teleportation point. Let's block outside the secret realm. He thought that the murderer might not be out of the secret realm yet. Just get out ahead of the killer and wait outside, lining up people who went out of the secret area. When it appears that the breath characteristics are the same, there's no doubt that it's the murderer. What they didn't know was that Yifeng had already arrived at the teleportation point. A suction force, acting on Yifeng, gradually strengthened. At this time, the teleportation can be aborted if you move away from here. Yifeng allowed the suction to intensify, and at a certain critical point, he was sucked away and disappeared in the middle of the secret realm. After another teleportation process, Yifeng was teleported outside. There's not much out there at the moment. Yifeng still stood on top of the demon-breaking gun and flew towards the distance, disappearing into the distance. When the odor in the air all but disappeared cleanly, it was only when Jung He and his group came out of the secret realm. Third Elder, there's no sign of the murderers sent out here for now, the compounder reported. Good, let's wait outside here, Jung He said. Yifeng flew for some distance and felt that he just couldn't hold on any longer. With a splitting headache due to the overexertion of his soul power, he flew shakily and nearly fell from a high altitude, had to come down immediately and return to the ground. It was dozens of miles away from the entrance to the green secret realm, so Yifeng could rest at ease for a while. When the state recovers a bit, then set off back to the academy. Yifeng found a large tree and sat down with his back against it, taking advantage of the rest period. He flipped through Mubu Fan's research diary and read it, focusing on the Rusang vine-related ones. After 1302 experiments, finally found the program to catalyze the germination of the seeds of the Ru mulberry vine. You need to use wood marrow crystals, the birth source soil, and other 5 kinds of materials. Stir to make a nursery soil, bury the seeds in it, and then irrigate a certain amount of foreign beast blood at certain intervals. Inside, it's written in great detail. There is not only a seed nurturing program, but also a subsequent growth program. Each of these options was researched hundreds of times before it was discovered by fluke. Seeing this, Yifeng admired from the bottom of his heart. This Mu Bufan is really extraordinary. Unfortunately, he was eventually poisoned and died. Otherwise he would have accomplished much more. Regarding the information about the Ru mulberry vine, Yifeng looked at it more carefully. For the other kinds, it is not too late to give them a cursory glance for the time being, and then look at them in detail if you need to use them in the future. When turning to the last page of the book, the handwriting was changed from black pen and ink to red. Nope, it's not red ink, it's blood. These words, they're written in blood. Chapter 39 God-Eating Moss. Red Treasure Chest. Hate. I, Mu Bufan, hate that I can't eat the flesh of the Jung family. Drink the blood of the Jung family. The text opens with a wave of intense hatred, spanning 20 years, coming at him head-on. This Jung family in the article, is it the same Jung family as the one he just offended? Yifeng continued to look down. The Jung family, in order to get my research results, intercepted me several times. Luckily, I have a number of demonized plants, and I was able to escape several times and kill a number of their experts, including a martial king and even a martial zone. Unnecessarily, I was single and weak. I could not defeat them after all, and spelled the death of many powerful demonized plants, and was also assassinated by their highly poisonous parasites. It was hard to escape death. I don't dare to be sure. My research results will end up in the hands of who? Anyway, don't be the group of the Jung family is good. However, my god-devouring moss seedling was taken away by them. I only hope they didn't find a cultivation program. Otherwise, with the wolfish ambition of the Jung family, letting the god-devouring moss grow up will be a disaster for this world. This is the end of Bloodletter. It was possible to feel from it Mubu Fan's unwillingness, hatred, and helplessness. The text mentions highly poisonous parasites, and Jiang Mingxuan's Jung family, which also has a tradition of raising parasites, is presumably the same Jung family. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. What made Yifeng care the most was the god-devouring moss mentioned in it. Yifeng immediately flipped back to the previous page of the book, and there was the introduction of the god-devouring moss, which was also one of the last researches of Mubu Fan. God-devouring moss is a moss plant that can continuously reproduce and grow, expand, with a strong poison. Rumor has it that when it grows to its limit, the god-devouring moss that spreads across the sky is like waves. Where it passes through, there is nothing but death, and it can even devour the gods, thus earning it this name. The god-devouring moss was the highest grade of the demonized plants that Mu Bufan had obtained in his life. Unfortunately, before it was allowed to grow, It suffered an untimely death. And the god-devouring moss seedling was even taken away by the Jung family. It was no wonder that the Jung family had gone to great lengths to find the burial site of Mu Bufan, with the aim of finding a cultivation program to breed the god-devouring moss. From the research diary, Mu Bufan had researched on the god-eating moss, and it was good that these researches did not fall into the hands of the Jung family. 20 years had passed, and I hadn't heard of the Jung family making any big deal about the god-eating moss. Shouldn't it have been cultivated? If the god-devouring moss seedling was still in the hands of the Jung family and was still alive, Yi Feng must find a way to get the god-devouring moss into his hands. Almost having rested enough, Yi Feng was ready to return. Suddenly at this point, the long-lost treasure chest clue popped up once more. Treasure chest clue, Jung family residence. A red treasure chest appears. Please go and open it. Red treasure chest? Yi Feng's breath stuttered. That's a 6th level treasure chest. The ground duly appeared. A line of red arrows going in a certain direction. It seems that the Jung family and I will have to face each other. Whether it was to form a grudge just now, or to get the god-devouring moss, or to open the red treasure chest, in the end, it was inevitable that they would clash with the Jung family. However, the Jung family was too powerful, so exactly how to open this treasure chest had to be planned. Go back first. After a period of rushing, Yi Feng returned to the provincial capital. Find the Ancon pharmacy and give them the 10 clear wind herbs. Yi Feng's mission was then considered complete. The other herbs that were obtained were also sold to the pharmacy, and sold for a total of $300,000. For ordinary people, $300,000 was considered a huge sum of money, while for martial artists, it could only be considered not bad. In addition, the things obtained from the Jung family, several people were also looking for the black market to peddle and sold for a total of $6 million. The most precious of them was Zhang Mingxuan's battle knife, which was graded at level 4, and this knife alone was sold for $5 million. Yi Feng also used a knife, and could have used it himself, but thinking that it was Zhang Mingxuan's weapon, it was easy to be recognized, so it was better to sell it. With this money, you can buy a new one. Yi Feng was at a large equipment mall, and after some selection, he finally spent $6 million and bought a brand new one. This blade, crafted from the bones of a king-level exotic beast, had a very hard texture and a beautiful shape. Such a grade 4 battle sword was enough to be used up to the martial king realm, making money fast and spending money even faster. Yi Feng lamented. It's really not something that the average person can afford to buy just one weapon, which can easily run into millions of dollars. In the case of more advanced weapons, the price is even more astronomical. As he neared the Dragon Academy, Yi Feng received a prompt that the quest was completed and the credits had arrived. Finally, 10,000 credits full. Yi Feng walked into the academy and immediately attracted a lot of attention. Now Yi Feng, but a big celebrity. Before the instantaneous hundreds of punches, Zhao Xiang dry unconscious, and now not yet awake, but also heard incontinence. How to a miserable word. The video of the sparring match had long been spread across the campus network forums, and almost all the students and faculty had seen it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Feng walked into the Hall of Ascension. This area is used for applications, to promote cadet ranks. Inside sits a tutor with glasses who reviews applications. Tutor, I want to apply for promotion to senior cadet. Yi Feng explained his intentions. Advanced cadet? That's 10,000 credits. So come back and apply when you've saved up enough. The auditing tutor said subconsciously. Yi Feng had been hot recently, and he happened to recognize it. And in just a few days, thought that Yi Feng couldn't possibly save up 10,000 credits. I have 10,000 credits right now, Yi Feng said. What? The vetting tutor was surprised and immediately made inquiries. Sure enough, 10,000 credits. No more, no less. After freezing for several seconds, he looked deeply at Yi Feng. Alright, I'll promote you to the cadet rank this time. The operation is also simple. Modify the school information, the item about Yi Feng's identity, the item about the junior cadet, to become a senior cadet. The enrollment period is June 20th and today is June 30th. In only 10 days, he was promoted from beginner to senior, traveling the path that others needed at least a year. One of the fastest promoted students in years. Wait for Yi Feng to leave. Many students outside poured in. What's the situation? There are so many of you. You can't all be applying for promotion, can you? The vetting instructor was shocked at how it all piled up in one piece. No, we are curious. Just now Yi Feng came in. Did he apply for promotion to senior cadet? When they saw Yi Feng come in and quickly leave again, they already had a guess in their hearts and found it unbelievable, so they came in to confirm. Yes, the auditing instructor nodded. The information has also been updated now, so you can check for yourselves. Students' grade information, which is not private and can be displayed publicly. is accessible. They immediately went online. Yi Feng, senior cadet. Really senior cadets. The students present were all astonished. Many of them didn't even have 1 credit, but Yi Feng had saved up 10,000 and was promoted to senior student. People will die, and goods will be thrown away. After Yi Feng left the Hall of Ascension, heading towards Su Keni's side, now that the senior cadet was up, he could go and report to her and become her student. The blue arrow on the floor extended all the way to the advanced cadet teaching area. Chapter 40. Follow the blue arrow and move forward. When Yi Feng arrived at the advanced student teaching area, he did not see Su Keni's figure. The blue arrow did not stop and continued forward. Yi Feng continued to follow up. In the end, it even extended beyond the schoolhouse, and there was no end in sight. Su Keni is not in school? Are you Yi Feng's student? A female senior tutor, seeing Yi Feng, spoke out to inquire. On that day of the ring battle, she was also one of the tutors who watched the battle, and she was relatively impressed with Yi Feng. Yes, mentor, Yi Feng replied. Look like you're up to something? She inquired. I came over to look for instructor Su Keni, only she doesn't seem to be here? Yi Feng inquired. She went out 2 days ago and is expected back soon. She was still on good terms with Su Keni and knew that there was such a thing. After saying that, he asked in passing, you're coming to her now? Could it be that you're already a senior cadet? Yes, Yi Feng nodded, receiving Yi Feng's affirmative reply. The female tutor looked at Yi Feng for a few moments in surprise. After many years of teaching at the Dragon Totem Academy, it was still the first time I had encountered such a talented student. If it wasn't for his good relationship with Su Keni, he would be starting to dig in right now. Since he was not in school, Yi Feng had to wait first. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Feng prepared to collect materials and cultivate the rue mulberry vine seeds. To make nursery soil, you need a total of 5 ingredients. Wood marrow crystals, raw source earth, slightly, one of them, like the birthright soil, and the other 3, can be bought on the market. Even in the academy, using credits, one could exchange various materials, among which were these 4. Credits were not too cost-effective for Yi Feng to exchange for secret books. If the secret books that were redeemed could be sold outside, then they could still be exchanged for money. But unfortunately it didn't work. It was against the rules to do so, and could only be used for one's own cultivation. Yi Feng has always had a treasure chest to open, always open to the Gongfa martial arts, and directly is the perfect sense, much faster than cultivation, so there is no need. Exchange secret books personally cultivate, then it is used for redemption. And the 4 materials that can be exchanged for materials that would otherwise cost money to buy are all very expensive and cost a lot of money. According to the ratio given by Mu Bufan, how much of each of the materials was needed? The proportion at exchange was sufficient. All of these materials were relatively rare and expensive to exchange, costing a total of 3,000 credits. Cadet grades look at the total amount of credits recorded, and are not downgraded, whether they are spent or not. After exchanging the 4 materials, the remaining 2 things were still missing, requiring the material wood marrow crystal, as well as the blood of the foreign beasts used to irrigate the seeds. Fey blood can be obtained by going out and hunting on your own. It was mainly wood marrow crystals, which were more difficult to obtain. There is no stock on the market at the moment, and you can't redeem it at school, so you have to go out and look for it yourself. Yi Feng inquired about the information about wood marrow crystals and eventually learned that there was a chance to obtain this item in the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest, with its high popularity, Yi Feng knew without checking. It was covered in mist all year round, and when you entered it, it was very easy to get lost, so you needed to be on your toes lest you get lost in there. Yi Feng was going to wait for Su Keni to come back, check in with her and become her student, and by the way, see if there was any chance to open the blue treasure chest on her. After that, set off again and head to the Misty Forest in search of the wood marrow crystals. 3 days passed while waiting. During these 3 days, Yi Feng not only flipped through Mu Bufan's diary to understand more about demonized plants, but also flipped through another book, Compulsion in detail. This was retrieved from the Jung family's man who was a composter, which recorded a lot of knowledge about compulsion raising, and after flipping through it, it allowed Yi Feng to have a better understanding of compulsion raising. It would be beneficial to know more about it, and it might be able to be used in the future against the Jung family. Su Keni hasn't come back yet. The blue arrow pointing to Su Keni changed frequently over the course of a few days, though the general direction remained unchanged. It's like moving back and forth in the same area? Yi Feng felt puzzled and also once again looked for the female tutor from before to inquire about the situation, but the reply she got was that she unexpectedly couldn't contact Su Keni. Did something happen? Yi Feng frowned. Just then, the blue arrow on the ground once again shifted by some margin. It's good that it's moving. At least it means that the person should be alive. Presumably delayed by something. Yifeng did not intend to continue waiting. Hit the road first and head for the misty forest. Rather coincidentally, the blue arrow pointed in the direction of the misty forest. With a bit of luck, one might run into Su Keni on her way back on the way forward. In the meantime, somewhere in the middle of a dense forest, ancient trees were in the sky, and the air was filled with white fog, so the vision was not clear, seriously affecting one's senses. Every step you take here, you have to be careful, not only to recognize the direction, but also to be careful of snakes, insects, rats and ants, as well as some highly poisonous plants. A woman with a powerful body and a stunningly beautiful face was located in the middle of this dense forest. If Yifeng was here at this time, he would definitely recognize the woman. Wasn't it Su Keni? At this moment, Su Keni's state was a bit off. Her cheeks were hot and flushed. I don't know if it was because she had just run her gongfu or for some other reason. Her pretty willow brows furrowed with indignation in her concentration, and she turned her head to look in a certain direction. Rising again, he quickly left the spot. After rushing, Yifeng arrived at the edge of the misty forest. At a glance, the boundless forest was shrouded in a thick white fog, making it impossible to see inside. It's like this all year round, no one knows why, and it's also a bit magical, and it's considered a well-known dangerous place. Dangerous ground, contains danger, adventure, both, all the way over. He didn't run into Su Keni. Yifeng looked at the ground. The blue arrow, still located on the ground, extended all the way inside the misty forest. It wasn't certain from this that Su Keni was also in the misty forest. Perhaps it was farther away. It just happened to be in this direction. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng took a step and walked into the misty forest, and his entire body was enveloped in white mist. These white mists, they actually affect perception, to a certain extent. When a martial artist observes their surroundings, they don't just rely on their eyes, all the other bodily senses, too, are involved. Things like ears, noses, and even air convection, which gives the skin a tactile sensation, are all means by which a martial artist observes the world. This means, then, is called perception. It was thought that the white fog was affecting vision and that was what made it easy to get lost. It was only after being there that I realized that a whole set of perceptions were affected. For example, the sounds coming from the surroundings make it difficult to recognize the exact location under the influence of the white fog. This blue arrow, rather, has become my guide mark. Yifeng realized that no matter how the white fog affected perception, just brainlessly following the blue arrow anyway would ensure that he wouldn't circle in place. Toward the blue arrow. Forward. Chapter 41, A Chance Encounter in the Forest. Misty fog shrouded this dense forest. Yifeng walked inside. From time to time, there were strange sounds coming from the surroundings, not knowing what they were coming from, and also making it difficult to recognize from which direction exactly they were coming from. Yifeng concentrated even more, paying attention to all the changes in the environment. In case of any unexpected changes, you can respond in time. No sooner had the thought arisen than the situation came to a head. Swish! A poisonous snake from the nearby canopy catapulted up, opened its mouth and bit at Yifeng. Yifeng instinctively drew his sword and chopped, and the light of the sword drew a beautiful arc. The viper was then chopped into two by Yifeng, falling to the ground and still twisting and struggling, and after a while it gradually did not move. Situations like this one are fairly common here. It's not just here, but any place where there are a lot of snakes, insects, rats and ants, and people are moving around in them. There is a possibility that they may be attacked suddenly, lurking and camouflaging, then storming out to attack. Are the usual tricks of such creatures? Yifeng followed the blue arrow and continued to advance while searching for the wood marrow crystal. The method is also simple. You just need to pay attention to where the trees are more huge and attract creatures that move around the neighborhood. Then you may find wood marrow crystals. Because, here in the misty forest, there is a kind of wood pith tree. When it grows to a certain number of years, within the trunk of the tree, a kind of liquid will be produced. As time passes, the liquid condenses into a solid, which is the wood marrow crystal. Some creatures like the smell of wood marrow crystals, and where there are wood marrow crystals present, there may be creatures wandering around. I don't know how long I'd been walking, but there was a sudden movement ahead. Yifeng slowed down his steps and slowly approached the path with the help of some grasses and bushes as a cover to hide his figure. Eventually, it stopped at a certain location. Through the gaps in the branches and leaves, Yifeng saw that not far ahead, there was a huge wood marrow tree. It's not, I'm afraid, at least 300 years old. Judging from the thickness, this huge wood marrow tree should be more than 300 years old. Those of 100 years vintage will be in a position to produce wood marrow crystals, and those of 300 years vintage will produce wood marrow crystals that will be of better quality. According to Mu Bufan, using a higher vintage of wood marrow crystals, the nutrients were more sufficient, allowing the rue mulberry vine to germinate and grow faster. This is the one. But, knock knock, on the trunk of the giant tree, there was a group of sawtooth woodpeckers, which were very large, with beaks more than a meter long, and they pecked at the tree trunk for a while, sending out thud 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 thud. They were also a kind of foreign beast, and their strengths were almost all at the sure level, which was equivalent to a martial artist's martial master level. For Yi Feng, it was not a threat at all. Yi Feng immediately showed up and killed. Alarmed by the commotion, the sawtooth woodpeckers took off on wings and went high above, circling back and forth, observing the situation below. A human was seen, actually coming to the trunk of the tree, reaching into the tree hole and quickly pulling out a block of wood marrow crystals. Those tree holes, they weren't naturally formed, but they were painstakingly punched out for the purpose of the wood marrow crystals inside. But now, it's all cheap for this human. Can this be tolerated? Definitely can't stand it. With a huff, dozens of sawtooth woodpeckers, they swooped sharply from the air. The sharp beak with jagged teeth was like a sharp sword, and under the swooping effect of gravitational acceleration, it carried the momentum of breaking the air and stabbed at Yi Feng. I didn't even bother to pay attention to you guys, but you guys even took the initiative to find me. Humph. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Congeal. The demon-breaking gun condensed in the void. Shoo shoo shoo. Bursting into the air several times faster than a sawtooth woodpecker, he weaved back and forth. Dozens of woodpeckers, like kites with broken strings, fell helplessly from the air. Boom 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 boom. The bird corpse smashed to the ground. The vital parts of the body. There is a hole. Blood flowing, twitching. After a while there is no movement. Yi Feng continued to dig for wood marrow crystals. This group of woodpeckers, on the contrary, helped, and where they pecked, there were basically wood marrow crystals inside. Soon, Yi Feng dug away all that he could, and the quantity was completely sufficient. Waiting for this tree, the next time it formed a wood marrow crystal, it was estimated that it would take a long time afterward. This time, he came out to search for the wood marrow crystal. Now that it had been found, it was supposed to go back, but Yi Feng was also a bit curious about where Su Keni was now. With the thought, Yi Feng advanced a little further. A phenomenon has also been noticed that the blue arrows move more, compared to before. The distance between the two sides, it can be concluded, is short enough. When the distance was far, even if Su Keni moved, this end of Yi Feng, the change in the angle of the arrow, was relatively small. Now that it's closer, the magnitude of the change is more pronounced when she moves casually. What a guy! Suddenly there was movement nearby. Yi Feng's whole body tensed up. His battle sword crossed in front of his body, and his soul power was running, making preparations to use the demon-breaking gun at any time. Swish! A fiery red figure, from the direction of the nearby dense grass, quickly rushed out. Su Keni? Seeing the other party's face, Yi Feng recognized that this person was no one else but Su Keni. The moment Su Keni saw Yi Feng, she was also startled, and a long knife with a blazing aura, aimed at Yi Feng and slashed over. After seeing that it was Yi Feng, she quickly withdrew her hand. The body, however, did not collect in time and collided with Yi Feng. A wonderful touch spread throughout Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng? Why are you here? Su Keni gasped for breath and hurriedly retreated a few steps back. With her cheeks flushed, she looked like a peach ripe for picking, giving people the urge to take a bite. As a matter of fact, with her hallowed martial king, even if she ran continuously for most of the day, she wouldn't gasp like this. What the hell was that for? And looking at her, she was also a bit of a mess. Some parts of her clothes, and even her close-fitting fiery red battle armor, had been cut through a few slits, revealing the snowy skin inside. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yi Feng always felt that Su Keni, at this moment, was in a somewhat wrong state, especially staring at yourself. How do you feel? Weird? Doubtful as he was, Yi Feng still immediately returned. I came over here to look for some materials, and I didn't expect to meet up here, Yi Feng said half-heartedly. Just now, he had been following the arrows, and it was actually expected that he would run into Su Keni. Su Keni nodded and was about to say something else when she suddenly thought of something and her expression tensed up. This is no time for chit-chat. Come with me. After saying that, no matter what, as soon as he grabbed Yi Feng's arm, he began to run away at a fast pace. Seems to be worried that Yi Feng can't keep up with her. A little hesitation. A clench of teeth. Actually a hand wrapped around Yi Feng. Half-dragged running. Putting aside the accident of the collision just now, this is still the first time that Yi Feng has zero-distance contact with a woman, especially a woman with a hot body and beautiful looks. Feeling the delicate touch of his body, Yi Fang's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Chapter 42 Weird Black-Robed Man. As for Su Keni, the reaction was even greater than Yi Feng. The roots of her ears, which were already red, swished even redder, and it was also obvious that her body temperature had risen quite a bit. This damn toxin, Su Keni secretly cursed. If it wasn't for the toxin in her body, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed. It was only after running the gong method more attentively and suppressing certain thoughts that he gradually returned to normal. The two ran through the dense forest, hurrying forward, looking at Su Keni, who was close at hand. Yi Feng had a bright idea. Such a great opportunity. Why don't you try it again? Yi Feng squinted his gaze at Su Keni's abdomen. The blue treasure chest was right in front of him. Moving along with Su Keni. Really do not mean to eat your tofu. Who let this blue treasure chest, how to grow on you? I had to find a way to open it. Before doing so, Yi Feng chanted in his heart. The main thing was that the level of this treasure chest wasn't low. It had reached the blue color, so it could definitely open something good. If it's a low grade, like white or yellow, it doesn't matter if it's on or off. Blue treasure chests, for sure. Thinking of this, Yi Feng, intentionally or unintentionally, reached out and touched it. The moment her hand touched her abdomen, Su Keni's body, as if she had been electrocuted, very obviously trembled. A certain thought, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, burst forth so violently that it was nearly impossible to control it. What are you doing? Su Keni growled, a small woman's sultriness in her eyes. God knows she had gone through a lot of trouble to suppress the toxins in her body, and this guy came and messed up, almost making her lose control. Nope, just had a bug and tried to swat it away. Yi Feng used a lame excuse. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. This method, it really can't open the treasure chest. There are bugs? Why didn't I notice? Su Keni's eyes were suspicious as she looked Yi Feng up and down. Your attention wasn't there. You definitely didn't notice, Yi Feng said in a serious manner. Su Keni nodded her head, thinking that it made sense. She really didn't have the extra attention to spread out to focus on too many things. Well, get your ass out of here. The two men ran and stopped. Su Keni started to drive Yi Feng away. As he spoke, his eyes weren't even on Yi Feng, but instead he was paying attention to the surrounding movements. It seemed to be worried about some kind of danger. What about you? Yi Feng inquired, feeling that Su Keni was definitely up to something. She paused. I can't go yet. Why? Yi Feng was even more puzzled. Looking at her, it was clear that she was hiding from something. Haven't been back in a couple days, so I guess it's just been a whirlwind. Yi Feng didn't think that it was Su Keni who couldn't walk out. A misty forest was just a misty forest. It wasn't hard to defeat her. What should be true is that she doesn't want to go out on her own. What is it, exactly, that makes her not want to leave here? It clearly looks like he's hiding from something, but he doesn't want to get out of here and would rather be chased all the time. This approach is contradictory to anyone who looks at it. Don't ask, just go. If you don't, you're going to get dragged down with me. As soon as the words fell, Su Keni's face changed and she cursed. He's here again. Run first and wait. Su Keni once again wrapped her arms around Yi Feng and started a new round of running away. As the two figures disappeared into the forest mists, instead, a silhouette appeared at the original location. This silhouette, covered in black robes, makes it impossible to see the specific face. Hey, you run, I chase. It's so erotic. I'm so excited. The black-robed man's voice was dry, as if rusty gears had gotten into the sand, harsh and unpleasant. He stuck out his tongue, his harumph flowing, taking in the scent of the air. How come there's an extra youngster? A guy. Ha. More excited. After saying that, he chased after the two in the direction they had left. Despite not being able to catch up with it for the time being, he seemed to be enjoying it as well. This pursuit of his prey. The two of them, Su Keni and Yi Feng, stopped at a certain place, observed the surroundings. This side should be safe for now. Just remember to change places after a while. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yi Feng. Told you to leave quickly. You didn't listen. Now it's late. You can't leave even if you want to. There was something else about that little expression when she blamed someone. How would I know what's going on with you? Yi Feng spread his hands with an innocent face. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Su Keni sighed and organized his words to explain. A couple days ago, I would have been out, too, looking for something, but I didn't realize that I was being targeted by a dead pervert who had been tracking me. I rely on this misty forest to be able to maneuver around him. If I leave the misty forest, I will definitely be caught up by him. Hearing this, it dawned on Yi Feng. No wonder it always felt like Su Keni was wandering back and forth within the same area. Who is this man? Is the strength very strong? Even you are no match for him? Yi Feng was surprised. being able to make Su Keni could only escape. It seemed to be very strong. I'm not sure exactly who he is, but he's a dead pervert anyway. In terms of strength, I briefly fought with him. He should be in the late Martial King stage. Originally, with my strength at the mid Martial King stage, there was no need to be so afraid of him. It's just that I accidentally caught his poison, and now I need to keep running my chi and blood to suppress the outbreak of the toxin. In this way, I won't be able to utilize my full strength because once I do, I won't have the extra chi and blood to suppress the toxins in my body. It was because of this that she needed to keep running away and circling. What kind of poison did you get? Yi Feng inquired. No wonder looking at Su Keni. Her state was a bit off. At least not the same as usual. It turned out that she was poisoned. Su Keni stammered, looking at the way she squirmed. It seemed difficult to speak. I have been trying to cure the poison. This misty forest, there are also quite a lot of herbs. During the wandering, have found some. She directly changed the topic. However, there is one last herb missing, called cliff flower, and I need its pollen. But in my current condition, it's not too easy to fetch the cliff flower. Cliff flowers, which grow on cliff faces, are often still located in very steep places. If it were in the past, even if the cliffs were overhanging, it would not matter to the Hall Martial King. But right now, most of Su Keni's chi and blood were used to suppress the toxin. It wasn't too good to use force, which would easily give the toxin a chance to explode. Once it erupts, it's hard to suppress. Chapter 43, You're the one who's in trouble here. Yi Feng pondered for a while and spoke out. There are cliffs nearby, so stay here and I'll go look for you. It's definitely a good idea to help out whenever you can. The main reason was that Yi Feng alone was also incapable of dealing with that enemy. When Su Keni detoxified, the two of them should be able to up that enemy when they join forces. As for that, utilize the ability of a soul master who can fly and leave this place now. At first glance, it sounds like a good idea, but on second thought, this method won't work. Not to mention, whether or not it would still be possible to fly up smoothly with an extra person, and even if it was possible, the consumption of soul power would be great, and the speed would be slowed down. Even if he didn't bring Su Keni with him, Yi Feng flying alone, there was no way to fly from this side, all the way back to the academy. When the journey was long and the soul power was overly consumed, one would definitely need to take a rest in the middle of the journey and would need to descend to the ground. It would be a situation where one is flying in the sky and the enemy is chasing them on the ground. Unless one had unlimited soul power and could guarantee flying all the time, one would definitely be caught eventually. So it wasn't that a soul master could fly with the help of a soul soldier and be invincible under a martial emperor. As long as the enemy's movement speed was faster than the soul master's flight speed, the opponent could follow all the way, until the soul power dried up and had to come down. It was the death of the soul master. Without further thought, Yi Feng immediately moved off to the nearby cliff. If it was an unusual forest, perhaps there were no cliffs. It was good that the misty forest, being located on a mountain range, was still able to find some cliffs. Not long after, Yi Feng came to the nearby cliff. This cliff, nearly 100 meters high, is almost vertical. Yi Feng raised his head and scanned above. Soon, the eyes locked on a certain spot, about 70 to 80 meters above the ground. A clump of white flowers, proudly rooted in the bare cliff face. That would be cliff flower. Near the cliff flower, there were a few monkeys with sensitive hands and feet, as if they were top rock climbers, firmly grasping the cliff wall. Some places where they could use their strength, climbing towards the cliff flower. That's a cliff monkey. They are strong climbers, able to come and go on vertical cliff faces. Occasionally, you will lose your footing, but it's usually due to a fight, and you basically can't get out of it if you climb it properly. Cliff monkeys love to eat cliff flowers. If they preempted them, that clump of cliff flowers will definitely become a meal in their bellies. Without hesitation, Yi Feng mobilized his soul power and the demon-breaking gun condensed out. Phew! The demon-breaker gun turned into streams of light and shot off rapidly. The sharp tip of the gun violently nailed to the edge of the cliff flower bush, and that whole bush of cliff flowers, right along with the flowers and the soil, was pried off the cliff wall in a free fall. Yi Feng, who was standing below the cliff wall, reached out and steadily caught the cliff flower. The demon breaker gun also transformed into energy and retracted back into his mind. A set of movements in a flowing stream, quickly completed. Hanging above the cliff monkeys, all looked dumbfounded. Whoa ya! Wah! After reacting, he realized that cliff flower had been robbed, and immediately wailed and screamed strangely, showing his teeth at Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't care about them and left with cliff flower. Returning to Su Keni, cliff flower fetched it for you. Yi Feng took the cliff flower and handed it to Su Keni. So fast? Su Keni was surprised. It felt like Yi Feng had only left for a short while, but he didn't expect to find it. With the cliff flower, It should be able to cure the poison, right? Yi Feng asked. It should be fine, Su Keni nodded, then said, let's change places first. After staying in one place for a while, you have to change places or you will be easily tracked by the enemy. The two were on their way again. As expected, shortly after the two left, a black-robed figure appeared here. He licked his lips wickedly, drooling everywhere. Ha 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 ha. What a runner. Where did it go again? He also continued on his way to track. Yi Feng and Su Keni ran a long distance to a cave. After making sure it was safe, Su Keni began to mix the antidote. The 10 or so herbs that had been collected successively were all taken out. Recall, in your mind, the antidote recipes you've read before, and mix them according to the proportions. When it is blended, one part of it is taken internally and the other, which needs to be sprinkled into the water, is given a medicinal bath. The internal and external attack will provide a quick antidote to the toxin. You don't even know what kind of poison you've been given. Are you sure that an antidote formulated this way will work? Yi Feng watched her blending the whole time and always felt a bit unreliable. This isn't, like, sick or something, is she? Who says I don't know what's poisoned? Su Keni looked askance at Yi Feng. Her hand movements didn't stop. She took part of the antidote and swallowed it in one gulp. You know? Why couldn't you tell me just now? So what exactly is the poison? Yi Feng was curious and asked repeatedly. Well, I'm going to take a medicinal bath. Once again, Su Keni didn't say anything and just digressed. She headed inside the cave. There was a pool of water inside. Not too big, like a bathtub, with clear pool water. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At the top of the cave, water had been seeping through, dripping down continuously into the pool. Because of this, over time, this small pool of water has formed. Su Keni took the antidote, put it into the pool of water and watched it slowly melt away. I was about to start the medicinal bath when I remembered that there was another person nearby. You're just going to watch from the sidelines? Su Keni looked at Yi Feng and said in a good-natured manner. I have prepared a good medicinal bath water, can already be soaked. This guy is still not half self-conscious, staring straight at it. You want to watch from the sidelines? Not watching? In case something happens, Yi Feng said. It's only when you're here that things go wrong. Su Keni's silver teeth clenched. This guy, he really wants to see it. I really don't know if this guy is overly innocent or just horny. She remembered that she was touched in the abdomen by Yi Feng when she was hugging him to escape earlier. At that time, Yi Feng explained that it was because of the bugs. Now that I think about it, it doesn't always seem simple. Wait, touching the abdomen. Why did she feel that the scenario was a bit familiar? A moment's thought quickly came to mind. When the college entrance examination was held, she went to Linhai City to supervise the examination. And when she saw Yi Feng at that time, this guy suddenly made a big salute. His movements were incomparably exaggerated. And he also accidentally touched her abdomen. Thought, at the time, that it was the kid who had more manners. Now, it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy. Twice, was it really just an accident? Su Keni was getting suspicious. With an incomparably suspicious gaze, he sized up Yi Feng. Well, this guy, he's kinda cool if. Wait a minute, why am I having this thought? Stop. Was the toxin not suppressed? Obviously. I've already taken the antidote. It should start to take effect. How do I feel? It's even harder to suppress than before? Su Keni was puzzled. Rushing to empty his mind of distracting thoughts, he called on more chi and blood, suppressing the spread of the toxin. Well, then I'm going to go out and keep watch outside. And if you have anything going on, call me immediately. Yi Feng said and was about to head outside. Wait, Su Keni, however, suddenly cried out and looked at Yi Feng with eyes that were full of fire, itching to pounce on Yi Feng. What's wrong with you? Yi Feng felt furtive in his heart. No, it's fine. Su Chanyi's eyes regained their clarity again. Go ahead and get out. I should be fine after my medicinal bath. Su Keni said. Yi Feng nodded and left the cave, coming outside to keep watch. Chapter 44, Outrageous. This can also open a treasure chest? In the middle of the cave, Su Keni took off the battle armor on her body and undid her clothes, shedding one piece of clothing after another, revealing her gelatinous snowy skin. The proud figure that made people's noses bleed just by looking at it was revealed without any concealment. Straight, slender thighs, striding, stepping into the pool of water. As his body sank, the water went all the way down his thighs, hips, torso, and finally flooded to his neck. The whole person was just like that, submerged in a pool of water. That damned lecherous thief, who got me infected with the harmonization scatter, is going to force me to seek pleasure with him and do fish and water sex in order to be able to get rid of the poison. Dead. Dream on. I'm going to disarm the toxin and keep you out of it. After I detoxify myself, I will definitely settle the score with you. Su Keni clenched her white teeth and said indignantly, "Time passes by. What's going on?" As she soaked in the medicinal bath, the agitation within Su Keni's body did not weaken in the slightest. Not only was it useless, it even gradually strengthened, requiring her to call on more of her chi and blood to suppress it. No good. The toxins in his body suddenly erupted violently. She was already close to suppressing it to the limit, and now that it suddenly erupted, she was finally completely unable to suppress it. The medicinal power of the Acacia-san was no longer restricted to a certain area, and with the blood, it flowed to all parts of the body. At this moment, Su Keni's eyes became mesmerized, her breathing rate accelerated, and her body temperature rose, transmitting a tantalizing blush. Panting slightly, he let out some whimpers. Outside the cave, Yifeng suddenly noticed that there were some movements coming from inside the cave, and some sounds of unknown significance that made people blush when they heard them. Yifeng suddenly heard that Su Keni, who was inside the cave, was calling his name. "You called me?" Yifeng confirmed. "I'm the one calling you. Come in." Su Keni's voice was permeated with a sense of seduction. "Have you soaked in the medicinal bath?" Yifeng inquired. "Yes, it's soaked. Come in quickly." Su Keni returned, her voice carrying urgency. "Oh, good." Despite feeling that something was fishy, Yifeng didn't think much about it and walked towards the cave. When Yifeng went in, the scene in front of him almost made his nose bleed. In the middle of the water pool, Su Keni was soaking in it. The surface of the water was rippling and the underwater body was hidden. Su Keni's face was flushed, her body twisted like a water snake, and the way she looked at Yifeng was on the verge of pulling silk out of her eyes. Although this kind of image was something that any normal man would love to see, Yifeng still turned around immediately. "Tutor Su, what are you doing? Didn't you say you've already soaked it? Now call me in. How do you?" The picture just now was too exciting, and when Yifeng spoke at this time, he felt that his mouth was dry. However, without waiting for Yifeng to finish his words, the sound of clattering water came from behind her, and Su Keni's jade hand tugged at Yifeng's clothes. Caught off guard, Yifeng's figure was unsteady, so he was dragged into the water pool. Su Keni's hands and feet were like a pink octopus, firmly entangling Yifeng. "Yifeng, I can't control it anymore. I can only commit to you. Rather than letting that ugly monster have its way, it's better to be with you." Her eyes were wintry to the core and her voice was soft and fluffy, stirring up emotions in one way or another. Originally dry-mouthed Yifeng, by so many actions, so many words, but also feel hot. Even the cool pool of water, there is no way to cool down. Until now, Yifeng finally understood what the poison that Su Keni was suffering from was. No wonder when she was asked before what kind of poison she was suffering from, she kept avoiding the topic. No wonder. From the moment they first met, it felt like she was in a bit of an unnatural state. Yifeng was about to say something when he was gagged by two soft pieces. "I really didn't expect to be forced on my precious first time. Wow. Wow." In the cave, there was the sound of clattering water, constantly intense. In the process, snap. You opened a blue treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 12,000 points of soul power. The sudden prompt caused Yifeng to freeze. The blue treasure chest you've been longing for was actually opened in this way? When you think about where the treasure chest exists, located in the lower abdomen, it doesn't feel too hard to understand. It made Yifeng recall that when he was obtaining the wood marrow crystals, he reached into the middle of the tree hole and could touch the wood marrow crystals inside and take them out. A whole 12,000 soul power points. After the fusion, Yifeng's soul power skyrocketed by a large margin. From the original 15,000, it skyrocketed to 27,000, and this value just happens to be the threshold of the king level. In other words, Yifeng's soul master realm, in one fell swoop, had been promoted from the late general rank to the early king rank. With this kind of strength, dealing with an enemy at the late martial king stage would be a complete handful. After a good toss and turn, the cave grew quiet. The two of them had already put on their clothes. Su Keni's eyes, too, had regained their clarity, only that her face was still red. Before it was the toxin that was causing the problem, but now it was the blush. Thinking about the process just now, she didn't know, for a moment, how she was going to face Yifeng, and that's when it happened. Hey, found you guys. Beyond the cave, there was an unpleasant, piercing sound. It's over. Blocked inside the cave. There's no escape. Su Keni panicked, quickly looked for a second exit. The toxin was now lifted, but she had previously consumed an excessive amount of chi and blood for suppressing the toxin, which was very exhausting. In this state, there is no way to fight the enemy. Originally, she had planned to wait until the toxin was lifted and her strength was restored. so she could run at full speed and leave the misty forest first. We'll figure out how to get revenge later. But now, having only just detoxified and in extremely poor condition, he was blocked by the enemy in the cave. It is expected that soon, the enemy will come in from outside. Obviously, there is no second exit, Yifeng said. Inside, one can see as far as the eye can see. Whether there is a second exit or not, one can tell at a glance. It's all your fault for taking so long just now, Su Keni complained. Long time is still a disadvantage? Yifeng asked rhetorically. As he spoke, the person shrouded in a black robe walked in from outside. He stuck out his tongue, which was badly yellowed, and licked his thick, large lips, drooling everywhere. Wrong. This is the harmony scatter that has been magically altered by me. An unusual antidote, not only will not be able to undo it, but will instead exacerbate the spread of the toxin. The black-robed man hemmed and hawed and laughed in amusement. Soon, however, his face was a twisted mess. But now that you look like you, the toxin should be lifted. Could it be that the two of you have? How dare you deviate from my will? I won't spare you. The black-robed man's voice was shrill and hoarse, and his face was twisted to the extreme, appearing maniacal. It made his already ugly face even uglier. Hearing his words, Su Keni's face turned icy cold. No wonder the antidote didn't work and even suddenly lost control. So it was like this. This lecher is really sinister. Yifeng, wait for the fight. I'll try my best to stall him. You look for an opportunity to escape first, and I'll look for a chance to get rid of him. Su Keni's face was grave as she whispered to Yifeng. No, I'm not afraid of him at all. You don't need to make a move. Just watch from the side. Yifeng's tone was calm and truthful. It's already this time. Don't try to be strong, or you'll only add to the chaos. Listen to me. Find a chance to escape quickly later. Su Keni's tone was serious and she made a gesture to protect in front of Yifeng. She naturally didn't believe Yifeng's words. In her opinion, a freshman like Yifeng, even if he showed good strength during the ring battle, he could only be considered good. Placed in front of the martial king, it was not worth mentioning at all, and there was not even a chance to resist. A single finger of the martial king could crush him. Let him fight? It's no different than sending him to his death. You two don't have to fight. I won't let either of you escape. The sound of the two conversations, in fact, pressed very low. The black-robed man did not hear. The two actually said what? But a casual guess. Can guess? In addition to discussing the escape, what else can be discussed? Anyway, in his opinion at this point, the two were fish and meat on the chopping board, to be slaughtered by him. He was already thinking about what he was going to use to torture the two later. Just thinking about it made his body tremble with excitement, a mad shaking, and some strange grunts of unknown significance. Well, I've figured out how I'm going to play you guys. So next, enjoy. The black-robed man licked his lips and said in an evil manner. Su Keni also tensed up and despite feeling exhausted, she forcefully mobilized her body's chi and blood in preparation for battle. It's better to overdraw your body than to stand around and wait to die. Besides, falling into the hands of someone with this kind of perverted personality, even if you die, you will die miserably. Just as Su Keni was about to make her move, preparing to fight to the death. Phew! A sharp cracking sound behind him, passing quickly by his ears. A blood-red stream of light instantly engulfed the short distance between the two sides and appeared in front of the black-robed man. It's too fast. It was also too much of a surprise. The black-robed man couldn't even react in time. A mere thought surfaced in his mind. What the hell is this? The crisis of death came right at us. The blood-red lance pierced through the middle of his forehead with a terrifying might, churning the entire head to pieces. The remaining power of the spear did not diminish and shot straight away, eventually nailing into the cave wall and deeply disappearing into it. Collect! The lance, which was deep in the cave wall, was turned back into energy and recycled into Yifeng's mind. The headless corpse of the black-robed man fell straight down. In his hand, he also held a handful of psychedelic powder. As long as one is contaminated with this substance, without an antidote, one will be powerless and fall into temporary paralysis. It was presumably prepared for combat, to be suddenly thrown over. Sure is an outlaw. Who is it? The attack just now. Who on earth issued it? In the cave? Is there someone else? It's a strong man. Looking at the black-robed man who had been instantly secured, Su Keni did not move for a long time and froze for a long time before slowly turning around. Wanted to see who the strong person who had just struck out was. Chapter 45, Bounty Wanted List, $10 million for nothing. After Su Keni turned around, she saw Yifeng behind her. Other than that, there is no one else. The one who struck out just now was you. Yifeng. Before she turned around, it was certainly clear to her that the likelihood of anyone else being present in this cave was low, but she just felt incredulous. How could a person who, in her cognizance, was only in the martial general realm, suddenly erupt. With such a terrifying attack, the enemy was a genuine martial king. It wasn't an ordinary martial king yet. It had reached the late martial king stage. And there is always some devious tactic that one can't defend themselves against, even if they were both martial kings. The level of danger was extremely high when fighting against this person, and they could be planted at any time. But it was such a strong opponent that was killed by Yifeng in a single blow and a single glance. The contrasting impact that this brought to Su Keni was undoubtedly huge. In a short period of time, Yifeng had become so strong. The attack you performed just now felt like it had soul power fluctuations. Could it be that in addition to being a martial artist, you are also a soul master? Su Keni looked at Yifeng in surprise. Yes, it's a soul master's means of attack. Yifeng nodded. Your realm of a soul master is even higher than that of a martial artist. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Had I known you were so strong, we wouldn't have had to run in the first place. Oh yes, you should be thinking that you don't want to reveal your strength as a soul master in front of outsiders unless you have to, so that you can use it as a bottom card. That's why you chose to run away in the first place. Don't worry. I won't tell the secret of your soul master. Su Keni had an I understand you look on her face as she brainstormed many ideas in a row. I wasn't the one running just now. It was you who ran with your hard arm around me. Yifeng smiled and deliberately joked. At the mention of such more intimate words, Su Keni associated it with just now. What happened between the two in the water pool? And her ears swished red. Ahem. She coughed lightly to hide the strangeness in her expression. So you won't talk? Just be so obedient that you run when I lead you on? What man would say no to being straddled by a beautiful woman? Yifeng was still smiling, saying that his eyes were still scanning her body. The beautiful picture of the white flower just now seemed to be floating in front of her eyes again. Humph, pervert, Su Keni hummed, not being poor with Yifeng, turning to look at the body of the black-robed man. Nor did he dare to do it directly, but he used his weapon to pickpocket him. All the things he was carrying were stripped out. All kinds of pills and powders, bottles and jars, dozens of them. What an insidious, vicious, dead pervert. Even now that the person was dead, Su Keni was still a bit angry. The result of her anger was a flogging, a hard cut, somewhere vital in the corpse. Looking at Yifeng, he felt his lower body tighten. This woman, if you offend her someday, will you be stabbed like this? I know who he is, Su Keni suddenly said. Who? Yifeng asked. Look at this tattoo. She pointed her knife at the black-robed man's right hand, which had a tattoo design at the small of his arm. It was a bloody hand, sticking out of a dark doorframe, like it had come to claim its life. If you look at this pattern alone, it already gives off an evil feeling. The Bloody Hand Clan? Yifeng subconsciously said this name. Not bad. It's the Bloodhand sect. Since it's a member of the Bloodhand sect, it's not surprising. The Bloody Hand sect is an organization that is evil beyond measure, all evil, and takes pleasure in doing evil things. They were so bad that they had already committed many heinous crimes and had long been on the wanted list in the wrath of God, killing and looting and all that is just everyday child's play with them. They seek, in the extreme, to be evil, to do even one bad thing. For example, if someone else kills someone, they might do it with a single cut, but they kill. They torture slowly by all means, a process that thrills and excites them. Those who would join such an organization are more or less psychologically challenged, and it's not surprising that they can do such things. Right, on the wanted list, there are wanted for some members of the Bloodhand sect, so quickly check to see if this guy is on the list. Su Keni reminded. The most wanted list was set up by the state, specifically targeting those evil people who committed the most heinous crimes, so that all the masters in the society would help to capture or kill them. Whether it's captured alive or killed, there's a hefty bounty to be had. From this, a profession has also developed, the bounty hunter. They are systematic and organized, looking around for wanted criminals to kill and earn a bounty. Of course, while obtaining high returns, they also bear extremely high risks, and those who can make the list are all great villains, and their strength is not too bad. Examples of wanted criminals being killed in return abound. Using his tactical watch, Yifeng called open a small light screen and started browsing the internet. Go to the wanted site, and in the search box, type in the keyword Bloody Hands Gate. Soon, the listing came out in a row. At the top of the search results was clearly the Bloodhand sect master. Master of the Bloody Hand sect, information unknown. Strength unknown. Those who provide information, once confirmed, will be rewarded more than $30 million, according to the value of the information, with no ceiling. Kill, reward 4 billion. Captured alive, 5 billion reward. Nice guy. Seeing this wanted message, Yifeng straightened up and called out good guy. The minimum bounty for just providing information is over $30 million. Being able to make a beggar instantly turn into a tycoon, and eat and drink for the rest of his life. And if they are captured alive or killed, they have billions instantly. It's quite understandable that capturing alive is more rewarding than killing. There is more value in capturing them alive to interrogate for information. In addition, with two masters battling against each other, capturing them alive was actually more difficult, and it took a crushing level of strength to do so. Otherwise the fight is tied up and you can even get countered if you're not careful. So, the bounty looks tempting, but not everyone has the strength to take it. Even the officials give information unknown. Strength unknown. It meant that this person was so well hidden that it was difficult to even find him, let alone capture him alive or kill him. Below the Blood Hand Sect Master, there were several more Blood Hand Sect executives, and the bounty was also very high, basically billions, but nowhere near as high as the Blood Hand Sect Master, that is. Yi Feng browsed down the page. Evil pharmacist, strength late martial king, good at using all kinds of drugs. This person's face is ugly. Psychological distortion. Evil immense. Men and women eat all. Kill, 10 million. Live capture, 12 million. It was accompanied by a photo, which was able to be cross-referenced on, and it was indeed this person. Is this going to be $10 million for nothing? Killing such a martial king and giving $10 million seemed as if martial kings were a bit worthless. After all, a rank 4 weapon was several $million. But you can't think of it that way. Bounties are only used as rewards, sort of an incentive for behavior, and are not used for metrics. In fact, for those who had the strength to kill in seconds, such as Yi Feng just now, a single strike would finish off the opponent and $10 million would be in hand. Looking at it this way, it felt good to make money again, and making away with $10 million in one attack was quite a lot. Yi Feng immediately performed the operation. First, click to pick up the wanted person, and once you've picked up the wanted list, click Done. A page pops up where you can upload information, video of the battle, photos of the wanted man's body, the location of the body. These are the evidence. Finally, fill in the bounty hunter's own bank account for disbursing the bounty afterward. Personal information like bank accounts are encrypted by the computer system, which means that the people in charge have no way of knowing who the bounty hunters actually are. The purpose is to protect the privacy of individuals and prevent internal and external collusion. Being able to find out the exact identity of the bounty hunter and being subjected to retaliation by the forces behind the wanted person. We will verify the evidence as soon as possible, and if the situation is true, the bounty will be paid to you within 3 days. Chapter 46 New Clues, but with time conditions? Yi Feng swept all the drugs on the evil pill master into his backpack. What are you doing with all his filth? Seeing Yi Feng's behavior, Su Keni's eyes got weird. Hey! Yi Feng didn't answer positively and looked at Su Keni, deliberately revealing a wicked smile. Su Keni's heart was hairy and goosebumps were rising. You're not going to do something bad too, are you? Not bad. To do bad things to you. Yi Feng smiled evilly and walked over step by step. Su Keni was so scared that she backed up. Seeing this reaction of hers, Yi Feng was amused and laughed. Not to tease you. These medicines can be carried around by him. It is estimated that they are all worth a lot. There are so many types. I will bring them back to see if there is anything that can be used. Yi Feng explained. Su Keni blankly glanced at Yi Feng, almost thinking that a new evil pill master was going to be born. Come on, it's time to go back. The two left the cave. Road. Yi Feng killed a general-level alien beast and filled a jar full of beast blood with the container he had prepared before he left and put it into his backpack. The rest of the beast meat was not wasted, and a place was found to build a fire to roast the meat. Seeing Su Keni running her gong method, the fire element converged in her hands. The temperature gradually rose, and when she pressed her palm on the pile of wood, the flames rose. Do you have a fire type of physique? Or talent? Yi Feng inquired curiously. I have an SS-grade physique. The fire lotus spirit body. Su Keni replied. So it is. After roasting the meat, the two ate it. The meat of the general-grade alien beast contained a large amount of essence chi and blood, which could allow Su Keni's deficient chi and blood to recover quickly. After eating and drinking, the two hit the road, eventually returning to the provincial capital. Meanwhile, a few people came to a certain cave in the misty forest. They had come from the provincial capital and belonged to the wanted list department of prospectors, whose main job was to travel to the battle site to explore the situation. This time, after receiving notification that the high bounty wanted criminal, the evil pill master, had actually been killed, he came over to explore the specifics. After a few people entered the cave, a headless corpse appeared in front of them. There was a lot of head tissue scattered nearby, obviously caused by the head bursting open, so it could be seen that the attack at that time, how terrifying the power was. The person who struck out was extremely strong. Vomit. One of the younger men in the group nearly threw up. He was a new employee who was brought out by the old explorers to practice and experience, and had never experienced this kind of scene before, so he immediately felt physically uncomfortable. Ha ha, little Lee, look around more. You'll get used to it later. The old explorers looked as normal and talked and laughed. They had been through so much that they had long since lost their senses. Several people began to examine the scene. The headless corpse, whose face could no longer be seen, could still be identified through other means of detection as the evil pharmacist. The chain of evidence is also sufficient. There is a first view of the battle video. They have the technology to identify the authenticity of the video, and are not afraid of others to fake it. Multiple verifications have basically determined that the evil pharmacist was indeed killed. This evil pill master, who has been doing a lot of evil deeds, finally has an expert to get rid of the evil today, and it can be considered an evil that has come out of evil. I wonder who this expert is, to be able to kill the evil pill master in a single strike. He's so strong. Maybe it's one of the big shots in the provincial government. They're the only ones who can do this if they make a move. Several of the explorers spoke in awe and talked amongst themselves. Yi Feng returned to the Dragon Academy. The first thing to do was to go back to the dormitory. Now a senior cadet, you can move to the inner circle. It is a small independent compound with 3 rooms with a courtyard, much more comfortable to live in than the 1-room dormitories on the periphery. Yi Feng, are you moving? Seeing Yi Feng come to the dormitory area and pick up some personal belongings, such as a change of clothes or something, this scene happened to be seen by He Ziling, so she spoke out to inquire. Yes, I'm moving to the inner circle. Yi Feng replied. The students are all talking about it. You've already become a senior cadet. Originally I thought it was unbelievable and was about to confirm it to you, but I didn't realize that you've really become a senior cadet. He Ziling sounded surprised. Advanced students, meaning having 10,000 credits, was a sky-high number for the current He Ziling. Without realizing it, the gap between her and Yi Feng was so huge. Then I'll move there first. You also cheer up. When you become a senior cadet, we can still be neighbors. Yi Feng encouraged. With He Ziling's talent, becoming an advanced student would definitely not be half a problem and would be faster than most students. Her kind was the normal speed. It could only be said that it was Yi Feng who had opened up. There was no one who could compare to this point. Looking at Yi Feng's distant back, He Ziling had mixed feelings in her eyes, hiding the trace of adoration deep in her eyes even deeper. What I'm thinking? He Ziling shook her head and cast away the distracting thoughts. From the time when she was forced to mutilate and disfigure herself and experience the deep helplessness, she had already vowed to focus only on martial arts in her life and think of nothing else. Right. I'm going to get stronger. Keep getting stronger. He Ziling's expression was once again firm. After a slight perception, a burst of joy flashed by, and she felt that the bottleneck of the realm had, in fact, loosened. Yi Feng moved to the inner circle and chose a small separate courtyard to live in. Remove the required materials and start matching the seedling soil. After mixing it according to the proportion, it was placed in a container and the rue mulberry vine seeds were buried in it. It also needs to be doused with 1 liter of beast's blood. Yi Feng opened the container and poured the beast blood down. Fey blood was peculiar. Even at room temperature, it could be stored for a long time and would not solidify. That's pretty good. It needs to be watered once a day, so you don't always need to get fresh ones. After you do that, the next step is to wait for it to sprout. That's when the new treasure chest clue hint popped up. Clue to the treasure chest. A blue treasure chest has appeared at the Starburst Iron Mine Mountain. Please go and open it after half a month. Another treasure chest. Still blue. But why the time condition? This time, the clue was different from the previous ones. With a time condition that required half a month to travel. There must be something in there that causes it. Perhaps, it was out of the Starburst Iron or Mountain. The place above. That there might be something special about it. Googled it. Didn't find more accurate information. More just in the introduction. Star pattern iron. This ore is a good metal, can refine weapons, battle armor. Then it was only a matter of going to the canonical pavilion and looking through some of the canonical books to see if they could find any relevant information. Yi Feng was preparing to go out. The tactical watch suddenly vibrated. Glancing over, someone dialed the call. An unfamiliar number. Chapter 47. Can you come to the dorm and tutor me one-on-one? Seeing the unfamiliar number dialed, Yi Feng recalled that on the way back, Su Keni said that she lost her tactical watch in the misty forest, and went back to get a new one, and asked Yi Feng's communication number at that time, saying that it would be convenient to contact her at that time. It should be her. Yi Feng picked it up. Sure enough, above the light screen, Su Keni's figure appeared. She had already changed a set of clothes, the whole person white and clean, presumably also took a shower. Looking at it all feel fragrant. That eye-shattering Twin Peaks directly occupied half the screen. Student Yi Feng, you've become an advanced student. Why don't you come over and report to your teacher? She put on the airs of a strict teacher, as if she were scolding a disobedient student. Because, a bit tired, Yi Feng smiled and meant it. Good for nothing. What are you tired of? Su Keni's expression was serious. Yeah, why are you tired? Yi Feng deliberately emphasized a sentence. A trace of unnaturalness appeared on Su Keni's face, and she said in a bit of panic, come over quickly, and then it just hung up. Yi Feng happened to be going out, so he went there first. Arriving at the advanced student teaching area, Su Keni happened to finish answering a cultivation question raised by a student. Seeing Yi Feng arrive, she cleared her throat. Class, we have a new student joining our class today, and you shouldn't be too unfamiliar with him. Saying that, he looked at Yi Feng and introduced. He is the new student. Yi Feng, come, say hello to everyone. Yi Feng walked near Su Keni, faced the students below and politely said, hello everyone, I'm Yi Feng, take care of me in the future. Su Keni, who was on the side, heard this and her eyelids jumped. You're pretty modest. His own hallowed martial king, the senior tutor of the Dragon Tang Academy, couldn't even beat him now, and this guy was still talking about taking more care of him. Snapped. The students on the stage applauded, welcoming them, while whispering, to become an advanced student in just a short period of time is too fast. It could be that he had good strength before, like in the high school entrance exams, he already had the strength of a martial general, and only now can he be so fast. Fair enough, that's more acceptable. Otherwise it would be outrageous to make so much progress in a short period of time. These students present, able to gather here, are all outstanding, just the top students of the college entrance examination of each city. There are many. Their hearts were high and proud, and it was hard for them to accept that their genius selves were being crushed so much by another genius. Had to find a reason to force myself to convince myself that the other guy wasn't exaggerating that much. Yi Feng, in the future, if you encounter any difficulties in cultivation, feel free to find me and ask me, so as not to delay the cultivation process. Su Keni deliberately joked at Yi Feng. Of course she knew that with Yi Feng's strength today, there was no need to ask her for advice. Can we go to the tutor's dormitory and tutor one-on-one? Yi Feng blinked his eyes and inquired with a bad smile on his face. Certainly available. Subconsciously, he was about to say yes, but soon remembered something and noticed Yi Feng's bad smile. Su Keni did not look askance at Yi Feng in a good mood and frantically winked. In a classroom, with all these people watching, and this guy comes up with this. What's wrong with Tutor Su? Why does it feel a bit strange? I don't know. Maybe it's because he's not satisfied with the words Yi Feng said? There's nothing wrong with that statement of his, right? I remember before, there were quite a few students who encountered some emergencies and traveled to Instructor Su's residence to seek her advice, and she didn't say much at that time, and answered the questions very seriously. It was a scene that looked puzzling to the students. Instructor Su, I still have something to do and would like to leave on leave. Yi Feng's another sentence once again made the students whole won't. Only just joined over. His strength is estimated to be one of the worst in the class, and now he's not listening properly, and actually took a leave of absence in the middle of the class? He's finished, becoming a student under Tutor Su's door without properly investigating her temperament. Now he's violated a taboo. The students shook their heads straight, because they knew that Su Keni was notorious for hating people leaving in the middle of the day. You can take a vacation if you want to, so just do it and simply don't come to this class. But once you came, halfway through the lesson, you suddenly said you had to leave, which Su Keni was very offended by. Even those old students who are at the top of their game, but who are not forced to do so, do not dare to mention half a word and want to leave in the middle of the game. Once you mention it and don't give a good enough reason, you're bound to get punished hard. The older students didn't even dare to mention it, but Yi Feng, a freshman, actually said it in a dignified manner and didn't even give a specific reason. This Thai excuse of something's up is a casual prevarication as soon as you hear it. It's so newborn. The next moment, however, something shocking happened. Well, if there's something you need to do, go ahead and do it. Su Keni had a gentle smile on her face, as gentle as she could be. Nanny! Everyone's mouths were open and their minds were about to spin, until he came back to his senses. Yi Feng had already left. Looking at Su Keni again, there was no anger, not even half of it. Everything was as usual. Could it be that Tutor Su was now unapologetic, slipping out of this kind of operation halfway through? Class, let's continue the lesson, Su Keni said from the stage. The older students scowled at each other and decided to send a representative to verify their suspicions. Instructor Su, I also have something to do and would like to leave on leave. One of the top veteran students in the class raised his hand to Su Keni for instructions. Su Keni, who was in the middle of lecturing, blushed. What is it exactly? The older students stuttered with a sense of foreboding. The pointy old student stammered as he didn't think of a reason. Humph. How many times have I said that I hate those who sneak out in the middle of the class? As a student, it is the golden period of hard cultivation, not to listen to the class carefully and strive to become stronger quickly, but still move to take leave to leave. It really cost me a piece of hard work. Go out around the school and run 5,000 laps for me. Su Keni laid down the chastisement. The top veteran students are suffering. This is the Dragon Academy. It covers a large area. Even if the martial arts generals have good speed and physique, 5,000 laps down, it is very tiring. Tutor, you're biased. For the same reason, Yi Feng can go, but I can't, and I have to be physically punished. He argued. Can it be the same? When you don't need to listen to the lecture either, you can also leave at any time without even having to greet me. Su Keni said seriously. It's not just better natural talent and faster progress. How come he doesn't have to listen to lectures? The older student muttered in dissatisfaction, but did not dare to confront him loudly, because he knew that if he said a few more words, instead of changing anything, the corporal punishment would even have to be increased again. What else can we do? The favoritism was so obvious that he had to admit it and honestly go for a run. Yi Feng came to the canonical collection pavilion. When you become an advanced student, you can enter the third level. On the third level, there were many tomes that recorded various events. Although with today's technology, it is possible to store data in chips, the habit of book records has been retained. Especially some more important information. People prefer to use paper as a carrier. As long as it is properly stored, it can be kept for a long time. Yi Feng began to rummage around, looking for information about the star pattern iron ore mountain. After a while, it was finally found. It also made Yi Feng understand why this treasure chest needed half a month before he could go over and open it. Chapter 48 Growing Up. Birth of Spiritual Intelligence. Blood-sucking and recognizing the master. There was only one place that could produce star pattern iron, and that was the treasure mine mystic realm. This secret realm, there existed a large number of minerals, and star pattern iron was one of them. When people found the starburst iron mining mountain, they could excavate starburst iron minerals, and after smelting, it was starburst iron. As for why it needed half a month before they could go, it was because the treasure mine mystic realm was rather peculiar, and the entrance to the mystic realm teleportation didn't exist at all times. It comes and goes, with cycles of appearing and then shutting down. It would close for about a month at a time and open for about 10 days after that, and so on. It will be half a month before the next opening. That's why the treasure chest clue suggests that it will not depart until half a month later. And if you go now, you won't be able to enter the secret realm. Then this half a month's time would be taken as a rest, and there was no need to be idle. One could study raising parasites, as well as studying how to deal with the Jung family. Yi Feng didn't forget that the Jung family still had a red treasure chest waiting to be opened, as well as god-devouring moss seedlings, waiting to be taken. Know your enemy and know yourself so that you can better develop a plan of action. I have arrows to guide me, so when the time comes, I don't need to bother searching for it, just follow the arrows and you'll eventually arrive. Nothing but. Yi Feng looked at the cannon again, and there was this sentence on it. After years of development, people clearly realized that the value of the treasure mining mystery realm, many of the veins inside, are occupied by major forces. They spend manpower and material resources, mining minerals inside, and then transporting them out, has formed a huge industrial chain. Yi Feng wasn't sure if the mountain of star pattern iron or where the treasure chest existed had an owner or not. He could only know when he went there. Time passes. 2 days later, Yi Feng, who was in the dormitory, suddenly received a transfer reminder. You received a transfer in the amount of $10,000,000 with a current balance of $15,800,000 from Bounty Wanted List Headquarters. It's the wanted bounty I collected for killing the evil medicine man. Yi Feng's original more than $5 million was when the performance of the college entrance examination was too excellent and brought great benefits to the 10th Martial Arts High School. The school rewarded $5 million, and the other $800,000 was earned by selling things later. All of a sudden let Yi Feng, assets doubled several times, to more than $10 million. Seems like a pretty quick way to make money with this route. However, people who were on the most wanted list were very secretive in their movements and were not so simple to find. Whether or not you can make a fortune depends on whether or not you're lucky enough to stumble upon it. With any luck, another fat fish will be another great income. Don't think about that for now. Yi Feng looked at the nursery pot, and the soil was a bit dry. The blood of the beast has not been poured today. Yi Feng took out the beast blood and poured 1 liter of beast blood down on the seedling pot, watering once a day. The nursery soil dries out every other day, presumably all absorbed by the seeds. Yi Feng expected that the seeds could germinate and grow faster. The next didn't stay idle, and several more vessels were brought out. The vessel is a compost pan, which holds many small worms, the compulsion disc and the bugs, all of which were bought with money in the past 2 days, were just more basic things, not expensive, and $10,000 bought a lot of them. The really expensive ones are the more advanced and rare bugs, as well as the composts that are cultivated to maturity. The current stage of Yifeng also couldn't use those for the time being. Practice makes truth. It's hard to learn how to raise parasites just by looking through the detailed explanation of raising parasites. Experiment as you watch and progress quickly. The compulsion disc of number 1 to number 3. The compulsion inside is all gone. Number 4 to number 6. It is better. The program still needs to be adjusted and adjusted again. And the poisonous food that is fed still needs to be reduced again. Yifeng summarized. For the time being, try raising poisonous bugs. The bugs themselves carry toxins, and later make them even more poisonous by feeding them poisonous food. The amount of poisonous food has to be controlled. Otherwise it is easy to have a situation where the bugs die out. When my technique of cultivating poisonous insects becomes stronger, and I cultivate high-level poisonous insects in the future, some of the poisons I've searched for, from the evil pill masters, will come in handy. Yifeng said secretly. As for now, the venomous insects were too low in rank to withstand poisons that were too virulent. No matter how diluted it is, feeding it is certain death. Another 8 days passed. At this moment, Yifeng's palm was spread out, and a small green vine, 10 centimeters long, was twisting in Yifeng's palm, just like a small green insect. It is the rhubarry vine. After a total of 10 days, it finally grows into a seedling, giving birth to a spirit that can leave the nursery soil, survive without soil, and move. Yifeng operated his chi and blood, forcing out blood from his fingertips and using a cup to follow it, catching nearly 200 milliliters. Smelling the flavor of blood, the little Ru Songting was like a cat smelling fish, immediately jumping into the cup and dipping inside the blood, greedily absorbing it. Would not the diary recorded that the seed grows to become a green vine, and the birth of the spirit will move, then use their own blood, so that it can be absorbed, so that you can recognize the master. As for the beast blood that was poured on it when it was in seed form, it was merely absorbed as nourishment, and this point had no effect. Once a demonized plant recognized its master, it would be absolutely loyal and would not betray the easy master again. So the step of recognizing the master was very important. The Ru mulberry vine greedily absorbed it, and the blood became less at a rate visible to the eye, until finally, it sucked up all the blood, and the color of its body surface became green with a reddish tinge. It seemed to have really sucked up enough. In the dark, Yifeng felt that a bond had been established with the Yunsang vine. Lord, man. It seems that the words expressed by the Ru mulberry vine can still be felt. Of course, it does not mean that the Ru Santo can talk, but to establish a master-servant relationship, to be able to feel each other's thoughts and emotions through body movements. It was all just a relatively simple idea. It had just been born spiritually now, and its spirituality was relatively low. Can you get bigger now? Yifeng tried. The Ru mulberry vine received the order and immediately began to grow larger, eventually growing to nearly a meter before stopping. It seemed that it could only go so far for now, but that's okay. With enough sustenance it will grow fast next. For example, beast blood, and wood marrow crystals, which it still liked, could continue to feed it. There were also other kinds of nutrients. As long as they were liked by the Ru mulberry vine, Yifeng was prepared to get some more to let it absorb and grow to its heart's content. Time passed, and 5 more days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days of eating and drinking, the length of the rhubarry vine has doubled and has grown to 2 meters, growing very fast. Not being able to help Yifeng for the time being, Yifeng let it get smaller and wrapped around his upper arm, covered by his clothes. Time to find the treasure chest. Half a month has passed before and after. The treasure mine mystery is open today, so you can enter it. Head to the location of the blue treasure chest, and open it up. Yifeng prepared his equipment and went out. When I left the school gate and passed by the outer playground, it was crowded and noisy, with a lot of students gathered around. The smell of blood was also strong, filling the air around them. What happened? Yifeng was puzzled and squeezed through. Chapter 49, The death is very tragic. The mysterious corpse thrower. A bloody picture appeared in front of Yifeng as he moved closer to the past. See the ground lying a person, in its abdominal position. Was broken open a large mouth? Inside the internal organs are all gone. Apparently was hollowed out. Limbs have been cut off a section. The death is very tragic. Looking at his face again, even if it was dyed red with blood, Yifeng recognized it at a glance. Zhou Ming? The person who died in such a tragic state would actually be Zhao Ming. Speaking of which, at that time, when the grades were dropped, Zhao Ming was the biggest beneficiary, and Yifeng had wanted to retaliate against him, but then he was busy improving his strength. and the matter was put on hold. In a short period of time, he had grown to the point where he could kill a martial king in seconds, and little people like Zhao Ming were already completely out of Yifeng's sight. I didn't expect him to die so suddenly. Who did this? Yifeng felt puzzled. The students around them were, likewise, puzzled. So cruel. Who the hell did this? Daring to kill a student of our Dragon Academy and leaving the body here. Too arrogant. The students around them felt scared and angry. At this time, several tutors hurriedly arrived. Among them was Su Keni. Seeing that Yifeng was also present, she simply asked Yifeng, "We received a report from the students that student Zhao Ming died tragically in this outer playground. Do you know what happened?" Yifeng shook his head. "I also just wanted to go out and passed by here, and wasn't aware of it." With this response, she had to ask others. Most people, again, are unclear about the situation. "We were the first to find it, and the body was here when we found it." A few people stepped forward. The body lacked internal organs and some of the limbs, so this was definitely not the scene of a murder. So someone must have carried the body and put it here. View monitor. One of the tutors, who had already begun contacting the monitoring room, quickly passed on the monitoring footage. The crowd watches the screen. See, early in the morning, outside the playground is still not much people. From the edge of the surveillance screen, suddenly there is a thing quickly flew past, and finally hit the ground. It's no other than this corpse of Zhao Ming. The location of the drop point is, indeed, here as well. The murderer intentionally avoided the CCTV footage and threw the body over from afar. The other party should also be clear that Zhao Ming is a student of the Dragon Academy. But, why did the other party do this? Yeah, if it was just to kill Zhao Ming, one could have dumped the body somewhere else. I think that this behavior of the murderer should be a deliberate provocation. Are you saying that what he's targeting is our Dragon Tendency School? Not bad. It's quite possible. If that's the case, then we have to be careful next. Let's hurry up and report this matter. Let people start investigating, and at the same time let the students try not to go out in the near future. We must find the murderer and let him know that my Dragon Totem Academy is not a vegetarian. The mentors, one by one, put their finger on the pulse of the matter and felt a sense of gravity and anger. The students' faces were even more ugly, fearing that they would be the next to be disemboweled. You heard the man, didn't you? Hurry up and all go inside the school and don't come out without permission. Yes. They were all sparing of their lives and were already heading for the school grounds without having to account for it. That student, where do you want to go? Don't hurry back to school yet. Just one person, still on his own, walked off into the distance, looking like he was going to leave the school and go somewhere else. And immediately a tutor called out, "Says me?" Yifeng turned around. "Who else if not you? Hurry back," the tutor said. "I have some urgent matters to go out." Yifeng said, "Tutor Su, isn't this your student? Take care of it." The other tutors advised Su Keni. Su Keni was momentarily speechless. She couldn't control Yifeng. If she dared to say anything more, she was going to be molested in return. The guy often flirted with her regardless of the occasion, and several times she almost let onlookers see the problem. "You really want to go out?" Su Keni confirmed. "Aha." Yifeng nodded. "Then pay attention to safety," Su Keni said. Yifeng walked away, gradually moving away. Crowd around? Crazy. Now the murderer has not been investigated. The murderer's intentions, the specific strength, how many personnel, are all unclear. You just let him leave? Both instructors and students were in disbelief. There's no way. This bad student, I can't control him. Su Keni spread his hands and emphasized in a small voice alone. Yes, it's bad. Tutor Su was still as biased in favor of Yifeng as ever. But this time the bias is a bit skewed. The student under Su Keni's name muttered. Yifeng left the school's range and kept following the arrows to guide him forward. What happened just now had little effect on Yifeng. However, he also had an extra eye. Perhaps there really was a force that was targeting the Dragon Tendency School to make things happen. The next step is to see how the senior management of the academy, how to investigate this matter, may only have the results. These will be left to them to worry about it. With Yifeng's current strength, it is still a bit of self-protection ability. Walking outside, just be more vigilant. It does not affect going out to find the treasure chest. Open this treasure chest and you'll be able to power up again. When he had enough strength, he would head over to the Jung clan side and look for the red treasure chest, as well as the God-Eater Moss. Yifeng's current strength was not enough to fight against the Jung family, nor did he have the ability to, without God's knowledge, sneak into the Jung family's residence and get rid of the things inside. Strength, it's still necessary to improve strength. Yifeng's footsteps accelerated. Today's extreme speed. Using only the base speed of a chi-blooded martial artist, it was around 270 meters per second. If the Soul Master's ability was used, it was much faster. With a limit speed of almost 810 meters per second, you can come and go like a breeze, and you don't have to take any special transportation. It was impossible to keep up at the limit speed all the time to catch up, though, that would be exhausting. But even if you go slow, the speed is here and it's still very fast. After a period of rushing, Yifeng finally arrived at the treasure mine secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was located on a piece of the Gobi. So many people. Yifeng realized that the people who came and went back and forth were very numerous, going in and out of the secret realm, and were all in groups. It's not hard to understand after a little thought. The secret realm opens at intervals. Only for 10 days for every month it is closed. It's the first day it's open, and it's definitely crowded. These people, presumably, were all from families and forces, and they were inside the secret realm, and they had some mineral vein industries that housed employees inside to mine. For the month that the secret realm is closed, employees are allowed to stay inside. They just don't have a way to leave the realm. After a month of digging, a number of them were dug up, and arrangements were made for people to come over and ship out the minerals that had been dug up during the month. Yifeng followed the crowd and approached the entrance to the secret realm. Similar to the previous entry into the green secret realm, a powerful suction force acted on Yifeng. Soon, Yifeng was sucked into it. Also, after a marvelous teleportation process, when he could see the surrounding scenery again, Yifeng had already appeared in the middle of the secret realm. As far as the eye could see, there were no plants, and everywhere was sandstone Gobi, and even the distant forest-like scenery was just a single stone pillar composed of what was called a stone forest. Yifeng followed the arrow and advanced. Eventually, it came to a mountain. This is it. Chapter 50, A Long Drive to the Treasure Chest. This mountain, likewise, was bare and completely devoid of lush grasses and trees like in the outside world. Very much a feature of this secret world. The main one is an inch of grass. It's a mountain, to put it nicely, or a giant rock. Yifeng did not approach. Hiding behind some rock a few meters high, he observed from a distance. The mountain over there, right in the middle, has a cave with obvious traces of excavation, which should be dug by man. To the left and right of the cave stood a guard on each side. It was two men, clad in battle armor and with long swords at their hips, acting as guards there, chatting idly while keeping a lookout for movement around them. Another month has passed. Today the secret realm opens. I think the family side will soon send people over to transport the minerals piled up over here. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. When someone comes over to take over, I'll go to the night fragrance house at night to have a good time. Damn. Staying here day after day, looking at all the rocks. I got tired of looking at them long ago. The night fragrance house, haha, we're in the same boat. What? You go there a lot too? That's for sure. After all the hard work, boss, how can I condescend to second brother? That's a good point. At that, both of them laughed lustfully. Who are you? The two men suddenly perceived that there was a man approaching from a distance, and immediately bellowed. The man did not answer, however, and continued to approach on his own. Kid, this is the Jung family's property. If you dare to take another step closer, you'll lose your life then. The man on the left droned. Both of them drew their long swords in unison. Is it really the Jung family? The person who approached over at this moment was Yifeng. He raised an eyebrow and came to life. The arrows lead all the way into the cave, which can only be entered through this cave. Just now, I saw from afar that on the waist of the two guards, there was an identity belt tag with the word Jung engraved on it. When he killed those people from Jiang Mingxian that day, and later when he searched their bodies, Yifeng had also found that they had similar waist plates hanging on their bodies. These big families, relying on their strong and powerful backgrounds, very much like to set out their identities as a sign of pride, and at the same time deterring the curmudgeons. Many people with insufficient strength, seeing such identity background, have long since retreated on their own, not daring to cause trouble at all. The moment he saw the waist plate, Yifeng guessed that this vein was the Jung family's. As expected, it was really the Jung family. It's so wrong. Up, kill him. The two men had vicious faces and waved their long knives, slashing viciously at Yifeng. In this bird not place to stay for a long time, the two people's mood was already bad. Actually, there is a looking for death. That just used to vent a little. However, in the next moment, the blade flashed away. Crisp metal snapping sounds rang out, and the two men's secondary battle blades broke in unison, and their limb movements all stopped. The two people who were only in the martial master realm, their eyes were wide and full of horror as a clear line of blood quickly surfaced at their throats, and they fell straight down. Boom! Boom! Yifeng to the two wrists, worn by the tactical watch, are stepped on a foot, directly stepped on the shattered, without half a trace of the possibility of restoration. The purpose was simple, to prevent them from having video recording turned on just now and capturing themselves. There was no strength yet to go head-to-head with the Jung family, and it was necessary to hide his identity. In previous battles, although there was no mention of this operation, Yifeng had done this in passing, either taking their tactical watches or just destroying them without leaving evidence. Yifeng continued to walk towards the inside of the cave. Entering the cave was a long main mining tunnel that could accommodate at least several people walking side by side, all the way down to lower. There were also small mining roads that branched off to the left and right, and the sound of clanking and digging came from them, possibly due to the sound of the fight outside just now. A certain mine tunnel rushed out a group of people, traveling in a hurry, wanting to rush outside to check the situation. Unexpectedly, he met up with Yifeng halfway. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on my Jung family's vein?" There were 5 people in the group, and the one at the head was a bearded, burly man, who snapped out a cry, and his weapons were lit up. "Who is it? Oh, it's here to claim your lives." Yifeng laughed coldly. It was only 5 martial master realms. They could be destroyed with their hands. Seek death. Get on. Kill him. The 5 of them were murderous and charged towards Yifeng. The shadow of the knife in Yifeng's hand fluttered, slashing back and forth a few times on the 5 people. Aha! Several people then let out screams and quickly collapsed. The people inside the mine tunnel basically noticed the commotion. Putting down their picks for the moment and switching to their respective weapons, they rushed out of one of the mine tunnels. Their strength was basically around the martial master realm. It could not produce any threat to Yifeng at all. Yifeng was doing only one thing, following the arrow. Wherever they go, people kill whoever comes. Quickly go and call a few town guards. The enemy is too strong. The remaining remnants of the army retreated back and forth. The town guards in their mouths are the 3 senior officers here, who are the strongest and play the role of guarding the mineral veins. What great guts! How dare you break into my Jung family's vein, killing my Jung family's people? It doesn't matter which family you belong to. If you dare to offend my Jung family, you'll surely die a horrible death. The main town guard, Zhang Fei, with 2 deputy town guards, came out from a cave chamber, dragon walking and quickly approaching Yifeng. Zhang Fei had reached the peak of martial general, while the 2 deputy town guards accompanying him both had late martial generals as well. Great! All 3 town guards have come over. The 3 town guards are all military generals, and the other side is estimated to be only military generals. 3 against 1. Easily taken. Humph. Killed so many of us. When we take him down, we'll definitely skin him. It must be tortured ruthlessly, or else it will be hard to resolve the hatred in my heart. Seeing the 3 town guards coming over, the people who were originally killed by Yifeng, all of a sudden found their backbone, and were no longer afraid. Their complexion calmed down, and there was even no need to retreat and escape, and they looked at Yifeng as if they were looking at a person who was going to die. A town guard? Martial general? Yifeng smiled. Not to mention a martial general, even a martial king. Killing them was like chopping up a melon or chopping up a vegetable. Go! Waste him first, then interrogate him slowly. Zhang Fei took the lead, followed by the other 2, and the 3 town guards, killing Yifeng with vigor. The other members of the martial master realm, in order to show their loyalty, and also because they had the town guards leading the charge to give them courage, actually followed suit and launched a charge. The corner of Yifeng's mouth lifted up in the face of several people rushing to kill him. Congeal. The demon-breaking gun condensed out. What is this? Everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. Shoo shoo shoo. There was simply no time for them to think more. After the demon-breaking gun condensed, it turned into a purple and black stream of light and shot away rapidly. At the last moment of their lives, what they saw was such a stream of light that instantly pierced through their chests. They slowly lowered their heads, and there were huge holes in their chest cavities. Collect! Put the demon breaker gun away again. Inside the mine, there are no more survivors. Yifeng eventually came to a cave chamber. It is used by the town guards for resting and also for storing minerals. After a month's time, there was a small mountainous pile of ore piled up inside, worth a lot of money, and on the pile of ores, a treasure chest that emitted a blue glow was quietly placed there. Chapter 51 Realm Surge. Black Gloves. So far, the treasure chest has been pretty smooth to find, with basically nothing in the way of opening it. Yifeng immediately touched. Snap! You open a blue treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 13,000 cards of chi blood. It was worthy of being a blue treasure chest, directly bursting out more than 10,000 chi blood. A period of time had also passed since the last time he had raised his chi and blood. At that time, after boosting, the total amount of chi blood was at 11,000. And during this period of time, when Yifeng was idle, he also took the time to practice cultivation. With the terrifying enchantment of the martial Dao Saint body, even just through cultivation, the improvement was fast, increasing by 1,000 cards. So that's 12,000 000 cards before the fusion. Fusion. The huge chi and blood energies fused madly into Yifeng's torso as his chi and blood continued to soar. Soaring that much in a short period of time. More points than doubling. Yet there was not half a hint of discomfort. There was only the feeling of exhilaration brought about by the surge in strength. Until the end. Yifeng's total chi blood. It reached a staggering 25,000 cards. Above 18,000. Up to 27,000. Belongs to the peak of martial arts. In other words, the realm of a chi-blooded martial artist had soared from the early stage of a martial general, rising 3 small realms in a row, to the peak of a martial general. It was very close to being a martial king, only needing to add another 2,000 cards to be able to advance to the early stage of martial king. For example, the current Soul Master realm had exactly 27,000 points of soul power, which was barely at the early king level. By the way, the required values are the same whether you're a martial artist or a soul master. The 4 sub-realms of the king level corresponded to the following values: 27,000, 36,000, 45,000, and 54,000. Suddenly at that moment, a new treasure chest alert appeared. Treasure chest clue, on Stone Ape Beast Mountain. A blue, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Not bad, not bad. Yifeng laughed. Just after opening a treasure chest and getting yourself a couple of small realms in a row, a new one comes along. It's also blue with a boutique suffix and can open 2 items at a time, 1 for each. That's quite a succession of treasure chests. Yifeng was looking forward to what could be opened this time. Going to open it later. As for the eye, Yifeng looked ahead at the large pile of star pattern iron ore. If they were all sold, they could fetch a good price. Don't want it for nothing. Definitely fish it out. The only trouble was that the ore was too bulky and heavy to be moved in one trip all by itself, and splitting it into many trips is very impractical. Yifeng couldn't help but think that it would be cool if he had the kind of storage magic treasure like in novels, where he could take away all of his stuff in one go. It also has to be the type that doesn't have a small specification or it won't hold much. Thinking about it, Yifeng knew that it was impossible to have such a thing currently. Maybe later on too? As for how to deal with minerals, Yifeng had actually thought about it. He dialed a number. And only voice calls are selected. No video calls. After 3 beeps, the other party picked up. Hey, which one? A gruff male voice came from across the room. I have a large pile of star-patterned iron ore here. Do you accept it? Yifeng opened the door and said, how big a pile? The other asked. Yifeng directly sent him a photo. That many? The other party was slightly surprised. Where is the location and what's it from? He asked smoothly, obviously skilled in his business. Location. Yifeng sent him a coordinate. How about it? Dare you take it? The other party lapsed into silence. It seems that he is well aware what this place represents. A good job of intelligence. In our line of work, there is no dare, only the right price. He spoke out. Then how much do you think is appropriate? Yifeng asked. A total of $9 million. The maximum can only go up to this price. After all, that's the Jung family's stuff. It's still a big risk to collect these. After some weighing, he stated the price. 10 million, rounded up. Yifeng bargained. 9 million isn't a round number? He spat, obviously not agreeing to a counteroffer. You're not the only one who dares to receive this batch of black goods, Yifeng said in a cold voice. The meaning is self-evident. If you don't take it, someone else will. Alright, within an hour, someone will be sent to arrive over there to transport the goods, and the money and goods will be cleared by then. He gritted his teeth and answered, and then added in a cold voice, but let's say it in advance. You'd better not be fooling me, or else, those of us who can do this line of work also have masters behind us. Well, don't worry about it. Yifeng hung up the call. The person I just approached was an order taker for an organization called Black Glove. They're an organization that specializes in collecting black goods. Understandably, a kind of black market for door-to-door collections. They were on the internet, placing small advertisements everywhere, and Yifeng was able to find contact information with a casual search. There are quite a few of these organizations. And the Black Glove was chosen because of their high reputation, strength, and pretty good reputation, without the kind of blackmail and betrayal of clients that happens. The most important point is to dare to accept hard goods, like this pile of ore in front of us. The original owner is the Jung family. It belongs to the hard goods, without some ability, but also really dare not to get their hands on it. Yifeng didn't continue to stay in the mine, but came outside. Find a spot on the far side of the room with a good view and a high degree of concealment and stay there. Needless to say, the Black Glove is just efficient, and in just half an hour, a team arrived. In all, there were about 20 men pulling several beast carts. This beast carriage, a huge carriage, was pulled by a beast with iron hooves. Iron-hoofed beast, also a foreign beast. Looks like an ox like a horse. Strong body type, good endurance, fairly docile personality, able to be tamed and works very well for hauling cargo. Boy, did you kill them all? The men of this party smelled, upon arrival, the strong odor of blood. At the mouth of the mine, 2 bodies fell there, killing people to get rid of goods and such things. They had also seen a lot, but to dare to lay hands on the Jung family, such a strong family, was really rare. You two, take charge of the guard out here, and if anyone comes near, let them know. The leader assigned 2 men to watch outside. Yes, the 2 men responded, immediately alerting themselves to movement in the distance. The leader then took the remaining people and walked inside the mine. Everywhere you go, there are bodies. Dead. It's really all killed. Head. Which fierce person did this? This one is too strong to actually kill the Jung family's property. There was a stout member of the team, looking at the corpses, marveled and said, this is not known. You also less prying. Do our business. The preoccupation is not to ask the identity of the customer. Yes, the head taught me a lesson. Soon, they found the designated cave room. Hurry up, carry it all outside and load it up, the leader ordered. The crowd was busy. They were all martial artists. Their strength was not small, and they were able to carry a lot in one trip. Plus the number of people is quite a lot. Just use 10 minutes. We'll be inside the minerals. All moved clean. The beast carriages, loaded to the brim. The leader dialed a phone number. All is well on this side. The goods have been loaded and are ready to leave. And the quantity and kind of goods are all right. Well, I know. You guys evacuate quickly. End of call. The convoy hit the road and began the evacuation. Yi Feng noticed a phenomenon. One of them was in charge of breaking the back, spraying a liquid as he walked. The liquid is colorless and odorless, much like water, and after spraying it like a water mist, it becomes largely invisible that it has been sprayed with this stuff. Sure is professional. Yi Feng, who had studied the detailed explanation of compassion raising, also had some understanding of tracking insects like sniffing insects. It is mentioned that some means can be used to cover up or eliminate the odor left by oneself, and the tracking difficulty of the sniffing insects will be greatly increased. The liquid they sprayed is presumably this type of tactic. It's in the books? Chapter 52 Strange Beings. Stone 8 Beasts. Receiving the account number. Yi Feng sent it to the other party long ago, and now received a transfer prompt. No more, no less. $10 million exactly. Yi Feng's fortune, then, grew from more than $10 million to more than $20 million. The order taker, who had just been contacted, called at this time. The money has been called. Should we receive it? Roger that. Good cooperation. Next time there are any more goods, I hope we can still continue to cooperate. Yes. Yi Feng hung up the phone. Congeal. The demon breaking gun condensed out. Yi Feng stepped on the demon breaker gun and rose high into the air, following the arrow's guidance towards the next blue treasure chest. Stone 8 Beast Mountain. Yi Feng chewed on the name of this place. The clues from earlier suggest that the treasure chest is in that place. During this period of time, when he learned that he needed to come to the treasure mine mystic realm, Yi Feng had intentionally tried to understand this mystic realm. This secret realm is characterized by an abundance of minerals, but no semblance of plants, and therefore no animals, to survive in it. Like humans who stayed in here, they brought their own food, and every time the secret world opened, they resupplied and stocked up on enough food to eat and drink for the next month or so. And the wildlife, too, needs food, but it's bare everywhere, so how can we make them eat rocks? Conditions don't allow for the birth of creatures. You don't say. One side of the water raises one side of the beast. Each secret realm, with its own characteristics, such as the green secret realm, which was a paradise for plants, appeared with demonized plants. As for the treasure mine mysterious realm, it gave birth to a foreign beast that specialized in eating stone minerals. Collectively, they are known as stone beasts. Stone 8 beasts, a species in the stone beasts. They were ape-like, except that their bodies were made of hard stones. Such a life is strange to think about. They like to take a mountain and hollow out many internal spaces, as if it were a maze, more like an anthill, and make their home in it. Stone 8 Beast Mountain refers to a mountain where there exists a stone 8 beast activity. It was said that within the body of a stone beast, there existed crystal cores, a high-quality mineral. It can be understood in this way that part of the various types of minerals that are normally eaten are absorbed and grown by the body. A part of it is stored to upgrade and make the crystal core stronger, as well as their life core. Such a magical species, even if it wasn't for the existence of the treasure chest over there. Yi Feng was very interested and went over there to take a look. Yi Feng's figure was disappearing into the distant sky. After Yi Feng left, a good while later, a convoy, led by a martial king, gradually approached the mine. What's going on? Why does it smell like blood? From afar, the Martial King's sensitive sense of smell smelled blood and immediately felt that something was wrong. But he also had a fluke in his heart, thinking that not many people had the bear heart and leopard guts to come over and covet the Jung family's properties. So many years down the line, it's been quiet. Perhaps it just so happened that there was a fight nearby? After all, it is a public place, and anyone can come to the treasure mine mystic realm, as long as it is not too close to the mines, and it can't be managed so broadly. It's quite understandable that someone in the neighborhood would pass by and start a conflict there and fight to the death. It was only as it drew nearer that the mouth of the mine could be made out in sight. This leading Martial King's pupils abruptly shrunk. At the entrance of the mine, there were 2 corpses collapsed, and blood flowed all over the place. Who did this? Dare to kill my Jung family's people? Touch my Jung family's property? Jiang Fu was incomparably shaken, his eyes about to spew fire. Every time the treasure mine mystic realm opened, the minerals that had been accumulated for a month needed to be transported back. The one sent by the Jung family to take charge of this matter this time was Martial King Jiang Fu. Who would have thought that after the convoy arrived, they would see the scene in front of them? Not only was Jiang Fu enraged, but the other Jung family members who were traveling with him were also enraged. Follow me in and see. Jiang Fu took the lead and led the crowd, holding their respective weapons, and charged into the mine with vigor. They hoped that, at this point, the murderer was still inside and could be blocked by them. It certainly didn't turn out the way it was supposed to, and all the way through it was nothing but corpses, and still corpses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even the minerals have been looted. Jiang Fu clenched his fists and ruthlessly slammed the nearby cave wall, and with a bang, debris shot out in all directions, smashing out a large pit. Could it be the work of those old rivals? It makes sense. The Sun family is the most suspected, and they've had a very tense relationship with our Jung family. Recently, others in the same group, indignant, voiced speculation. Unlikely. Jiang Fu, however, shook his head and explained, the Sun family, or any other family, isn't that confused. Unless the relationship is completely broken and has reached the point of tearing the skin apart, they won't do this, because they figured out that if they today, wheel them back tomorrow. Their name industries are not less than ours, and here in the treasure mining mystic realm, they also have the same veins being mined. By screwing around, you just end up losing both and allowing other competitors to take advantage of it. Jiang Fu said something that made a lot of sense, but then the question arises, who did it? Miscalculation. Should have brought a compounder and used a sniffing bug to find the trail. Jiang Fu also didn't expect that this would happen. Had to contact the Jung family and explain the situation to them. When that side got the news, they were naturally furious and immediately held a high-level meeting. The last time Jiang Mingxian was killed, the murderer had not been found until now, and now this kind of thing had happened again, making them even more furious. Take advantage of the fact that both of these things need to be done before the family master leaves the gate, or else you and I can't afford it if the family master gets angry. Many Jung parent elders gathered in a hall, their faces grave. Eventually, they sent another team to take charge of the investigation, and among them were the companions. But as it turned out, they were greatly disappointed. The other side has used means to remove the odor. Looking at the headless sniffer, the compounder shook his head. If it had only just happened, even if the means of removing the odor had been used, it would not have been able to disappear that quickly, cleanly. But now, the delay was so long that there was no trace of half a lingering scent, and it was completely impossible to track. While Zhang's family was fretting, Yi Feng, on the other hand, arrived at his destination, Stone Ape Beast Mountain. As far as the eye could see, it was a huge mountain with an overall grayish-white color, like a marble mountain. A number of holes were cut out in various locations of the mountain, leading to the interior of the mountain. Every now and then a stone ape beast slipped out of one of the holes. Their bodies are made of stone, like an ape made of stone, looking dull and a bit tigerish. Boo! A certain stone ape beast slammed its fist into a nearby rock wall, dropping many pieces of debris. It picked up a few pieces, put them into its mouth, and crunched and chewed on them. And what a strange life. Chapter 53, Chopping and Dicing. The Birth of a King. Yi Feng looked at the arrow on the ground, guiding it all the way to the front and eventually entering a certain cave entrance. There's no other way but to break in and make a trip to find the treasure chest and open it. Yi Feng approached over. The stone ape beast, which was eating a stone, noticed Yi Feng's approach and turned its head to look over. The half-eaten stone block in his hand was aimed at Yi Feng and slammed it. Yi Feng flicked away from the attack of the stones. Boom boom boom. It came with big, lumbering-looking strides, each step thumping the earth. The arm that was the same as the stone pillar quickly smashed towards Yi Feng. Dang! Yi Feng held his sword to resist, and the collision caused sparks to fly. With its other hand, it opened up and smashed. Yifeng took a step back to avoid the attack. With a few tests, Yifeng had a rough idea of how much strength the stone ape beast in front of him had. Exactly. According to the division of strength of foreign beasts, this stone ape beast, its strength was at the sergeant level. If humans wanted to deal with it, they had to be at least in the martial master realm. Their bodies were very sturdy, and an unusual martial artist would probably have quite a hard time hitting them. Don't look at them as being relatively bulky, but by virtue of their strong carapace, attacks of average power would cause limited damage to them. But now well, its opponent is Yifeng. Swish! Yifeng's hand rose and fell, and the stone ape beast in front of him was chopped into two halves. The cuts were neat and smooth. Sturdy body? That also depends on who is the one who strikes the attack. After the stone ape beast was chopped in half, within its head, a cylindrical object fell out, light yellow in color. Is this a crystal core? Yifeng leaned down, picked up the crystal core and placed it in his hand to observe. It does feel more condensed than other minerals, with little impurities. If it was used for refining utensils, the quality would be enhanced quite a bit. The movement of the fight here attracted all the nearby stone ape beasts, and they similarly thumped their feet and surrounded Yifeng. Yifeng's battle knife flipped in his hand, the shadow of the knife transformed, and a single stone ape beast. Then all of them were split into two. All of them are of the rank of sergeant, and you get a total of 15 crystal cores. The value of these grade stone beast crystal cores should not be low, and if one kills a higher level stone ape beast and obtains a higher level crystal core, it will be worth even more. There weren't many stone ape beasts outside, and their strength wasn't too strong, so Yifeng walked towards the inside of the mountain. Mainly this trip over opening treasure chests is the goal. Even if you want to kill the stone ape beast, wait until you've opened the treasure chest. Get inside the mountain. So many forks in the road. Yifeng found that after walking forward on a single path for a while, it could separate into two, and then after walking for a while, it continued to diverge again. As it went on, the mountain passages inside were intricate and complicated, like a huge maze, but no matter how it was divided, Yifeng only recognized the arrow to go along the way. As long as they encountered the stone ape beast, going up was a knife. The more crystal cores they picked up, the more. These stone ape beasts, which all felt dull, were fine except for their harder bodies. Even if there are multiple of them staying together, they don't know how to fight as a team, and it's still easier to kill them one at a time. Of course, the most important reason was that Yifeng was strong and directly crushed over another sergeant level. Can't we have a couple of general level ones for fun? Yifeng rather resented the poor strength of the stone ape beast. If you have a general rank, you can get a general rank stone beast crystal core, which is worth even more. Unfortunately not. There doesn't seem to be any higher strength than this. As Yifeng advanced towards the inside, deep in the beast mountain, in a huge space, hundreds of general grade stone ape beasts were engaged in a great melee. They are actually in a civil war. The fight was unusually fierce, with debris flying. Boo! One of them, the largest, fought with particular valor, and had a clear advantage in terms of battle power, being one rank higher than the others. The other stone ape beasts in the surroundings, perhaps seeing that this beast is the greatest threat, all intentionally gathered together, more than one to surround one. Boom! Boom boom boom! The large stone ape beast, however, did not panic at all, and with each punch, a companion fell. Some of them were hit in the vitals, and their heads were shattered, and the crystal cores fell out, and they were actually picked up by the big stone ape beasts, which swallowed all the crystal cores. The big man fought harder and harder, with dozens of dead and wounded around him. Boom! Due to absorbing many of his companions' crystal cores, the big man's size skyrocketed, growing from the original 3 meters to 5 meters. Its realm, too, had broken through from the general level to the king level. In this moment, the king was born. All of the general level stone ape beasts didn't dare to make another move. All of them prostrated and kneeled down, submitting to their king. Click click click. The king beast's mouth opened and closed, making the clicking sound of hard objects colliding. The voice, which had a strange penetrating power, traveled all the way through the various mountain passes. Wherever they passed, what was going on in the mountain passes would be detected by the king's beasts. It was an ability born after it became the king of the group. And that's not all. There was a certain amount of serendipity in its birth. Previously, it was of low intelligence, empty of brute strength, and did not know how to cooperate. It has a much higher IQ now than it did before. Through the propagation of sound, it could probe, at any time, the situation of a large area around it, as well as command the stone ape beasts scattered everywhere. One can think of the stone ape beasts everywhere as its limbs, and it is the brain of the group that is giving the orders. Hula! The surrounding general level stone ape beasts, as if they had received orders, ran toward the various mountain passes. Their target was none other than Yi Feng. In the exploration just now, the king beasts had discovered that there was a human who had intruded into their homeland and had killed quite a few stone ape beasts. Yi Feng, who was in the mountain path, continued to advance towards the arrow. Suddenly, he noticed something strange behind him. Turn around violently. A stone ape beast catapulted its feet and approached Yi Feng. The intention was very clear, to get close enough to sneak up on them. Discovered by Yi Feng's sudden turn, its figure froze and without hesitation, it retreated, wanting to utilize the terrain advantage to drive away. Seeing this, Yi Feng called out strangely. The ones he encountered before could all be very dull and would only face the hard bar straight on and it up until it was dead, not knowing how to run away at all. Swish! Yi Feng's feet powered up, and his body was like an arrow off the string, catching up with the stone ape beast in 3 or 2 strokes. The same knife, a direct chop. It was nothing special, and as usual, a crystal core was taken. Continue on your way. The next stone ape beasts encountered all became different from before. Know how to take stock of the situation and work as a team. It's like their IQs, all of a sudden, have gotten higher, even one after another. They also encountered general grade stone ape beasts, general grade crystals, a little darker in color. Is there someone in command? This is the only way to explain their back and forth transformation. But no matter how it changed, in front of Yi Feng, it was all one size fits all. After a while, no more stone ape beasts were encountered. Killed everything? Yi Feng muttered. Again, I don't think so. It's more like, knowing they're outmatched, the conductor tells them to hide. Yi Feng's footsteps accelerated, arriving at the depths of the mountain. What a big side of space. The huge mountain space. The much larger stone ape king beast stood there quietly, seemingly intent on waiting for Yi Feng to arrive. And in Yi Feng's eyes, this particular stone ape beast had a blue light flickering in its chest position. Treasure chest. Chapter 54 to treasure chest 2 items. King beast life contract. Another movable treasure chest. But you, a stone ape beast, won't be polite with you. Demon breaking gun. Congeal. Yi Feng's first move was a masterstroke. Directly utilizing his soul master ability, the demon breaker gun condensed out. Phew! The lance turned into streams of light and shot away. With such a quick attack, the king beast was taken aback. All it had probed before was Yi Feng holding a sword and attacking. Judging from the power of the previous attack, it felt that it could kill Yi Feng before it would feel at ease and let Yi Feng come over. Who would have thought that the attack Yi Feng was hitting now was something it had never seen before, and the power was much stronger. The situation was urgent, and it made a dodge, which was quite agile, and knowing that it couldn't avoid it completely, it raised its hand and took the initiative to fend it off. Bang! With a powerful might, it blasted its arm. Originally thought that it would be instantly smashed to smithereens, but didn't want to, but merely cracked out a few cracks. What a strong defense! What Yi Feng was using now was the ability of a soul master, with a power that was not comparable to that of a martial artist. Nonetheless, it was still only possible to injure. Compared to those stone ape beasts from before, they were not on the same level at all. In that case, cast the soul skill as well. All of a sudden, the demon-breaking gun had a layer of blood red attached to it, and whether it was the attacking power or the attacking rate of fire, it was even stronger than before the soul skill was performed. Boom boom boom. Several attacks, all hitting the same point, exceeded the tolerance limit, and the right arm that the king beast used to block was shattered and scattered on the ground. Ha! Yi Feng let out a light eek. It was as if the shattered pieces, as if summoned, suddenly flew upwards. At the broken arm of the king beast, it was as if it had been retrofitted with a powerful magnet, which reabsorbed all the broken pieces, all of them, and actually reassembled them, intact as before. There's no one else with this restorative ability. This didn't happen when fighting other stone ape beasts, so one can only say that this particular king beast had extraordinary skills. Click it, click it. Despite having repaired its broken arm, the king beast was still angry, its mouth opening and closing rapidly to express its anger. It quickly rushed towards Yi Feng with a speed that was not the least bit bulky. If its opponent was just an unusual martial king, it would be simple to beat it. Unfortunately, the opponent was Yi Feng. Yi Feng's soul power was mobilized, and he once again launched a fierce attack. The blood-red lance, with infinite might, attacked and killed the king beast continuously. The king beast's sturdy body was blasted to pieces. With the final blow, it was finally unable to resist and its head was shattered by a single blow. The crystal core inside then fell out. The blue treasure chest hidden inside the stone ape king beast, which had similarly fallen to the ground, could finally be opened. Yi Feng walked over and touched the treasure chest. Snap! You open a blue, fine, treasure chest, Congratulations on obtaining 4th rank martial arts skill Instant Shadow Heavenly Blade, Complete Enlightenment, resumen Rapid Nutrient, first 4 stages. Finally, a martial art for me. The last time a martial art was opened, it was still of the 2nd rank, and now it had directly crossed over to the 4th rank. I'm not even close to Martial King in strength right now, so I should be able to execute a 4th ranked martial skill, right? Yi Feng immediately carried out the fusion, and the consummate instantaneous Shadow Heavenly Blade sensation fused into Yi Feng's mind. Yi Feng moved, waving his battle knife in his hand, the shadow of the knife flipping. In an instant, the layers of blade shadows transformed and condensed into a sharp strike that chopped atop the cave wall in front of him. Boo! The hard stone wall was immediately chopped out by a knife mark that was about several meters long and deep. Good sword play. Yi Feng saw that this instantaneous Shadow Heavenly Blade was characterized by its speed. The knife is fast, mighty sharp. The name didn't carry the word wind, but it was properly a wind martial skill as well. The wind martial skill was all about the word fast. With the martial general realm, it was completely feasible to execute this 4th rank martial skill, because the distance to the Martial King level was also fast approaching, and with the total amount of chi and blood lying there, it was impossible to feel overwhelmed. Another thing, Rue Mulberry Vine Instant Nutrient, first 4 stages. In fact, there were 4 portions of this substance, all liquid and green in color, in 4 separate porcelain vases. The bottle has the logo written on it, from 1 to 4. As the name suggests, it is a nutrient that allows the Rue Mulberry Vine to grow rapidly. Giving it the first bottle to absorb enables it to grow to the limit of the first stage in a short period of time. Then when it is given a second bottle to absorb, it breaks through to the 2nd stage and continues to grow to its limit for the rest of its life. After that, and so on, until the 4th stage, it was a total of 4 canes, and the battle power was comparable to that of a martial king. This is good stuff. Originally, he was worried that it would take a long time for the Rue Sangvine to grow up, and that it would not be able to catch up with the progress of his own becoming stronger at all. Now, well, with this quick nutrient, it will help the Rue Mulberry Vine, in a short period of time, to grow quickly to the 4th stage. Yi Feng hurriedly opened the first porcelain bottle, and the liquid inside had a nice fresh smell. The Yun Sang Vine, which was wrapped around his right arm, smelled the flavor and was so excited that he followed Yi Feng's arm and approached the porcelain bottle. Go into it, absorb as much as you want, and I'll change your nutrient solution when you reach your stage 1 limit. With its smallest size, the Rue Mulberry Vine entered the porcelain vase and absorbed it quickly. Yi Feng put all the bottles and cans into his tactical backpack. Just as Yi Feng wanted to pick up the nearby King Beast crystal cores, Sasha, on the ground around them, the broken pieces of the King Beast's shattered carcass were actually still trembling, with a tendency to regroup towards the crystal core. Yi Feng's eyes were quick and he directly collected the crystal core. This King Beast crystal core, the block was even bigger and darker in color, golden, so tenacious. Yi Feng detected that within the crystal core, there was a life energy, indicating that this King Beast was still alive. If you put it back into the broken body block, it is expected that it will be able to gather and regenerate. Just as Yi Feng was preparing, he erased the life energy amongst the crystal core. The crystal core, however, took the initiative to release a golden thread that was also composed of energy. The energy could be perceived as being full of goodwill and submission. It was afraid and succumbed to Yi Feng. Since you want to submit to me, then I will reluctantly accept it. Yi Feng said this on his lips, but he was still quite happy in his heart. This guy, with his extremely strong body defense and the ability to reorganize when broken, was really not something an ordinary person could deal with. Yi Feng condensed a trace of soul power and touched the golden energy, and the two sides succeeded in making a contract. This kind of operation was a life contract that the Stone Ape King Beast had released by actively yielding. After the contract was successful, it became Yi Feng's favored beast and could not be betrayed for eternity. Even if Yi Feng wanted it to commit suicide, it had to do so, regardless of the distance between them. With a single thought from Yi Feng, he would be able to completely erase its consciousness. This is the horror of the life contract, completely under the master's control. No species will willingly, as a last resort, submit to another and create a life contract. Since the bond was now successful and it had become a 100% loyal favored beast, Yi Feng let its body reorganize. Putting the crystal core back, the surrounding broken pieces of the corpse began to tremble. The amplitude is getting bigger and bigger, and eventually the neighborhood gathered back, a piece of reassembled assembly, once again forming the appearance of the Stone Ape King Beast. Although it was able to reorganize, it was evident that after all this, it was still quite depleted and looked a bit weak. These are the crystal cores of your companions. Can you absorb them? Yi Feng handed the crystal core he had obtained earlier to the Stone Ape King Beast. It immediately took it and clicked and ate it. one at a time, and soon ate it all. Its condition had indeed changed for the better. You can still eat. However, the crystal cores are kept just to sell for money. It was more valuable to give the stone ape king beast a chance to recover its state instead. Yi Feng surveyed the lump of stone, searching for what to arrange. If you take it out, you'll be following your activities from now on? Otherwise, if you let it roam freely outside, you're bound to be mobbed as a scourge, and it would have been more appropriate to leave it in here instead. It's full of minerals, all the nutrients they need to grow, to keep eating and getting stronger. Right. Minerals. Yi Feng suddenly had a flash of light and revealed a wicked smile. Chapter 55, Splitting Up the Army, Looting the Mine Vein. Yi Feng looked towards the stone ape king beast. You like all kinds of minerals, right? Clack clack clack. If you like it, I will give you some locations next. You command the stone ape beasts and ransack those veins. Half of the harvested minerals will be rewarded to you guys, and half of them will be turned over to me. Click 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 click. The stone ape king beast nodded vigorously. Yi Feng dialed a phone, and a rough male voice came from the other side. Business again so soon? The person contacted was still the same order taker from before. From Black Glove. It feels like your intelligence is good, so you should be able to find out where all of the Jung family's mineral vein industries are located in the treasure mining mystic realm, right? Yi Feng asked directly. It's possible, but what are you asking for? The other party had actually vaguely guessed that Yi Feng's intentions, thinking it was still a bit unbelievable. Ransacking a Jung family's mining vein was crazy enough. Listening to this tone, I'm afraid we're not going to ransack them all? That's going to offend the tragic Jung family. There were still many strong people in the Jung family, with multiple martial zones and even strong martial zones. You make a price. I'll buy this handful of information. Is this business done? Yi Feng said. 1 million. The opposite side was also unambiguous. Yes, deal. Yi Feng readily agreed. A piece of information. Sold 1 million. Sounds very expensive, but the collection of information is a very troublesome thing. Without a strong intelligence department, Yi Feng is not able to short time understand the distribution of these industries of the Jung family. Since we're going to do something big, it's definitely important to be well informed. As long as it's done, there's no worry about money at all. There's tons of minerals to sell. So what's $1 million? Yi Feng directly punched $1 million over. The other party was also very quick and sent all the coordinates of the mineral veins about the Jung family to Yi Feng. That's quite a lot. More than 30. It's good to have intelligence. The exact coordinates of each place, the types of minerals, are all clearly written. It made Yi Feng have to admire that the Black Glove's intelligence department was really well informed. However, in their line of work, it is true that they have to do so. Otherwise one day they will mess with people who absolutely cannot mess with them, and receive things that should not be received. Then it will be finished, and it is estimated that the whole organization will be uprooted. Next, the Stone Ape King Beast was taught to recognize the way. The good thing is that it has a good IQ and learns quickly. After testing it a few times, assign it a coordinate and it arrives at the exact coordinate location. Now in here, how many Stone Ape Beasts are left? Yi Feng asked the Stone Ape King Beast. It immediately clicked and barked twice. After a while, footsteps came from various mountain passes. 10, 100, 1,000. The final rough count was more than 5,000. Yi Feng didn't expect that there was so much hidden inside the mountain. However, there are some of them with low strength, which is not a small percentage, and this kind is not useful for the time being. It's the ones above the rank of sergeant that are more useful, more than 1,000 of them. As for the general level ones, there were more than 300 of them. You tell them to split up now and go to each of these 30-odd locations and ransack the veins there. All of them, and bring back all the minerals. Yi Feng said to the Stone Ape King Beast. Clack clack clack. Next, it was the Stone Ape King Beast, giving orders to his men. The specifics of how to teach them to arrive at the right place was the matter of the Stone Ape King Beast, and Yi Feng directly acted as a shirker. After a while, they were finally taught and departed in great numbers. They are divided into more than 30 teams. The members of each team were, roughly, 10 generals, as well as a couple dozen sergeants. Such a configuration was more than enough to deal with the guards of the vein. Will choose to strike at the same time. Efficiency is one aspect. Mainly also do not want to give the Jung family time, as well as the opportunity to react. Today was the first day of the opening of the secret realm, and the Jung family would definitely send someone over to transport the minerals. If the time dragged on too long, the minerals were all shipped right back to them, and there were no minerals to loot if they attacked the vein. If, on the other hand, one place is attacked separately, after the news spreads, the other mining sites will strengthen their defense, and it will be more difficult to win. Yi Feng watched them leave. During this time of waiting, the phone number of the Black Glove organization was dialed. prepare the caravan and wait to receive a large amount of minerals, Yi Feng said directly. You're really going against the Jung family? The other party's tone was surprised. That's more than 3 dozen or veins. If every one of them was plundered, it would indeed be a considerable asset. But the question is, can the Jung family be allowed to be ransacked like this? He hadn't even thought that Yi Feng had struck at the same time. Because trying to loot so many mining sites at once requires so much manpower that high and low are now an organized force. Aren't you guys only in charge of buying and selling and don't ask for anything else? Yi Feng's tone was unpleasant. My fault. It's my fault for talking too much. After apologizing, he then hesitantly said, it's just that this time, we don't quite dare to pick up the goods at the mining site. What he was worried about was the Jung family's counterattack, and it would be dangerous to be blocked at that time, let alone doing business. You'll lose your life there. Don't worry about this point. I will put the goods in a safe location for you. You just prepare the manpower and vehicles and wait for my news. Yi Feng said. That's good. We'll start preparing now and wait for your good news. The phone hung up. Yi Feng waited quietly. Before the stone ape beast departed, Yi Feng had explained the hoarding point. It is a place that is quite far from this side. That location is also relatively remote. With a stone forest, not much resources, very few people will go over there. The secrecy is very good. The portion of minerals you want to sell, just hoard it all over there. Time passes by. At this time, a certain mining site under the name of the Jung family. There were 2 men, watching the door. The force configurations at these mining sites are not too different. At best, those with more valuable minerals and larger deposits will have more masters accordingly. Perhaps it was because all along, no one dared to cause trouble in their place. These 2 gatekeepers, their demeanor looked quite lax. They only realized it afterward when a group of stone ape beasts approached and sensed the commotion. Look over there. What's that? A stone beast? This should be called a stone ape beast. Where did it come from? Strange. Do stone ape beasts have the habit of skulking around? Not that I recall. They're used to nesting in one place and don't wander around. That's strange. Could there be a stone ape beast's entrenchment point nearby? The 2 of them looked in disgust and surprise, not even realizing that this group of stone ape beasts were rushing towards them, and thought that they were just entrenched nearby, and had unintentionally slipped over to the side. Just as quickly. It didn't feel right. Not good. They're coming for us. Quickly inform the people inside. The 2 men folded their arms and were about to head inside the mine. Just as he started, a powerful oppression came from behind him. Several general-grade stone ape beasts leapt and pounced over. The 2 were no match at all and were directly stomped on. Chapter 56, News spreads. People are on edge. Dozens of stone ape beasts rushed inside the mine. Wherever they pass, no one can stop them. The 3 martial guards heard the commotion and hurried out. How could there be a stone ape beast? The 3 were shocked. When the vein was first discovered here, before mining, there have long been experts from the Jung family, to a large area nearby, sweeping once, and this kind of thing, is regularly done once, to prevent there will be stone beasts, to the nearby camp, more and more gathered, endangering the safety of the vein. But now, dozens of stone ape beasts suddenly popped out. Where on earth did they pop out from? Several town guards. These stone ape beasts are so strong, they killed many of us. The person who was being chased by the stone ape beast said in shock and anger. Humph. Sinful animal. Die. The 3 of them killed the stone ape beast with full fury. But unfortunately, they had severely underestimated the strength of the stone ape beast. The 10 at the front alone possessed the rank of general. Under siege, the 3 military guards of the town were beaten back wailing. In the end, he was hammered alive by the stone ape beast. After taking out the men in the mines, the stone ape beasts find the minerals. And inside the mines, there is also a type of mining cart with several large wheels with a cargo hopper that can be filled with minerals. Because the mines that are usually dug out need to be carried inside the cave chamber for centralized storage, they need to use this kind of mining cart. The mine cart is a good size and has a lot of filler. Finding many mining carts, all the ores inside the mine cave were filled into the cargo buckets of the carts, and then they were pulled away by the stone ape beasts. A part of it was transported to the stone ape beast mountain, which Yi Feng had promised to give them for consumption and absorption. The other part of the group headed for the designated spot, which was a stone forest, and hoarded over there. Much like here, in multiple other veins, it was playing out at the same time. One of the Jung family's mineral vein industries had suffered an unprecedented ransacking. There was one particular spot, though, where an accident occurred. When the stone ape beast team responsible for this place arrived at this mine, it was when they ran into strong people. Marshal King Jiangfu was ordering people to carry out all the minerals in the mine cave, and load them out so that he can transport them away. The 2 just happened to touch. How could there be a stone ape beast running here? Jiangfu's brows furrowed in confusion. What a bad day. Leaving early in the morning from the Jung family, with a convoy, all the way here, just ordered to transport the minerals over here. The first mining site that was reached was a situation where people were slaughtered and minerals were looted. It annoyed him and there was nothing he could do about it. After contacting the Jung family and wasting a lot of time, it was finally time for the Jung family to send someone to arrive. Unfortunately, the results continued to be unsatisfactory, as the enemy eliminated the scent and the sniffer bugs were unable to track it. What else can we do? The mine site where the accident occurred was left in charge of the team that arrived later, and he proceeded to load the minerals. Now here, this is the second mine site. Still loading up. Dozens of stone ape beasts were seen approaching. Humph, where did you come from? Die. Jung Fu didn't care what the stone ape beasts came over for. The powerful chi and blood of the martial king erupted, and directly slashed the fastest stone ape beast into two halves. With the crushing power of the realm, it was indeed possible to do it in seconds. The remaining stone ape beasts were stunned by the scene before them. When it came out, its king explained. Of course, in reality, the king beast is just a messenger, mainly Yi Feng's meaning. Yi Feng instructed them, if they encountered two powerful opponents, not a rival, do not love the battle, the first time to retreat. How much can escape count? Thinking of these instructions, the stone ape beast, who was a step behind, immediately folded and fled. Humph, trying to escape, it's not that easy. For most of the day, Jung Fu had long been holding his breath, and it was just the right time to take it out on these stone ape beasts. He chased after them and cut down several more stone ape beasts. However, the stone ape beasts were too numerous and scattered to escape, and there was no way for him to kill them all. Only half of them were eventually taken out, and the remaining half, let them escape. Mainly he didn't want to chase them out too far. He had business to attend to over here. Yes, Jung Fu re-entered and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. The depression that had been pent up for most of the day was finally vented in the battle just now. It's just that, after calming down, something always feels a little off again. There is no stone ape beast lair nearby, and stone ape beasts are not a race that likes to run around. So how come there is suddenly such a group of stone ape beasts running over to this side of the vein for a good reason? Why? Look at my skepticism. A bunch of low IQ stone beasts are just a bunch of low IQ stone beasts. What other reasons can there be? It must be looking for food. So they ran over here haphazardly. Jung Fu slapped his head and muttered to himself, the minerals, on this side, have all been loaded. Depart. They headed for the next vein. After gradually getting closer, the ominous feeling in Jung Fu's heart grew stronger and stronger. The smell of blood. Again. Soon they met the body. Who did it again? Jung Fu's crowd. Their eyes were about to spit fire. Inexplicably, it recalled just now, the image of the stone ape beast approaching. Not good. Other veins. Jung Fu immediately set off again for the next vein. Sure enough, it was exactly as he thought. More than that, he moved on to the next place. The same, all looted. It was as if there was a powerful force targeting their Jung family. He could already imagine how furious the Jung family would be after this was reported. By the way, the compassionate master is still in the secret realm. Let him come and track it down. Jung Fu immediately contacted the compounder. When he gets here, use the sniffer bug to probe. Still no trace. The compounder shook his head. What he didn't know was that the stone ape beasts themselves didn't have much of a breath. Not to mention, their bodies, which were no different from stone. And the last thing that was lacking in the secret realm was rocks. There was sand and gravel everywhere. The stone ape beasts were moving around in this kind of place. And from the perspective of sniffing out scents, it was almost as if they were invisible. With this result, Jung Fu's entire body was disheveled. As the person in charge of transportation for this time, if you only keep one vein, you will surely be questioned. The key thing is, if you can't find any trace of the murderer, you don't even have a chance to make up for it. In the meantime, somewhere in a remote stone forest, piles of minerals were piled up, a small mountain of many kinds, all pulled by the stone ape beasts and dumped over here. The stone ape beast had already let Yifeng call it back to rest inside the beast mountain. Inside there, deep in the cavernous chambers, there were piles of minerals stored as well. With these, it is enough for them to consume and grow. They wouldn't be able to finish it if they were given any more, which was why Yifeng chose to sell half of it. Crunch crunch crunch. With all types of minerals to eat, the stone ape beasts were very happy, hugging and nibbling on their respective favorite minerals. Great teeth. The task that Yifeng had given them was to raise their strength as soon as possible and expand their population, so that they could proceed to mess things up later. Yifeng was not in the beast mountain at this time, but over in the stone forest, but did not show himself, but only hid in the shadows, keeping an eye on the minerals hoarded over there. When the people from the Black Glove organization, who had been notified by Yifeng, arrived here at the stone forest, The scene in front of them stunned them all. So many minerals. They knew that it was someone who was preparing to loot the vein of mines in the name of the Jung family. I thought that, to be able to loot one or two, are very remarkable. I did not expect so many. I am afraid that not all of them are looted. Hurry up and load the truck. Surprised as they were, they didn't stay idle and acted immediately. On Yi Fang's side, he was also bargaining with the black gloves, and in the end, this batch of minerals was sold for a total of 200 million. Yi Fang's total assets amounted to more than $220 million. For the next few days, Yi Feng stayed inside the treasure mine's secret realm. The main thing was to hang out with the stone ape beasts, observe their habits, and make plans for their next development. You guys give me a free pass on breeding, and for each additional child, you get an additional resource subsidy, Yi Feng announced. The way they have babies is also interesting. Male and female stone ape beasts stay together. Some kind of fluctuation released in the crystal nucleus. If the frequency is right, the female beast's body, there is a chance to bear a new small crystal nucleus, gradually grow into a small stone ape beast, and then born. Yi Feng told them to develop for a while and not to mess up for the time being, because after the matter of the Jung family, after the news spread, it had become a big deal and people were on edge. Each family's vein had sent more experts to sit on it, fearing that like the Jung family, they would be the next to be looted. It's time to go out, Yi Feng said softly. Chapter 57, Crazy Way. Fishing for law enforcement. Yi Feng let the Stone Ape King beast, in the Stone Ape Beast Mountain, develop obscenely for a period of time first. For himself, he came to the teleportation point, the location he was randomly teleported to when he first came in. A mysterious suction force that gradually strengthened. Soon, Yi Feng was teleported out. I had thought that I would meet someone from the Jung family, but it turned out that I didn't. What Yi Feng didn't know was that the first 2 days after the incident had just happened, the Jung family was indeed incomparably enraged and sent a large number of experts to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. But the results weren't as good as they could have been, and the leads were few and far between. Hearing Zhang Fu say that there were dozens of stone ape beasts, intent on attacking the vein, could it be all stone ape beasts? At first, they thought it was just a coincidence, but with the investigation, in other mining sites, some clues found, it is indeed very much like the stone ape beast to do. So much for throwing events even more into the bizarre. It hadn't happened in years, so how did it happen at this time? 1 or 2 is fine, but now there are a whole 3 dozen, all at the same time. Everyone else is fine, but only his Jung family is in trouble. Definitely premeditated. This could never have happened without premeditated planning. But the question came up, who exactly was behind the scenes, to be able to do that, to make a group of stone ape beasts, to come over and ransack their Jung family's vein? It was important to realize that stone beasts generally had low IQs and would only react instinctively. There was no way to teach them to do anything. It was once envisioned that stone beasts were naturally interested in all kinds of ores, so if they were tamed to become favored beasts and allowed to help dig up minerals, they could provide a lot of labor. However, after many experiments, all failed and could not be tamed at all, so people gradually gave up this idea. It's hard to believe that someone has succeeded in taming it. For a few days, they had been searching for the stone ape beast everywhere in the treasure mine mystic realm, but the secret realm is so big that there is no result for a while. Even if they found the stone ape beasts, it wouldn't necessarily be the group that had ransacked their vein. Before Yi Feng left, he had also explained to the stone ape king beast that when he was fine, he would stay inside the mountain, and if he found that there was an enemy outside, he would utilize the labyrinth of walkways inside the mountain to play hide and seek with them, and just keep circling around. Yi Feng advanced towards the provincial capital at an even speed. In the meantime, the Dragon Academy is in the midst of something intense. Several senior instructors were sent out, and the Martial King sent by the Joint Guard Bureau was in the process of launching an operation. There was a Guard Bureau Martial King each, as well as a senior tutor of the academy, each following a student as they strolled aimlessly through the streets and alleys. Simply put, there were groups of 3, with 2 Martial Kings following a student. While the students walked in plain sight, the 2 Martial Kings dressed up as passers-by and followed at a distance, minimizing their presence. I hope we can fish out Crazy Way. Su Keni was also one of the operatives, and at that moment, in conjunction with the Martial King sent by the Security Bureau, she was following a student from afar. The cause of the incident goes back to a few days ago, when Zhao Ming was brutally killed. An investigation was immediately launched at that time, as well as reported to the Guard Bureau. The Guard Bureau, as the state's department for maintaining law and order, had many martial arts experts. The alarm is the Dragon School, the murdered or students, and is in the provincial capital murder. The murderer is really lawless, too arrogant. The Security Bureau incomparable attention. Set up a task force rapid investigation. After many testimonies, the final result was reached. This murderer, most likely, is a member of the Bloodhands sect. The bounty wanted list still has this person's information on it. Crazy Way, strength early martial king, nickname student killer. He very much likes to kill students, especially those from key schools. Those who can get into key schools have better natural talent, giving him the pleasure of eliminating geniuses. Bounty, 50 million. The original evil pill master, who was in the late martial king stage, only had a bounty of 10 million. Crazy Way was as high as 50 million at the early stage of martial king alone, a full 5 times that of the evil pill master. That's why the bounty depends not only on strength, but also on how bad the impact of the crime committed by the person is. The evil pharmacist is certainly also an evil person, but compared to Crazy Way, who specializes in killing school students and often kills them in a series, causing people to be on tenterhooks, the nature of the evil pharmacist is much worse than that of the evil pharmacist. For example, during this period of investigation, several other students were killed, who disobeyed the advice to sneak out of the school and were eventually killed. Their deaths were equally miserable. They were also thrown to the outer playground, similar to Zhao Ming's death. At first, there were doubts about how the murderer knew so well what students were in the school, because if it's not clear, how did the killer manage to, each time, kill a student at the school? After an investigation, it finally checks out. One student, in the records of the student's basic files going through, had browsed through almost all of the student's files. The basic file information is public. The school students can query each other, originally done so that the students can real-time knowledge of the progress of the same period of classmates, each other climbing competition. Who had thought, will be betrayed to a murderous maniac? The person who sold the student files was none other than Zhao Ming. Sometimes it's so dramatic that the person who sells student records becomes the first person to be killed. And it's kind of karma. As for Zhao Ming's motivation, it was nothing more than being promised benefits by Crazy Way, and without knowing clearly what the other party, who wanted these files for, sold the file information. When Crazy Way got what he wanted, he naturally wouldn't keep Zhao Ming. The action that unfolded at this time was fishing for law enforcement, using the lone student as bait to lure Crazy Way out, and the 2 martial kings that accompanied him immediately stepped forward to deal with it. It was just that time was passing by, and most of the day was almost gone. Large chunks of the surrounding area had been wandered around, and several times, they had even encountered other teams. As a result, nothing. It's not supposed to be seen as a problem, is it? Su Keni's lips moved lightly and said in a very low voice. A female martial king from the security bureau beside him nodded slightly and responded in a low voice. Crazy Way can have such a high bounty. Aside from the numerous crimes, the other reason is that it's hard to catch him. He's too vigilant. In the meantime, a street somewhere in this area. Yifeng had already returned from the treasure mine Mystic Realm and headed towards the Dragon Tang school. It was in this street at this time, walking without speed. The street is relatively isolated and low traffic, with just about nothing at this time. Yifeng suddenly stood still, felt something in his heart, and slowly turned around. Just behind him, at some point, there was one more person standing there, with a cruel sardonic smile on his face. Chapter 58. He's one of my students. This person has narrow eyes and thin lips, a ghostly blue dagger, flipped back and forth in a few fingers, as nimble as a fish in water. Yifeng, the current freshman of the Dragon Totem Academy, has been promoted to become a senior student in only 10 days. Ha 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 ha, not bad not bad. Like you, this level of genius, I still encountered for the first time. Wait to kill. It will be very happy. Think about it to feel excited. As he spoke, the dagger he was flipping in his hand gradually increased in speed. Yifeng's eyebrows lifted. This person actually read out his identity accurately. I don't know him, but he looks familiar. After a little thought, Yifeng suddenly realized. Bounty wanted list. The last time he killed the evil pharmacist, he went online to browse the wanted list, especially the members of the Bloodhands sect, and focused on browsing a lot. Among them was this one, Crazy Way. This man is a psychopath who takes pleasure in abusing and killing students. Yifeng immediately associated it with the fact that a few days ago, Zhao Ming's tragic death was probably the work of this person. Now that he would seek himself out, it was assumed that he had come with the same purpose in mind. You are calm, but unfortunately, no one can save you without an expert following you. Just as Su Keni had guessed, their fishing enforcement had been detected by Crazy Way, so he had delayed showing up and let them work there for nothing. However, Crazy Way had an unexpected gain and found Yifeng who was acting alone. A check of the file. It is even more joyful. Good guy, actually is the current freshman, the most talented one. Even if you look at the previous generations, it is an absolute first-day talent. And that brings us to this point. Next, enjoy the pain of being abused. I will first cut out your tongue, then stab your eyes blind, and then disembowel you. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Crazy Wei revealed a perverted smile, flipping the ghostly blue dagger in his hand. He had already approached in front of Yifeng. Then, enjoy. Crazy Wei's face became hideous, and the ghostly blue dagger aimed at Yifeng's mouth. As he said, he had to cut out Yifeng's tongue first. Since you chose this method of death, then I will fulfill you. Phew. 4th rank martial skill. Instant Shadow Heavenly Blade. The long knife in Yifeng's hand was surprisingly fast, pulling out a residual shadow and chopping at Crazy Wei's wrist. The dagger was still held by the hand, but the severed hand had fallen to the ground. Ah! Crazy Wei howled in pain and looked at Yifeng with a face full of horror. Why is it so strong? He was shocked. How could a freshman who hadn't been in school for long be this strong? What was even more puzzling was that the aura that the other party was erupting at the moment was only at the peak level of a martial general. But the martial skill that he was performing, judging from its power, should be at the 4th stage of perfection. He was already a martial king, and he had only cultivated his 4th-ranked martial skill to a small degree. Facing Yifeng's attack, he couldn't even hold back, and one of his hands was wasted in one go. What he didn't know was that Yifeng was only making use of the strength of a chi and blood martial artist, a stronger soul master, but he hadn't used it yet. However, against someone like Crazy Wei, using only martial arts strength would be enough to use. Don't look at the current realm. It was only considered the peak of a martial general, but it was only 2,000 chi and blood away from the early stage of a martial king, infinitely approaching. Plus, the martial skill was of the 4th rank, even more complete, and there were also additions such as the 30% blade intent, wind whisperer, and the holy body of martial arts. Crossing the ranks to kill an early martial king was like playing. No, don't kill me. I was joking just now. How could I possibly dare to make a move against you? As powerful as you are, give me 10 guts. I wouldn't dare to make a move against you. Crazy Wei covered his broken arm and endured the pain, heaving and frantically begging for mercy. Noisy. Yifeng's hand rose and fell, and the tip of the knife violently stirred against Crazy Wei's mouth, directly churning out his tongue. Crazy Wei couldn't even speak properly. Then, Yifeng went after his eyes. Just give him the package, as Crazy Wei just said. According to Yifeng's own habits, he must have cut him with a knife. After all, Yifeng is a psychologically normal person and has no sadistic tendencies. But since this person is so obsessed with this type of killing, let him experience it for himself. One package down and Crazy Wei cut off his breath. Yifeng picked up the dagger he had dropped. This weapon is not bad. It's grade 4, and can be sold for $3 million on the black market. Yifeng left this place. As he walked, he opened the wanted website, and just like last time, he submitted the information and waited for the bounty behind him. What about $50 million? I don't want it for nothing. A few minutes after Crazy Wei's death, a passerby passed by the street and screamed in horror when he saw Crazy Wei in a terrible state of death. Dead people. There's a dead man here. Su Keni team, who just happened to come to the nearby area, vaguely heard the screams and thumped in his heart. Bad. Shouldn't something have happened? The 2 female martial kings immediately approached the source of the sound. When they arrived, the scene in front of them made them suck in a breath of cold air. Crazy Wei is dead, and his death is tragic. Which team did it? Su Keni. The 2 of them swept their gazes around and didn't find any other teams either. There was only one other person at the scene, a passerby who was paralyzed with fear, his face bloodless and his feet weak. Were you the one screaming just now? Su Keni inquired of this person. The passerby nodded woodenly, taking a moment to slow down a bit. I was just passing by and I realized that one person had died tragically here. He was just a martial artist at the martial apprentice realm, and hadn't even experienced much decent training, so it was normal that he would be shocked by the tragic situation in front of him. I notified the others. They're coming soon. The female martial king of the guard bureau turned off her comms and spoke out. A little while later, the other teams arrived, talked to each other and sort out the situation. Crazy Wei was killed, and for the time being, it's unclear who did it, just by looking at the maneuver. I almost thought it was done by another Crazy Wei. This person is extremely strong. Crazy Wei is defenseless in front of him. Those with such strength are feared to be only a few when looking at the provincial capital. Let's pull up the perimeter surveillance first. The Security Bureau has permission to view surveillance in public areas at any time, and unfortunately, the crime site, as well as several surrounding streets, are not equipped with surveillance. So, if you want to check the surveillance, you can only look further away and see if you can find any clues. They investigate many of the surveillance at the same time, and the images show up on a light screen. So many people. The more the crowd looked, the more they frowned. Where there's surveillance, there's a lot of foot traffic, and the streets are crisscrossed. so it's hard to tell which streets all the people who are passing through are coming from. Ha, Yifeng? Su Keni suddenly let out a light eep. She saw Yifeng's figure in the picture. Who is it? The guard inquired. Oh, he's one of my students, Su Keni replied. I don't think this student was scheduled for the operation just now. Was he? The guard was puzzled. Yes, no, but he left school a few days ago and might just happen to be back now, Su Keni said. The guard nodded, unquestioningly, and continued to review the security footage. Coincidence? Su Keni was thoughtful. Chapter 59, How did the promised armor become a bundle? Yifeng returned to the Dragon Academy and headed to the dormitory area. It's been a few days since I've had a good night's rest, so I could use a good night's sleep. First, he took a shower, changed into a set of clean clothes, and prepared to rest. Ha, grown to the second stage limit? It's pretty fast. Yifeng took out the bottle labeled with the number 2, and the instant nutrient inside had already been absorbed by the rue mulberry vine in its entirety. At that time, 4 bottles were given for each of the 4 stages. The first stage of it, as early as the first day, was absorbed by the rue mulberry vine. Yifeng then immediately arranged for it to enter the second stage of the bottle. Just now it's absorbing all of it again, reaching the growth limit of the second stage. What's the longest you can reach now? Yifeng released the Yunsang vine. The second stage of the rue mulberry vine, which had a total of 2 canes, immediately began to grow in size, growing to a full 6 meters, in the middle of the room, hovering several times. I've heard that the rue mulberry vine can wrap around the surface of the body and form a defensive armor. Let me try it. Yifeng gave the order. The Yunsang vine read the meaning and immediately wrapped around Yifeng's body. It had been thought that, after winding, it would just look like a thick rope, bound and wrapped around the surface of the body. Actually, no. The rue mulberry vine has the ability to grow larger and smaller, which means that it has the ability to change its size. After winding, it can be adjusted to look best according to the structure of the body. The entire person looked like he was covered in a layer of green battle armor. All over, the coverage area is spot on, even on the face, with holes left in the eyes and other areas. It's hard to tell from appearance alone that this is wrapped around the rue mulberry vine on the body. Unless one knows more about demonized plants, one can see it. Otherwise it would probably just be mistaken for wearing a greenish-colored battle armor with a high coverage area. At this point, Su Keni had returned to the academy. Hello Tutor Su. The students came out to say hello. Su Keni nodded and asked in passing, have you guys seen Yifeng come back? There is. I saw it just now. It seemed to be heading towards the dormitory, the classmate replied. Learning this news, Su Keni went straight to Yifeng's dormitory. On the way back, she wondered if Crazy Wei could have been killed by Yifeng when he appeared in the surveillance footage. She didn't doubt that Yifeng had this ability. After all, at that time, the evil pill master were all killed by Yifeng in a single strike, so killing another Crazy Wei was also completely doable. But from the scene, it doesn't feel quite like it. The ability used by Yifeng to kill the evil pill master that day was a soul master, whereas the way Crazy Wei died, he was hacked to death by a martial artist with a sword. In terms of that ferocious means, it didn't feel like it came from Yifeng's hands either. Since Yifeng had returned, let's go ask him in person and see. When he came to Yifeng's special courtyard, he was probably too involved in thinking about things, so he just barged right in. She then saw that Yifeng, who was wearing green armor. What's that you're wearing? What is it? Su Keni's gaze was astonished as she sized up Yifeng. Don't you know how to knock? Yifeng spat. What kind of person breaks right in over the courtyard wall? To the martial king, the height of a courtyard wall was indeed nothing, and he passed over it with a gentle leap. Aren't I in a hurry to ask you something? Su Keni spat out her tongue, knowing that she was a bit shortchanged. Then she saw that the Yunsang vine faded from Yifeng's body surface. It's actually a demonized plant? Su Keni sounded surprised. Demonized plants might not be considered rare, but they were all in the wild, and demonized plants that could be cultivated as pets were rare, and needed to be nurtured from seedlings, or seeds. She didn't expect that Yifeng had such a good thing. On the last trip to the Misty Forest, he had learned of Yifeng's identity as a soul master, and now, unintentionally, he had learned that Yifeng possessed demonized plants. The more he knew about Yifeng, the deeper he felt. What does it feel like to wear battle armor formed from demonized plants? Su Keni's bright, large eyes held a strong curiosity. She had killed demonized plants, but had never experienced what it was really like to have them cover her body surface. The attention was all drawn to the demonized plants, forgetting the main purpose of this trip over. Then let you try? Yifeng proposed. Really? Su Keni was happy. Well, don't move. I'll let the rueberry vine go over and cover your body, Yifeng said, and began to command the rue mulberry vine. The rue mulberry vine was also obedient. swimming its two canes, like the tentacles of an octopus, over to Su Keni's side, and began to wrap around in a circle. A little while later, Su Keni's face looked strange. Didn't you just cover your entire body? Why does it only bind my hands and feet, and strangle at specific parts? And, Su Keni said, blushing a little, and pulling hard, so that I'm in this position. It's a little embarrassing. Maybe you're not its owner, so it's still a bit resistant to you. There's no way to do what it did to me, Yifeng explained. Really? Su Keni looked at Yifeng suspiciously. Also, how did it start picking at my clothes? There's no way. Yifeng stared unblinkingly at Su Keni and gulped. It's also a bit disobedient to me right now, so I'll try to make it stop. Yifeng slowly commanded the Yunsang vine and told it to leave Su Keni's body. The result was not only no, but a tighter bundle. Come on you, if you don't let go, I'm going to have to use force. With the strength of the Yunsang tongue at this time, if Su Keni really wanted to get mad, it was estimated that she would be ripped into several pieces. That won't do. If you break the Yunsang vine, you have to find one to compensate me. Yifeng shook his head straight. This is a demonized plant. It's hard to buy with money. Where can I find this to compensate you? Su Keni said in an aggravated manner. With her face and body, it was a lustful sight to behold. Then you don't have to pay for it if you don't move it and don't break it, Yifeng said with a smile. Su Keni's white teeth clenched and she wanted to give Yifeng a punch. Her face looked angry, but she didn't struggle much, half pushing and letting herself be manipulated. In the room, the atmosphere was charming. Only when it was almost dark did Su Keni leave Yifeng's residence. That asshole, a tummy full of bad water. In contrast to when she went in, her hair was slightly disheveled and she was also a bit tired. By the way, what the hell am I doing here? Oh, wanted to ask about Crazy Way. Su Keni slapped her head. There's no one to ask a question for most of the day and not end up with an answer. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it is or not. Anyway, now that Crazy Way is dead, it won't affect the normal operation of the school anymore. Look guys, Tutor Su came out of Yifeng's residence. Students on the road, whispering. She still favors Yifeng so much that she actually comes to the door to tutor cultivation. Seeing how tired she is, she must have been instructing very seriously. That's for sure. Or else Yifeng could improve so fast? One can only say that people's fate is good. They were spotted by Tutor Su early on, and when they were still beginner trainees, they were already scheduled to be taken in, and spared no effort in teaching. Even if they usually made mistakes, they turned a blind eye to them. Why? Can't compare, at all. With the discussion, the conversation turned back to the great events of the day. That said, that Crazy Way, a genuine martial king, was actually killed. I don't know which good man moved. It's such a relief. And we don't need to be scared next. The good man who made the move is at least a martial king. Martial king? So distant. I don't know when I'll be able to reach it. Although they were already martial generals, they still had a long way to go before they were martial kings. Chapter 62 New Clues. Emergency Assembly. The day passed calmly for 2 days. Yifeng suddenly received an arrival alert. A total of $50 million in full. From the bounty wanted list headquarters. Obviously, it's the bounty obtained by killing Crazy Way. After Crazy Way's death, the Guard Bureau was very curious as to who had moved. And through the security footage, they were unable to find any useful information. Later on, they received news that the bounty wanted list department side received a bounty hunter's submission application. The person hunted is exactly way crazy. However, the information is encrypted. For example, the account number submitted for collection is automatically encrypted by the program, and the payment of bounties can only be made in this program, not by manually entering the account number. This type of encryption is one way. After encryption, the data is not reversible. Even if the person who wrote the program to come over, the same cannot be restored to the encrypted account number, and cannot be through the account number, to find out who the head of the household is. However, one thing was certain. The person who killed Crazy Way had also killed the evil pill master not long ago. In the end, they had to assume that it was a powerful bounty hunter who had recently set his sights on the members of the Bloodhand sect. Yifeng looked at his current assets, which totaled more than $270 million. Such a sum of money would enable an ordinary family to live through this life with unparalleled nourishment. Yifeng cannot help but think of the past. A poor family, nestled in an old neighborhood in Linhai City. A layer of dozens of square feet of the old house. In the past, my parents had a wish to save up some money to renovate their old house, and they didn't even dare to hope that they could afford to go back to buying a new floor. If it wasn't for that beast Tide that took the lives of his parents, now that he had this ability, he would be able to let them live the good life that they had dreamed of. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Thinking of this, Yifeng sighed, sadness tinged with regret. Yi Feng's encounter is just the epitome of millions of people. Yi Feng is still lucky to have a turnaround day. More people can only be forever extinguished in the dust of history? In the future, if there is an opportunity to go back to Linhai City, Yi Feng is ready to hire someone to decorate the old house. Though not living on it, Yi Feng simply wanted to do this, as the second old man had intended to do so. Time rushed by, and another 10 days or so passed in peace. Not bad, not bad. You've finally grown to the limit of the 4th stage. Yi Feng looked at the Yunsang vine and was very pleased. Back 7 days ago, it had grown to the limit of its 3rd stage, with 3 canes, each 10 meters in length. And now it was the 4th stage limit, with 4 canes, each up to 20 meters long, double the length. The effect of the quick nutrient that the treasure chest opened out was just amazing. In order to make the rue mulberry vine, in a short period of time, improve so much. Unfortunately, there are no more stage 5s, so progress will have to be put on hold. Now that the 4th stage had helped himself, even if he let the Yun Sang Tang deal with the Martial King alone, it was more than enough. I wonder when, if ever, the treasure chest clues will appear again. Yi Feng thought expectantly. No new leads have emerged in 10 days. Currently the only red treasure chest that hasn't been opened yet is in the Jung family residence, which is the Jung family's home base, with a Martial Zone and a Martial Zone sitting in the middle of it, making it impossible for anyone to get started. Yi Feng could only put his hopes on the new treasure chest, so that his strength, a little more, would have the ability to sneak into the Jung family. Coincidentally, Yi Feng had just thought this way when the treasure chest's tips popped up, and as soon as they appeared there were also 2 direct ones. Treasure chest clue, south of Linhai City. A blue, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Treasure chest clue, south of Linhai City. A purple treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Yi Feng was elated. The blue fine treasure chest, at the moment, are already very good. I did not expect that a purple one could also appear. That's a treasure chest that's higher than blue. The 5th level. And the treasures open must be very good. Ha! South of Linhai City? Yi Feng noticed that the 2 treasure chests, both hinted at the south of Linhai City. This place Yi Feng familiar. As early as before the college entrance exam, the southern sea area of Linhai City was shaken, and a large number of sea beasts came ashore, causing many casualties. At that time, Yi Feng was also just a high school student at the martial apprentice realm, and was arranged by the school to go to the big backyard for training, which was also a contribution. It was also then that he was injured by a sea beast. His martial arts foundation was damaged, and then later he was withdrawn from school to deal with all sorts of things, not really too long in the past, but looking back now, it feels very far away. It was because he had improved too quickly and already possessed the ability to kill a martial king in seconds, and was so different from before that he had created the illusion of a long time past. I was just thinking about hiring someone to renovate the old house when I have a chance to go to Linhai City, and now that I'm going over to open the treasure chest, I just happened to have someone finish this in the meantime. Yi Feng thought secretly, just as he wanted to pack up and prepare to go out. The loud broadcasting sound spread throughout the entire Dragon Academy. Attention all students and faculty. There's an emergency. Please all tutors and senior students at school, gather at the center playground immediately. Repeat, there is an emergency. Did something happen? Yi Feng walked towards the school playground with doubts. Along the way, the students who ran into each other asked each other what was going on, but all of them looked confused and said they were not sure for the time being. The mentors, the advanced students, all headed for the meeting point. As for the junior cadets, there was no mention of them on the radio, but holding on to their curiosity, many of them trailed off. When we got there, more and more people gathered. So many people. So in the academy, there are so many advanced students. At a glance, tens of thousands of people had already converged, and it was still growing. And that's just the ones staying on campus. If you count those who aren't at this time, the numbers only get higher. There are hundreds of mentors at the front of the student body. Su Keni gazed around and unintentionally saw Yi Feng. What happened? Yi Feng inquired with his mouthpiece. However, what she waited for was Su Keni glaring over and waving her fist. Anyway, she didn't answer and was probably equally unclear. Just then, a mighty pressure approached rapidly. A figure appeared at the very top of the crowd when the crowd's eyes blinked. He looked like he was in his 50s. His body was straight. His gaze was like electricity. He did not deliberately release his breath, but he gave a powerful oppression. His chi and blood were like the sea, and he was not angry. Headmaster, the principals are here, the crowd exclaimed. Normally in school, there is basically no chance to see the principal, and now that the principal has appeared, it can only mean that the situation is indeed urgent. The principal of the Dragon Academy, sure is strong. Yi Feng couldn't tell. the exact strength of this person. He only felt that it was very strong. In the near future, I'll be able to achieve this kind of intensity. More than that, stronger. Chapter 61, Returning to Linhai City. Teachers and students, I've called you all here to gather because I just received news that over at Linhai City, the southern sea is once again shaking, and a large number of sea beasts have come ashore again. This time, it's even worse than the last time. Preliminary estimation. The number of sea beasts that came ashore, a few million heads. Hearing the words of Principal Punch, many teachers and students sucked in a breath of cold air. A million scale sea beasts gathered together. How spectacular and terrifying would that be? Above 100,000 heads, the scale of the beast tide is reached, such as the last sea beast battle. The scale is only 100,000 heads. There was only an interval of more than 2 months before and after, but it actually triggered the beast tide again, and the scale was still several times that of the last time. What's going on in those waters over there? There are already martial artists from all walks of life, heading over there to help resist the beast tide. Longting Academy, as the top martial arts university in Lingnan province, cannot sit back and do nothing. Once Linhai City is captured, the neighboring cities will be next. It's a showdown between humans and alien beasts. Now get ready, and after that immediately set off to Linhai City to support and beat that group of back into the sea. Poncha's loud, resonant voice traveled into everyone's ears. Yes, numerous students and teachers responded in unison. Damn sea beasts, this time, make them never dare to come ashore again. It's been a long time since I've had a big kill. This time I will definitely have a painful kill. Let's all compete to see who kills more. The students sharpened their knives and fought. We now have half an hour to get ready and half an hour to leave in unison. Yifeng didn't have to prepare much. He had planned to go out and travel to Linhai City, and had already prepared his equipment. I was about to go out when I was urgently summoned here. It was really coincidental that on the side of Linhai City, it actually happened that the sea beasts came ashore again. Yifeng's purpose was simple this time. Opening treasure chests was the main task, and then killing more sea beasts along the way. Since his parents had died in a beast tide, every time a beast tide occurred, it would always stir up Yifeng's hatred. Besides, that was the place where Yifeng had lived for 18 years, full of memories, and Yifeng didn't want Linhai City to disappear. Half an hour later, everyone was ready. The principal led the way, and there were so many students that they were divided into teams and led by their respective instructors. Yifeng, on the occasion of departing, a female voice called out to Yifeng. Yifeng looked over and it turned out to be He Ziling. When you arrive in Linhai City, can you help me see my father? She was filled with worry. Her dad was in Linhai City, and he opened a grocery store, and I think Yifeng even worked part-time there at the beginning. Now that she had heard that over at Linhai City, a large number of sea beasts had come ashore, she was very worried about her father's safety. If she had the strength, she would have loved to go, but unfortunately, being only in the middle stage of martial master, even if she wanted to go, the school wouldn't agree. This rate of improvement is excellent compared to students in the same period, but it's still not enough. Good. I have plans even if you don't say so. Don't worry, uncle, he will be fine. Yifeng smiled and comforted a sentence. Thanks, He Ziling nodded, finally feeling better. The procession departed in great numbers. Walking out of the school gate, he rushed towards Linhai City. Yifeng followed in Su Keni's group, looking at the scenery along the way, and felt some emotions in his heart. The last time I came over, I came to enroll in school, and I wasn't very strong. This time, when you go back, you'll already be able to hold your own. Yifeng, who was thinking about things, suddenly noticed someone approaching. With a sideways glance, he realized that it was Su Keni who came closer. You've got a lot of color, kid. Just now, He Ziling called out to Yifeng, and was seen by Su Keni, who also had a bit of an impression of He Ziling, knowing that she and Yifeng both came from Linhai City. We are just ordinary friends, Yifeng said. Unbelievable. Su Keni shook her head. You're jealous? Yifeng laughed playfully. Cut. I would be jealous of you? It's none of my business who you're with. Su Keni made a disgusted look and her tone was rude, talking so unladylike. Yifeng shook his head straight. Humph. Angered by you, Su Keni gritted her teeth. There was a word over here. The students in the back of the room didn't hear what both of them were saying and started talking. See, even catching the road is pointing out Yifeng. Why do you feel like Tutor Su is a bit angry? That must be where Yifeng didn't learn, and Instructor Su is teaching anger. Right, it must be. After a long rush, the vast procession came to Linhai City. At the city gates, martial artists wearing uniform styles of battle armor with solemn expressions and a murderous aura stood guard. Now that the situation was urgent, many of the city's experts had traveled to the south to fend off the sea beast attacks. I'm afraid that there are some foreign beasts that will take advantage of the emptiness of the city's power and just attack from another direction. That's why these important entrances to the city should be guarded by martial artists. There were thousands of people, and they were all city guards. The city guard is a department, which every city has, and their duty is to take care of the security of the city's borders. Seeing the arrival of a group of tens of thousands of people, the city guards came to life. It's from the Dragon Academy. From the members of the team, one school emblem could be found hanging on each of them, which was distributed before they set off, with a pattern of two dragons prancing in the clouds, allowing people to instantly recognize that the team was from the Dragon Academy. This resistance to the sea beasts, with all the forces, all the reporters, is a good opportunity to publicize. Even though the Dragon School was well known and was already a top university, the necessary publicity still had to be done. You are the principal of the Dragon Totem Academy, aren't you? I'm really thankful to all of you for traveling thousands of miles to support us. A captain-like city guard immediately stepped forward and spoke with a very respectful tone. Previously, he could only see Punch on video, but he never thought that he would be able to meet in reality. There was also that one teacher and student, worthy of being from the Dragon Totem Academy. Even if they were just young students, their chi and blood were all incomparably thick, clearly not weak. Thousands of families are at stake when sea animals come ashore, and that's what we should do. After a short exchange, the party entered Linhai City. So many masters. What forces are they from? Didn't you see their school logo? The Dragon Academies. No wonder. There will be so many experts. So it's the Dragon Academy. Just now it's the arrival of Yonghui University, and now it's the Dragon Academy. It's really great. With so many experts to support us, our Linhai City, we're not afraid of being overrun by sea beasts. Walking along the way, the crowd of Linhai City, talking and looking excited. The Yonghui University, as they called it, was also a top-tier institution. Although it wasn't as good as the Dragon Totem Academy, which was always pushed down ahead, it was still only slightly inferior and very much a top-notch existence. As expected, as they said, not far ahead. There was also a large number of teams that were walking towards the south. It was evident from the school insignia they wore that they were men of YFU. Seeing the Dragon Totem School at the back, they purposely stopped and waited. Chapter 62, Crazy, isn't it? He's going to the front line. The principal of Yonghui University, who was also a middle-aged man with chi and blood like a rainbow, saw the people from the Dragon Academy, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect you guys to be here. Principal Wingfield smiled skin deep. If you all will come, we will definitely come even more. Pang Chi faintly returned. The simple dialogue makes you hear the strong smell of gunpowder. The students of Yonghui University had the same pinpoint look in their eyes, a look of sharpening their swords. They couldn't get into the Dragon Academy before, so they retreated to Yonghui University. However, they felt that a college entrance examination represented nothing, such as the stage of martial arts examination, which belonged to the actual combat experience. And there were too many influencing factors, so if they were targeted, it was likely to lead to the loss of the examination and a much lower ranking. The second thing was that, in the path of martial arts, besides talent, there was something even more important, which was opportunity. Some people, who were mediocre, were very lucky to get the opportunity and have been flying high ever since. They felt from the bottom of their hearts that they would not be inferior to the people from the Dragon Tendency School. This resistance against the sea beasts is an excellent opportunity for publicity, facing the many media outlets and martial artists from all walks of life. If they, the faculty and students of Yonghui University, could perform well and overshadow the Dragon Academy, then Yonghui University, replacing the leading position of Longting Academy, is just around the corner. The two teams continued on their way, putting some distance between them. All know what to do, right? Principal Wingfield spoke. Good to know. We'll be good. I'll let them know that we, Yonghui University, are the #1 martial arts university in Lingnan. The one who spoke was a cold and arrogant youth, who belonged to the type who had failed the college entrance exams and was later given the opportunity. The strength was one of the best among the students in the school, and he was confident that he was no worse than any of the students. When the two teams came to the south of Linhai City, as far as the eye could see, there were martial artists everywhere. There are city guards in military-style battle armor, local martial artists from Linhai City, and teachers and students from other schools. Yifeng also saw that a group of high school students were at the very back of the battle line. More than 2 months ago, Yifeng played a similar role. However, these were senior freshmen, weaker than Yifeng at the time, and were now only responsible for logistical work, such as transporting the wounded. The Dragon Totem Academy. I'm envious. It would be great if I could also enter the Dragon Academy in the future. Let's learn from Senior Yifeng and get a good grade in the future. Ha! Isn't that Senior Yifeng? Which is which? What about that? Inside the Dragon Academy team. It's still true. I saw his picture on the honor stone. And it's really him. The high school students exclaimed in shock. And then chanted Senior Yifeng one after another. Yifeng forehead. How to make it look like an idol star. Yifeng? The people from the nearby Wingate University all looked over unexpectedly when they heard the name. They often paid attention to the movements of the Dragon Totem Academy, so they also knew that among the current freshmen of Dragon Totem, there was one called Yifeng with strong martial arts talent, who had been promoted to senior cadet in just 10 days. What they didn't expect, though, was to dare to call such a student over. No matter how good the talent is, it still needs time to grow. Now I guess it's at most the early stage of a general, right? And resisting a big scene like the sea beasts, the slightest mishap could kill someone, and it would be a huge loss if they died here. As the group approached the front, the scene became more and more mixed. Above the battlefield, the human martial artists and the sea beasts fought with exceptional intensity. Sinful animal, die, a military general, holding a heavy battle sword, slashed a sea beast with 4 large pincers in half with a vicious slash. There were many similar sparring matches around. Some were sea beasts being killed by martial artists, while others were martial artists accidentally killed by sea beasts. You can't go any further. Just fight here, Punch said to the students. The more the front line, the higher the level of danger, and the number and strength of the sea beasts faced, the more and stronger they would be. The students are still limited in strength and are more appropriately positioned in the center line, and it would be dangerous to move any further. Junior instructors, stay here and direct the students. Senior instructors, follow me to the front lines. Punch gave the order and led the many senior tutors, continuing to head towards the front line. Senior tutors have martial king strength, so that they are more sure of themselves when they go to the front line. As for the junior tutor, he was only a peak martial general, so it was just right to stay here and command the many students. Over at Wingate University, the same arrangement was made. The students over there, led by their junior tutors, began to hunt sea beasts. On the side of the Dragon Tendency School, they were not willing to show weakness, and they all lit up their weapons in preparation for battle. Yifeng, stay close to me. Don't stray too far from me, Tung Qingfeng instructed Yifeng. He was Yifeng's junior tutor before, and it was only because Yifeng upgraded his senior students too quickly. Otherwise he would still be his student now. However, in his opinion, Yifeng's current strength should be the weakest in the team, so he purposely gave such an explanation. Yifeng scratched his head. Actually, I don't have to. Watch out over there. Tung Qingfeng noticed the dangerous situation nearby and bellowed, carrying his weapon and charging forward. The other students around them, likewise went over to help, sparring with the hundreds of general-grade sea beasts. At this time, near Yifeng, there was a piercing cry. A huge crab-like sea beast, whose pincers alone were 2 meters long, clamped down on Yifeng. Yifeng's gaze was cold, and with a casual slash, the 2 huge crab pincers were chopped off, and added another slash, splitting them in 2. Let's go for the treasure chest first. Yifeng didn't forget the main purpose of coming over this time. Whether they were blue arrows or purple arrows, they all pointed in the same direction. Front line. Mentor, I'm going over there. Yifeng put down a sentence and dashed towards the front line. Wait, Yifeng, what are you doing? That's the front line over there. It's dangerous for you to go. Tung Qingfeng shouted loudly, but he was now being pestered by the sea beasts, and he could only make Yifeng come back quickly by shouting. Yifeng acted as if he didn't hear it and continued to run quickly. Deng Qingfeng was anxious and his classmates were dismayed. It was not expected at all that Yifeng would suddenly pull such a stunt. Crazy. Who does he think he is? A martial king? How dare he charge towards the front line? Isn't it just a quick upgrade to senior trainee? Actually so inflated. Can't weigh up how many pounds he has. The people from Yonghui University, seeing this scene, were stunned and then hotly debated, shaking their heads in succession. It felt that Yifeng's behavior was no different from sending him to his death. Look, he's going to finish. Yifeng, be careful. The crowd saw that a huge sea beast, which looked similar to a sea lion and was similar to a small mountain, opened its bloody mouth and bit down towards Yifeng. Yifeng didn't even turn his head as if he didn't see it. The knife in his hand, however, moved, cutting a sharp arc and hitting the sea lion's neck. The sea lion didn't even have time to howl miserably before Yifeng chopped off the entirety of his huge head. Sheath your sword and move on. Boom! The sea lion's meat mountain-like body slowly collapsed. Chapter 63, Ghostly Giant Octopus. Cranial Treasure Chest. 1 second? Everyone who saw the scene all froze in shock. If he wasn't mistaken, That sea beast just now had definitely reached the peak of the general level, and it's also the type that has a big waist and relatively high defense, making it difficult to decapitate. But despite this, he was still killed by Yifeng with a single slash. Then wouldn't Yifeng be stronger than that sea beast? It's only been a short while. He's actually grown to this level. Tong Qingfeng felt incredulous, considering that not long ago, Yifeng was still his student, and the teacher-student relationship was maintained for 10 days before and after Yifeng was promoted to senior student. Another period of time has passed, and it's even stronger than him? He tried to think about it. If it was him facing that sea beast, he would definitely not be able to do it and kill it in one hit. Even if you can win, it's going to take many rounds of deadly fighting. With such a comparison, it is clear at a glance who was strong and who was weak. The Dragon Totem Academy's own people were shocked, and the ones from Yonghui University's side were even more astonished, thinking that just now, he was making fun of the fact that Yifeng was sending him to his death. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face all of a sudden. How can this be a death sentence? It clearly has the strength. It instantly felt that wanting to steal the limelight from the Dragon Totem School was simply delusional. Yifeng didn't care what they thought. Anyway, he just wanted to hurry up and open the treasure chest. Follow the arrows, and whoever gets in the way along the way dies. Who is this? So brave. Look at his age. He's still just a student, right? Wearing the emblem of the Dragon School. So it's from the Dragon School. It's too strong. After chopping their way through, many nearby martial artists in the midst of a fierce battle saw such a person who was not very old, but was ridiculously strong. Almost all of the sea beasts encountered were killed in a single slash. Close to the coastline, this area has many reefs. Yifeng stood in a crevice of the reef and observed the situation ahead. The endless sea level was surging with huge waves, tens of meters high, as if the earth had been used as a furnace to boil a pot of seawater, violently churning. Ahead of sea beasts of either large or small size, spread out in the sky, densely packed, constantly accompanying the waves as they surged ashore. They look different. Some are clad in hard armor, some have giant pincers, and some are full of tentacles. Countless powerful martial artists were in the first line of battle, fighting with the many powerful sea beasts. My treasure chest. Yifeng followed the arrow and looked all the way, quickly dumbfounded. The treasure chest is surprisingly in the sea. Both of them. How am I supposed to drive it in the ocean? Yifeng was speechless. These that came ashore alone. There is no lack of king-level sea beasts. If this goes down to the sea alone, I am afraid that it will not be wrapped up in a dumpling. Ha! Wait. Something's up. Yifeng realized that the blue treasure chest arrow was actually moving. This has happened twice. While the treasure chest is inside a creature, the treasure chest moves with the creature. Boom! At this point, the waves churned up more and more, raising a small hill as the water crashed down. A huge octopus, hundreds of meters tall, curled its tentacles and climbed up the coast. Giant octopus of the underworld. What a big one. It's reached the peak of the king level, to say the least. Many of the nearby martial kings exclaimed in shock. If there was a strong martial zoner here at this moment, it would be easy to decapitate him. However, the problem was that the number of powerful people above the level of martial zone was relatively small in itself, and there were more important tasks that were not on the coast at this time. Go! Let's kill it! Several martial kings from Yonghui University joined forces to kill the giant octopus of the underworld. Boom 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 boom. The giant octopus of the underworld flung its long tentacles and lashed over, and the martial kings dodged to avoid it. Let's go too. Several martial kings from the Dragon Tendency School, not willing to show weakness, similarly killed the giant octopus of the underworld. Martial kings couldn't fly, but their powerful explosive power, leaping dozens of meters in a single bound, made up for the difference in size. Only, things didn't go well with the battle. It was slow to take the giant octopus of the underworld. They are often forced back by the tentacles and have to be more careful of its ink spray. If one was sprayed by the ink, it would have a powerful corrosive force that even a martial king with an extremely strong physique would not be able to carry. More to the point, it's too high. You have to attack its brain to kill it quickly. But it was too huge, hundreds of meters, and the highest a martial king could jump was tens of meters. This is also dangerous. There is no way to leverage your strength in the air, and in case of an attack, it's almost hard to dodge. The situation is at an impasse. Yifeng, who was observing from afar, stared at the giant octopus of the underworld with unblinking eyes. More accurately, staring at its head. At the location of its head, there was a faint blue light emanating from it. The blue treasure chest. It's in there. I'm going to have to step in and finish this guy off quickly. If the martial king over there could quickly finish it off. Yifeng was happy to pick up the present, but the delay in taking it, Yifeng was afraid of a change. In case you let it back into the sea, it will be even more difficult to kill it. Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked around. This place was located in the crevice of the reef. No one was paying attention to this place. Rue mulberry vine, cover me. As Yi Feng commanded, the Yun Sang vine, which had 4 canes, quickly wrapped around Yi Feng's torso, covering every place, wrapping Yi Feng's entire person, including his face, tightly, leaving only the necessary holes for observing the outside world. It looked like, in a suit of super coverage battle armor, that even those familiar with it would have a hard time recognizing him. Apart from Su Keni, she knew that Yi Feng possessed the Yun Sang vine. Yi Feng fiercely stepped on the ground and his body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards the giant octopus of the underworld. Several martial kings who were in the middle of a fierce battle suddenly realized that there was such a person in green battle armor approaching, because at this time, the qi and blood were stirring, and the breath could not be collected and hidden. It was seen that Yi Feng's realm of qi and blood martial artist was only at the peak of the martial general. You're a martial general realm. What are you doing running here? Quickly back off. Which of those who dared to come here for a fierce battle was not a martial king? A small military general, running to the front line, even if it is not enough, but even came over. Here can also be a powerful underworld giant octopus. If a random tentacle were to whip through, I'm afraid it would be smashed. Wearing a full suit of armor, does it work? In the face of absolute strength crushing, what armor is useless? The same is true even for advanced armor. Because, even if the armor isn't broken, the shock will kill you. Only Su Keni, the moment she saw Yi Feng, froze slightly. But she wasn't too surprised that Yi Feng would come here. She was clear about Yi Feng's strength. Swish! At this time, a long tentacle quickly drew at Yi Feng. Look out! The crowd of martial kings exclaimed in shock. They knew it was coming. It was also completely too late to try to free it. The speed of the attack of the giant octopus of the underworld was so fast that almost in a blink of an eye, it drew in front of Yi Feng. The crowd thought that Yi Feng would be directly jerked away. However, he saw Yi Feng's body moving, dodging this jerking attack. And his long knife flicked smoothly. The blade flashed, directly cutting off a section of the tentacle. The giant octopus of the underworld howled in rage and drew in more tentacles. Humph! It's time to end it. Chapter 64, Spirit of the Deep SSS. Yi Feng coldly grunted. His body speed was pulled to the limit as he circled around with the giant octopus of the underworld. Finally seizing an opening, the soul power mobilized. Demon breaking gun. Congeal. The purple-black demon breaker gun, just after condensing out, immediately became blood red due to the execution of the soul skill. The long spear carried the power to pierce through everything and shot at the head of the giant octopus of the underworld. In desperation, it drew back some of its tentacles to fend it off. However, the demon breaker gun seemed to anticipate it in advance, and suddenly made a curved turn, bypassing the tentacle's resistance and accurately hitting its head, directly piercing through. Pust. Under the stress, it ink sac release. A large number of ink splash. Wherever they passed, martial arts kings have been horrified to avoid the nearby beach reef, but wherever the ink splash, are corroded to dissolve a lot. Boom! The giant octopus of the underworld was finally killed, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a sky full of sand and dust. So strong. So, he's still a soul master. Soul master nah. I've seen only a handful of soul masters in my life, worthy of being a soul master. The combat power is just strong. Whether they were from Yonghui University, Dragon Tang Academy, or other martial kings, they all marveled in awe. Earlier, he was still scolding people. A military general running here for what? Who knows that people are more than just chi blood martial artists, or a more powerful soul master. In a few rounds, the giant octopus of the underworld, which they had been in a stalemate for a long time, was killed in quick seconds. Looking back, it feels like I was the clown. That was the move used to kill the evil pill master that day. Su Keni's bright eyes stared at Yi Feng dead on. On that day, she needed to be fully concentrated on dealing with the evil pill master, and she couldn't even react when Yi Feng suddenly attacked from behind. So much so that in retrospect, it wasn't quite clear what means Yi Feng had used. Now that I can finally see the whole thing, it came out this way. Soul masters, controlling soul weapons, can attack from a distance, and can also change lanes halfway to surprise and be extremely powerful. The breakdown reveals that it's much stronger than a martial artist. No wonder inside the same rank, soul masters hanged over martial artists. Su Keni was a little envious that Yi Feng had a duel system. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Feng approached the giant octopus of the underworld. Just now, after the spectral giant octopus had opened up and it fell to the ground, the blue treasure chest fell out of its head. It's a good thing that the only person who can see and touch the treasure chest is yourself, or else it wouldn't make sense. Yi Feng pretended that he was confirming whether the giant octopus of the underworld was dead or not. But in reality, he was touching the treasure chest with his foot. Snap! You have opened a blue, fine, treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 card blood. Spirit of the Deep SSS, 4/10. Fusion. There are people in the vicinity that can blend just as well. As long as the chi and blood were collected first, the fusion would only skyrocket within the body, and would not be noticed by outsiders as the chi and blood rapidly spiked. When the chi and blood fusion was complete, Yifeng's total amount of chi and blood reached a staggering 36,000 cards. Previously, while in the treasure mine mystic realm, he had raised his chi and blood to 25,000 cards, and over this period of time, Yifeng, through his own cultivation, then increased another 1,000, equaling to 26,000 before the fusion, now at 10,000 and it's 36,000. Yifeng's chi blood martial artist realm crossed a major realm and then a minor realm. The current realm was the middle stage of Martial King, reversing the realm of the Soul Master. The Soul Master was now only at the early King level. As for the second item opened from the treasure chest, the 3 S's alone already let it be known that it was not simple. Spirit of the Deep Sea, an SSS ranked talent. Those who possessed this talent would have an incomparable affinity for the water element, especially into water. Like the ocean, it's more like a fish out of water. There are 2 more terrifying advantages. Diving into the deep sea, for example, can be done with no fear of water pressure at all. Even 10,000 meters deep in the ocean, where the water pressure is incredibly terrifying, it is possible to dive deep there without the protection of any equipment. The second benefit is the ability to draw oxygen from the water through the skin. For the King of Wushu, you can hold your breath for an hour. However, if a fight occurs underwater, it will consume oxygen quickly, resulting in not being able to support it for that long. With the Spirit of the Deep it's a different story. Being able to draw oxygen from the water, it's perfectly possible to stay underwater for long periods of time. However, the one that you get now is not the full version of the Spirit of the Deep. The suffix with the word, for tense, indicates that only about 40% of the efficacy is obtained. Yifeng wasn't surprised. It was just a blue treasure chest that could only open the mutilated version. You might even be able to open a higher level treasure chest later and upgrade to the full version. Don't look at the crippled version now, the effect has been discounted, but still than others, there is a much more advantageous. The nearby Martial Kings, how could they have never imagined that within a short period of time, Yifeng had variously improved his strength, and was even stronger than when he arrived just now. The crowd had wanted to come over and say hello, a powerful soul master, well worth befriending, but now was not the time for idle chit-chat at all. The nearby sea beasts, once again, poured over the sky. Kill! The crowd of martial kings fought once again. Su Keni took the opportunity to fight and kill, intentionally or unintentionally approaching Yifeng. What brings you here? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and only Yifeng could hear it. Came to see if you would be carried away by a sea beast. Yifeng joked. You're the one who got carried away by a sea beast. Su Keni huffed. Look out! Yifeng's gaze condensed as the demon-breaking gun brushed past Su Keni's ear and nailed onto the head of a sea beast. And you said you wouldn't. You almost got bitten. That's not because you're distracting me. Su Keni's ability to dump pots and pans has always been possible. What about the principal and the others? Yifeng scanned the coastline and didn't find Headmaster Punch, nor did he find any other powerhouses of the same level. They went down to the sea. Su Keni explained. Within a short period of time, 2 consecutive sea tremors and sea beasts coming ashore on a large scale. There must be a reason for this. They dived to the bottom of the sea to find out the reason. Otherwise, even if they cope with it this time, it won't be reassuring, and perhaps there will be a next time. Yifeng nodded and felt that it made sense. Looking in the direction of the sea, the purple arrow stretches all the way across and straight into the ocean. The purple treasure chest, which had been at the bottom of the sea, could only be opened by diving down. If you're so eager, dive down and see. Seeing Yifeng eyeing the sea with a look of eagerness to try, Su Keni deliberately joked. Okay, I'm going to check it out. After Yifeng finished speaking, he headed towards the sea. Hey, I'm rambling. Su Keni was all confused. She casually blurted it out, not really wanting Yifeng to go down. The bottom of the sea is so dangerous. How can you go down there? No, this guy must have intentionally scared me. Su Keni thought so again. With her understanding of Yifeng, this person was sometimes very malicious, and it was very possible that this was a deliberate attempt to scare her. Humph, I'm not falling for that. I'll leave you alone and see you eventually run back in the dust. Su Keni crossed her arms with one hand and looked at the faraway Yifeng. Then he saw, after Yifeng casually decapitated a few sea beasts that were close by, his figure leaped and plunged into the sea with a jerk. Su Keni? Chapter 65 Undersea Gorge. Secret Passage. Yifeng entered the middle of the seawater and immediately manifested the benefits of the spirit of the deep sea. This talent, skin contact with seawater, draws oxygen from it, giving him no sense of holding his breath at all. Swimming in the water actually has a cozy feeling, like a fish that can stay in the water for a long time. With a casual swing of his body, Yifeng was like a barracuda diving quickly. At this time, in the surrounding waters, several sea beasts sensed Yifeng, a human, who dared to sneak into their territory, was really tired of living. At once, the sea beasts closed in on Yifeng, opening their bloody mouths, about to bite Yifeng. Seek death, Yifeng said in his heart, and his long blade launched an attack in the water. Originally, fighting underwater would be weakened by the resistance of the water, which would somewhat weaken the attacking power, as well as the sensitivity of the movements. However, having the spirit of the deep sea, which was exceptionally attuned to the water element, allowed Yifeng to move as lightly as he did on the coast. The martial king's aura erupted, and the long blade carried infinite power, chopping at the vitals of these sea beasts. Bright red blood, staining the surrounding waters, all were killed by Yifeng in a single strike. The sea beasts further away, attracted by the commotion over here, and the smell of blood, quickly swarmed over. There were many, hundreds of them, and the more distant ones were still approaching this way. If this went on, it was endless and endless. Yifeng didn't forget that he came down to look for the purple treasure chest, not to kill the sea beasts, so he couldn't always get entangled with them here. Yifeng's feet violently stepped on the water and his body swung, a smooth and incomparable movement, causing his body to catapult, start and shoot towards the depths. Originally, the speed was already fast enough, but Yifeng still seemed like he didn't like it enough and directly condensed out the demon-breaking gun. The soul power drove the demon-breaking gun and stabbed forward. Yifeng gripped the demon-breaking gun tightly with his hand, and the whole person was then driven, and his speed got faster and faster. So styled, it looked as if it was a swordfish, swimming rapidly. The sea beasts that surrounded them all looked dumbfounded. What the hell is this? A human, arriving in their territory and swimming faster than any of them? In no time at all, they were all behind them, unable to catch up. You can't even see the figure. What else can you do? Give up the chase. Of course, as Yifeng was swimming, a new sea beast appeared ahead. When the sea beasts saw Yifeng, they thought that the rations had arrived and blocked in front of Yifeng. Swish! Yifeng's speed did not decrease. He grabbed the demon-breaking gun and directly stabbed it. The powerful piercing force allowed Yifeng to even bring the gun and penetrate through the middle of the sea beast's body. Trying to block it? Can you block it? Yifeng followed the purple arrow and made his way down while moving forward, until you dive thousands of meters deep and finally see the bottom. From afar, a large number of sea beasts, all of them huge in size, hovered above a sea trench, seemingly guarding something and not leaving no matter what. These sea beasts, some of which glowed, provided a source of light before Yifeng could see the situation over there. Otherwise at this depth, there's little light source and it's pitch black everywhere. In the vicinity of the sea beast, Yifeng also saw that there were several figures, surprisingly human. Every one of these humans was a strong martial zone. Among them were Pang Chi, the principal of the Dragon Tang Academy, as well as the principal of the Yonghui University, and martial zone realms from other powers. So that's where they came down to. Yifeng didn't get close and just watched from a distance. The martial sect members over there exchanged glances and paired gestures with each other to express what each of them wanted to say. The reason the sea beasts are gathered here is in this trench. The only way to figure it out is to go down there and find out. But with so many sea beasts guarding this place, it's impossible to get close. They communicated before coming down. At first they thought that it was a tremor in which undersea secret passage that caused a large number of sea beasts to run out. But after coming down, it turns out that's not the case. A trail leads to this trench, which is like a canyon and is so deep that you can't see the bottom. It was also unknown what had happened and why it had attracted so many sea beasts, guarding the top of the trench, and many more running up the coast and attacking humans everywhere. Everything is still a mystery. They have made several attempts, charging toward the trench, but the sea beasts over there were just too many of them, and each one of them was still not weak. They were all at the king level. If it was on the shore, the king level sea beasts, with their strength as martial sectors, could definitely be decimated. But now, they are thousands of meters underwater, and the water pressure around them is incomparably terrifying, and they need to call on a large amount of chi and blood to resist the water pressure, plus the resistance of the water, and the inability to breathe. The multifaceted effects made their strength, not all of which could be utilized, discounted considerably. The situation was temporarily stalemated by the small number of people on their side and the large number of beasts on the other side. Try again. Good. Kill over there. Several strong martial sect members killed the sea beasts. The group of sea beasts over there once again resisted to the death. When some were killed by the martial sect powerhouses, more king beasts swarmed over. There was no way for the martial sectors to get close to the trench, let alone being able to go in and find out what was going on. Yifeng observed the situation for a while. Without further delay, Yifeng once again checked the arrow of the treasure chest. It was nearby, and the arrow disappeared to the bottom somewhere, where there was a big rock. What's the situation? Could it be that the treasure chest was crushed under a rock? Holding his doubts, Yifeng lifted the stone. Ha! There's actually a hole. Yifeng lifted the stone and found that there was a hole there with a diameter of about 1 meter, vertically downward, not knowing where it would eventually lead. It was blocked by the boulder just now. That's why I didn't know. There is another hole here. Then we'll just have to go down and see. Yifeng's body entered the cave, and before he dived down, he moved the big stone up in his hand and put it on top of his head, and while he dived down, he recovered the stone. In the passageway, Yifeng's body kept sinking. It is roughly vertical, and only in some places, with a tilted angle. It felt like after sinking for quite a long distance, more than 3,000 meters to say the least, the passageway gradually flattened and became wider, eventually allowing Yifeng to stand up. A purple light source appeared ahead, flickering, sometimes suddenly very strong, sometimes suddenly dark. Strange, why does my body feel a little numb? Yifeng frowned and carefully approached towards the light source. The long knife was tightly gripped in his hand, and the demon breaker gun was on standby to launch an attack as soon as danger arose. It wasn't until he neared the exit that Yifeng finally got a good look. This passageway, after all, led straight to the bottom of the trench. There was a flat area down there, like the bottom of a canyon. Zip! There was a zippy sound of electricity coming from over there, and purple electricity kept flickering. No wonder there's a purple glow. No wonder it feels numb. Yifeng's eyes widened a few points and his body muscles tensed up. Chapter 66, Purple Thunderbolt Ray. 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. Just over there, a huge figure that fit into the ground. It has a flattened body with a pair of wings and an overall resemblance to an oval leaf. Below its head, on the inside of its pectoral fins, there was a crackling sound and a burst of purple electricity. The arc of electricity carried a powerful might that surrounded the body and radiated in all directions. Far away, it can give people electric numbness. If close, the strength of the weaker, but also to be directly electrocuted to death. Purple thunder rays. In the depths of the trench, there was actually a purple thunderbolt ray. Looking at its size, as well as the power prowess it released, it was actually a Lord-class sea beast. Lords, comparable to human martial sect powerhouses. Now that it's in its home turf, water is a favorable environment for it. The lightning that it released could pass through the water and radiate far away, which was equivalent to forming an electric field, making it difficult for anyone to get close. So even if a martial zone came, it would be difficult to deal with it. Yifeng even converged all the movements, all of them cleanly. Normally, Yifeng didn't want to provoke this kind of lord-level sea beast and would leave immediately. But the problem was that the purple treasure chest was right in the belly of the purple thunderbolt ray. At first, it was thought that the purple glow in its body was due to the purple lightning. Now fixing his eyes on it, he realized that it wasn't all purple lightning. There was a spot where the purple light formed a ball and didn't flash as fast as the lightning, so there was obviously a difference. Coupled with the fact that the arrow of the purple treasure chest was pointing towards the body of the electric ray, it could be directly determined that the treasure chest was inside the purple thunder ray. Yifeng was speechless. It was inside the body again. What should I do to open it? The previous giant octopus of the underworld was alright, within the range of what he could deal with, but the current purple thunderbolt ray, a lord-class sea beast, was so powerful that it couldn't be slaughtered as well? Yifeng felt very difficult. Or, wait for the martial sect above, to remove all the sea beasts above the trench, and then come down to deal with this electric ray, and I'll just wait for them to finish off the electric ray, and then figure out how to open the treasure chest? It seems to be the only way left. Ha! At this time, Yifeng noticed that this purple thunderbolt ray felt a little off. It stayed in that position the entire time, not moving much, the electric light on its body constantly flickering, and it felt as if the brightness had diminished compared to a moment ago. Yifeng proceeded to observe and soon made a new discovery. The glow that represented the treasure chest was actually moving, and soon slipped out of its reproductive hole. Holy, a raw treasure chest? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't speak, Yifeng would have almost exclaimed in shock. No, it's not all treasure chests that are born, but, little electric rays? Electric rays are ovoviviparous, where the egg develops into a fetus in the mother's body and regenerates. The little electric ray that was born was motionless and breathless. Yifeng understood it all. This electric ray was giving birth, but after all this time, it was still a stillborn. Inside the body of the stillborn little electric ray, the purple treasure chest was in it, which was why it was just seen that the purple thunder electric ray had given birth to the treasure chest. Where are you keeping this? After giving birth to the baby, the purple thunderbolt ray realized that it was actually a stillborn baby, and the mood was a little unstable, and the purple thunderbolt crackled and flashed more and more. However, it had consumed too much energy due to giving birth to a child and having a difficult labor, and was very weak at the moment, with some lack of electricity in its body. If it didn't leave, Yifeng couldn't go over to open the treasure chest. In that case, take it while it's sick. Having just given birth, her state is weak and her strength has dropped drastically, so it's a good time to strike. If we waited any longer, when it regains some of its form, it would be even more difficult. Thinking about this, Yifeng immediately made his move. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, and the demon breaker gun fiercely shot over. The purple thunderbolt ray was actually very alert, and after sensing the danger, it immediately did a glide and sidestepped the attack. The demon-breaking lance plunged straight into the ground. Coincidentally, right on the ground, where the little electric ray with no breath was. Yifeng immediately took back the demon-breaking gun, and the little electric ray corpse was brought back with it. Seeing the situation, the purple thunderbolt rays were furious. Even if it was just a corpse, they would not allow anyone to take away the little electric rays. Ignoring the weakness of his body, electricity flashed on his body and he quickly chased after the returning demon breaker gun. Nay, the demon breaker gun was fast, instantly spanning the distance and penetrating into the hole. The arrival of the little electric ray carcass means that the treasure chest is also in hand. One rips open the body of a small electric ray and touches the treasure chest inside. Snap! You have opened a purple treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Level 5 Soul Soldier 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. A long time had passed since the last time he obtained the demon breaker gun, and with only 3 levels, the demon breaker gun was a bit insufficient to use. Finally, it was a soul soldier again, and it was a level 5 one, so it could be used for a long time again. This soul soldier, the whole of which was purple in color, was like the lightning of an electric ray. It was pointed in the front and wide in the back, and was shaped like a shuttle and a flying sword. If you looked closely, you would find multiple components that were a full 100 pikes, assembled to become the 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. Zip, 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 crackle. Beyond the entrance of the cave, purple lightning flashed. Boom boom boom. The purple thunderbolt rays were too large, and this side of the cave was too small to accommodate it, so that hole suffered, being blasted by the purple electricity and collapsed a lot, and there were even more arcs of electricity that pierced through the hole. Yifeng retreated back and forth, not to be attacked by the purple electricity. Let me try. The power of the 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. Soul power was released, wrapping around the 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle and killing towards the purple thunderbolt ray. Boom! A purple thunderbolt blasted at the shuttle. However, before the blast hit, the shuttle suddenly disintegrated and split into 100 shuttles, and 100 cold rays of light were like meteors, dispersing and instantly hitting the purple thunder lightning rays. From all parts of it, stabbing in. Thunderbolt electric ray ate the pain. Wings flapped. Crazy. Electric arc everywhere bombardment. The trench stone wall crumbled, stirred up countless mud and sand. Everywhere monumental. Yifeng did not stop, controlling the 100 Spirits Flying Shuttle. He was running all over the purple thunderbolt ray's body, especially its vital parts, which were pierced with thousands of holes. The commotion gradually subsided. The purple thunderbolt ray lay there motionless. The electric light was very weak, gradually cutting off its breath. Such a Lord-level sea beast died in Yifeng's hands just like that. If not for the fact that it was in a weakened state and reduced in strength due to its difficulty in producing offspring, it would have been extremely difficult to kill. The commotion below this had already attracted the attention of the sea beasts above. They would gather above themselves to guard the purple thunderbolt rays as they gave birth. At this moment, when they realized that there was something going on, they couldn't care too much and came towards the trench in unison. Yifeng noticed this situation and prepared to leave immediately. What's this? Yifeng realized that there was another glowing piece in the middle of the purple thunderbolt ray's torso. Not being able to think too much, he controlled the shuttle and slashed through its corpse, and a crystal core with flashes of lightning fell out. Yifeng collected the crystal cores and retreated from the original cave entrance, evacuating the trench. A moment later, a large number of king beasts rumbled and swarmed down, filling the trench. An angry hiss spread from the trench as the sea boiled and cleansed the 8 directions. Chapter 67 Mysterious Soul Master. Who is it? The large group of sea beasts came down and hissed in anger when they realized that their lord, after all, had been killed. But soon, they, who possessed a certain level of intelligence, realized again that the lord could be killed. The murderer must be ridiculously strong. so a king beast level like them would be even less of an opponent. With a huff, it resumed its journey over the trench. Above the trench, a group of martial sect, who had been curious as to how the king beasts had suddenly headed down to the bottom of the trench, were thinking of following down to take a look as well. It had only just moved when it was flushed. A large number of sea beasts reswarmed and rushed up. The crowd executed their moves and were about to start a new round of sparring, but they were shocked to find that the sea beasts didn't charge at them this time. It actually avoided them and dispersed in all directions, swimming farther and farther away, disappearing in the middle of the vast ocean. Run away? The martial sectors looked at each other in disbelief. What was going on? A mutual wink was exchanged, and then they went down into the depths of the trench. When they arrived at the bottom, they suddenly saw the figure of the purple thunderbolt ray. All of their bodies tensed up, their attacks ready to be launched. Nope, dead. After a closer look, it was discovered that the purple thunderbolt ray was, in fact, already dead. They approached and examined the corpse of the purple thunderbolt ray, and found that there were countless holes in all parts of its body, and within its body, it was even cut by sharp blades and was riddled with holes. With their insight, they could tell a lot of information just by the wounds. Soul Master. Judging from the wounds, it was most likely a Soul Master's tactic. There was a horrified look in their eyes as they looked at each other. Soul Masters were not unheard of. They were just rare. And Soul Masters who could kill Lord-level sea beasts were even rarer. Human strength was greatly discounted when they reached the sea and fought on the sea beasts' home turf, something they themselves knew best. Therefore, the mysterious Soul Master who killed the purple thunderbolt rays must be extremely strong, stronger than all of them anyway. They thought to themselves that under these circumstances, in a single fight, they would not be a match for, at all, the Lord-class purple thunderbolt rays. But a new doubt came up. It was they who arrived above the trench at the earliest, and there were many sea beasts guarding it, and none of them saw who approached the trench and broke through. That Soul Master. Where exactly did he come down from? And where did he retreat from? Could there be a second entrance? With that in mind, they looked around and soon realized that a passageway opening. One of them tries to go in and finds the body of another small electric ray torn in half. They instantly understood a lot more. As a lord, the purple thunderbolt rays were the strongest in the surrounding area, capable of summoning the sea beasts in a certain area of the surrounding sea and ordering them to do things. When the purple thunderbolt skate was close to giving birth, it started summoning sea beasts to guard this area of the sea so that it could wait for the birth in peace. Over a period of time, the sea beasts gathered more and more, but there were only so many resources, not even enough to eat, and some of them even started to attack each other. Eventually they swarmed ashore and began attacking and devouring humans. And there was the incident of the sea animals coming ashore. There was also a sea creature coming ashore a little over 2 months ago, proving that at that time the purple thunder rays were in labor. The reason the time would drag on for so long was because of the delayed labor, which could have been born 2 months earlier, but it had been difficult to deliver, and it was only today that it was born, and it was still a stillborn baby, leaving the purple thunder rays in a weakened state. However, the martial sectors were not clear about this, thinking that it was just a normal birthing process. Then a powerful Soul Master came down from the secret passage and killed the purple thunderbolt ray, as well as the child it gave birth to. All together, the martial sect members didn't continue to stay down here, and dragged the corpse of the purple thunderbolt rays towards the sea with a combined pull. Wherever they passed, the sea beasts at the bottom of the sea all avoided from afar. Their lord is dead. How dare they make a move? When the bodies were hauled up, broke the water, and laid out on the beach, the sea beasts, already ashore, were equally stunned. The lords are dead, so they can't play. They all retreated to the sea and rolled as far away as they could. As a large number of sea beasts gradually dispersed, this beast tide crisis was lifted. The martial artists on the coast all cheered excitedly, celebrating this victory. The crowd looked at the several martial sect powerhouses with admiration in their eyes. It was they who ignored their own danger and dived into the deep sea alone, decapitating the lordly sea beasts below, and the sea beasts dispersed without a leader. If it wasn't for these martial sect powerhouses, it was hard to say whether or not they could win the fight. Each and every martial sect powerhouse was embarrassed to be looked at by such adoring gazes. This purple thunderbolt ray? Where they decapitated it. If only they had that. Unfortunately, they were stuck outside the trench for so long that they didn't even get a glimpse of the battle below. Ahem. Ponch coughed lightly. Gentlemen, as you can see, it was because the Lord was killed that this beast tide was diffused. But in reality, this purple thunderbolt ray was not beheaded by us. At their level, face was still very important, and it was impossible to take a chance on them. Furthermore, if that mysterious Soul Master, who was nearby at this moment, revealed it on the spot, he would not have the face to meet people at that time. What? You guys didn't kill it. You guys are so strong. If you didn't kill them, who else could have killed them? Yeah, of all the people here, you guys are the strongest. Who else could it be if not you guys? The people around them were all dumbfounded. Who else could it be but these martial powerhouses? Actually, we're not sure. We were right above this lord's lair at the time, but by the time we went down, it had already been killed by a mysterious powerhouse. That strong person is estimated to still be a soul master. The strength is so strong that we are ashamed of ourselves. Ponch and the others spoke up to explain. The crowd naturally gasped again. Soul master nah. Many of them had never seen a soul master before. Such a powerful soul master would be a big shot wherever he went. It was just that, having clearly done something good, they actually did not show up. A point that made them feel deeply admired while puzzled. If they were in their place, they would definitely come out and give a good brush of existence, ruthlessly pretending to be a wave, and be subjected to all sorts of adoration. Soul master? It can't be that guy Yifeng again. In the middle of the crowd in the distance, Su Keni was surprised, but then it felt wrong. It was a lord, not a king-class sea beast. A lord that triggered such a large-scale beast tide. Just think about it and you would know that it wasn't simple. Even the principal admitted that he was inferior. How could it be Yifeng? But somehow, in her mind, the image of Yifeng plunging into the sea with a jerk always appeared frequently. The only one who had dived into the sea was Yifeng. Apart from the principal and the rest of them, who were strong martial zoners, it wasn't the principal and the others who did it. Plus it was a bit of a soul master. The spearhead of everything, all pointed to Yifeng. Hello, where are you? Su Keni found a secluded corner and dialed a video call to Yifeng. The call was connected and the screen was revealed. Yifeng's body had clear muscle lines, and he held the wet clothes in his hands, twisting them as if they were twisted. Won't you get dressed before you connect? Su Keni's face swished red. Snap. The call was slapped straight through her. Chapter 68. You have 3 seconds to get out immediately. Inside Linhai City, in the old house where he used to live, Yifeng took the twisted clothes, shook it with force, gave it a swing, and basically dried it almost, and put it back on his body. From the tactical backpack again, he took out the crystal core that he had earlier dug out from the body of the purple thunderbolt ray. This purple thunder crystal core, which is rich in lightning energy, can be used for absorption in the future if I acquire a lightning talent or physique. Yifeng said secretly. After finishing, he put the things back away, and kept them if he couldn't use them for the time being. And then he called Su Keni back. What did you want to find me for just now? Purple thunderbolt rays, did you kill them? Su Keni lowered her voice and asked directly. Yes, Yifeng also answered dryly. Anyway, Su Keni knew that he possessed the identity of a soul master, so there was no need to hide it. Su Keni froze for a while with a look of determination. That's a lord, and it's underwater. The principal and the others said that they didn't have the ability to kill it. And you did it. She was still a little incredulous, especially seeing that the surrounding, whether they were martial zone powerhouses, or martial kings, as well as those of even lower strength, all had the same expression of awe, curious as to who the person who had struck out actually was. It struck her, then, that there was something absurd about the situation. If they knew that the one who had struck out was Yifeng, a current freshman of the Dragon Tang school, I wondered how they would feel. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng went out, head to Lime Rock Road, Whitman's grocery. Before coming over, Yifeng promised He Ziling that he would help her look at his father. He Wang. Walking on this road again, Yifeng felt a lot of emotions. The last time I was here was just over 2 months ago, but the mood was very different. The previous self, everything had just begun, not knowing what the future would hold. But the current self, even the Lord Sea Beast had already beheaded one. And although the situation was rather special, the successful beheading was a fact. This is, to be torn down and rebuilt? Walking on the green stone road, Yifeng noticed that some buildings, stores and whatnot on the roadside were being demolished by workers. The sea beasts outside the city were spreading out and fighting in a frenzy. But for the ordinary people inside the city, what they should do was still what they should do. They couldn't play any role. Yifeng proceeded to walk and eventually came to the Huimin grocery store. Can I get you anything? A young guy inside greeted Yifeng. He Wang, who was organizing his things, also looked up. Yifeng, why are you here? An unexpected smile surfaced on his face. Seeing that he was recognized by He Wang, the boy who had just mistaken Yifeng for a guest, wisely retreated to the side and curiously surveyed Yifeng. He was a fellow hired by He Wang to help out, filling the gap where Yifeng used to work part-time here. Uncle He, I just happened to have something to come over here, so I came to take a look at you. How's your health lately? Yifeng greeted with a smile. Good. It's all good. He said good, but actually looked a little preoccupied. Did she follow Ziling here? There was anticipation in He Wang's eyes. Yi Feng shook his head. She needs to stay at school. There's no way for her to come over. The glint of anticipation in He Wang's eyes turned into disappointment, but he quickly adjusted and smiled. Further education is important, so it's just as well to come back later when you're free. By the way, Uncle He, I saw outside. Some stores are being demolished. Are they ready to be pushed down and rebuilt? Yi Feng asked curiously. Speaking of this, He Wang's original hanging smile gradually faded. He was about to say something when there were suddenly noisy footsteps outside. A few big men who were tall, tiger-backed, and full of crossface meat, with tattoos tattooed on their arms, just strutted in from outside the store. Old man, the period given to you to consider is over. Hurry up and make a decision. Now you can still be kind to you, but if you want to give your face like that again, Speaking of this, the person in charge leaned forward slightly and looked at He Wang in a downward stance. His hand rested on the glass side of the counter, and without seeing how hard he pushed, the glass clicked and several cracks appeared. The shopkeeper boy was a little bit shocked by the scene in front of him. His face was a little hard to see, and he unconsciously retreated a few steps back. The knots in his throat kept rolling. You guys, He Wang forced down his anger. You, Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, want to build a mall over here. You should show due sincerity. How am I supposed to sell the store when you only offer a tenth of the normal purchase price? The matter of forceful buying and selling has always happened, and He Wang did not expect that it would fall on his head today. The Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, in Linhai City, was considered to have a reputation. They are looking at the street, Castle Rock Road, to knock down and rebuild the buildings and construct it as a chain of shopping streets, but they offered a very low price, almost as if they were buying by force, and bought the store from many merchants. Naturally, He Wang did not comply, not to mention that the price was out of line. Even if the price was right, He Wang did not have much willingness to sell. This unassuming little store carries so many memories, and whenever he is busy here, it is as if his sick and dying wife is still around. Old man, don't think that just because you have a daughter who got into the Dragon Academy, we wouldn't dare to do anything to you. For your information, we, the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce, have not only martial master experts, but also strong martial generals. The son of the owner of our Chamber of Commerce, who was admitted into Yonghui University long ago, is already a strong martial general realm practitioner and is presently in Linhai City. That daughter of yours, at best, is an early-stage martial master, so don't hold too many illusions. You should be satisfied with a tenth of what you're being given now, and if you keep it up, you won't want a penny. The tattooed burly man's gaze was fierce and threatening. Yi Feng, who was nearby, also finally heard what was happening. No wonder I felt just now. That uncle he was a bit preoccupied. Come on, sign this resale contract. The burly man flung out a paper contract, his tone extremely impatient. Swish! Yi Feng suddenly probed his hand and snatched the contract, without even looking at it, directly tore it into pieces and slapped it on the strong man's face. You have 3 seconds to get out of my face. Go back and bring another message to your boss. Don't hit this store in the future, and also bring a generous gift to apologize personally. Otherwise, let alone a martial general, even if a martial king comes, he'll have to get down for me. Yi Feng's voice was calm, but contained no doubt. That sharp eyes, like a sharp blade, directly stabbing the strong man. A few people. Little Feng, don't start a conflict with them. There are quite a few martial artists in their Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. He Wang was anxious. The Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce was a big family and raised many martial artists. Even the few strong men in front of him had the strength of a martial apprentice and were not ordinary people. The fellow on the side had an even more stunned expression. A behemoth like the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. Even a small person like him was aware of it. And the other party had also said that there were even strong martial generals. But despite this, this young man, who was even younger than himself, had the audacity to speak to them in such a manner. Don't you want to die? Chapter 69, This man can't be messed with. Where is this brat from? Daring to talk to me like that and tearing up the contract? I think you're living out of your mind. The tattooed burly man's tone was ferocious as he said and slapped his face, just with a blur before his eyes. His hand stopped in mid-air, because at some point, Yi Feng had also raised his hand and held it. No matter how much he struggled, he actually didn't move at all, as if he was imprisoned there. With a slight force from Yi Feng, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the tattooed strong man screamed miserably, and his entire face was distorted. A kick was delivered and his entire body flew backwards, smashing down on the outside avenue. His right hand drooped helplessly, obviously wasted, and the pain caused him to curl up into a shrimp, wailing uncontrollably there. Boom boom boom. Yi Feng kicked a few more times, and the remaining few people who were still in the store similarly flew out backwards. before and after just a blink of an eye. The change came so fast that the few strong men who were clamoring one moment, the next moment they were all lying outside wailing. This is still to restrain the force, otherwise it can be a kick to death. Whether it was He Wang, or the shopkeeper's youth, they were all too stunned to speak, and it was difficult to return to their senses for a long time. The miserable howls of several people outside attracted nearby pedestrians. Isn't this the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce's few thugs? Not bad, that's them. Why are they lying here? Got beat up. Flying out of the old Ho store. Well played. My family's store, which I bought 20 years ago, was forcefully bought by them, offering a price that was not as high as my purchase price at the time. Although it's a relief, but Lao He is going to be in bad shape. The Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce can't be offended. These are just the bottom tier fighters. They have stronger fighters. All of them are martial artists. There was a lot of chatter from nearby spectators, from those who applauded and those who were concerned about why Hope was there. What's going on? A voice suddenly came from nearby. When the crowd looked around, they saw a line of people traveling with dragons and tigers, coming this way. The person at the head of the group, a middle-aged man with a beer belly. From the way he was dressed, he felt that he had a lot of money. And by this person's side, there was also a young man who looked somewhat similar to him, with arrogance and confidence between his eyebrows. There were also a dozen or so fit, full-blooded, good-strength fighters. It's the owner of the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. The crowd exclaimed in shock and consciously dispersed a path. It couldn't have come so fast because it happened to come this way, due to the incident of the sea beast coming ashore. His son, who had come from YFU, took a walk around, and in the meantime, took a look at this side, at the works in progress. I didn't expect to come here just in time to meet my men being beaten up. Boss, a few of the fighters, wailing and screaming at the same time. Who hit you guys? Boss Kim's face was grim. Inside this store, a young man, the beaten few said, "Humph, I'd like to see who's so bold as to dare beat up someone from my Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce." Boss Jean snorted coldly and led the crowd, rushing into the Huimen grocery store. It's over. Old Ho is going to be over. Alas, let's just say you can't go against the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. It's better to sell your store at a loss than to be screwed over and then forced to sell it. The crowd sighed and felt worried for He Wang. After Boss Jean went in, his eyes immediately locked onto Yi Feng. There were two young men in the store, but with that panicked look on the clerk's mate's face, it was clear at first glance that they weren't hands-on material. "You're the one who hit the man with your hands?" Boss Jean said in a cold voice. "Aha." Yi Feng calmly nodded his head and then said, "You came over to apologize so quickly. It seems that your attitude is quite sincere. So what are you going to offer as compensation?" "Apologize? I apologize my ass off." Boss Jean was made to laugh by Yi Feng's sentence. They're the ones who got beat up, and they still need to come to the door and apologize in person? What bull asterisk reasoning. Hurry up and sell me this store. For $1. And I'll still consider not bothering with you guys, or else this isn't going to end so easily. Boss Kim had a condescending demeanor. He had long been used to whoring things out for nothing. "Fine, I'll sell it to you, as long as you don't hurt little Feng." He Wang clenched his teeth and agreed to the terms. No matter how powerful Yi Feng had shown just now, in his opinion, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't be more powerful than the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce. Now that the other party had made this offer, in order for Yi Feng not to be harmed, he could only bite his teeth and agree. After all, Yi Feng would go up against them, and it was also the result of helping out. Everything started because of himself. He Wang did not want Yi Feng to be hurt because of this. Did I not make myself clear enough? Hurry up and make amends. My patience is limited. Yi Feng's tone also became icy cold. It's over. He Wang's heart, too, cooled by half. The first time he was called out like this, Boss Jean laughed in anger. Give him credit. With a wave of his hand, Boss Jean was about to let his thugs come forward. With his son of the martial general realm by his side, his bottom line was even more full than ever. This person can only fight a few martial arts disciples. How strong can he be? No matter how strong it is, it won't be a match for a military general. Wait. Just then, his son, Jin Guangshuan, suddenly stopped the many beaters. Shun, an opponent of this level doesn't even need you to do it yourself. Just let them do it. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. No, Dad. I was thinking, let's just talk to them first. Jin Guangshuan's tone was very weak, and the eyes that looked at Yi Feng were more than a little scornful. Talk? What else is there to talk about? They were given a chance, but they didn't treasure it. Boss Kim waved his hand again, but he was pressed down by Jin Guangshuan. Dad, let's come over here and talk for a few minutes. The two stepped to the side and muttered in whispers. What's wrong with you today? Boss Jean was puzzled. This was not like his son's character. Dad, This person should never be messed with, Jin Guangxuan said with a bitter face. When he just entered the door, he felt that Yi Feng's face was familiar, and only after a while did he recognize it. Wasn't this the same Yi Feng from Longting University? It was also blamed on the chaotic scene at that time. He only swept Yi Feng's face, so he needed to recognize for a while. At that time, outside the city, fighting against the sea beasts, the scene where Yi Feng killed the peak general level sea beast with a single slash was still fresh in his mind at this time. Then also went toward the front line. Fierce, to the front line. What happened? He is not clear. Anyway, now can come back. That all is well. How could such a fierce man be dealt with by his Jin family? Jin Guangxuan told his dad all these causes and consequences. When Boss Jin heard that face instantly collapsed. What's this? What's this going to be? He panicked, and his face lost all color. The business veteran was so flustered for the first time. I thought I was just running into a little prick, but I didn't realize it was an Optimus Prime. Boy, to be able to kill a peak general level sea beast in a single slash. It would have to be a martial king? Such a strong person. What could one take to fight with others? The thought of it made him break out into another cold sweat. But luckily this was the city and everyone was still relatively restrained. If this had been placed outside the city, in that kind of lawless place, jumping in the face like that just now, maybe his body would be cold by now. Chapter 70. Getting him to pay out is like cutting his flesh. Boss Jin re-entered in front of Yi Feng and awkwardly squeezed a smile. Young Master Yi Feng, I'm sorry for the offense just now. I'll make amends to you, as well as everyone else. Boss Jin changed into a fawning smile and nodded his head. How arrogant he was just now. How humble he is now. Foolishly, everyone looked dumbfounded that the owner of the hallowed Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce was lowering his voice in such a manner. The sudden change of face before and after was so unexpected that one could barely react. Is this the same Boss Kim who has always been aggressive? In the future, this store, even if I were given 10 more guts, I would not dare to covet it. Not only do you not dare, but you'll be responsible for protecting this place. And I'll take care of anyone who dares to think about it. To show my sincerity, I decided to take out $1 million and compensate shopkeeper He Wang. Take out another $10 million and compensate you, young Master Yi Feng. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as Boss Jin's words left his mouth. It actually came up with $11 million as compensation. Boss Jin is known to be stingy. To make him bleed so much. That young man, what's his story? From the compensation ratio, it was clear that it was all because of Yi Feng's face that Boss Jin suddenly changed his face. You're a man who runs a chamber of commerce. Is that all the sincerity you have? Yi Feng said indifferently. Boss Jin gritted his teeth and said in a meaty voice. Then double it again. Yi Feng didn't say anything and just looked at Boss Jin coldly. Boss Jin was stared at with a cold sweat swish. It was too scary. It was like being stared at by a kingly beast. Then how about you make a price, young warrior? Boss Jin's tone was careful. 10 times, Yi Feng directly said. Boss Jin's head was dizzy for a while. He was only a chamber of commerce, not a money printer. The bid at the beginning multiplied by 10 times. The amount was more than 100 million. Not a small amount of money for him. Okay, well, it will be compensated at the price you said. Boss Jin couldn't stop the corners of his eyes from twitching as he said this. For the profit-oriented businessman, to make him spend money is to cut his flesh. But despite the physical pain, the good thing was that this was finally settled. And Boss Jin breathed a long sigh of relief. Who would have thought that casually bullying an honest person would have the backing of a martial king behind it? Boss Kim asked for the bank accounts of the two men and then contacted the finance. Not long after, Yi Feng received a transfer of $100 million. Ho Wang, on the other hand, received $10 million. The moment he received the money, He Wang couldn't believe it. He operates this grocery store. Busy, after costs and expenses, the year-end net profit, but also earn a 50,000 or so. And now, the assets had skyrocketed by $10 million, topping his income for 200 years. Not counting hadn't been a concept, but once he did, it was He Wang's turn to have his sky spinning. 200 years. He couldn't live that long in 2 lifetimes. If He Wang were to describe his mood today, only one word would come to mind. Roller coaster. I thought it was over, but I didn't expect to fly from hell. All of a sudden, to heaven again. The store was saved and a big profit was made. As for the other spectators around, their eyes were full of envy. Envious that He Wang had suddenly become a multimillionaire. And even more so, envious that He Wang had gotten to know a strong man. The crowd focused their gazes on Yi Feng, with awe in their eyes. It was because of Yi Feng that he was able to make the Golden Brilliance Chamber of Commerce lower their voice so lowly and compensate a huge amount of money to apologize. Then Yi Feng, young warrior, do you see us? Boss Jin stammered, as if he was sitting on a needle. Scram! Yi Feng waved his hand. I hadn't wanted to deal with these people too much, and I just happened to run into them before there was a twist. With Yi Feng giving the word, Boss Jean and the others were relieved and fled as if they were leaving. The matter came to an end and the personnel should be dispersed. Yi Feng also bid farewell to Yi Wang. Before leaving, Yi Wang was also ready to give the compensation to Yi Feng, thinking that it was all Yi Feng's credit, but Yi Feng refused. Instead, he gave Yi Wang the key and asked him to help find a decoration team to renovate his old house. It always took time before and after. Yi Feng didn't have the time to stay over here all the time. Yi Wang was naturally happy to oblige, and was finally able to do something for Yi Feng in return. Yi Feng was walking casually on the road and saw that there were quite a few workers, putting up lights and colors on the roadside. Knowing that the sea beast crisis was lifted, the vast majority of the people of Linhai City were incredibly happy and held spontaneous celebrations to express their gratitude to the martial artists fighting on the front lines. If it wasn't for these bloodbath martial artists, Linhai City would have had a hard time getting past this crisis. They are the ones who are on the front lines to make this moment peaceful. Yi Feng, this way, this way. In the square in front, a lot of people had gathered, and a clear female voice sounded over there. Yi Feng searched for the sound and looked. By coincidence, I ran into Su Keni, who was strolling around, and she was waving over there. What are looking at? Yi Feng said as he moved closer to the past while looking into the crowd pile. In the middle of the crowd, a space was vacated, and an acrobatic artist, holding a long stick dipped in oil, set fire to the end of his head. He danced his arms, and the flames flipped with him, drawing brilliant trails in the air. The mouth contained an oil-based liquid, which was violently blown out at the torch, and a ball of fiery flames erupted from the mouth and shot up into the sky. Yes, the audience roared with applause. Cultivating all the time is boring, and to have the chance to see these folk performances makes me feel like my whole body is relaxed. Su Keni had a smile on her face, and by the looks of it, she knew that she was quite happy. Yi Feng nodded. It was the truth. I'll give it a try. Su Keni suddenly got excited and pushed her way into the pile of people. What are you doing? Yi Feng held his forehead, really thinking out of the box. While talking, Su Keni had already reached the center and dealt with the acrobatic artist. What a beautiful girl. The crowd's eyes lit up. Girl, don't make fun of me. It looks simple, but it's hard to actually do it. I've practiced for more than 20 years before I can be this skillful. You come up here and say you want to have some fun. If it burns later, I can't afford to pay for it. The acrobatic artist waved his hands in a row, looking helpless. Just by looking at Su Keni's appearance and temperament, we all know that she came from a rich and noble family, which can afford to eat this hard work, and it is obviously impossible for her to have learned acrobatics. Wait. Acrobatics, one man said sharply. Su Keni didn't even pay attention to what he said, and directly took what he placed nearby, a new bottle of fuel, containing a mouthful. He signaled the acrobatic artist to pass the torch. No. The acrobatic artist didn't do as he was told. Then he saw that Su Keni's gong method was running, and the fire element was pulsating for her who possessed the fire lotus spiritual body. Phew! Spraying a mouthful upwards, a fire dragon spewed more than 10 meters high with the addition of the fire element in his body. Everyone present was dumbfounded, their mouths open to the point of dislocation. Silence passed before a landslide of thunderous applause erupted. The acrobatic artist was even more dumbfounded, and with another 100 years of practice, he wouldn't be able to spray so high. Frozenly, he watched Su Keni retreat, unable to say a word. How is it? Did I play it well? Su Keni said smugly to Yi Feng. Awesome. Yi Feng only thought it was funny. Which person used the fire element to play acrobatics? The two of them wandered around again. The festivities continued until the next day, when the foreign martial artists were ready to leave Linhai City. Zhu Jing, Yang Wen, and these people, haven't they been contacted yet? While organizing the team, it was discovered that several people were slow to get in touch, as if they had disappeared. Also at this time, a treasure chest clue popped up in front of Yi Feng's eyes. Chapter 71, Trying Out a Father at Random. Treasure chest clue, in the old part of Linhai City. A purple treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it. Old Town? Yi Feng saw the treasure chest hint and chanted in his heart. As a person from Linhai City, Yi Feng naturally knew clearly where the old city center was located. It was on the west side of town, an area that covered a lot of land, and the buildings over there were somewhat older. It used to be prosperous there, but then there was a time when there was an infectious disease that killed a lot of people. Those who were still alive and in a position to do so migrated elsewhere and gradually became depressed. As population density plummeted and a sparsely populated situation emerged, infectious diseases gradually disappeared. The disease disappeared, but the area never developed after the depression. Many years have passed, and that side is still very backward, and the people who live there are a mixed bag. Because the buildings are old, people call that side the old town. Take an inventory of how many people are missing. Principal Pancha's voice sounded nearby as he addressed the tutors. Before leaving, the teams are organized, one student at a time, led by mentors. But with yesterday's citywide celebration, and having just finished a bloody battle with a sea beast, it's rare to be able to relax. Those who were able to come over here this time were all senior trainees and above, and they basically had the strength of the martial general realm. With such strength, it was definitely impossible for anything to happen when moving around Linhai City, so he let everyone move freely as well. But when it was time to go back, several people couldn't be reached. After an inventory, it was finally discovered that a full 20 students were missing. That's when Wingate University was approached. Originally, the two families weren't that close, and there was always a bit of tit-for-tat, but this was a special situation. Not a time to count on that. Do you have any students missing? What? Are you guys missing too? Good. 23 students are missing. Our side is 20. The two families talked so much that they immediately realized something was wrong. If it was just a handful of people who were missing, it could be argued that it was because of something, but right now, more than 40 people couldn't be reached at their two universities alone. Being a student at a top university, you can't be too bad in terms of discipline to lose so many people at the same time. Did something happen? A square-faced strong man with majestic chi and blood approached over and took the initiative to inquire. He was the head of the Linhai City Security Bureau, a strong marshal's owner, and he was among the members who went down to the sea yesterday. The various experts had come thousands of miles to help, and now that they were all ready to leave, he naturally needed to come and give them a ride. Only now, however, seeing that they seemed to be held up by something, they took it upon themselves to inquire a mouthful. We have more than 40 students from both schools that are missing, Ponch said to the chief of security. When the director heard this, he froze, then frowned slightly. Don't worry about it for now. I'll have someone investigate immediately. Within his boundaries, something happening to the students over here, especially these students, who had come over to help fight against the sea beasts, would have too much of an impact. The commissioner did not dare to delay and immediately informed his officers to launch an investigation with all speed. It's time to visit and check the surveillance. And then, as reports of other groups' disappearances came in, the chief of security was under increasing pressure. The number of missing persons, after all, has exceeded 200. Because of this, everyone continued to tarry in Linhai City. The idle crowd, combining into teams, took it upon themselves to search for the missing students to see if they could be found. Yifeng also took this opportunity to temporarily get away. Let's take a trip to Old Town and open the treasure chest first. As you get further west of the city, the prosperity gradually declines. Elsewhere, skyscrapers line the streets, commerce flourishes, and the population is dense. And the west side of town, where the buildings are all a bit older, is becoming less densely populated. This is especially true when arriving in the Old Town. Some of the old buildings are uninhabited. The glass windows are either broken or missing, and the exterior walls are peeling off in many places, or moss is growing, or black spots are attached. Purple petunias, following a nearby utility pole, climbed all the way to the top and wrapped around the peeling wires, stretching out for large distances. Yifeng looked at the purple arrow on the ground and followed it. Walking into this old city, Tuda, in broad daylight, the surroundings are quiet, not seeing half a shadow, as if walking in the ghost city, only the sound of Yifeng's footsteps walking. At the top of a nearby abandoned building, two men stood there, keeping their eyes on Yifeng below. Can you see what strength it is? The two men were fat and thin, and it was the fat man who spoke. The thin man shook his head. Can't tell for now. The opponent didn't use his chi and blood, plus there was some distance that made it impossible to judge the strength. I'll try. On top of the rooftop, there are some scattered stone bricks. The fat man picked up a piece and weighed it in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his already small eyes became even more of a thin slit. Swish! Throwing with great force, the stone brick transformed into a stream of light, spanning a large distance and coming to the back of Yifeng's head almost instantly. Just when he was about to hit, the back of Yifeng's head seemed to have eyes, and he quickly tilted his head, and the stone brick just barely brushed past his scalp. Yifeng turned around and looked at the roof of the building. At this moment, the fat and thin two people only feel that the opposite is not like a person, more like a horrible king beast, that cold eyes full of killing intent, as if the sword straight into the over. Terrible, terrible. Thought it was just a passerby, tried it casually, didn't expect to try out a dad. Run. The two strength is not low, but do not dare to hesitate. Violently leaped up from this side of the roof, jumped to the rooftop over there. Boom! A thick chi and blood fluctuation came from the distance. In the next instant, the silhouette was like a discharged cannonball, rising and jumping from the ground over there, pulling out a string of residual shadows, instantly appearing in the air. He intercepted the two men, who were halfway through their jump, right out of the air. Yifeng captured one person with one hand and violently flung him, smashing him into a nearby abandoned building. The wall was smashed out a big hole. Smoke and dust rolled and flew in all directions. Before he descended, he condensed out the soul soldier and stepped on it to enter the middle of the building before putting it back away. The fat and thin two men were lying on the floorboards, blood spitting out of their mouths, and were very seriously injured. Yifeng intentionally collected some force. Otherwise, with the two late martial arts generals, direct fall to death is not a problem. The old city center, with sparse households and a corrupt environment. It was not strange to see the appearance of a martial arts apprentice martial arts master, but the appearance of a martial arts general could not help but arouse suspicion. In Linhai City, a military general could be the principal of a high school, so how could they show up here, and two of them at once? It is hard to believe that it could still be the current alien martial artist. Yifeng didn't recognize the two men and didn't have the slightest impression. Spare your life. The two of them were covered in blood, their eyes looking at Yifeng in horror, their tone weakly begging for mercy. Chapter 72. This treasure chest opened really smoothly. Who are you guys? And why are you striking out at me? Yifeng looked down at the two, his voice cold. We are the residents here. The bricks we threw just now, we didn't mean to. We just threw them with our hands. We thought there was no one down there. We didn't think you were down there. The fat man lied as he fought back the pain in his body. As soon as the words left his mouth, he howled miserably again. Yifeng's foot, stepping on the fat man's palm, had crushed his skin. If you don't tell the truth again, I'll make your life worse than death. Yifeng's tone was full of killing intent. Saying something about being a resident of this side of the country is a lie at first glance. I said, the attack just now was just to test your strength, the fat man said. What are you testing my strength for? Yifeng pursued, adding in passing, you'd better finish at once, don't always wait for me to ask. My patience is limited. Yes, the fat man gulped. We are seeing that you are alone in this old city, perfect for capture. Try your strength, and if it suits, go down and take you away. As for what we're doing with you, we're not sure. Anyway, we're only responsible for arresting people and handing them over to the designated location. The rest is out of our hands. Hearing about the arrests, Yifeng raised his eyebrows. Before he came here, he heard the principal and the others talking about the fact that a number of students had gone missing, and other groups and organizations, likewise, had people missing. The Security Bureau has intervened in the investigation. I don't know if there is any result now. I didn't expect to hear such news after making a trip over to the old town in search of a treasure chest. Did you guys make a lot of arrests between yesterday and now? Yifeng had reason to suspect that the missing ones were also captured by these two. I've captured 7 so far yesterday. All of them early martial arts generals. I captured 10 of them. There are martial arts generals and martial arts masters. The two men answered honestly, not looking as if they were telling lies. Then the two men combined only made 17 arrests. And the missing population, from the time he left that side, inventoried over 200 people. So you still have accomplices? Yifeng's tone was certain. Yes, we're not sure how many they arrest, but anyway, we're in charge of arresting people and just sending them to the deep yard when they're done. And where is the deep yard? The deep house is just deep in the old city, a large courtyard, and after the delivery, it's none of our business. We've all given an honest account. You have the generosity to spare us both. We promise to clean up our act from now on and never do anything bad again. The two men wailed and begged for mercy, truly afraid of dying here, killed in this remote old town. No one would even know about it, and even if they found out, it would probably be a long time from now. Yifeng gently laughed. I don't care at all if you guys will be bad guys. There are a lot of bad guys in the world. How can I care? Hearing Yifeng's words, both of them were delighted. Was the big brother so good at talking? However, Yifeng's next sentence directly doused their rising hopes and cooled them all the way from the ceiling to the soles of their feet. My concern is that you have just become hostile towards me, and I, for one, have always had an axe to grind. Boom! Huge and majestic chi and blood erupted from Yifeng's body. Strong force was injected into his arm, and the long knife in his hand cut out a cold and sharp edge, cutting through the necks of the two men. The two men covered their necks. Blood couldn't stop gushing out, and they quickly broke. The deep house? Yifeng looked in the direction of the depths of the old city center. Another looked to the purple arrow on the ground. Yifeng departed and continued to follow the purple arrow. The other side. After an investigation, things are looking up a bit. You guys see? The surveillance images coming from the technical department. This Yang Wen student, the last place he appeared, was in Beishun Street. See the direction he went. It was the North City Gate, and this student as well. The direction he's traveling to is also the North City Gate. The chief of guards, Fong Ping-ho, said to Pang Chi and the others. He showed several surveillance images at once, expressing basically the same thing, the suspicion that all these missing people had gone out of town. It's not always all North Gates. Some are other gates, but the expression is the same. As for the many others who did not find the surveillance footage, the reason was that, on the side of the technical department, the relevant surveillance had not been checked for the time being. According to this, they went out of town and may have met with an untoward incident that caused them to be lost? Punch frowned slightly. From the current information, that should be the case. Marquis Fong Ping didn't dare to speak too fully, but I've already ordered in advance that they are not allowed to leave the Linhai city limits, so they shouldn't disobey. Also, some of them, the last place where they appeared, from the nearest city gate, there is also not a short distance. On the way some sections are also very busy. Is it over there to check no picture? Pang Chi was puzzled, always feeling that this matter was a bit fishy. I also consulted the technical side on this issue and they said that the surveillance is broken in many places. Broken and unfixed? It used to get fixed, but then it broke down quite frequently and gradually I didn't care much about it. Speaking of which, Fong Ping-ho received another message. Word has come in from the city guard that some of the people on the missing list have been seen, and have indeed gone out of the city. Ponch nodded. Since he could be sure, he should have gone outside the city. Maybe it's the first time you've been to Lini City and you feel fresh, so you go out of town to check it out? The others listened and accepted this. It just so happened that at that moment, Su Keni escorted a bloodstained man to Pang Chi. Headmaster, there's a new discovery. This guy was sneaking around, following a student who was left alone. I just happened to bump into him. He tried to sneak up on the student, but I stopped him. I think it has something to do with this disappearance. In this situation, the crowd's first reaction was not to look at the person covered in blood, but to cast their suspicious gazes at Marquis Fong Ping. The expression on Fong Ping-ho's face froze there. Old Town. Yi Feng followed the purple arrow all the way. Because of the attack just now, Yi Feng knew that there was a mysterious force entrenched in the old city, and perhaps there were people hiding in certain locations. So Yi Feng advances the route. Choose those more remote streets. At the same time pay attention to the neighborhood. There is no camera. No matter how they went, the purple arrows always started at Yi Feng's feet, guiding him in the direction. Just keep to the direction specified by the arrows and you will surely find the treasure chest eventually. It's in this abandoned building. According to Yi Feng's experience, every time a treasure chest appeared, there was bound to be an obstacle. But the abandoned building in front of us doesn't look too much like it's in danger. Yi Feng observed a little and did not find anything special and carefully entered the middle of the building. Come to the third floor of the building. A purple treasure chest, quietly placed there. Ha, it's that easy this time? Yi Feng was all a bit surprised. However, before opening it, Yi Feng still didn't dare to take it lightly. Alert to your surroundings. Approach over and touch the treasure chest with your foot. Snap. You have opened a purple treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the 5th order sneaking art. Phantom Misty, complete enlightenment. It's really going that well. Same moment. Treasure chest clue. In the deep courtyard of the old part of Linhai City, a purple, fine, treasure chest has appeared. Please go and open it.